Li Hao delicately leafed through his father's time-worn, yellowed navigation log as the afternoon sun slanted through the window, casting golden beams in which dust motes danced joyfully. His gaze suddenly lingered on a particular page, which chronicled his father's expedition to an uninhabited planet prior to his deployment to the battlefield. This planet, once a site of fierce conflict between the Galactic Empire and extraterrestrial civilizations 5 centuries ago, now lay beyond the Empire's borders, akin to an abandoned child adrift in the cosmos. The ravages of time and the devastation of war had rendered it a barren wasteland, devoid of resources and vitality, bereft of any potential for development. In the vast expanse of the universe, this forsaken planet appeared as a forgotten gem, surrounded by stars that flickered with a faint and frigid luminescence, amplifying its solitude and enigmatic allure. During his exploration, Li Hao's father uncovered a staggering secret hidden within this seemingly hopeless dead world. A starship that had crash-landed during the war. This battleship lay like a slumbering titan of steel, quietly resting upon the desolate surface of the planet. Its hull was marred with weathered scars, brutal reminders of the conflicts it had endured. The bow resembled a sharp dagger, as if poised to rend the very fabric of space. The propulsion system at the stern, though battered, still hinted at its former grandeur. The battleship boasted formidable and resilient armor, every scratch bearing witness to the formidable assaults it had withstood. Its massive turrets, though dimmed by time, retained an aura of chilling intimidation. Upon further investigation, Li Hao's father deduced that the battleship had been forced to land on this planet due to energy depletion. He speculated that during the fierce skirmish, it may have suffered a sudden malfunction, rendering it incapable of soaring through the stars, and thus compelled to settle in this forgotten corner, awaiting rescue. Yet, time flowed inexorably onward, and the Galactic Empire had traversed over 500 years of tumultuous history. More than 2 centuries ago, the Empire had lost the ability to produce battleships, both in technology and materials. Presently, even its most elite flagship was merely a heavy cruiser, a mere shadow compared to the grandeur of the battleship. The cold and lonely starlight filtered through the sparse nebulae, casting its glow upon the Empire's vast territories. After perusing the log, Li Hao resolved to seek out the legendary battleship. He swiftly contacted Wong Lei, inquiring eagerly, "Is your corvette ready for departure?" Wong Lei, though not of noble birth, hailed from a prosperous merchant family that had equipped him with a corvette as a graduation gift. He informed Li Hao that his vessel had just completed maintenance and was poised for immediate launch. "Li Hao, what on earth is happening?" "Nothing much, just a quest for some items. Please prepare for departure quickly. I need to procure a few things, and will join you shortly," Li Hao replied, brimming with enthusiasm. After concluding the call, he seated himself before the intellect interface, his fingers dancing across the keyboard with the swiftness of a gale. The room was thick with tension, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination, for the results of this inquiry were pivotal to his plans. After an arduous search, the interface finally revealed the long-awaited information. Li Hao immersed himself in the text on the screen, pausing intermittently to ponder. He discovered that the battleship from 5 centuries ago utilized a nuclear fusion engine, an advanced system for its time, yet fraught with limitations compared to contemporary quantum engine technology. As the night deepened outside, the stars twinkled like silent witnesses to his decision. A frown creased his brow as he realized that restoring the battleship to its former glory necessitated an upgrade of its energy system. Thus, he proceeded to inquire about the price of quantum engines. Upon viewing the exorbitant figures, he could not suppress a gasp. The cost of the quantum engines was astronomically beyond his current budget. His spirits sank, and he began to reassess his plans. After considerable contemplation, he resolved to utilize his parents' final pension funds to purchase 2 quantum engine systems along with some nuclear fusion materials. This would enable him to initiate preliminary enhancements to the battleship's energy system, endowing it with a modicum of navigational capability. Ultimately, he steeled himself and pressed the confirmation button. His account balance plummeted dramatically, yet his heart brimmed with anticipation. Subsequently, with the scant funds that remained, he acquired a universal module fabricator, 100 second-hand multifunctional robots, and 50 maintenance engineering robots. Although these robots were considered obsolete by others, they represented the utmost limit of what Li Hao could afford at present. After finalizing the transactions, Li Hao hastily made his way to the starport. Upon his arrival, Wong Lei's corvette awaited him, having been there for quite some time. In the starport, colossal metallic structures soared into the sky, while vessels of various models streamed ceaselessly. Li Hao boarded the corvette, exchanging brief pleasantries with Wong Lei before plunging into the bustling task of receiving cargo. He understood well that these supplies were crucial to the realization of his ambitions, and he needed to ensure that everything proceeded smoothly. Before long, the cargo began to arrive at the starport. Together with Wong Lei, he directed the crew in transferring the goods onto the corvette, meticulously counting and inspecting the items. Once assured that all cargo was intact, a sigh of relief escaped Li Hao's lips. Observing the towering heaps of cargo aboard the corvette, Wong Lei's curiosity swelled. Li Hao, what on earth are you planning to do with all this? It's all meant for starships. Li Hao smiled faintly and replied, Wong Lei, hold your questions for now. I promise to unveil a surprise later. Let us set sail first. Wong Lei initiated the journey according to the stellar coordinates provided by Li Hao, his curiosity deepening with each passing moment. Entirely oblivious to Li Hao's true intentions, the corvette surged through the starry sea, the celestial bodies outside resembling a stunningly vivid tapestry, while the unknown ahead loomed like a shroud of mist, awaiting their revelation. As the corvette sped through the cosmic expanse, the stars outside appeared as an exquisite, resplendent canvas. Wong Lei focused intently on piloting the vessel, beads of sweat forming on his brow, while he occasionally glanced at Li Hao, whose expression was a wellspring of urgency, hoping to glean some hint of his plans. His mind was a tumult of uncertainty. What on earth is Li Hao up to? He's been so cryptic throughout this journey. Chapter 3. The search for the interstellar battleship, however, Li Hao merely sat there quietly, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as if shrouded in a veil of fog, rendering his emotions elusive at that moment. His heart was anything but tranquil. He was both exhilarated and anxious. The excitement stemmed from the imminent approach to his long-cherished goal, while the tension arose from the uncertainty of whether the journey would be smooth sailing. Hauzi, we are about to leave the Imperial territory. Beyond this point, there are no more hyperspace corridors. We must rely solely on the starship to navigate. Wong Lei's voice betrayed a hint of unmasked concern as his hands instinctively tightened around the control stick. Wong Lei thought to himself, if anything goes awry, it could lead to serious trouble. Li Hao nodded slightly, his gaze as resolute as iron, fixed firmly ahead. It's all right. Just follow the coordinates I provided. In his heart, he silently encouraged himself. We can do this. This is a rare opportunity. The escort ship slowly emerged from the Stargate, akin to a solitary vessel embarking upon an uncharted cosmic sea. The surrounding stars flickered with a faint and peculiar radiance, as if whispering the mysteries and endless dangers of this vast universe. Wong Lei sat in the cockpit, his nerves taut as he operated the starship's control panel. Every motion deliberate and cautious, Li Hao stood silently before the bridge's window, his gaze penetrating the distance, filled with a fervent desire for exploration and an insatiable yearning for the unknown. As if he sought to pierce through the infinite darkness. Hauzi, what on earth are you up to? Wong Lei could no longer contain himself, his voice tinged with impatience. He felt as though he were a headless fly. Utterly at a loss, Li Hao turned to Wong Lei, offering a faint smile. You'll know when we arrive. For now, focus on piloting the starship. The escort ship glided through the cosmos, time seemingly suspended, the silence so profound it was suffocating. Li Hao and Wong Lei took turns standing watch, their eyes glued to the status of the starship and their surroundings, not daring to allow even a moment of negligence. Finally, after a long and arduous journey, the escort ship detected a mysterious planet. Upon sighting this celestial body, Li Hao was seized with excitement and embraced Wong Lei, exclaiming, "We've arrived. Quickly, land." The joy within Li Hao surged like a flood, for they had finally found it. This was the land of hope. Wong Lei piloted the escort ship gently down onto the desolate planet, and through the bridge's window, they beheld a scene devoid of life. A barren wasteland. Furrowing his brow, Wong Lei queried, "It's so lifeless here. What are we doing?" His heart brimmed with confusion and unease. "Let us descend and investigate," Li Hao replied, swiftly donning their nano-battle suits and arming themselves with combat robots and weapons. They resolutely exited the escort ship. Before them lay an expansive, desolate desert, wild winds howling and stirring up clouds of sand, with no signs of life. only an eerie stillness that sent chills down their spines. This planet had likely been silent for eons. Wong Lei gazed at the desolation, murmuring to himself. Drawing upon clues from his father's log, Li Hao diligently sought traces of the past. They scoured the area repeatedly, yet found no sign of any starship. In desperation, he retrieved a detection device and began to probe the coordinates indicated by the clues, meticulously searching for remnants of history. Li Hao was wholly absorbed in examining the data, fervently hoping to uncover even the slightest hint. Suddenly, the device emitted a strong signal just beyond a nearby sand dune. "There's a signal?" Li Hao's voice quivered with excitement. Wong Lei and Li Hao, accompanied by their combat robots and weapons, raced eagerly toward the direction of the signal. However, upon reaching the dune, they were met with emptiness. At that moment, the starry sky seemed to gaze down upon them, the twinkling stars whispering and perhaps mocking their futile endeavor. Could the signal be erroneous? "There's nothing here." Wong Lei expressed his doubts. "It shouldn't be." "The signal clearly indicated this location," Li Hao replied. Staring intently at the dune, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. Could this dune conceal the battleship? He promptly instructed Wong Lei to deploy all engineering robots. Before long, 50 engineering robots arrived at the dune, diligently commencing excavation. As the robots continued their work, the dune gradually yielded, revealing an enormous battleship before the two men. The battleship's hull was scarred and riddled with bullet holes, a testament to a fierce and harrowing battle it had once endured. Against the backdrop of the vast cosmos, the battleship appeared as a slumbering giant, awaiting its awakening. "Did you come specifically to find a starship? How can this battleship be so colossal?" Wong Lei exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, this is the battleship mentioned in my father's log." "Howsy, are you certain? This is truly a battleship? Haven't they vanished for centuries?" Wong Lei questioned incredulously, his eyes wide with disbelief. "This vessel is a remnant from the Great War 500 years ago. An ancient relic from 500 years ago. Do you think it can still function?" Wong Lei queried skeptically. "We'll find out by going inside," Li Hao replied with enthusiasm. The two men cautiously entered the battleship, where darkness enveloped them, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Li Hao switched on a flashlight, its dim yellow light barely illuminating their surroundings. They navigated through the dim and narrow corridor until they reached the bridge. Yet, despite their best efforts, the power system remained dormant, akin to a sleeping beast that refused to awaken. Reluctantly, they followed the indistinct signs along the corridor, hurriedly making their way to the energy compartment. Upon arrival, they discovered it completely empty, devoid of any trace of energy. Wong Lei gazed at the barren energy compartment, feeling a wave of deep frustration wash over him, silently lamenting. Without energy, this battleship is as good as scrap metal, utterly inoperable. "What now?" Wong Lei fretted, akin to an ant on a hot pan, anxiously raising his voice. Li Hao, however, smiled calmly. "Don't panic. Let the engineering robots bring over the items I purchased." At that moment, Wong Lei awakened as if from a dream, realizing the depth of Li Hao's foresight. Before long, the agile engineering robots had transported all the items Li Hao had procured. With eager anticipation, Li Hao opened a box to reveal neatly arranged nuclear fuel cells. These nuclear fuel cells should provide ample energy. Chapter 4. Repairing the battleship with a serious expression, Li Hao instructed the engineering robots to carefully install the nuclear fuel cells into the energy compartment, then decisively activated the battleship's power system. In an instant, the battleship seemed to awaken from its slumber, lights flaring to life, dazzling and brilliant, while various systems began to operate in an orderly manner. Against the backdrop of the vast cosmos, this rejuvenated battleship resembled a formidable steel giant, exuding magnificence. "Fantastic. Now, let us see if we can start the battleship," Li Hao said, excitement brimming as they made their way to the bridge. Settling into the captain's seats, taking a deep breath, Li Hao pressed the start button, and the battleship's operating system illuminated, the screen flickering with vibrant light. Subsequently, Li Hao attempted to connect his intelligent brain with the battleship. However, he soon furrowed his brow, realizing that the battleship's operating system was far too outdated to facilitate a smooth connection. With no other option, he reluctantly shook his head and opted for manual operation. Li Hao conducted a thorough inspection of the battleship, discovering it was originally equipped with 6 engines, yet only 2 remained operational. Fortunately, The other systems were still functioning normally, a small mercy amid the misfortune. Without hesitation, Li Hao commanded the engineering robots to replace the two completely inoperative nuclear fusion engines with the two advanced quantum engines he had previously purchased. Through the tireless efforts of the engineering robots, the engine replacement was successfully completed. With great anticipation, Li Hao attempted to start the battleship once more. This time, her engines roared to life with a deep, powerful rumble, akin to the roar of a mighty beast. Resonating with intensity, after successfully testing the engines, Li Hao immediately ordered the deployment of 100 multifunctional robots and 50 engineering robots aboard the battleship to commence a comprehensive and meticulous maintenance and repair operation. Simultaneously, they securely installed the Universal Module Manufacturing Unit within the battleship's work compartment, ensuring they could replenish required parts at any time as a precaution. Without further ado, the multifunctional and engineering robots sprang into action, each undertaking their designated tasks with clarity and precision, systematically advancing through the maintenance and repair process. One group of robots diligently inspected the various systems of the battleship, including the power system, weapon systems, and life support systems, ensuring they remained in optimal working condition, while another group tirelessly attended to the cleaning and maintenance of the hull, meticulously repairing any potential damage or faults. Once they had successfully installed the Universal Module Fabricator, they wasted no time in commencing the production of the damaged parts that required replacement. This advanced manufacturing apparatus was truly formidable, capable of creating a diverse array of universal modules tailored to actual needs, encompassing mechanical components, electronic elements, sensors, and much more. Under the diligent toil and relentless efforts of the robots, the maintenance and repair operations of the battleship progressed remarkably smoothly. Li Hao and Wong Lei frequently checked on the work's progress to ensure that everything was advancing systematically according to the established plan. They were acutely aware that a well-maintained battleship would undoubtedly exhibit greater combat prowess in future skirmishes. As time flowed gently like a babbling brook, the battleship gradually regained its former glory, with its internal systems receiving comprehensive optimization and upgrades. Wong Lei gazed at the colossal warship and remarked to Li Hao, "Look at this battleship. Its weapons and shields are outdated. We must replace them upon our return." Despite currently possessing 2 quantum engines and 2 nuclear fusion engines, which barely allowed for interstellar travel, they were still incapable of entering subspace. Li Hao shrugged in resignation and replied, "How could I be unaware of these issues? I am currently out of funds. All my savings have been spent on acquiring quantum engines and robots. Let us not dwell on that. It would be remarkable if we can graduate smoothly." Wong Lei furrowed his brow and, after a moment's contemplation, asserted, "That simply won't do. This battleship is the only one of its kind in the Galactic Empire. We cannot return in such a shabby state. However, we truly lack the necessary funds for these upgrades. Perhaps we should return first and consider it later when we have the money." Wong Lei shook his head resolutely. "No, we absolutely cannot return like this. This battleship is our pride and our future. We must find a way to make it stronger." "What should we do now?" Li Hao inquired. Wong Lei pondered seriously before saying, "Haozi, leave the financial matters to me." Li Hao expressed his profound gratitude. "Wong Lei, I am immensely thankful to you, but the funds required for upgrading the weapons and shields are not a trivial sum." Wong Lei clapped Li Hao on the shoulder and replied, "Haozi, don't forget what business my family is in. While I may not be as clever as you, I understand the significance of this battleship." Wong Lei's family was quite affluent within the galaxy. Yet he was not one to flaunt his wealth. His willingness to lend a hand stemmed purely from his view of Li Hao as a true brother. "Thank you, Wong Lei, that I promise to repay you as soon as possible," Li Hao said. Wong Lei smiled broadly. "Haozi, what are you saying? We are brothers. Discussing money feels too formal. Whenever you are in need, I will always be here to help you. With this battleship, my future safety is also secured. Let us pilot the starship back." After a long journey day and night, the 2 starships finally arrived at the Empire's territory. Wong Lei suggested they refrain from entering the Empire for the time being, as the battleship was not registered in the Empire's starship system and lacked an identification code, rendering it unable to navigate within the Empire. Thus, they maneuvered the battleship to an uninhabited planet not far from the Empire's border. This desolate planet housed an abandoned space station, which was perfect for docking and repairing the battleship. Li Hao and Wong Lei carefully piloted the battleship into the space station and commenced a thorough inspection and maintenance. Leveraging his family's connections, Wong Lei ordered 4 quantum engines along with the necessary weapon systems and the battleship's optical brain. These devices were cutting-edge, promising a significant enhancement in the battleship's performance. During the waiting period for the equipment's arrival, Li Hao and Wang Lei remained industrious, utilizing existing devices to undertake modifications and upgrades on the battleship. Li Hao meticulously examined the battleship's original shield system and discovered it differed fundamentally from contemporary shield technology. The previous shields relied on nuclear fusion for energy, a potent yet unstable source prone to interference. In contrast, the new quantum energy was based on quantum mechanics, boasting exceptionally high energy density and stability. Upon sharing this revelation with Wang Lei, he promptly modified the battleship's shield system, replacing the former nuclear fusion energy with quantum energy. After testing, they were delighted to discover that the quantum energy had instantly elevated the energy shield's level, surpassing even the current shield standards. Chapter 5. The Indomitable. To validate the strength of this shield, Wang Lei initiated a series of tests and calculations. The results indicated that even the main guns of a heavy cruiser would struggle to breach this energy shield in an instant. Li Hao and Wang Lei were utterly satisfied with the shield's performance, and they unhesitatingly decided to implement this technology on their warship. With such a formidable shield in place, their starship would undoubtedly possess a tremendous advantage in future combat. Ensuring victory, days later, the items ordered by Wang Lei finally arrived after numerous trials and tribulations. Li Hao and Wang Lei were eager to begin the installation and debugging process, their hearts racing like ants on a hot pan. They proceeded with utmost care, treating the new equipment as if it were priceless treasures. They meticulously dismantled the outdated engines and weapon systems, and then delicately installed the brand-new quantum engines and weapon systems. During the installation of the main cannon, Li Hao was wholly engrossed, leaving no room for error. He carefully positioned over 100 particle pulse cannons and plasma cannons in the original secondary gun locations on the battleship. Every cannon's installation spot was meticulously considered to ensure optimal attack effectiveness. Additionally, Li Hao was astonished to discover that Wang Lei had somehow procured 4 laser main cannons through some mysterious means. Such high-caliber laser main cannons were typically only installed on heavy cruisers, and he securely positioned them at the front and rear of the battleship. However, to avoid unnecessary trouble and danger, these formidable main cannons featured a cleverly designed automatic elevation system, making them difficult to detect from the outside. After successfully installing the quantum engines and weapon systems, Li Hao and Wang Lei promptly began the installation of the new optical brain. This latest model was significantly smaller than the old optical brain. Yet astonishingly, its computational and storage capabilities were several times more powerful. Its presence would render the battleship's control system increasingly intelligent, drastically enhancing its operational efficiency, practically as if aided by divine intervention. Li Hao and Wang Lei carefully installed the new optical brain in the battleship's control center and began intensive debugging. They continuously input various commands and data, prompting the optical brain to engage in self-learning and optimization. After several hours of meticulous adjustments, the optical brain perfectly adapted to the battleship's control system and began to showcase its formidable capabilities. Under the optical brain's command, the battleship's various systems became exceptionally responsive and efficient. It could autonomously adjust the engine's output power, ensuring that the battleship maintained optimal speed and maneuverability under diverse conditions. It could even automatically target and attack enemies, making the battleship increasingly precise and lethal in combat. A true weapon of war. Li Hao and Wang Lei were thoroughly satisfied with the newly installed quantum engines, weapon systems, and optical brain, firmly believing that these new devices would enable the battleship to perform with unprecedented strength in future battles. Thus, they resolutely decided to conduct a trial voyage to test the battleship's performance and the efficacy of the new equipment. During this trial voyage, the battleship's performance was nothing short of spectacular. Its speed surpassed that of heavy cruisers, effortlessly evading enemy attacks. The intelligent control of the optical brain made operating the battleship exceedingly simple, allowing even inexperienced crew members to navigate it with ease. Finally, they meticulously restored the battleship's exterior and applied the most advanced stealth coating. Wang Lei gazed at the battleship after the coating was completed, unable to contain his admiration. Wow, it looks absolutely stunning. This battleship now appears as if it has just rolled off the assembly line, shining brilliantly. Li Hao nodded in agreement, responding, indeed, this battleship has undergone a complete transformation. Furthermore, with this stealth coating, we can evade enemy detection more effortlessly during combat. Wang Lei chuckled, haha, the optical brain I had procured for my family is already registered in the Empire's starship system. We need to input the relevant information before we can return to the Empire. Li Hao nodded earnestly, understanding Wang Lei's intent. The Empire's starship system was notoriously stringent. All starships must be registered within this system, or they would be unable to navigate freely within the Empire. Li Hao and Wang Lei worked in unison, diligently inputting the optical brain's information into the Empire's starship system. Phew, finally done. Li Hao sighed with relief. Wang Lei immediately interjected, "Hey, don't celebrate too soon. Look, there's no option for battleships in this system at all." Li Hao and Wang Lei exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with profound concern, fully aware of what this implied. Should their dreadnought be mistakenly classified as a cruiser, they might find themselves entangled in numerous troubles. Yet, they truly had no alternative but to silently pray that the Imperial military would not discover them. Li Hao furrowed his brow tightly. Heavy cruisers are tightly controlled as the military's flagship, and cruisers are certainly not available for sale. What shall we do? After a prolonged period of contemplation, Wang Lei suggested, in that case, let us proceed with registering as a destroyer. By the way, the ship's emblem needs to be meticulously designed. He proposed an emblem featuring a soaring eagle as its focal point, symbolizing their warship's relentless pursuit and fearlessness. The background could be adorned with brilliant, resplendent stars, signifying their ambition to carve out a vast expanse in the boundless universe. Subsequently, filled with joy and anticipation, they named the battleship Dreadnought. After the information was entered, Li Hao and Wang Lei activated the engines of the Dreadnought. The vessel gradually departed the port, steadily steering towards the direction of the Empire. During the voyage, their hearts were in their throats, consumed by anxiety as they fretted about whether the Imperial military might detect this unusual warship. After a day of arduous travel, the Dreadnought finally stumbled into the capital star. Li Hao and Wang Lei sighed in relief, exhaling in unison, murmuring, "We finally made it back." The Dreadnought and Wang Lei's escort ship docked safely at the starport of the capital star. Hastily, they disembarked from the Dreadnought, only to be met by a group of imposing Imperial soldiers. "Who are you? What brings a cruiser to this place?" An officer barked sternly. Chapter 6. The Imperial 13th Legion. Li Hao and Wang Lei quickly exchanged glances, understanding that they needed to clarify the situation. Drawing a deep breath, Li Hao stepped forward courageously and stated, "We are students from the Imperial Royal Academy's Starship Command Department, and this is my Dreadnought destroyer." With that, he promptly activated his holographic device to present their identification codes and registration details. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, the officer's expression transformed to one of astonishment. He scrutinized the Dreadnought and then meticulously examined Li Hao and Wang Lei, saying, "You are indeed students of the Royal Academy, and your registration information appears to be in order. You may proceed, but this destroyer is nearly comparable to a cruiser." Li Hao nodded slightly, chuckling, "Haha, it's merely an impressive facade with little substance." After leaving the starport, Li Hao and Wang Lei hurriedly raced towards the academy. They arrived just in time for the graduation ceremony. Breathless, they stood at the entrance, gazing at the ongoing ceremony on the playground. Relieved to have made it, wiping the sweat from his brow, Li Hao smiled contentedly. "Indeed, we almost missed it." Wang Lei exhaled in relief and patted Li Hao on the shoulder. They entered the playground, found their class, and took their designated seats. Surrounding students were animatedly conversing, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the graduation ceremony. As the ceremony officially began, the principal ascended the podium and delivered an impassioned address. He reflected on the students' journey throughout their time at the academy, brimming with confidence and hope for their future. Next, a representative of the outstanding graduates spoke, sharing their learning experiences and personal insights. Li Hao and Wang Lei listened intently. At the ceremony's conclusion, the principal announced the list of graduates and their assigned fleets. However, when all the names had been read aloud, Li Hao did not hear his own. A wave of disappointment and confusion washed over him. He glanced at Wang Lei, who wore a similarly surprised expression. Although Wang Lei had graduated, he had not been assigned to a military fleet. They exchanged glances and decided to approach the principal for clarification. "Principal, may I ask why my name was not on the list of graduates?" The principal looked at Li Hao and smiled gently, explaining, "Li Hao, your performance and grades have been exemplary, that much is undeniable. However, as you know, this year's fleet assignments were based on a comprehensive evaluation, which included individual grades, capabilities, starship allocations, and other factors. While you excel in many areas, your lack of a starship has precluded your assignment in this distribution. Nevertheless, do not worry. The military should soon make other arrangements for you. Li Hao felt a slight alleviation of his confusion but remained uneasy. He nodded and replied, "Thank you, Principal. However, I now possess a starship." The principal raised an eyebrow, surprised, and inquired, "You have a starship? When did this happen?" "The starship has returned to the starport. Here is the registration information and identification code." Li Hao replied. Upon hearing this, the principal's face broke into a pleased smile. He nodded and said, "Very well, Li Hao, I shall contact the military immediately to inform them of your situation. I believe they will soon make the necessary arrangements." Gratefully, Li Hao looked at the principal and said, "Thank you, Principal. I will patiently await the military's decision." After the graduation ceremony, Li Hao and Wang Lei prepared to leave the academy and encountered Zhang Cheng once again at the gate. Zhang Cheng, adorned in a splendid uniform, with a gleaming captain's medal and the rank of major, exuded an air of smugness. "Ah, is that not Li Hao and Wang Lei? What brings you two loitering here?" Zhang Cheng taunted, "I heard that neither of you was assigned to a fleet. What a pity. But it makes sense, as commoners like you are inherently unqualified to enter the fleet." Li Hao and Wang Lei exchanged glances, both recognizing the anger reflected in each other's eyes. They understood that Zhang Cheng was deliberately provoking them. "Zhang Cheng, do not be too pleased with yourself," Li Hao retorted coldly. "While we may not have been assigned to a fleet, we are still starship captains to ha. How laughable," Zhang Cheng scoffed. You think becoming a starship captain is that easy? It requires an actual starship, which you commoners will never have the opportunity to possess." With that, Zhang Cheng strode away, leaving Li Hao and Wang Lei seething with anger and resentment. In the following days, as Li Hao awaited news from the military, he began preparations for his starship. He meticulously studied its performance and characteristics, familiarizing himself with its weaponry and defense systems. Finally, a week later, Li Hao received notification from the military. With excitement swelling within him, he made his way to the military headquarters. He was ushered into an office where a general awaited him. "You must be Li Hao," General Huang Puhua inquired. "Yes, General," Li Hao replied, saluting. "I am the head of the military department, and my name is Huang Puhua. Your principal has informed me that you now possess a starship." "Indeed, General," Li Hao affirmed. "I recently acquired a destroyer. A destroyer, you say?" General Huang Puhua nodded. "As per regulations, this destroyer will be incorporated into the military, and you will be appointed as the commanding officer of this vessel at the rank of Lieutenant Colonel." Li Hao's heart raced with exhilaration. The captaincy he had longed for was finally within his grasp. And as a lieutenant colonel, he held a higher rank than his peers. However, General Huang Puhua cautioned, "But do not rejoice too soon. The fleets of all legions are currently at full capacity, and we cannot assign you to a fleet at this time." Upon hearing this, Li Hao felt a pang of disappointment. He had achieved the captaincy he had dreamed of. Yet this unforeseen circumstance dampened his spirits. "However, the military will not leave you idle." General Huang Puhua seemed to discern Li Hao's thoughts and continued. "You will be temporarily assigned to the Imperial 13th Legion, tasked with combating smuggling and piracy along the borders of the Endless Sea with your single ship." "The 13th Legion of the Empire? I have never heard of it," Li Hao replied, intrigued. General Huang Puhua chuckled and explained, "The 13th Legion suffered heavy losses during the Endless Sea War 10 years ago. Since the war's conclusion, the Legion has not been reconstituted, and gradually, people began to forget about this heroic force. Nevertheless, the structure of the 13th Legion has been maintained." Li Hao was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a history for the 13th Legion. "Where is the base of the 13th Legion?" Chapter 7. Supply Logistics. General Huang Puhua's expression turned grave as he replied, "The Endless Sea serves as the base for the 13th Legion. It was originally the Empire's frontier." "Do you have any further questions?" General Huang Puhua inquired. "General, how will the crew and future military supplies for my ship be arranged?" Li Hao posed the most pressing question. General Huang Puhua smiled knowingly, as if he had anticipated this inquiry. He rose and approached Li Hao, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Regarding the crew and military supplies, I will grant you significant autonomy. You may recruit and allocate personnel based on your needs and circumstances. Once you reach the coordinates of the Endless Sea, you will find the 13th Legion's garrison. You will go there to take command." Li Hao felt a sudden jolt within him. He had not anticipated that Huang Puhua would grant him such considerable autonomy. With gratitude, he gazed at General Huang Puhua and said, "General, thank you for your trust. I assure you, I will not disappoint your expectations." Huang Puhua nodded, responding, "Li Hao, you must remember that the 13th Legion is the Empire's elite force. Your mission is to defend the Empire's borders and uphold its dignity. You must remain vigilant at all times, continually enhancing your capabilities, and lead the 13th Legion towards glory. After Li Hao departed, Huang Paheo stood by the window, gazing outside, and remarked, "Commander, our 13th Legion has promising successors." Upon returning to his quarters, Li Hao sat at his desk, meticulously contemplating how to recruit and allocate the crew and armaments aboard the starship. He understood that an efficient operational team was crucial for the ship's functioning, and he required individuals of trust and loyalty to occupy key positions. However, the prospect of recruiting on short notice left him somewhat uneasy. He was unaware of the backgrounds and abilities of these strangers and could not guarantee their reliability in critical moments. After careful deliberation, Li Hao resolved to initially employ robots as substitutes. He proceeded to the military's armory, intending to procure the necessary equipment for the warship. Li Hao meticulously compiled a list detailing the required mechs, robots, energy cells, and essential supplies for the Invincible. At the armory, he encountered the quartermaster. Presenting the list, he stated, "This is the inventory we require for the Invincible. I kindly ask you to prepare it at your earliest convenience." The quartermaster scrutinized the list, furrowing his brow in confusion as he inquired, "Which fleet do you belong to?" "This is an allocation for 2 flagship vessels. I am the captain of the Invincible." "This is the inventory required for our ship." The quartermaster, still skeptical, pressed on, "The Invincible? I have never heard of it. Which legion do you serve?" Remaining composed, Li Hao retrieved a document from his pocket and handed it to the quartermaster, saying, "I am with the Empire's 13th Legion. Here is our ship's identification code and relevant documentation for your review." The quartermaster examined the document earnestly. After a moment, he nodded, saying, "I see. However, how does the 13th Legion possess a starship? This inventory is for 2 flagship vessels. Is it not a bit excessive for a single ship? Our vessel is soon to embark on a mission to the Endless Sea. Thus, we require sufficient armaments to ensure our safety and combat readiness. Furthermore, we have authorization from the military command, and all equipment is allocated as necessary. As he spoke, Li Hao presented Huang Paheo's authorization document to the quartermaster. After reviewing the document, the quartermaster's expression shifted to one of surprise. He raised his eyes to Li Hao and said, "Very well. Since you possess the military's authorization, I shall refrain from further inquiries. I will arrange for the preparation of the required armaments forthwith." Li Hao exhaled in relief, replying, "Thank you for your support. We will take great care to safeguard these supplies and will not waste or misuse them." With that, he took the inventory and proceeded to collect the armaments. Upon arriving at the storage area of the armory, he beheld an array of advanced mechs and robots. These armaments represented the Empire's most cutting-edge technology, igniting excitement within Li Hao. He meticulously selected the most advanced mechs and robots, including the latest combat, reconnaissance, and engineering robots. These machines boasted high intelligence and formidable combat capabilities, capable of executing tasks in various complex environments. In addition to mechs and robots, Li Hao also acquired ample energy cells and essential supplies. Energy cells served as the power source for the starship and required adequate reserves, while essential supplies encompassed food, water, medical provisions, and other vital resources for the crew's sustenance. During the procurement of armaments, Li Hao encountered several captains and officers from other fleets. Noticing the substantial amount of armaments he was collecting, they cast astonished and envious glances his way. Just as he was about to exit the armory, an alarm suddenly blared. Startled, he rushed to the entrance, where he saw a group of individuals clad in black uniforms storming in. "Who are you?" "We are the Imperial Royal Guard's Special Operations Team, dispatched to inspect the security of the armory," one of the leaders asserted. "We have been ordered by the Emperor to conduct a review of the armaments." "Which unit are you from, and why are you acquiring such an extensive amount of supplies?" Another leader inquired. "I am the captain of the Invincible, part of the Empire's 13th Legion. These are our ship's armaments, as we are about to embark on a mission to the Endless Sea." Upon hearing the mention of the 13th Legion, the 2 leaders immediately queried, "Where does the 13th Legion possess a starship? These supplies are designated for 2 flagship vessels. Are you engaged in the illicit sale of military equipment?" A wave of dread washed over Li Hao. He recognized that his request for armaments might have raised suspicions. Taking a deep breath, he calmly replied, "Gentlemen, the Invincible is indeed the starship of our 13th Legion. Here is the identification code and documentation, along with our military authorization, confirming that all necessary provisions can be supplied." The 2 leaders exchanged glances before stating, "Since you possess authorization documents, there is no further issue. However, be advised that the illicit sale of military supplies is a grave offense. I hope you will refrain from any unlawful activities, lest you find yourself facing a military tribunal. With that, Li Hao exited the military armory. Feeling a sense of relief wash over him, he had narrowly escaped a precarious situation. However, he was acutely aware that his actions had drawn the attention of others, necessitating caution and vigilance. Upon returning to the Invincible, he had the robots transport all the supplies to the logistics warehouse. Li Hao then retreated to his captain's quarters, sinking into his chair, fatigue weighing heavily upon him. He called Wong Lei, inquiring, "What is your situation?" "I am temporarily assigned to the 13th Legion." Wong Lei, upon receiving Li Hao's call, sounded somewhat excited. "I am not entirely sure. I am merely a frigate, and it seems I have been assigned to the Wong Hai Fleet at Wong Hai Star." "I see. Please take care of your safety. I had hoped we would be assigned together." After conversing for a while, Li Hao ended the call, feeling a twinge of concern. He was uncertain of Wong Hai Star's location, and as the captain of a frigate, Wong Lei bore the critical responsibility of safeguarding it. He wondered whether his friend would encounter any dangers. After replenishing supplies on the Imperial Capital Star, Li Hao submitted a departure request to the military. He understood that time was of the essence, and every moment mattered. The military's approval came swiftly, granting the Invincible permission to set sail without delay. He embarked, heading towards the Endless Sea. Following the coordinates provided by Huang Paheo, Li Hao soon arrived at a border planet, where he received an inquiry from the planetary defense. "Starship ahead, please present your identification code and mission brief." Li Hao instructed the communications officer to send the prepared identification code and mission brief. Shortly thereafter, a response was relayed. "Welcome to the border planet, Captain Li Hao of the Invincible. Your docking request has been approved. Please proceed to the designated location." Li Hao breathed a sigh of relief, recognizing that the military had likely provided prior notification. He directed the starship to follow the given instructions and subsequently disembarked. As he stepped off the vessel, he was greeted by a middle-aged man in military attire. "Captain Li Hao, welcome to the border planet. I am the person in charge here. You may call me Old Wong." Li Hao shook hands with Old Wong, saying, "Hello, Old Wong. Thank you for your assistance during this visit." "No trouble at all. It is all for the Empire," Old Wong replied. "General Huang Paheo has already briefed me on your situation. I will take you to the garrison of the Guard Brigade, and we will fully cooperate with your needs." "That is reassuring, Old Wong. I would like to first understand the situation of the Guard Brigade." Old Wong nodded and summoned someone to bring forth a dossier concerning the Guard Brigade. "Captain Li Hao, the Guard Brigade is part of the Empire's 13th Legion. After the Great War a decade ago, all of the 13th Legion's vessels were destroyed, and the Guard Brigade was formed from the survivors." Li Hao took the dossier and examined it closely. The document revealed that the Guard Brigade comprised 5,000 personnel, divided into 5 regiments of 1,000 each. After reviewing the information, Li Hao gained a general understanding of the brigade's strength. "Old Wong, does the 13th Legion lack starships? Why has the Empire not restored the 13th Legion?" Old Wong replied, "Captain Li Hao, I am uncertain about that. For specifics, you would need to inquire with the personnel of the Guard Brigade." As Li Hao and Old Wong traveled to the Guard Brigade's garrison, they arrived at a large military base situated on the planet's surface. Upon entering the premises, they immediately sensed a tense and serious atmosphere. They proceeded along a wide avenue, flanked by neatly arranged barracks and training facilities. Soldiers, clad in orderly uniforms, marched with resolute strides, engaged in various training exercises. Li Hao could not help but admire the discipline and training standards of the Guard Brigade. Finally, they reached the command center of the Guard Brigade, a towering structure with 2 armed sentries stationed at the entrance. Li Hao and Old Wong presented their identification, and upon being cleared by the sentries, they entered the command center. Inside, an officer was engrossed in work. Noticing the arrival of Li Hao and Old Wong, he promptly rose to greet them. "Welcome to the Guard Brigade, Captain Li Hao and Old Wong." The officer stated, "I am the commander of the Imperial Guard Brigade." Zhang Yu. Li Hao and Old Wong exchanged a few pleasantries with Zhang Yu before taking their seats to discuss matters of importance. "Commander Zhang, you should be aware of the purpose of my visit. Your brigade will be incorporated into my vessel, the Invincible." "Captain Li Hao, I understand your intentions. Our Imperial Guard Brigade is subordinate to the 13th Legion and only accepts orders from it. Since you are the captain of the 13th Legion, we will comply with the reorganization," Commander Zhang replied. "Excellent. Therefore, Commander Zhang, I hope you can expedite the arrangements for the reorganization of the Imperial Guard Brigade. We need to ensure that the brigade adapts to the operational environment of the Invincible in the shortest possible time. Yes, Captain, Commander Zhang stood, saluting. The Imperial Guard Brigade currently lacks ship pilots and crew. The Invincible is presently operated by robots. Zhang continued, Captain, 2 regiments from the Imperial Guard Brigade consist of crew members. These 2,000 personnel, alongside the robotic assistants, can manage 2 fleets. Additionally, there are 3,000 mech soldiers, but presently, the brigade does not possess that many mechs. Immediately arrange for the crew personnel to return with me. The remaining personnel should gather their belongings in preparation for boarding the ship. All unused weapons and equipment must be handed over to Old Wong. I have secured all the necessary equipment for the Imperial Guard Brigade from the armory during my visit. Upon hearing this, Zhang expressed his delight. Yes, Captain, I will make the arrangements at once. Satisfied, Li Hao departed from the Imperial Guard Brigade's base. Accompanied by the crew members, he returned to the Invincible, where the crew was astonished at the sight of such a massive starship. Having never encountered one of its size before, they eagerly boarded the Invincible, beginning to familiarize themselves with its various sections. Li Hao then escorted Commander Zhang and several officers from the Imperial Guard Brigade to the ship's command center. The command center is the heart of the Invincible, equipped with an array of advanced devices and instruments capable of real-time monitoring of the ship's status and surrounding conditions. Li Hao introduced Commander Zhang to some basic information about the Invincible, allowing him to familiarize himself with the command center's operational processes. Upon entering the Invincible, the crew members realized that the operational methods were entirely different from what they had previously encountered, necessitating a complete relearning and adaptation. Over the following days, soldiers of the Imperial Guard Brigade began boarding the Invincible in succession. Li Hao personally led them to the mech bay. The moment they stepped into the mech bay, all were struck with awe at the sight before them. Neatly arranged within the bay were rows of the Empire's latest mechs, gleaming with metallic luster and exuding formidable energy. Each mech appeared to be a work of art. The soldiers of the Imperial Guard Brigade stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they beheld. The number of mechs far exceeded their expectations. They had anticipated only a few symbolic units, yet the quantity before them was sufficient to equip the entire brigade. Observing the astonished expressions of the soldiers, Li Hao smiled and said, "These mechs are allocated for you. They possess the most advanced technology and formidable combat capabilities." He approached one of the mechs, gently caressing its exterior, and continued, "These mechs not only boast powerful firepower and defensive capabilities, but are also equipped with advanced sensors and communication systems, allowing us to engage in combat with greater agility and efficiency." The soldiers gathered around, curiously observing the mechs. They examined the various weapons and equipment mounted on them, as well as the intricate control systems. Some soldiers could not resist reaching out to touch the mechs. Feeling their solidity and strength, Li Hao continued, "However, to operate these mechs, you must undergo rigorous training and assessment. We will provide you with professional training to help you quickly master the skills and strategies required for mech operation." Chapter 9. The Invincible's voyage through the endless sea. His gaze swept across each soldier as he stated, "I believe you are all exceptional soldiers, capable of becoming the drivers of these mechs and the pride of the Invincible." Upon hearing Li Hao's words, the soldiers felt a surge of confidence and determination. They understood that these mechs would become their weapons on the battlefield, allowing them to showcase the strength and glory of the Imperial Guard Brigade. In the days that followed, the soldiers embarked on intense and arduous mech training. They learned the operational methods of the mechs, familiarized themselves with their various functions, and engaged in simulated battles and practical drills. Li Hao remained vigilant, closely monitoring the soldiers' training progress, personally guiding key training subjects and providing invaluable experience and advice. One day, Zhang Yu approached Li Hao and inquired, "Captain, does the military have any tasks for us to execute?" "You guessed correctly. The military indeed has a mission for the Invincible," Li Hao replied. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Zhang Yu's eyes as he promptly asked, "What is the mission?" Li Hao moved to the command console, displaying a star system map and pointing at it. "Our task is to combat pirates and smuggling in the Endless Sea. The Endless Sea is the station of our 13th Legion, and we must reclaim it." His gaze was resolute and unwavering, as if he could already envision the victory to come. The officers standing beside him wore serious expressions. "How is the troop training progressing?" "No issues. We are ready for battle at any time." Zhang Yu responded. "Ready for combat already?" Then let us venture forth for a test. Li Hao commanded the Invincible to set sail towards the endless sea. This time, they did not delve deeply into the waters, opting instead to patrol and scout the periphery. During the course of their patrol, Li Hao closely monitored the surrounding starfield. He noticed that the situation in the endless sea had grown more complex, riddled with asteroids and cosmic turbulence. Unfamiliarity with the routes could pose significant challenges to navigation. In the command room of the Invincible, Li Hao and his staff were deliberating the next course of action. The endless sea was a perilous place, not only swarming with pirates and smugglers, but also harboring some mysterious forces operating in the shadows. To better comprehend the situation in the endless sea, Li Hao decided to dispatch a reconnaissance team to venture deeper into the area. This team comprised elite soldiers from the Invincible, equipped with the most advanced reconnaissance devices and weapons. After the reconnaissance team set off, Li Hao and his staff anxiously awaited their report. However, several hours passed, and the team had yet to return. Concern began to creep into Li Hao's mind. He feared that the reconnaissance team had encountered misfortune. Just then, the radar of the Invincible suddenly detected an unidentified object approaching. Li Hao immediately ordered the soldiers to enter combat readiness, preparing to confront the impending threat. As the pirate ship drew closer, Li Hao commanded the activation of the Invincible's defense systems. Energy shields unfurled around the vessel, forming a formidable barrier. Simultaneously, the ship's weapon systems were placed on standby, ready to retaliate against the pirate ship. Once the pirate vessel entered the attack range, Li Hao decisively issued the order to fire. The turrets of the Invincible erupted with overwhelming firepower, unleashing beams of energy that sliced through the void towards the pirate ship. The pirates aboard retaliated with their ship's weaponry, but under the relentless onslaught from the Invincible, their counterattacks seemed insignificant. Amidst the fierce exchange of fire, Li Hao continuously adjusted tactics, directing the soldiers to execute precise strikes. He adeptly utilized the advantages of the Invincible to evade the pirate ship's attacks while seeking out their vulnerabilities. After an intense battle, the Invincible successfully struck the critical areas of the pirate ship, rendering it incapacitated. Upon confirming that the pirate vessel no longer posed a threat, Li Hao ordered the cessation of fire and dispatched a small team to board the pirate ship for inspection. As they boarded, Li Hao and his soldiers were immediately assaulted by the pungent stench of blood and decay. They cautiously navigated the narrow corridors, remaining vigilant to their surroundings. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoed from ahead. Li Hao and his soldiers quickened their pace towards the source of the sound. Upon reaching the scene, they were taken aback by the sight before them. A group of pirates was brutally slaughtering a number of innocent crew members. The captives were bound to pillars, their bodies marred with wounds, bloodied and battered. A surge of intense anger welled within Li Hao, and without hesitation, he charged towards the pirates. His soldiers followed suit, engaging in a fierce struggle against the marauders. Through the valiant efforts of Li Hao and his men, the pirates were ultimately defeated. They rescued the surviving crew members and apprehended all the pirates, bringing them aboard the Invincible. On the Invincible, Li Hao interrogated the captured pirates. Through the interrogation, they learned that the leader of the pirates was a notorious figure known as Blackbeard. Blackbeard was infamous for his repeated assaults on imperial merchant ships and border towns, inflicting significant losses upon the empire. In the days that followed, Li Hao and his soldiers continued patrolling and engaging in combat within the endless sea. The reconnaissance team returned with vital intelligence. They had engaged in multiple intense skirmishes with the pirates, gradually discerning their patterns and characteristics. During one patrol, Li Hao stood upon the bridge of the Invincible when he suddenly spotted a pirate ship attacking a merchant vessel. The merchant ship appeared old and dilapidated, sailing at a sluggish pace, clearly unable to escape the clutches of the pursuing pirate vessel. A surge of fury ignited within Li Hao, and he promptly commanded the Invincible to accelerate. Charging towards the pirate ship, as the Indomitable approached the pirate vessel, the commander promptly ordered the opening of fire. The ship's cannons erupted with blinding brilliance, unleashing a barrage that reduced the pirate starship to mere debris amidst the stars. Following the sinking of the pirate ship, Li Hao and his soldiers boarded the merchant vessel, liberating the captives and precious cargo, which included jewels, spices, and silks. Li Hao inquired of the merchant captain why he had ventured into these waters despite the known presence of pirates. The captain, somewhat abashed, replied, "The tolls at the Stargate are exorbitantly high. We small traders cannot afford such fees. Thus we are compelled to risk the treacherous endless sea." Chapter 10. The pirates ambushed the Indomitable. Upon hearing the captain's words, A wave of sympathy surged within Li Hao. He understood that for these small-scale merchants, the exorbitant tolls were indeed a heavy burden. Captain, your actions are perilously reckless. The pirates of the endless sea are rampant. And you risk being attacked, he cautioned. The captain sighed in resignation. We are aware of the dangers, yet we have no alternative. Should we avoid the endless sea, our goods would never reach their destination, leading to financial ruin. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hao replied, Captain, I empathize with your plight. However, your choices not only endanger yourselves but also pose a threat to other vessels, if all ships resort to such desperate measures. The pirate problem in the endless sea will only escalate. The captain nodded in agreement. Commander, your words ring true, yet we have no other options. For now, let this suffice, but in the future, it would be wise to avoid sailing alone. It is far too dangerous. During the journey back, Li Hao pondered how to resolve the issue of piracy in the endless sea. He recognized the necessity of strengthening his fleet's capabilities. Although the Indomitable was a formidable warship, it felt somewhat outmatched in the face of numerous pirates. He required additional ships and soldiers to effectively combat the scourge of piracy. Just as Li Hao was lost in thought, the piercing alarm aboard the Indomitable shattered the tranquility, signaling a fierce pirate assault. Dozens of pirate ships, like phantoms, emerged from all directions, surrounding the Indomitable. These vessels unleashed a torrential barrage, akin to a downpour, attempting to sink the Indomitable in one fell swoop. Yet, Li Hao remained remarkably composed. Betraying no hint of panic, he swiftly issued commands, instructing his soldiers to assume battle readiness and prepare to engage the enemy. Activate the primary shield. Prepare the secondary cannons to lock onto the enemy ships. With his orders given, the bridge of the Indomitable sprang to life. Soldiers expertly maneuvered various instruments and equipment, working in unison to display exceptional combat proficiency. Under Li Hao's command, the Indomitable responded with alacrity. The primary shield unfurled instantly, erecting a robust energy barrier that repelled the pirate cannon fire. Simultaneously, the secondary cannons locked onto the enemy vessels, ready to retaliate. Fire the secondary cannons, Li Hao commanded once more. The secondary guns roared to life, beams of light cutting through the night sky as they targeted the pirate ships. The pirates, caught off guard by the Indomitable's formidable counterattack, faltered momentarily. Several pirate vessels were struck directly, erupting into fireballs that illuminated the void of space. Continue firing. Do not grant the pirates any opportunity, Li Hao commanded emphatically. The Indomitable surged toward the pirate ships, the secondary cannons unleashing a relentless barrage. Lighting up the starry expanse. One by one, the pirate vessels were hit, some even disintegrating entirely. Under the overwhelming firepower of the Indomitable, the pirates began to retreat. They hastily turned their ships around, attempting to flee the battlefield. However, Li Hao denied them that chance. Pursue them. Do not let them escape. The Indomitable accelerated, chasing after the pirate ships in the wake of the Indomitable's relentless pursuit. Pirate vessels fell one after another, reduced to cosmic debris. Once all the pirate ships were obliterated, Li Hao and his soldiers stood on the bridge of the Indomitable, gazing at the remnants floating in the starry expanse, their hearts swelling with the thrill of victory. Li Hao turned to his soldiers, who bore expressions of exhaustion yet satisfaction. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, Brothers, we have achieved a magnificent victory today. Yet, we must not rest on our laurels. We must remain vigilant. The soldiers responded in unison, their voices reverberating within the bridge. Li Hao nodded with satisfaction before issuing the order. Indomitable, set course for home. While en route to the starport, Li Hao sought out Zhang Yu. Inquiring, Zhang Yu, how many years have you served in the 13th Legion? Zhang Yu replied, Commander, I have been with the 13th Legion for 15 years, so, you participated in the Endless Sea War 10 years ago? Zhang Yu's gaze deepened, as if recalling the harrowing events of that time. He slowly replied, Indeed, Commander. That battle is one of the most unforgettable experiences of my life. Li Hao watched Zhang Yu in silence, waiting for him to continue. Zhang Yu inhaled deeply and recounted, at that time, I served as the adjutant to the Legion commander. When the Endless Sea War broke out, our entire Legion was ordered to the front lines. His voice trembled slightly, as if the memories of that fierce battle were still vivid. The number of Zerg far exceeded our own. However, we did not falter. We firmly believed that as long as we stood united, we could overcome the enemy. Initially, our 13th Legion, as the Empire's main force, fielded a fleet of over 100 cruisers, effectively making the entire endless sea our territory. As Zhang Yu reminisced, a grand image unfolded before everyone's eyes. In the vast expanse of the endless sea, the fleet of the 13th Legion appeared as a congregation of steel behemoths, arrayed with formidable presence. Their hulls gleamed with metallic luster, and the weapons atop their turrets radiated a lethal threat. Through Zhang Yu's narrative, one could almost visualize that glorious era. The warriors of the 13th Legion, clad in immaculate uniforms, stood valiantly at their posts, their eyes filled with resolve and determination. Yet, the horrors of war far surpassed imagination. The Zerg surged like a tide, their assaults fierce and merciless. The fleet of the 13th Legion gradually succumbed to the onslaught of the Zerg. Waves of attacks battered us, and our fleet suffered devastating losses. Zhang Yu's voice was heavy with pain and resignation, yet we did not surrender. Every warship fought valiantly, and every soldier battled to defend our homeland. In that fierce combat, I witnessed many brave warriors sacrifice their lives for victory. Their sacrifices deeply impressed upon me the brutality of war and the preciousness of peace. Tears glistened in Zhang Yu's eyes. As time passed, the fleet of the 13th Legion found itself encircled by the Zerg. At this critical juncture, the Legion commander made an incredibly difficult decision. Chapter 11. The decline of the 13th Legion. He resolved to lead a portion of the fleet to break through the encirclement, to buy time for the other warriors to retreat. Zhang Yu's voice was filled with admiration and sorrow. It was a harrowing breakout battle, where we fought tooth and nail against the Zerg. Under the command of the Legion commander, a portion of the fleet successfully pierced through the Zerg's encirclement. However, we paid a heavy price. By the time we finally evaded the Zerg's pursuit, the fleet of the 13th Legion had been drastically reduced. Zhang Yu's voice was laden with loss and grief. Why was it only our 13th Legion that faced this fate? Where were the reinforcements? Li Hao's inquiry plunged Zhang Yu into silence, his gaze dimming. After a long pause, he slowly responded, "In truth, we did send out distress signals to other legions." But his voice trailed off, as if the words were difficult to articulate. However, due to the Zerg's sudden assault, the entire Empire's defensive line fell into chaos. Other legions were engaged in fierce battles with the Zerg on their respective fronts and could not spare forces to assist you. Li Hao furrowed his brow and asked, "Was there truly no alternative? Were we to be encircled by the Zerg without any avenue for retreat?" Zhang Yu shook his head in resignation. The situation at that time was dire. We could only rely on our strength to resist the Zerg's advance. Although our fleet was outnumbered, our warriors possessed unwavering faith and indomitable spirit. His eyes sparkled with determination, as if recalling the arduous battles of that time. So that was the case. How did the war ultimately conclude? In the final stages of the battle, our fleet had suffered catastrophic losses, and the Legion commander decided to lead a daring team to charge towards the Zerg's nest, attempting to destroy their command center. Everyone knew this plan was exceedingly perilous, yet the Legion commander resolutely led the team without hesitation. Zhang Yu replied mournfully. Li Hao's eyes glistened with moisture, moved by the commander's courage and spirit of sacrifice. Ultimately, the commander succeeded in destroying the Zerg's nest, creating an opportunity for our escape. At long last, we have broken through the encirclement of the Zerg and arrived at this border star. Zhang Yu's voice was imbued with sorrow and reflection. Li Hao listened silently to Zhang Yu's narrative, his heart swelling with respect for the commander and a poignant sense of history. He was acutely aware that it was heroes like the commander who enabled the Empire to stand firm in times of peril. And what transpired thereafter? What trials did the 13th Legion endure? Zhang Yu sighed softly, a hint of sadness flickering in his eyes as he spoke. After that battle, we returned to the battlefield in search of survivors, ultimately recovering fewer than 5,000 souls. Upon hearing this, Li Hao's heart sank. This battle represented an extraordinarily painful defeat for the 13th Legion. Not only had they lost a vast number of soldiers, but they had also suffered the loss of many distinguished leaders and comrades. In a single grand conflict, over 1 million officers of the 13th Legion were reduced to a mere 5,000. Li Hao murmured, his spirits weighed down heavily. Why then, after all these years, has the 13th Legion not been re-established? Zhang Yu's expression darkened, and he replied slowly, "This is a decision made by the upper echelons of the Empire, and we are powerless to change it. Does the Empire not value the history and honor of the 13th Legion?" Zhang Yu sighed again, saying, The Empire's considerations are multifaceted. On one hand, the reconstruction of the 13th Legion demands substantial resources and time. While the Empire currently faces threats from the Zerg and other factions, necessitating a concentration of resources for defense and expansion. On the other hand, the 13th Legion was supported by the Li family of the imperial capital. And after the commander's sacrifice, the Li family ceased to bear the financial burden of the 13th Legion. How could this be? Shouldn't the army be financed by the Empire? Zhang Yu smiled wryly, responding, "This is the system of the Empire, the inception of the Empire. In order to encourage various families to serve, it was stipulated that each family could establish its own private army, funded by the family itself. Thus, the 13th Legion was essentially the private army of the Li family. Yet, does this not result in the increasing power of various families, potentially threatening the Empire's dominion?" Zhang Yu nodded, acknowledging, "You are correct. Therefore, the Empire has imposed strict limitations on the private armies of each family, regulating their size and equipment, and the 13th Legion was formed under such constraints." But why does the Li family no longer fund the 13th Legion? Zhang Yu was silent for a moment before stating, "This is due to a change in the head of the Li family. The current head is the commander's brother, who believes that the Li family has already contributed enough to the Empire and should not continue to bear the expenses of the 13th Legion. Moreover, the costs required for its reconstruction are astronomical. He wishes to allocate that money to develop other family enterprises and enhance the family's standing and influence. Do you know where the funding for the honor guard has come from these past 10 years? Zhang Yu shook his head, saying, "I am not privy to that information. Aren't you a scion of the Li family from the imperial capital?" "I am not. I am a commoner who graduated this year from the Royal Academy of the imperial capital, assigned to the 13th Legion by General Huang Pu Hao." Zhang Yu was taken aback by Li Hao's revelation. He had not anticipated that Li Hao was not a member of the Li family, but rather a commoner graduate. "How did you gain admission to the Royal Academy?" Zhang Yu inquired. My parents perished in the Endless Sea War when I was less than 8 years old. Upon learning of their demise, I was sent to the Royal Academy. Hearing this, Zhang Yu felt a surge of sympathy. He could only imagine the heavy toll of losing one's parents at such a tender age. Yet Li Hao had managed to grow resilient in such adversity. It was a testament to immense courage and fortitude. "Surely, your life at the Royal Academy must have been fraught with challenges?" Zhang Yu asked. "It is all in the past now. It no longer burdens me." His tone was flat, but Zhang Yu could detect a subtle pain hidden within his gaze. Upon returning to starport on the border, Old Wong hurriedly approached the docking position of the Invincible, anxiously awaiting Li Hao's arrival. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and a flicker of concern lingered in his eyes. When Li Hao's figure finally came into view, Old Wong immediately rushed forward. He grasped Li Hao's arm tightly, asking with urgency, "Captain Li, have you offended someone? Today, our starport command received orders from the Imperial military to cease all supply provisions for the Invincible, and you are not permitted to remain docked at the border star for an extended period." Chapter 12. Endless Sea Base. Li Hao was taken aback by Old Wong's words, but his expression remained composed. He furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before replying, "Old Wong, let us not rush. First, we should find a place to sit and discuss this matter calmly." The two settled into a quiet corner of a nearby CAF. Observing Old Wong's anxious demeanor, Li Hao gently inquired, "Old Wong, I am equally in the dark regarding this situation. What is the situation on your end?" Old Wong, feeling somewhat reassured by Li Hao's inquiry, took a sip of coffee and slowly replied, "I am not entirely sure either. I only received notification from the Border Star Command stating that effective today, the Honor Guard will return to the re-established 13th Legion aboard the Invincible, and it will no longer be part of the Border Star's structure. Furthermore, the order stated that the Invincible is now the starship of the 13th Legion and cannot remain docked at the Border Star for long." Li Hao frowned, contemplating for a moment, then remarked, "It seems there are those who do not wish for us to thrive." Old Wong nodded in agreement. "Indeed, but what can we do? We are merely ordinary soldiers, lacking any background or connections. We can only obey orders. Do not worry, Old Wong. We will depart immediately after resupplying. We will not put you in a difficult position." Old Wong nodded, saying, "This supply will be on my account. It is all I can do to assist your 13th Legion. Thank you, Old Wong." After parting ways, Li Hao returned to the Invincible and briefed Zhang Yu on the situation with Old Wong. Zhang Yu's brow furrowed deeply upon hearing the news. "Captain, what does the military intend to convey?" Are they attempting to drive the 13th Legion to its demise? Zhang Yu spoke with unwavering conviction. Li Hao remained silent for a moment, a glimmer of concern flashing in his eyes. Zhang Yu, our primary focus now is to find a place to settle down. The military's orders are rather suspicious. We will investigate further when the opportunity arises. Zhang Yu pondered before suggesting, Captain, the endless sea star domain contains many uninhabited planets. We could initially find refuge in an uninhabited region, but after this, it is likely that our supplies from the military will also cease. Li Hao nodded. We can no longer rely on military provisions. We must devise our own solutions. Zhang Yu frowned. Captain? Our resources are limited. Surviving in an uninhabited star domain will not be an easy task. Li Hao smiled. Zhang Yu, do not forget, we have the Invincible. Please make arrangements and ensure the crew is prepared. We must set off promptly towards the endless sea star domain. Zhang Yu nodded and then turned to leave the command chamber. Li Hao watched Zhang Yu's retreating figure, silently vowing to lead everyone out of this predicament. Soon, the Invincible set sail, heading towards the endless sea star domain. After several days of travel, the Invincible finally arrived at the endless sea star domain. The vastness of the starry sky appeared particularly empty and silent. Evoking an inexplicable sense of oppression, Li Hao ordered the Invincible to reduce speed and commenced scanning and probing the surrounding planets. They hoped to locate a suitable planet for habitation, a place where they could start anew. After days of searching, Li Hao and his team finally discovered a seemingly suitable planet. Although the environment was somewhat harsh, it boasted abundant resources and vast land, sufficient to meet their immediate needs. Li Hao and Zhang Yu resolved to establish a base on this planet. They scoured the terrain in search of an appropriate site. After several days of exploration, they stumbled upon a valley, characterized by flat terrain, ample water sources, and surrounded by small hills that could serve as natural barriers. As they entered the valley, they were astonished to find a massive natural cave. The cave's entrance was spacious enough for large vehicles to pass through. Inside, the cavern was immense, its ceiling soaring high, and the stone walls shimmered with strange luminescence, as if the mysteries of the universe were concealed within. This cave is truly magnificent. Zhang Yu exclaimed, we can transform it into an underground base. Ensuring both safety and cost-effectiveness, Li Hao nodded in agreement, clearly pleased with the cave. However, we must conduct a thorough investigation of the cave to ascertain any geological hazards. Zhang Yu concurred. This is indeed an excellent location. We can establish our base here. Having determined the valley as the site for their base, Li Hao and Zhang Yu commenced planning and construction. In such a harsh environment, a sturdy and durable shelter was vital for the crew's living conditions and safety. Therefore, they decided to utilize local stone materials and employ a universal modular production system to construct accommodations for the soldiers. To enhance the comfort and safety of the residences, they also installed advanced equipment and facilities within, such as air purification systems and oxygen supply systems, to ensure the freshness and healthiness of the indoor AI. Li Hao, Zhang Yu, and various officers convened at the command center of the base. Zhang Yu proposed, our supplies are dwindling. We must swiftly seek new sources of replenishment. Li Hao nodded in agreement, recognizing the gravity of the situation. After a thorough discussion, they resolved to dispatch a reconnaissance team composed of seasoned officers to explore the vicinity for resources. Li Hao set off aboard the Invincible to scout for resource-rich planets, while Zhang Yu remained at the command center, overseeing operations and the continued development of the base. Subsequently, Li Hao piloted the Invincible away from the home planet. Determined to seek resources in the Endless Sea Star region for the future of the Invincible and the 13th Legion. On the bridge of the Invincible, Li Hao and his officers formulated an exploration plan. They decided to begin by investigating several known star systems, searching for potential resource-rich planets while remaining vigilant for signs of other factions in the surrounding cosmos. As the Invincible glided through the starlit expanse, Li Hao and his crew maintained a constant state of alertness. They encountered a few asteroid fields and cosmic dust but managed to evade them successfully. After several days of navigation, they finally stumbled upon a band of pirates. The number of pirate ships was considerable, and they were well-equipped. Li Hao surmised that a fierce battle loomed ahead, prompting him to order his crew to prepare for combat. Chapter 13. Assault on the pirate hideout. As they sailed silently, the pirates remained blissfully unaware of the Invincible's presence. Li Hao observed the pirates' movements, speculating that they had just finished plundering a merchant convoy. He decided to stealthily follow the pirates, intending to launch an attack once they revealed their stronghold. Li Hao reasoned that a direct confrontation with the pirates could yield unnecessary risks and losses. By tracking them, he could gain a clearer understanding of their strength and defenses, allowing for a more comprehensive battle strategy. Moreover, locating the pirates' hideout would enable them to eradicate this menace once and for all. The Invincible maintained a safe distance, cautiously tailing the pirate vessels. Li Hao and his crew closely monitored the pirates' every move, ready to strike at the opportune moment. After some time, the pirates finally reached their lair, a secret base concealed within an asteroid belt, surrounded by various defensive installations and traps. Li Hao refrained from launching an immediate attack. Instead, he deployed a small reconnaissance drone to gather detailed intelligence on the base's layout, troop distribution, and defensive systems. With a comprehensive understanding of the enemy's situation, Li Hao convened his officers to devise a battle plan. They decided to implement a phased assault strategy, initially utilizing the Invincible's formidable firepower to dismantle the enemy's defensive structures, followed by deploying mech troops to engage in close-quarters combat. Once all preparations were complete, the Invincible stealthily approached the pirate hideout like a phantom. With resolute determination, Li Hao issued the attack command. In an instant, the main cannon of the Invincible unleashed powerful energy beams, illuminating the darkness like lightning. Striking precisely at the pirate base's defensive installations, a thunderous explosion ensued, reducing the pirate base's defenses to rubble, flames soaring into the sky amidst billowing smoke. The pirates, caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, found their defensive systems rapidly collapsing under the Invincible's fierce attack. Soon after, the mech troops swiftly descended upon the interior of the base. What is happening? Where did this attack come from? The pirate leader bellowed in shock. Captain, it's a military warship. They appeared suddenly near our base and launched a fierce assault. A panicked pirate responded, a military warship? How could they have found this place? The pirate leader seethed through clenched teeth. Captain, now is not the time for questions. Our defense systems have been destroyed, and the mech troops have landed. We must organize a counterattack, another pirate urged anxiously. Counterattack? How can we counterattack? Our weaponry is no match for theirs. The pirate leader retorted in fury. Captain, we can't just sit here and wait. We still have some hidden weapons and defenses to use against them. One pirate suggested. Very well. Activate the defensive systems immediately. Let their mech troops taste our might, commanded the pirate leader. The pirates sprang into action, activating the defensive systems. The base erupted with explosions and flames. The mech troops, led by their commander, advanced cautiously, systematically dismantling the pirates' defenses and weaponry while enduring the pirates' stubborn resistance. Observing the unfolding battle, the commander felt a surge of urgency. He knew they had to breach the pirates' defenses swiftly. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. He turned to his team and shouted, Everyone, we must push through their lines. Upon hearing their commander's words, the team quickened their pace, leveraging the mech's overwhelming firepower to systematically destroy the pirate defenses. Yet, the pirates' resistance intensified. Utilizing various weapons and traps, they sought to impede the advance of the mech troops. During a fierce exchange of fire, one team member's mech was struck by pirate artillery and lost control. Watch out! The commander shouted, rushing forward to extract the injured team member from the mech. Concerned, he asked, Are you all right? The team member shook his head, responding, I'm fine, Commander. It's just the mech. The commander patted his shoulder reassuringly, saying, Don't worry. We will avenge your mech. With that, he led his team onward. They finally broke through the pirate defenses, entering the core area of the base. Within the core area, they discovered a massive energy reactor. The commander realized this was the source of the pirates' energy. If they could destroy it, they could obliterate the base's defenses. Listen up. Our target is that energy reactor. Once we destroy it, victory will be ours. The commander declared. The team rallied in response, charging towards the energy reactor. However, as they neared their objective, a formidable energy shield obstructed their path. What is this? The commander exclaimed in astonishment. Commander, this must be the pirates' final line of defense. A team member noted. The commander nodded, stating, All right, everyone, attack the shield together and see if we can break through. The team unleashed their firepower, but the shield remained steadfast. Watching the impenetrable barrier, the commander felt a rising anxiety. He knew they needed to find a way to breach the shield quickly, or their previous efforts would be in vain. At that moment, one team member suddenly had an idea, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Commander, I have a plan. We can use the energy cores from the mechs to create an energy pulse. It might breach the shield. The commander's eyes lit up with hope upon hearing this suggestion. He nodded. Excellent idea. Everyone, get to work. The team members carefully extracted the energy cores from their mechs, which served as the power source, containing immense energy. They meticulously connected the cores to form a powerful energy matrix and activated the energy pulse device. With a deep rumble, the energy pulse device began to operate, gradually channeling energy from the matrix. As the team watched in anticipation, a brilliant energy pulse began to take shape, radiating dazzling light like a bolt of lightning. The commander gazed at the energy pulse, filled with hope. He knew this was their final chance. If the pulse could break the shield, they could destroy the pirate base and complete their mission. Prepare yourselves, the commander shouted. 3, 2, 1, launch. Chapter 14. Seizing the spoils of war with the commander's command, the team members pressed the launch button. The energy pulse device instantly released a powerful energy pulse that raced toward the shield at incredible speed. Under the impact of the energy pulse, the shield began to crack, the fissures rapidly expanding until the shield shattered completely. We did it. The team cheered in jubilation. The commander led them into the reactor control room, where they found a group of pirates desperately attempting to initiate the reactor's self-destruct sequence. We cannot allow them to succeed. The commander shouted, eliminate them immediately. The team members raised their weapons and opened fire. In the heated exchange, bullets whizzed through the air like rain, producing sharp whistles. Though the pirates fought valiantly, they fell one by one under the overwhelming firepower of the mech troops. The team coordinated closely, providing cover for one another as they advanced, their mechs gleaming with metallic brilliance amidst the flames, showcasing unparalleled strength and authority. Each shot struck true, leaving the pirates with no avenues of escape. As the battle raged on, the number of pirates dwindled, and despair settled upon them as they realized they could not withstand the mech troops' assault. Some pirates attempted to flee, but the team quickly pursued and eliminated them. Ultimately, the team successfully eradicated all the pirates, leaving no survivors. Subsequently, the commander of the mech squadron informed Li Hao, Captain, the pirates at the base have been eliminated. Sitting in the captain's chair aboard the Invincible, Li Hao's face broke into a satisfied smile upon hearing this news. He immediately commanded, pilot the Invincible down to the pirate base. Let us investigate what spoils await us. The Invincible descended slowly onto the pirate base. Li Hao led a contingent of soldiers out of the ship, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. Divide into smaller groups and search the base for any valuable items, Li Hao ordered. The soldiers promptly split into teams, beginning their careful search amidst the ruins. They deftly avoided hazardous areas, seeking any potentially useful information or supplies. Li Hao joined the search party himself, meticulously observing everything around him. Suddenly, he discovered a hidden chamber concealed within the debris. The door to the chamber was tightly shut, yet Li Hao sensed that something significant lay within. There is a secret room here. The soldiers quickly gathered around, and together they pushed the door open with all their might. As the door creaked open, Li Hao nearly leaped for joy. How could there be so many energy blocks? Upon entering the chamber, his eyes were immediately drawn to the multitude of energy blocks piled within. These blocks shimmered in various colors, resembling dazzling gemstones, each representing a different type of energy. He picked one up casually, feeling the immense energy contained within, as if he were grasping the very power of the universe. These energy blocks will sustain our Invincible for an extended period, Li Hao remarked, his gaze brimming with excitement and satisfaction. One soldier replied joyfully, Captain, the energy ores in this room are all of a high grade, sufficient for an entire fleet. Li Hao scrutinized the energy blocks, pondering their origins and uses. He understood the paramount importance of these blocks for the Invincible. They would provide robust power and support, enabling them to continue their exploration and combat in the cosmos. The soldiers also eagerly entered the chamber, busily collecting the energy blocks and stowing them in their backpacks, each face alight with joyful smiles. Captain, we have also discovered some documents, one soldier announced, handing Li Hao several papers. As Li Hao examined the documents, he realized that these energy blocks were originally military property, illicitly sold by certain individuals. These individuals are exceedingly audacious, Li Hao stated, his voice turning grave. After the soldiers completed their collection of energy blocks, Li Hao led them out of the chamber and, surveying the area with a serious expression, inquired, is there any other gain? The mech squadron commander approached briskly, saluted Li Hao, and reported, "Captain, our surprise assault on the pirates yielded commendable results. We successfully captured the majority of their starships, including over a dozen transport vessels, 10 frigates, 4 destroyers, and 1 decommissioned cruiser. Although these ships appear somewhat antiquated, they should still be serviceable after repairs and modifications." Li Hao nodded, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He understood the invaluable treasure these captured vessels represented for them. Though old, with meticulous repairs and modifications, they could be revitalized for combat. The mech squadron commander continued, "We also uncovered a significant amount of minerals and supplies in the rear warehouse." Li Hao's eyes lit up. These minerals and supplies were equally crucial resources for their fleet. "Take me there to have a look, and ensure you conduct a thorough inspection for any omissions." The mech squadron commander led Li Hao to the warehouse where the supplies were stored. Upon entering, Li Hao's gaze swept over the stored goods, and a wave of astonishment washed over him. Inside were numerous items that the Empire had explicitly prohibited from being sold, likely smuggled in through illicit channels. "These minerals and supplies can be utilized to manufacture additional mechs and weapons," Li Hao declared, "and can also be used to repair and upgrade our starships. We must expedite their transport back to base for processing and utilization." Under Li Hao's direction, the soldiers busily began transporting the minerals and supplies. They carefully loaded these precious resources onto the transport vessels, ensuring their safe return to base. Just as they were moving the supplies, a soldier rushed over to Li Hao, reporting, "Captain, we have found something in the warehouse that requires your attention." Li Hao's heart quickened, and he immediately followed the soldier to the warehouse. Upon arrival, he was taken aback by the sight before him. In the corner of the warehouse stood 2 starship cannons, their muzzles glinting ominously, as if whispering of their formidable power. "What is the meaning of this?" Li Hao inquired, his voice filled with astonishment and confusion. The soldiers exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. At that moment, an officer approached, responsible for overseeing the transport in this warehouse. "Captain, we discovered these starship cannons in the warehouse. They are brand new and have never been used." The officer explained. "What?" Li Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. How could such powerful weapons end up in the hands of pirates? The officer shook his head, saying, "We are still unclear about the particulars. However, we can be certain that the destructive capacity of these starship cannons is immense. If the pirates were to use them against our fleet, the consequences would be dire. We must swiftly transport these 2 cannons back to base," Li Hao insisted. His gaze remained fixed on the 2 cannons standing ominously in the warehouse. A sense of urgency coursing through him, he turned to the mech squadron commander and asked, "How much more supply remains to be loaded?" The mech squadron commander swiftly replied, "Captain, approximately 1/3 of the supplies are yet to be loaded." Li Hao furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before stating, "First, load the starship cannons onto the transport vessel, and the remaining supplies can follow afterward." "Understood, Captain." The mech squadron commander promptly took charge, organizing the soldiers to carefully load the starship cannons onto the transport vessel. After diligent efforts, the cannons were finally secured aboard. Li Hao let out a sigh of relief. After several hours of strenuous work, all supplies had been loaded onto the transport vessel. Looking at the fully loaded transport ship, Li Hao felt a profound sense of accomplishment. "Set sail," Li Hao commanded, and the fleet gradually departed the pirate base, heading towards their own base. Throughout the journey back, Li Hao continuously contemplated how the emergence of these 2 starship cannons would alter their strategic landscape. Upon arriving at the base, Li Hao immediately convened a meeting with the officers to discuss how to leverage the starship cannons and the recently acquired supplies. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense yet fervent. Li Hao stood at the head of the table, his demeanor serious as he addressed the assembled officers. "Ladies and gentlemen, the 2 starship cannons we have captured are of paramount strategic significance. We must utilize them to enhance our combat capabilities." The officers nodded in agreement, fully aware of the cannon's potential power and the significant impact their proper utilization could have on their battles. "I have conducted data simulations and calculated that the Invincible can withstand the recoil of the starship cannons." Li Hao continued, "We can install one of the cannons on the Invincible, thereby transforming it into a battleship with formidable firepower." "That is implausible. Even heavy cruisers cannot endure the recoil of a starship cannon, and the Invincible is merely a larger destroyer," an officer interjected. Li Hao smiled slightly, knowing that the officer's concerns were valid. Starship cannons are indeed extraordinarily powerful weapons, capable of devastating a battleship with their recoil. "I understand this may sound incredible, but who told you the Invincible is merely a destroyer?" When have you ever seen a destroyer of such size? Li Hao continued, we can make modifications to the Invincible, adding shock absorption devices and reinforcing its structure to ensure it can withstand the recoil of the starship cannon. The officers exchanged skeptical glances. Aware of the starship cannon's formidable power, Captain, I believe we should proceed with caution, one officer cautioned. Starship cannons are exceedingly dangerous weapons. If mishandled, they could inflict significant harm upon ourselves. Li Hao nodded, recognizing the officer's valid concerns. Starship cannons are indeed incredibly powerful, with the potential to obliterate a planet. Mishandling them could cause catastrophic damage to their own ship. I understand your apprehensions, but we cannot allow fear to deter us from seizing this opportunity. Li Hao asserted. In addition to reducing the recoil, we can also lower the output power, thus mitigating the risks. The officers fell into contemplation upon hearing Li Hao's words. Very well, Captain. We trust your judgment. One officer finally stated, we will proceed with your instructions to modify the Invincible, enabling it to withstand the recoil of the starship cannon. Furthermore, we have acquired a substantial amount of minerals and supplies. Let us retain what we need and devise a plan to dispose of the rest in exchange for what we require. Li Hao's proposal received unanimous approval, sparking discussions on how to manage the acquired minerals and supplies. We could reach out to some black market traders to sell these minerals and supplies to them. This is not feasible. Black market dealers are notoriously unreliable, and their prices are also highly volatile. Another officer interjected. Then we might reach out to some reputable merchants to sell these minerals and supplies to them. That won't work. The majority of this confiscated haul consists of imperial contraband. Selling it outright could lead to significant troubles. We must find trustworthy individuals who can facilitate this without exposing us, replied the first officer. Upon hearing this, the group fell into deep contemplation. The sheer volume of the seized materials was considerable. If not addressed promptly, it would not only occupy the fleet's precious space, but might also attract the Empire's scrutiny. However, selling it directly could invite unnecessary complications. Captain, I have an idea, one officer suddenly remarked. We could contact some black market dealers. They typically have their own channels and connections that could assist us in offloading this cargo. That is out of the question. Black market dealers are unreliable, and their pricing fluctuates too much. Li Hao shook his head. Very well, I will devise a strategy for selling the supplies. You all should discuss the starship issues for now. Zhang Yu suggested, this time we have captured a decommissioned cruiser. 4 destroyers and 10 frigates, we could first establish a planetary-level escort fleet. The Imperial military may not approve of that, and these warships lack sufficient armaments, another officer countered. Zhang Yu smiled and said, the Wuyo can be modified with star-killing cannons, which will free up 2 laser main cannons that can be mounted on the cruiser. Obtaining the additional secondary cannons should not be too difficult. Forming a fleet requires military approval, and the flagship commander needs to be dispatched by the military. Zhang Yu explained, we are the 13th Legion. The Empire will not assign a commander. Besides, the commander of a planetary-level escort fleet is merely a lieutenant colonel. Isn't Captain Li a lieutenant colonel? Chapter 16. Farewell to Huang Pu Hao. All right. Let us proceed according to this plan. Li Hao nodded. Zhang Yu, you are responsible for the maintenance and modification of these starships. I will contact the military to see if we can apply for fleet formation. Yes, Captain. Zhang Yu saluted and exited the command room. Li Hao observed Zhang Yu's retreating figure, deep in thought. Forming a fleet was no easy task. Numerous factors needed consideration. Firstly, they required sufficient warships and weaponry. Although they had captured several vessels, all needed repairs and modifications before they could be operational. Secondly, they needed adequate personnel. While the guards had enough crew to operate the starships, they still lacked mech soldiers. Lastly, they needed the military's approval and support. If the military opposed their fleet formation, all would be for naught. Li Hao resolved to personally visit the military headquarters to explain the situation and garner support. He selected a few capable officers to accompany him to the military. After several days of travel, Li Hao finally arrived at the military headquarters. He and the officers approached the imposing building, where guards stood vigilant, weapons at the ready, eyeing their surroundings with suspicion. Taking a deep breath, Li Hao adjusted his uniform and led the officers toward the entrance. Upon seeing them approach, the guards raised their weapons, blocking their path. Who goes there? One soldier barked. Li Hao produced his identification and presented it to the soldier. The soldier examined the ID carefully before nodding and returning it. It is Captain Li Hao. You may enter, the soldier said. Li Hao retrieved his ID and, along with the officers, stepped into the military headquarters. He sought out Huang Pu Hao's office and stood at the door, feeling slightly anxious. He was uncertain whether Huang Pu Hao would be willing to meet with him. Taking a deep breath, he gently knocked on the door. "Come in," a deep voice responded. Li Hao opened the door and entered the office with the officers. The room was simply furnished, containing only a desk, a chair, and several file cabinets. Huang Pu Hao sat behind the desk, engrossed in a document. Li Hao approached the desk, saluted Huang Pu Hao, and said, "Report to General. Captain Li Hao of the 13th Legion presents himself." Huang Pu Hao lifted his gaze, regarded Li Hao, and nodded. "Have a seat." Li Hao and the officers settled into chairs, awaiting Huang Pu Hao's words. Huang Pu Hao scrutinized Li Hao before asking, "Li Hao, why have you returned? What brings you to the military headquarters?" "General, I have come to report on certain developments," Li Hao replied. Huang Pu Hao nodded slightly. "Proceed." "General, we have eradicated a pirate stronghold near the Endless Sea Star region. Seizing a decommissioned cruiser, 4 destroyers, and 10 frigates, we wish to apply for the formation of a planetary-level escort fleet." Huang Pu Hao's face brightened with a smile. "Impressive. You have engaged the pirates so swiftly." "General, we hope the military can extend some support and assistance," Li Hao continued. Huang Pu Hao nodded. "I am aware of your request for fleet formation. The military will review it promptly." "Thank you, General." Li Hao then stood, saluted Huang Pu Hao once more, and departed the office with the officers. After leaving the military headquarters, Li Hao did not immediately depart from the Imperial Capital Star. They found a nearby hotel to stay at and subsequently visited various markets to assess the pricing of mineral resources. After gathering information, Li Hao called Wang Lei. "Where are you now?" "I am currently at the Wong High Star base." "What's up, Howsy?" Wang Lei replied. "I am at the Imperial Capital Star. We eliminated a pirate group in the Endless Sea and seized a batch of supplies. I wanted to see if you have any channels to help us offload them." Wang Lei continued, "That shouldn't be a problem. My family should be able to assist you. I am not at the Imperial Capital Star at the moment, but I can have my father speak with you." "Very well. Arrange a time for me to meet with your father to discuss the details," Li Hao responded after a moment of contemplation. "No problem. I will arrange it as soon as possible. However, before the meeting, we need to understand the specifics of the seized supplies to negotiate the price better." "Yes, I will prepare a detailed inventory for you. Additionally, you might consider finding some professional appraisers to evaluate the supplies, so I have a clearer understanding," Wang Lei said. "All right, I will expedite arrangements for that. By the way, Howsy, was there anything particularly valuable among the supplies you seized?" Wang Lei inquired. Li Hao chuckled. "A few warships and some weaponry. By the way, how are things at the Wong High Star base?" Wang Lei replied, "It's all right, just a bit busy. Recently, we have noticed some unusual activity near the Wong High Star. There might be a new pirate faction operating." Li Hao frowned. "Pirates? You all need to be extra cautious. Do not underestimate them." After a lengthy conversation, they hung up. Li Hao lay on the hotel bed. Staring at the ceiling in a daze, he contemplated how to negotiate with Wang Lei's father and how to manage the seized supplies. This batch of materials represented a substantial fortune for him, but also held the potential for complications. Caution was imperative to avoid unnecessary troubles. After a while, Li Hao got up, took a shower, and changed into a fresh outfit. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already past 4 in the afternoon. He decided to grab a bite to eat before returning to the hotel to await Wang Lei's father. Li Hao entered a nearby restaurant, ordering a steak and a glass of red wine. He savored the meal slowly, relishing this rare moment of leisure. After finishing his meal, Li Hao returned to the hotel, sat on the sofa, and turned on the television to watch the news for a while. Around 7 in the evening, Li Hao received a call from Wang Lei. Wang Lei informed him that his father was on his way to the hotel. After hanging up, Li Hao tidied his attire and walked to the hotel entrance to await Wang Lei's father. Shortly after, a black sedan pulled up at the hotel entrance. The car door opened, and a middle-aged man stepped out. He was tall, with a resolute countenance and an air of authority in his gaze. Li Hao approached, extending his hand. "Hello, I am Li Hao. It is a pleasure to meet you." Chapter 17. The first meeting with Wang Lei's father. The middle-aged man shook Li Hao's hand and replied, "Hello, I am Wang Lei's father. It is also a pleasure to meet you." After exchanging a few pleasantries, they entered the hotel and proceeded to Li Hao's room. Li Hao offered Wang Lei's father a seat and poured him a glass of water. Wang Lei's father took a sip and said, "Li Hao, I heard from Wang Lei that you have seized a batch of supplies and would like my assistance in offloading them." "Yes, I intend to sell them for cash or resources," Li Hao confirmed. Wang Lei's father nodded. "I am already aware of the specifics of these supplies. I can help you offload them, but we will need to negotiate the price. Of course, please go ahead. Wang Lei's father continued, the total value of these supplies is approximately 120 million star coins. I can offer you 90 million star coins for the lot. Li Hao furrowed his brow. 90 million star coins? That price seems a bit low, doesn't it? Wang Lei's father replied, Li Hao, you must understand that these supplies were seized from pirates and lack any legal documentation. In the event that we wish to sell it, we must navigate through various channels, which will incur certain costs. Li Hao pondered for a moment and then stated, very well, Uncle Wong, 90 million star coins. However, I hope you can expedite the disposal of this batch of supplies, as I require the funds to procure some weaponry and materials. Wang Lei's father nodded in agreement, responding, that is certainly manageable. Rest assured, I will provide you with the funds as per our agreement. Thank you, Uncle Wong. By the way, I have a list here. Could you assist me in procuring these items? Wang Lei's father took the list, glanced over it and replied, no problem, I can help you acquire these items. However, you must inform me of the time and location for the delivery, so I can arrange for someone to bring them to you. All right, Uncle Wong, I need these items delivered to Starport within a week. Wang Lei's father assured him, that is no issue. I will promptly arrange for the procurement and delivery. That's wonderful. Thank you, Uncle Wong. Wang Lei's father added, you're welcome, Li Hao. You are a remarkably capable young man, and I hold great admiration for you. Should you ever require assistance, feel free to reach out to me. Thank you for your kind words. Wang Lei's father then said, I shall take my leave now. We can communicate further if any matters arise. Goodbye, Uncle Wong. After bidding farewell to Wang Lei's father, Li Hao summoned the accompanying officers, informing them, we need to remain at Imperial Capital Star for a week while we await news from the military department. The following day, the military department dispatched personnel to notify Li Hao of a meeting to discuss the formation of the fleet for the 13th Legion. Li Hao, along with the relevant officers, proceeded to the military department. Upon entering the conference room, the senior commanders were already seated. Li Hao and his officers saluted the commanders before taking their seats. As the meeting commenced, the presiding general addressed Li Hao, Captain Li Hao, first and foremost, congratulations on your victory in the Endless Sea battle. Li Hao humbly replied, thank you for your praise, General. This victory is the result of the collective efforts of all the valiant soldiers of the 13th Legion. The general nodded with approval and continued, the purpose of today's gathering is primarily to discuss the formation of the fleet for the 13th Legion. According to your report, you have captured a decommissioned cruiser, 4 destroyers, and 10 corvettes, correct? Li Hao stood and affirmed, yes, General. These are the starships we secured during this operation. The general regarded Li Hao with satisfaction and nodded. Excellent, your operation was indeed a success. Although these starships are decommissioned, with modifications and upgrades, they can still serve significant purposes. The general continued, I have one more question. How do you plan to address the command and management of this fleet? Li Hao contemplated for a moment and responded, General, the 13th Legion currently possesses sufficient starship pilots and officers, many of whom are veterans from the Endless Sea War a decade ago, possessing ample management experience. Hearing Li Hao's words, several generals displayed expressions of contentment. Very well, Captain Li. We have confidence in the officers of the 13th Legion. Since the personnel issue has been resolved, I have no objections. The general nodded with satisfaction. At that moment, another general inquired, Captain Li, are you familiar with the situation of the 13th Legion? General, I have a general understanding. Although the 13th Legion is part of the Imperial Army, its supplies have always been self-sustained by the Legion itself, Li Hao replied. The general remarked, since you are aware, let us proceed accordingly. The high-ranking officials of the military department swiftly reached a consensus, approving the 13th Legion's request to establish a fleet. Li Hao was appointed as the commander of the Imperial 13th Legion fleet. This appointment signified that Li Hao would bear substantial responsibilities. Simultaneously, it marked a significant increase in the 13th Legion's autonomy for future developments. A few days later, Li Hao successfully received the military department's authorization. With excitement, he arrived at Starport, awaiting the supplies that Wang Lei's father had procured. This batch of materials was crucial for the formation and development of the fleet. Thus he came personally to oversee the receipt. Finally, the supplies procured by Wang Lei's father began arriving at Starport. Li Hao personally directed the soldiers in the unloading and inventory process, ensuring that every item was intact. During this process, he discovered that Wang Lei's father had not only acquired high-quality weapons and equipment, but had also prepared ample provisions and necessities for the fleet. Uncle Wong, What brings you here in person? Wang Lei's father smiled and replied, I was concerned about the transport of this batch of supplies, so I came along to oversee it. Thank you. Uncle Wong, by the way, do you wish to accompany us back to the Endless Sea? Li Hao inquired. Wang Lei's father smiled and responded, I would prefer to personally inspect the seized materials. There are too many contraband items among them. I must ensure they are disposed of safely and do not bring trouble to anyone. Li Hao nodded, understanding Wang Lei's father's concerns. Thank you for making this trip. Uncle Wong, he expressed gratefully, it's no trouble at all. Wang Lei's father patted Li Hao on the shoulder, saying, Congratulations, you are now the commander of the fleet. The weight of responsibility on your shoulders is significant, so exercise caution moving forward. After imparting a few words of advice, Wang Lei's father turned to leave. Li Hao watched his figure depart, filled with gratitude and respect. Chapter 18. Improving the shipborne star-destroying cannon upon receiving the supplies. Li Hao immediately arranged for departure. This time, they did not traverse the star gates but piloted their starships through the countless star systems of the Empire, returning to the Endless Sea. After a month of navigation, they finally entered the Endless Sea Star region. Once within the Endless Sea Star region, Li Hao ordered heightened vigilance, prepared to confront any potential dangers. Simultaneously, he instructed the technical personnel to conduct a thorough inspection and maintenance of the starships, ensuring they operated at peak condition. In the following days, the fleet encountered several interstellar storms and black hole attacks. Upon returning to the base star, Li Hao informed Zhang Yu about the military department's approval for their fleet formation. Zhang Yu was elated upon hearing the news. That's wonderful, Zhang Yu exclaimed excitedly. This has been our dream all along, and now it can finally be realized. Li Hao nodded, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. However, do not celebrate too early, Li Hao cautioned. Although the military department has consented to our request, they have not provided us with any logistical support. Zhang Yu readily agreed, stating, I've been pondering this issue for some time. The 13th Legion is not a royal legion, and the military department will not offer us much support. How do you know that? Li Hao inquired. I mentioned before that the 13th Legion used to be akin to the private army of the Li family. Now that you are rebuilding the 13th Legion, the military department will not oversee our logistics. Zhang Yu explained. What shall we do? Li Hao asked. No need to worry. For now, let us focus on building up our strength in the Endless Sea. Li Hao affirmed that he recognized that Zhang Yu was correct. Their priority was to accumulate strength in the Endless Sea while awaiting the opportune moment. The supplies I brought back include the weapons and materials necessary for upgrading our starships. Zhang Yu asked in surprise, how could the military department be so generous this time? Li Hao chuckled and clarified, you are overthinking. This is not generosity from the military department. This batch of supplies was acquired with assistance from others, including essential living materials alongside the weapons. Additionally, we have managed to dispose of the contraband we seized, and someone will come to collect it later. Zhang Yu nodded, secretly admiring Li Hao's capabilities. This means we need not worry about military expenses for the time being. Nevertheless, we must not let our guard down. Li Hao reminded we need to expedite the modifications of the starships. Zhang Yu concurred. Once the supplies arrive, we can commence modifications immediately. We have prepared everything during this period. By the way, regarding your ship, the Invincible, what type of starship is it? When we began the modifications, we discovered that its materials and design differ from those of the current destroyers. When did I ever claim it was a destroyer? Have you ever seen such a large destroyer? Li Hao responded, realizing Zhang Yu had quickly understood. Is it a heavy cruiser flagship? Enough about what type of starship it is. Has the star-destroying cannon been installed? Li Hao inquired. It has been installed, but there are still issues with the power output. The two dismantled laser main cannons have been mounted onto the cruiser. Zhang Yu replied, I'll go take a look. You all expedite the modifications of the other starships. Standing on the bridge of the Invincible, Li Hao observed the engineers working diligently to successfully install the star-destroying cannon. He gazed contentedly at the cannon positioned where the main gun should be. Giving the ship a more battleship-like appearance, he proceeded to the weapon energy control room, connected to the quantum computer, and examined the control system of the star-destroying cannon, discovering that it required maximum output power for each firing. He realized that if this issue was not resolved, the star-destroying cannon could inflict severe damage on the Invincible, potentially jeopardizing its safety. He resolved to personally modify the output data of the star-destroying cannon. He began meticulously studying the control system of the star-destroying cannon, analyzing every parameter and line of code. After several days of effort, He finally identified the root of the problem. It turned out that the design output power of the star-destroying cannon was determined by a control chip, which had a design flaw that necessitated an enormous energy output for each firing. Howe began to revise the design of the control chip. He utilized his expertise and experience to redesign the circuitry and code of the chip, enabling it to control the output power of the star cannon with greater precision. After numerous tests and adjustments, he successfully improved the output data of the star cannon. Consequently, the star cannon installed on the Invincible was fully operational. As Li Hao gazed at the newly designed control system, he felt a surge of anticipation, knowing that the combat capability of the Invincible would be significantly enhanced. He sat in the command chair of the Invincible, filled with eagerness. Having just informed the crew to prepare for departure, he sought a location to test the star cannon. "Captain, we are ready to set sail," an officer reported to Li Hao. "Very well. Let us depart." The Invincible gradually glided away from the base, heading into the boundless starry sky. Li Hao remained seated in the command chair, quietly awaiting the moment. He understood that this test launch was crucial for the Invincible, as it would determine the ship's performance in future battles. "Captain, we have arrived at the designated test firing location," another officer reported. "Understood. Prepare for the test launch." Suddenly, the bridge of the Invincible became a flurry of activity as various instruments and equipment sprang into action. Li Hao focused intently on the main screen, awaiting the results of the test launch. "Charging of the star cannon is complete, ready for launch," an engineer announced. "Launch?" A blinding beam of light erupted from the cannon's muzzle, instantly illuminating the entire cosmos. The energy beam shot forward at incredible speed, striking a small asteroid. The asteroid was obliterated in an instant, vanishing into the void of space. "Test launch successful," the engineers erupted in cheers. A satisfied smile spread across Li Hao's face. He knew that with this star cannon, the Invincible would become the dominator of the endless sea star region. "Captain, now that we have the star cannon, should we seek out a pirate stronghold for further testing?" an officer inquired. Li Hao shook his head and replied, "This is our trump card. It is a secret weapon that must not be casually revealed." "What should we do next?" the officer asked. "We shall return to base to replenish supplies and fuel, then proceed with the patrol," Li Hao commanded. "Understood, Captain." The officers promptly carried out their orders. The Invincible slowly made its way back to the base. While Li Hao began contemplating the next steps in their operational plan, he was aware that the situation in the Endless Sea was exceedingly complex, requiring a more cautious approach. Chapter 19. Dawn Fleet of the 13th Legion of the Galactic Empire. After testing the effectiveness of the star cannon aboard the Invincible, Li Hao returned to the base at Star Valley. He walked directly to the ship repair area, where several vessels awaited maintenance and modification. Inside the repair yard, the sounds of machinery roared as workers busily moved between the various ships. Li Hao observed that the engine of one warship had been reinstalled and was undergoing inspection and maintenance. He approached a maintenance worker and inquired, "What is the progress on this warship's repairs?" The worker wiped the grease from his hands and replied, "Captain, the engine has been serviced and is currently being fine-tuned. It is expected to be completed in one day." Li Hao nodded and asked, "What about the repairs on the other warships?" The worker pointed to a nearby vessel and said, "That warship's weapon system has encountered a malfunction, and we are in the process of replacing some components. It will take approximately 2 more days to complete the repairs." Li Hao frowned and stated, "The weapon system is a vital component of the warship. We must ensure the quality of the repairs." The worker promptly nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, Captain, we will adhere strictly to the repair standards to guarantee the performance and reliability of the weapon system." Is the installation of the cruiser's laser main guns complete? It is underway, but it poses some challenges. The 2 laser main guns were originally intended for a heavy cruiser flagship, and installing them on the cruiser may require sacrificing some defensive gun positions. The worker replied. Li Hao furrowed his brow, understanding that the defensive gun positions were crucial for the cruiser's survivability in combat. However, the power of the laser main guns could not be ignored. If successfully installed, they would significantly enhance the cruiser's combat capability. Are there any alternative solutions? After a moment of contemplation, the worker suggested, "Captain, we could consider upgrading the defensive shields to compensate for the loss of gun positions." Li Hao nodded. The Invincible has a set of defensive systems. See if it can be replicated. Following Li Hao's directives, the maintenance engineers meticulously studied the technical parameters of the Invincible's defensive shields. After several days of effort, they gathered the necessary materials to produce the defensive shields. The engineers began working overtime to manufacture the shields, and eventually, the first batch was completed. Li Hao personally visited the production workshop to inspect the newly produced shields. He was very satisfied with their quality and praised the engineers for their outstanding work. Subsequently, he ordered the installation of these defensive shields on the warships. Soon, all the captured vessels were equipped with the new defensive shields. With the defensive shortcomings of the starships rectified, Li Hao summoned all officers to the command center for a meeting. Once everyone had arrived, Li Hao stood up and surveyed the assembly, his eyes reflecting determination and confidence. "Gentlemen, our starships have completed maintenance and modifications. It is now time to form the fleet." Li Hao's voice echoed in the command center, instilling excitement and anticipation in every attendee. "We currently have one invincible, one cruiser, 4 destroyers, and 10 frigates." Li Hao continued. "I propose to divide these vessels into 2 squadrons. I will lead Squadron 1 with the Invincible as the flagship, accompanied by 2 destroyers and 5 frigates. Squadron 2 will be commanded by Zhang Yu, with the cruiser as the flagship, also accompanied by 2 destroyers and 5 frigates." Soon, as Li Hao finished speaking, a murmur rippled through the conference room. Everyone pondered whether this arrangement was reasonable and which squadron they would be assigned to. "Does anyone have any objections? I find this arrangement quite reasonable." Zhang Yu was the first to speak. "Both the Invincible and the cruiser are our main warships. Serving as the flagship for both squadrons allows us to maximize their capabilities." "I concur," another officer added. "This distribution will render our fleet more agile, able to respond to varying situations." Other officers also expressed their agreement, thus solidifying Li Hao's plan. Next, Li Hao began assigning captains and crew members to each warship. He carefully considered each selection based on individual abilities and experience. After a flurry of assignments, the fleet's personnel were finally determined. Zhang Yu proposed, "With all the star brains updated during this modification, new identification codes are needed. Our cruiser still lacks a hull number. Perhaps we should give it a new name. Let us call the cruiser Star Chaser. As for the others, let each captain choose their own name." Li Hao suggested. An officer assigned to a destroyer stepped forward, saying, "Commander, shouldn't we also name the fleet?" This proposal received unanimous approval, and discussions regarding the fleet's name ensued. "What should we call it?" someone asked. "How about Star Chaser Fleet?" another proposed, suggesting that the name symbolized their fleet shining like the stars. "I think Galactic Guardian sounds good too," someone else chimed in. "It has a powerful ring to it." The discussion grew animated, with various names being proposed, yet none satisfied everyone. At this moment, Li Hao stood up and said, "I have an idea. Let us name our fleet Dawn Fleet. Dawn Fleet of the 13th Legion of the Galactic Empire?" The others echoed, contemplating its significance. "Galactic Empire represents our ambition to become the rulers of the cosmos." Li Hao explained, "While 13th Legion denotes our unit number and our honor, dawn symbolizes hope and light. We shall bring a new dawn for humanity." After hearing Li Hao's explanation, everyone agreed that the name was excellent and unanimously adopted the proposal. Zhang Yu led the other officers in the tedious registration and updating tasks. They meticulously filled in the details of each warship, including the ship's name, type, armament, crew list, and more. This information would be entered into the military system, becoming the official record of the fleet. Thus, the Dawn Fleet of the 13th Legion of the Galactic Empire was officially established. Chapter 20. The Dawn Fleet's first battle against pirates after the fleet was established. Li Hao, Zhang Yu, and other officers gathered around the conference table in the command chamber to discuss the fleet's subsequent plans. Li Hao spoke first. "Gentlemen, our fleet has been assembled, but this is merely the beginning. To ensure the fleet's effective operation and development, we must take the initiative to strike." Zhang Yu nodded in agreement, saying, "I concurred. We have investigated the pirates who ambushed us last time. They belong to the Blackbeard pirate group. We should swiftly eradicate this pirate threat." The discussion grew fervent as they deliberated. After extensive discussion, they ultimately decided to concentrate their efforts on eliminating this pirate group. After several days of travel, the Dawn Fleet, while navigating through a small asteroid belt, detected several ships concealed behind the asteroid field. Li Hao's heart raced, and he immediately ordered the fleet to remain vigilant and prepare for potential danger. Zhang Yu arrived at the command cabin, his gaze fixated on the luminous points displayed on the detector screen, his brow furrowed in concern. What could be the origins of these spacecraft? Could they possibly be pirates? Li Hao shook his head, uncertain, but insisted that they could not afford to be complacent. "Maintain the fleet in a state of readiness for combat, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances," he ordered. The fleet cautiously approached the asteroid belt, with Li Hao and Zhang Yu closely monitoring the readings from the detector. Suddenly, they noticed the spacecraft beginning to move, heading directly towards the fleet. "Prepare for battle," Li Hao commanded loudly. The warships of the Dawn Fleet immediately activated their weapon systems. Targeting the approaching vessels, Li Hao gripped the armrests of the command chair tightly, his heart racing with tension. Just as the two sides were about to make contact, the spacecraft emitted a blinding flash of light, illuminating the entire asteroid belt. "Activate shields, lock onto the secondary cannons," Li Hao's voice echoed in the command cabin, his eyes fixed on the targets displayed on the screen. The Dawn Fleet's warships swiftly engaged their shield systems, forming energy barriers around the vessels, enveloping the fleet within. Simultaneously, the secondary cannons locked onto the incoming spacecraft, poised to fire at a moment's notice. However, the spacecraft did not continue their assault, but abruptly halted. "Captain, the enemy has ceased their attack. What should we do?" The officer inquired. Li Hao pondered for a moment before replying. "Remain vigilant and continue to observe." Meanwhile, aboard the pirate ship, a pirate addressed the squadron leader. "Captain, ahead is not a merchant convoy. It is the warships of the Imperial Army. What should we do?" The squadron leader frowned. How could it be the Imperial Army? Where would an Imperial fleet come from in the endless sea? Another pirate chimed in. "Captain, the attack we just launched was deflected by their star shields. Civilian ships do not possess star shields. Only warships are equipped with them." The squadron leader furrowed his brow and said, "It seems we have encountered trouble. The Imperial Army is not to be trifled with." "What should we do now?" a pirate asked. After a moment of contemplation, the squadron leader replied, "We shall retreat for now and assess the situation." The pirates hurried back to their ships, preparing to withdraw. Just then, Li Hao's voice crackled through their communication devices. "This is the Dawn Fleet of the 13th Legion of the Galactic Empire. Our fleet is on a patrol mission in the Endless Sea Star region. All vessels ahead, please immediately shut down your systems and halt for inspection. I repeat, this is the Dawn Fleet of the 13th Legion of the Galactic Empire. Our fleet is on a patrol mission in the Endless Sea Star region. All vessels ahead, please immediately shut down your systems and halt for inspection." The pirates were taken aback, their hearts racing. The 13th Legion of the Empire? Wasn't that fleet completely annihilated a decade ago? How could they still have a fleet? One pirate exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the insignia of the flagship, the Dawn Fleet of the 13th Legion of the Empire. "That flagship is the Fearless." The squadron leader gritted his teeth and growled, "If we can't escape, we shall fight them." He decisively ordered the pirates to launch an attack against the Dawn Fleet. The commanders of the Dawn Fleet, witnessing the audacity of the pirates to retaliate, were filled with exhilaration. "Charge the main cannons, aim at the enemy vessels," commanded a destroyer captain. The fleet's main cannons began to charge, emitting dazzling light. Moments later, powerful energy beams sliced through the void, hurtling towards the pirate ships. The pirates, in sheer terror, realized the devastating might of the Imperial Fleet's assault. Their vessels stood no chance of withstanding it. One by one, the pirate ships were struck, erupting into fiery explosions in the vastness of space. "Evade the attacks, turn around and retreat," the squadron leader shouted hoarsely. However, under the relentless barrage of the Dawn Fleet, pirate ship after pirate ship was obliterated. Some attempted to flee but found themselves ensnared by the Dawn Fleet, unable to escape. "Do not let them get away. Capture them alive," Li Hao commanded from the command room of the Fearless. The Dawn Fleet swiftly encircled the pirate ships, trapping them within. The pirates found themselves in a dire predicament, fully aware that escape was no longer an option. "Surrender, you have no chance left," an officer from a destroyer called out to the pirates via the communicator. The remaining pirates exchanged glances, ultimately resigned to shutting down their ship systems and choosing to surrender. They comprehended that further resistance would only lead to their demise. Defiance had become utterly futile. The mechanized soldiers of the Dawn Fleet swiftly boarded the pirate vessels, subduing each surrendering pirate. Those once boastful and arrogant pirates now hung their heads in defeat, stripped of their former bravado. "Commander, we have captured a substantial number of pirates. How shall we deal with them?" an officer inquired of Li Hao. After a moment's reflection, Li Hao replied, "Take them back to the base star and hand them over to logistics. We shall keep them for future resource extraction." With that, he turned to his aide, "Make arrangements to bring back the remaining 3 starships as well. Our fleet requires additional starships." The aide nodded, promptly relaying Li Hao's orders. The soldiers within the fleet swiftly mobilized, escorting the captured pirates onto the transport ships while also commandeering the remaining 3-star ships. "Captain, we have entered the orbit of the base star," the aide's voice interrupted Li Hao's thoughts. Li Hao nodded, preparing for landing. "Notify the logistics department at the base to prepare for the reception of the prisoners and the starships." With a gentle tremor, the fleet successfully landed at the military base on the base star. Stepping out of the command cabin, Li Hao observed the bustling logistics personnel and soldiers, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. "Commander, only one of these 3-star ships is a warship. The other 2 are transport ships," the aide reported with a hint of disappointment. "No matter. Transport ships hold their own value." Li Hao reassured him, "We can utilize them for the transportation of supplies and personnel, thus enhancing our logistical capabilities." The aide nodded. "You are correct, Commander. I will arrange for personnel to inspect these 3 starships and assess their condition." "Have all the prisoners been interrogated? Which pirate faction do they belong to, and where's their hideout?" Chapter 21. Wong Fu addresses the Sea Supplies report to the commander. "The interrogation of the prisoners has been completed." The aide stood up, saluted Li Hao, and continued, "They belong to the Skull Pirate Gang, a notorious faction that frequently operates in this star region. According to the prisoners, their stronghold is located on a planet known as Dark Star." Li Hao frowned. "I had thought they were part of the Blackbeard pirate gang." "Dark Star? I've heard of that planet. It is a harsh environment with scarce resources. Why would they choose to establish their stronghold there?" The aide responded, "According to the prisoners, Dark Star's geographical position is quite unique. It lies at the confluence of several star systems, serving as a vital transportation hub. The Skull Pirate Gang exploits this advantage to set up checkpoints, charging tolls to passing vessels. Additionally, they engage in smuggling and slave trading, among other illegal activities." Li Hao nodded. "I see. The Skull Pirate Gang is truly heinous. We must eliminate them swiftly." The aide concurred, "Commander, with our current strength, we are not yet capable of eradicating them. They have been entrenched in this star system for years. Possessing more starships than we do, if we cannot annihilate them in one fell swoop, we will face considerable trouble in the future. Alas, our power is insufficient. We must first locate the Blackbeard pirate gang." At that moment, Zhang Yu approached Li Hao and reported, "Commander, a merchant claims to be the father of your classmate and has arrived at the base to meet you in the reception room of the base." Li Hao met Wang Lei's father. "Uncle Wong, you have arrived." Li Hao greeted him warmly. "The conditions here are indeed harsh. You have my sympathy," Wang Lei's father remarked with a hint of nostalgia. "Uncle Wong, our 13th Legion is currently in a difficult situation. I will have to trouble you in the future. Please take me to see the batch of supplies you brought last time. I will arrange to transport them immediately. As the market for minerals is currently favorable, we must expedite the disposal of these supplies," Wang Lei's father stated. Li Hao nodded. "Uncle Wong, do you have a partnership with the Starship Manufacturing Company? We wish to procure several cruisers." Wang Lei's father furrowed his brow and replied, "I'm afraid I cannot assist you with that. Cruisers are only sold to the military. The best we can acquire are downgraded destroyers, and they are quite expensive." Hearing this, Li Hao felt a pang of disappointment but understood the regulations of the Starship Manufacturing Company. He nodded and said, "That's all right, Uncle Wong. I understand these are the rules. However, if an opportunity arises, I would appreciate it if you could keep an eye out for me." Wang Lei's father smiled. "All right, I will be on the lookout for you. But doesn't your fleet already have many warships? Why do you still require cruisers?" Li Hao sighed. "Uncle Wong, there has been a surge of pirate activity in this star system, and their strength far exceeds ours. Thus, I wish to purchase a few cruisers to bolster our capabilities." Wang Lei's father frowned. "Even if you could procure cruisers, the cost would be exorbitant. You could request support from the military." Li Hao shook his head. "As long as the pirates do not encroach upon imperial territory, the military will not provide us with assistance. This is a matter for our 13th Legion, so we must rely on ourselves." After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lei's father said, "How about this, Li Hao? I will return and investigate to see if there are alternative ways to acquire cruisers. If there is any news, I shall inform you promptly." Li Hao expressed gratefully, "Thank you, Uncle Wong. You are truly kind." This is the payment for the Sea's supplies, amounting to 90 million star coins. After deducting the costs for the previous batch of weaponry and the supplies brought to you this time, there remains 65 million star coins. As Li Hao gazed at the additional 65 million star coins in his account, he felt a surge of emotions. This sum is undoubtedly a boon for his fleet. "Thank you, Uncle Wong. Li Hao said sincerely. No need for thanks. This is what you deserve, Wang Lei's father replied with a smile. Should you need anything further, do not hesitate to contact me. Li Hao accompanied Wang Lei's father as robots loaded the supplies onto the transport ship. After Wang Lei's father departed, the Dawn fleet set sail once more. Standing on the bridge of the command ship, Li Hao looked out at the vast expanse of the starry sky. Commander, the fleet is ready. Shall we set sail? The voice of the lieutenant interrupted Li Hao's reverie. Set sail, Li Hao decisively commanded. At his behest, the warships of the Dawn fleet activated their engines, gradually departing from the base. In the days that followed, the Dawn fleet continued to patrol the fringes of the endless sea star systems. One day, while cruising through the galaxy as usual, the Dawn fleet suddenly received a distress signal. Captain, we have received a distress signal. The signal originates from a nearby asteroid. The communications officer reported to Li Hao. Li Hao furrowed his brow and inquired, who issued the distress signal? The signal indicates that it is from a merchant vessel under attack by pirates. Requesting our assistance, the communications officer replied. Pirates? Li Hao's expression turned grave. These pirates were indeed audacious to commit their crimes right under their noses. Captain, what should we do? The lieutenant asked. We must proceed to rescue them immediately. Li Hao asserted resolutely. They could not allow the pirates to succeed. The Dawn fleet promptly altered its course toward the asteroid. Upon arriving near the asteroid, they discovered a merchant ship being assaulted by pirates. Send a public communication to the vessel ahead, Li Hao ordered. The communications officer immediately transmitted the message. This is the Dawn fleet of the 13th Legion of the Empire. The ship ahead. Please shut down your systems and submit to inspection. At that moment, the merchant ship paid no heed to the Dawn fleet's communication and instead accelerated away. The pirates took advantage of the asteroid's terrain to evade the Dawn fleet's attacks. Captain, what should we do? The lieutenant inquired. Li Hao contemplated for a moment and replied, There is something amiss with that merchant ship. Let the starry sky continue pursuing it while we chase down the pirates, simultaneously sending a surrender signal to them. If they do not comply, we shall destroy their ship. Realizing they were up against an Imperial warship, the pirates hesitated but ultimately decided to surrender. Captain, the pirates have surrendered. The communications officer reported. Excellent. Deploy mechs to board their ship, secure them, and bring the captives back, Li Hao commanded. The mechs boarded the pirate vessel, and upon seeing them, the pirates surrendered without resistance, subsequently boarding the warships of the Dawn fleet. Li Hao ordered their confinement and began inspecting the merchant ship. Upon inspection, Li Hao discovered it was laden with precious ores. These ores were vital resources within the star system, holding considerable value. Captain, what shall we do with these ores? The lieutenant asked. Chapter 22. Engaging the pirates and capturing the heavy cruiser. Li Hao pondered for a moment and said, Let us first return and investigate the individuals behind this merchant ship. The Dawn fleet dispatched a destroyer and 2 frigates to return to the base star, bearing the ores and the pirates. Meanwhile, Li Hao continued the patrol with the remaining fleet. During their course, Li Hao noticed on the scanner that an unidentified fleet was approaching the edge of the star system. He immediately commanded the fleet to accelerate and prepare for confrontation. When the Dawn fleet reached the edge of the star system, their scanner suddenly blared an alarm. Li Hao promptly ordered the fleet into battle readiness and instructed the staff to analyze the scanner data. Captain, according to the scanner data, this is the unidentified fleet we detected earlier. It consists of a heavy cruiser flagship and 4 cruisers, a staff officer reported. Li Hao furrowed his brow, aware that this posed a significant challenge. After a moment of contemplation, he issued the command, Attention all. Maintain combat formation and prepare for engagement. The warships of the Dawn fleet swiftly adjusted their formation, forming a tight defensive circle. Li Hao stood on the bridge of the command ship, anxiously observing the unidentified fleet ahead. The Invincible-class battleship has 30% energy directed at the enemy flagship. The Invincible and Starry Sky laser cannons are locking onto the cruisers. We shall eliminate their main vessels first. Activate the star shields. Li Hao commanded. The pirates, realizing the Dawn fleet had locked onto them, were taken aback. The firepower of this fleet was formidable. Boss, what should we do? A pirate inquired. Do not panic. According to the scanner, it appears they have 2 heavy cruiser flagships and 5 main guns locked on. Based on their firepower, they should have 5 cruisers, but that doesn't seem right. Nonetheless, we have our flagship and 4 cruisers. Our firepower surpasses theirs. The pirate leader ordered all ships to fire at will. Determined to show them a lesson, the pirate leader's command was given. Every ship in the pirate fleet opened fire, unleashing beams of laser fire toward the Dawn fleet. Observing the pirate fleet's attack, Li Hao couldn't help but smirk. He knew that despite the ferocity of the pirates' assault, it posed little threat to the Dawn fleet. Activate the star shields, return fire, Li Hao commanded. With his orders, all warships of the Dawn fleet activated their energy shields. A blue glow enveloped the ships, successfully deflecting the pirates' assaults. The Invincible-class battleship's annihilation cannon, along with 2 laser cannons from the rear and the Starry Sky laser cannon, fired simultaneously. A massive beam of laser and energy surged towards the pirate fleet. The pirate heavy cruiser flagship was struck directly by the Invincible-class annihilation cannon, exploding in an instant. Another cruiser was hit by the Starry Sky laser cannon, igniting into flames. "Boss, our flagship's engines have been hit and are inoperable. What should we do?" a pirate asked. "What about the other ships?" the pirate leader lamented. "In a single exchange, all 5 of our main ships have sustained damage. The enemy's military vessels are equipped with star shields. We cannot penetrate them," a pirate responded. The pirate leader instructed, "Send a communication to the enemy. We surrender." Aware that continuing the fight would lead to their annihilation, he ordered the surrender. "Captain, the enemy has sent a communication request. Shall we connect?" the communications officer inquired. Li Hao hesitated briefly before responding, "Connected. Let us see what they wish to say." Upon establishing the connection, the pirate leader appeared on the screen, wearing an obsequious expression. "Esteemed Commander, we surrender. Please show mercy and spare our lives," he pleaded. Li Hao regarded the pirate leader coldly, stating, "You pirates have committed innumerable atrocities. Today marks your end." The pirate leader hastily replied, "Commander, we were left with no choice. We are but impoverished souls driven to this path for survival. Please, show leniency," Li Hao retorted. "I have grown weary of your excuses. How many merchant vessels have you plundered? How many innocent lives have you taken? Your crimes are unforgivable." The pirate leader insisted, "Commander, I possess intelligence that could be of value. Should you grant us clemency?" Li Hao regarded the pirate leader with skepticism. He did not believe the pirates had any valuable information. To him, they were merely attempting to evade punishment. "Do you truly think I would believe you?" Li Hao replied, "You pirates are devoid of morality. How can I trust that the information you provide is genuine?" The pirate leader hurriedly asserted, "Commander, I assure you, everything I say is true. This intelligence is crucial for you. You must be Commander Li Hao of the 13th Legion." Hearing this, Li Hao's heart skipped a beat. He was unsure how the pirate leader had learned his identity. Nevertheless, he remained composed and replied coldly, "What of knowing my identity? It does not alter your fate." The pirate leader continued, "Commander Li Hao, I can offer you information in exchange for our lives. It will be beneficial to you." Upon hearing it pertained to him, Li Hao asked, "What information? If it proves true, I may spare you." The pirate leader hesitated briefly before stating, "We have received word that various factions within the Endless Sea have learned of the 13th Legion's reformation and its subsequent patrols in the Endless Sea. Several nearby factions are rallying forces in preparation to ambush your fleet. Do they have any specific actions planned?" The pirate leader replied, "All we know is that they are secretly gathering strength, looking for an opportunity to ambush you." Li Hao pondered for a moment and asked, "What was your purpose for coming here?" The pirate leader responded, "We purchased a shipment of ores for constructing warships from Imperial merchants. We came to retrieve it." Finally understanding that the contraband merchant ship's cargo was intended for the pirates, a surge of anger welled within Li Hao. "Very well, I shall believe you. However, you must cooperate with our investigation and provide additional intelligence." Li Hao decisively ordered the fleet to encircle the pirate ships, subsequently dispatching a mech squad to board the flagship of the pirate leader and 4 cruisers. Upon successfully boarding the pirate vessel, the mech forces swiftly apprehended all the pirates and subsequently took control of the 5 pirate warships. Upon inspection, it was discovered that the heavy cruiser flagship was no longer capable of normal navigation, while the 4 cruisers retained their operational capabilities. Thus, Li Hao commanded 2 frigates to tow the heavy cruiser flagship, while the remaining vessels set sail for home under the protection of the Dawn Fleet. Chapter 23. The Indomitable reinstalls the Star Annihilator cannon. Upon returning to the base, Li Hao handed the pirates over to Logistics, where they would continue to contribute to the construction of the base star. He brought the pirate leader to his office, inquiring about the specifics of the pirate situation. This particular group of pirates was a formidable force from the central star system of the Endless Sea, characterized by a tightly knit organization, superior weaponry, and a significant number of personnel, making them a force to be reckoned with. Li Hao learned that the leader of this pirate faction was named Black Rose, a female pirate commanding a loyal band of followers who were utterly devoted to her. The influence of Black Rose spanned widely, as she was active not only within the central star system of the Endless Sea, but also frequently roamed the surrounding star systems. After gathering this information, Li Hao realized that Black Rose was relatively distant from their location, posing no immediate threat. Consequently, he resolved to visit the shipyard to personally inquire with the engineers about the damage sustained by the cruisers and the heavy cruiser. Upon arriving at the repair facility, he found the engineers busily at work. Li Hao located the engineer in charge of the repairs and asked about the condition of the warships. The engineer reported, "Commander, the damage to these cruisers is relatively minor, primarily involving some external armor damage and certain weapon systems being compromised. We have conducted a thorough inspection and repair. Once the weapon systems are procured and installed, they should be ready for normal operation shortly. However, the situation with the heavy cruiser is more severe." The engineer continued, "Its engine has sustained significant damage and requires extensive repairs. 4 quantum engines are beyond salvage. Additionally, its weapon systems have suffered varying degrees of damage, and the star shield system has been dismantled. We will need to procure new star shields, quantum engines, and laser main cannons." Hearing the engineer's report, Li Hao felt a weight in his heart. While the quantum engine was not a major issue, the star shield and the heavy cruiser S laser main cannon presented considerable challenges. "We will first install our own manufactured energy shields, and we can devise a plan for the other components later," Li Hao stated. The engineer hesitated for a moment and replied, "Captain, these items are under the military's control. Otherwise, we could apply to the military for procurement." Li Hao summoned Zhang Yu and inquired, "Zhang Yu, if we were to purchase the heavy cruiser S laser main cannon and the cruiser's laser main cannons from the military, would they agree?" Zhang Yu pondered for a moment before responding, "Commander, the military has always maintained strict control over weaponry, especially critical equipment like the heavy cruiser S laser main cannon and the cruiser's laser main cannons. Generally, the military is reluctant to sell such equipment to other units, and they are currently unaware that we possess a heavy cruiser laser main cannon. I suggest we explore alternative, more prudent solutions." Recognizing that the military route was unfeasible, Li Hao proposed to dismantle the 2 rear laser main cannons from the Indomitable and install them on the heavy cruiser flagship. "What about the defense of the Indomitable?" The engineer immediately interjected, "Do we not still have a Star Annihilator cannon? Based on our recent combat experience, I found that a single shot utilizing 30 energy can penetrate a heavy cruiser. The Indomitable could easily accommodate another one." Li Hao's suggestion plunged everyone into contemplation. They had witnessed the power of the Star Annihilator cannon firsthand. A single shot utilizing merely 30 energy could breach a heavy cruiser's defenses, indicating that augmenting the Indomitable with another Star Annihilator cannon would significantly enhance its combat capabilities. "Captain, while the Star Annihilator cannon wields immense power, it also demands considerable energy consumption. Can the Indomitable sustain the prolonged energy output of 2 Star Annihilator cannons?" Zhang Yu expressed his concerns. This was indeed a pressing issue. Li Hao nodded, acknowledging, "We must upgrade the Indomitable's energy system to accommodate the energy requirements of 2 Star Annihilator cannons. Captain, upgrading the energy system is no simple task. It requires substantial time and resources. We must also consider the weight and size of the Star Annihilator cannons," the engineer remarked. "This should not pose a problem. The space freed by removing the 2 rear elevating laser main cannons should suffice. If necessary, we can forego the elevating feature," another engineer, who had previously installed a Star Annihilator cannon, suggested. After agreeing to the modification plan, Li Hao instructed the engineers to commence the transformation of the Indomitable. They promptly dismantled the 2 rear elevating laser main cannons to create space for the installation of the Star Annihilator cannon. Subsequently, they upgraded the energy system to meet the energy demands of the Star Annihilator cannon. This renovation progressed at a much faster pace than the previous one, as the overall plan was modeled after the modification of the first Star Annihilator cannon. After approximately 10 days of modifications, both the front and rear main cannons of the Indomitable were now prominently visible, giving the vessel a more imposing appearance. Li Hao gazed upon this mighty battleship, his heart swelled with pride. "Commander, the modifications to the Indomitable are complete. Shall we proceed with sea trials?" Zhang Yu inquired. "Not today. How is the repair status of the other warships?" Li Hao asked. "The weapon systems and energy shields for the heavy cruiser have been upgraded. With only the quantum engines pending, we have placed an order, and they should arrive in the next few days. The other 4 cruisers have been fully repaired and are currently conducting training maneuvers outside the base star. Zhang Yu informed him. Seated in the command chair, Li Hao listened to Zhang Yu's report, deep in thought. He was aware that his fleet had captured a substantial number of starships during this battle, all of which had had their weapon systems and energy shields upgraded, pending only the quantum engines. Once these starships were fully equipped, the strength of his fleet would see a significant enhancement. However, Li Hao also recognized that certain individuals within the military might seek to suppress his fleet. If they learned of his fleet's rapid development, they would undoubtedly attempt to obstruct his progress. Therefore, Li Hao decided to refrain from reporting these captured starships to the military for the time being, intending to reveal their existence only once his strength was sufficiently formidable. You are to inform the team that after testing the captured starships, they are to return to base and not report to the military for now. Understood, Captain. I will notify them immediately, Zhang Yu replied before exiting the command room. Li Hao watched Zhang Yu's departing figure with a silent sigh. 2 days later, the quantum engines finally arrived, and Li Hao immediately ordered the engineers to install the quantum engines on the captured heavy cruiser. After several days of diligent effort, all the starships were outfitted. Chapter 24. An ambush turns to rescue. Captain. All the starships are ready. When shall we depart? Zhang Yu inquired. Li Hao pondered for a moment and replied, let us wait another 2 days. I wish to meet someone. Who shall we meet? Zhang Yu asked curiously. The god of wealth, Li Hao responded with a mysterious smile. 2 days later, Li Hao, accompanied by Zhang Yu, brought the captured minerals to a small asteroid belt at the border. Their spacecraft navigated through the asteroid field, searching for traces of Wang Lei's father. Eventually, they discovered a large transport ship on one of the asteroids. Li Hao and Zhang Yu piloted their spacecraft to land on the asteroid and docked with the transport ship. They saw a man in work attire approaching them. This man was Wang Lei's father, appearing weary yet his eyes sparkling with joy. You have finally arrived, Wang Lei's father exclaimed. Uncle Wang, I must trouble you once again. Li Hao replied. This batch is not captured from the pirates, is it? Wang Lei's father queried, gesturing toward a pile of or nearby. Li Hao smiled and responded, Uncle Wang, you are correct. This shipment was not seized from the pirates, but rather from a smuggling merchant ship. Wang Lei's father frowned and asked, smuggling? That is no trivial matter. How did you come to know this? Li Hao explained, the purchaser of this batch of ore is the Black Rose Pirate Group from the Endless Sea. They have been actively seeking this high-quality ore for weapon and equipment manufacturing. Wang Lei's father nodded in understanding, saying, I see. Have they become aware that this batch of ore has fallen into your hands? We encountered the Black Rose Pirate Group coming to intercept us and annihilated their fleet, Wang Lei's father replied with satisfaction. Then there should be no immediate issues. I will expedite the sale of this cargo. Its value exceeds that of the last batch. I will update you with the specifics later. It's no trouble, Uncle Wang. Thank you for your assistance. Noticing Li Hao's hesitance, Uncle Wang inquired, is there something else on your mind? Speak freely. Li Hao hesitated for a moment before saying, Uncle Wang, regarding my previous inquiry about purchasing the heavy cruiser flagship, have you any news? Wang Lei's father nodded and replied, I have inquired. New heavy cruisers are unavailable for purchase. However, there are opportunities with decommissioned ones. Currently, I have information that the Royal Legion has a cruiser being retired, but it will be auctioned. The estimated price is in the billions. Li Hao furrowed his brow and remarked, Billions? That price seems rather steep. Wang Lei's father chuckled and said, that is still a conservative estimate. The actual price may be even higher. After all, this is a cruiser, and it has been retired from the royal fleet. So its performance is undoubtedly exceptional. Li Hao nodded and remarked, I understand, Uncle Wang. Thank you for the information. Wang Lei's father patted Li Hao on the shoulder and advised, do not rush. This is no trivial matter and requires careful consideration. Moreover, over $1 billion is not a small sum. Once their conversation concluded, Li Hao and Zhang Yu piloted their spaceship back to the base star. Zhang Yu commented, you're still contemplating that cruiser, aren't you? Li Hao nodded, saying, indeed. I have been pondering how to legally acquire a starship, so we can subsequently purchase weaponry and equipment without issue. Commander, you are still too young. Even if you participate, you would not be able to purchase that cruiser. Countless families within the Empire desire it. Even if you did manage to acquire it, the military department would not provide you with weapons and equipment thereafter, Zhang Yu stated. Li Hao furrowed his brow. Fully aware that Zhang Yu spoke the truth, yet he was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. This was a cruiser, after all, Possessing it would significantly enhance the strength of his fleet. What should we do? Are we to simply give up? Li Hao expressed his frustration. Where do you think our current starships come from? Zhang Yu reminded him. At that moment, realization dawned upon Li Hao. He smacked his forehead and exclaimed, "Of course, we could attack pirates and seize their ships." Exactly. Pirates typically acquire their wealth through nefarious means and are willing to spend lavishly on starships, so we have a considerable opportunity to capture some vessels with commendable performance. Just look at how the Black Rose emerged with a heavy cruiser flagship and 4 other cruisers, Zhang Yu added. Li Hao nodded, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Their mission in the Endless Sea was to combat smuggling and eradicate piracy. He immediately ordered his fleet to prepare for departure to the areas frequented by pirates. Before embarking, Li Hao and Zhang Yu devised a tactical plan, analyzing the pirates' patterns and selecting a suitable ambush location. After several days of navigation, they finally arrived in the area plagued by piracy. Li Hao and Zhang Yu commanded the fleet to disperse and form a surrounding formation, awaiting the appearance of the pirates. Shortly thereafter, the monitor of the detector displayed an approaching spaceship. Moments later, around 10 assorted starships followed, opening fire on the vessel in front. Li Hao and Zhang Yu instantly recognized the precarious situation and ordered the fleet to enter combat readiness. Preparing to confront the enemy. What is happening? An officer inquired. It appears that the ship ahead is under attack, and the ships behind are pursuing it, Zhang Yu analyzed. Should we offer assistance? The officer questioned. Let us first observe the situation, Zhang Yu replied, glancing at Li Hao. Li Hao nodded, commanding the fleet to remain vigilant, ready to respond to any sudden developments. As they drew nearer, Li Hao and Zhang Yu finally identified the insignia on the ship ahead. It is an Imperial Royal vessel, Li Hao exclaimed. Zhang Yu was equally astonished. How could an Imperial Royal ship appear here and under attack at that? Commander, what should we do? A crew member asked. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hao declared, we cannot stand idly by while others are in peril. Prepare for a rescue. He commanded the fleet to accelerate towards the Imperial Royal ship. Simultaneously, he instructed the gunners to prepare for an offensive against the pursuing vessels. Upon noticing Li Hao's fleet, the enemy ships immediately allocated some of their forces to engage Li Hao's fleet. Li Hao and Zhang Yu led their fleet into fierce combat against the adversaries. Charge forward, establish a defensive formation, and activate the star shields. The Dawn fleet formed a defensive configuration centered around the Invincible, successfully shielding against all incoming fire. Amidst the tumultuous battle, Li Hao keenly observed the enemy's firepower and suddenly spotted a heavy cruiser flagship among the enemy vessels. Exhibiting formidable strength, Li Hao decisively resolved that the only way to gain the upper hand and repel this unidentified force was to destroy the enemy flagship. He communicated through the intercom, issuing orders to the gunners. Target the heavy cruiser flagship with the Invincible's main cannon, 30 energy attack. Upon hearing the command, the gunners swiftly adjusted the cannon's aim, locking onto the heavy cruiser flagship. Chapter 25. The Sixth Princess of the Empire. Inside the main cannon control room of the Invincible, the atmosphere was tense and grave. The gunners were entirely focused on the target indicator on the screen, their fingers lightly poised over the firing button. Main cannon fully charged, target locked. One of the gunners reported, "Fire!" Li Hao commanded without hesitation. In an instant, the main cannon of the Invincible erupted with a dazzling light, unleashing a powerful energy beam that sliced through the void, hurtling towards the heavy cruiser flagship. The energy beam traversed the expanse of space at remarkable speed, striking the flagship. The flagship's shields rippled under the immense assault, but held firm for a time. It possesses star shields. It seems to be an internal faction of the Empire, Li Hao noted. Continue charging, prepare for a second wave of attack, he ordered again. The gunners busily resumed preparations for the main cannon's charge. Meanwhile, the heavy cruiser flagship initiated its counterattack, launching a barrage of energy beams and missiles towards the Invincible. The Invincible's shield system operated at full capacity, withstanding the majority of the onslaught. With the second wave of attack ready, Li Hao once more commanded fire. This time, the energy output of the main cannon was elevated to 50. Another powerful energy beam was unleashed, striking the heavy cruiser flagship once more. This time, the flagship shields finally succumbed, shattering under the strain. The energy beam penetrated deep into the hull of the flagship, triggering a series of explosions. A brilliant flash illuminated the battlefield as the heavy cruiser flagship gradually disintegrated. transforming into countless fragments that scattered through space like sparkling fireworks, lighting up the entire combat zone. Li Hao stood on the command bridge, his gaze resolutely fixed on the battlefield. A faint smile graced his lips as he commanded, "All ships, continue the assault on the enemy, ensuring they have no opportunity to regroup." His voice resonated clearly and powerfully throughout the fleet. The ships responded in unison, adjusting their course and accelerating towards the remnants of the enemy forces. The main cannon fired again, unleashing energy beams like a torrential downpour, weaving a dense network of fire across space. The enemy vessels struggled within this web of firepower, attempting to escape, yet finding no avenue for retreat. One enemy ship was struck by the main cannon, erupting into flames, while another was hit by a pulse cannon, losing all propulsion and drifting helplessly in space. A third enemy vessel attempted to flee but was intercepted by the fleet's escort ships, ultimately facing destruction. Under the relentless assault from Li Hao's fleet, the enemy's remaining forces began to falter. They had lost command following the destruction of their flagship, plunging into chaos and panic. As time progressed, the remnants of the enemy dwindled further, until only Li Hao's fleet and debris remained on the battlefield. Li Hao surveyed the aftermath with a sense of reflection. "Report, Captain. The battlefield has been cleared. We have destroyed 1 heavy cruiser flagship, 3 destroyers, and 6 frigates, while suffering the loss of 3 frigates and 56 personnel," a staff officer reported to Li Hao. Li Hao nodded, expressing satisfaction with the outcome. He understood that while this battle had ended in victory, it had come at a significant cost. "Order all ships to recover our brothers and return to the base for rest and resupply." Li Hao commanded. Li Hao established communication with the pursued Imperial Royal Ship. Upon connection, he immediately introduced himself. "I am Li Hao, commander of the Dawn Fleet of the 13th Legion of the Empire." A sweet young woman appeared on the screen of the Imperial Royal Ship. "Commander Li Hao, thank you for your rescue. That is my duty. Please inform me of your situation. Are there any casualties?" The woman showed a hint of sorrow. "We have sustained some injuries, but fortunately, there are no life-threatening conditions." Li Hao breathed a sigh of relief. "That is good to hear. We will expedite your transfer to a safe location and provide medical assistance." The woman gazed at Li Hao with gratitude. "Thank you, Commander. Your presence has given us hope. Do not mention it. Now, please follow our guidance and form up with the Dawn Fleet for escort," Li Hao replied. As they approached the border star, Li Hao contacted the royal ship once more. "Hello, ma'am. We are nearing the Imperial border star and will conclude this escort mission. You may directly contact the guards at the border star." Suddenly, the royal ship's female representative said, "Commander, I am the 6th Princess of the Empire. Thank you immensely for your rescue, but we have just been attacked, and we hope you will escort us back to the Imperial capital star." Li Hao furrowed his brow slightly. He had not anticipated that this vessel belonged to the 6th Princess. However, his mission focused on combating piracy along the border, and he had not received orders to venture into Imperial territory. Yet, he felt it inappropriate to outright refuse, given her status as a princess. "Your Highness, my task is to escort you to the border star. I have not received orders to escort you back to the Imperial capital star," Li Hao conveyed. "Commander Li, I understand this may cause you some inconvenience, but our ship was attacked, and we fear we may encounter further assaults on our return to the Imperial capital star." The princess explained. Li Hao paused for a moment, recognizing the validity of her concerns. "Very well, Your Highness. I shall escort you back to the Imperial capital star. However, I must first report the situation to the military." The princess nodded. "Thank you, Commander Li. We will fully cooperate with your actions." Li Hao concluded the call and promptly reported the situation to the military through the Star Network. The 6th Princess also contacted the Emperor of the Galactic Empire via the Star Network. While awaiting a response from the military, Li Hao began to contemplate how to escort the princess safely back to the Imperial capital star. Suddenly, Li Hao's communicator rang. It was a reply from the military. Li Hao immediately connected. "Commander Li, please do whatever it takes to escort the princess back to the Imperial capital star." On the other end was a spirited, elderly man. Li Hao promptly replied, "Rest assured, General, we will ensure the safe return of the princess to the Imperial capital star." The military's old general responded, "Thank you, Commander Li." Meanwhile, the 6th Princess also received a reply from the Emperor. The Emperor ordered her to return to the Imperial capital star immediately and instructed the military to allow Li Hao's fleet to fully protect her safety. Upon receiving the orders from the military and the Emperor, Li Hao quickly contacted the 6th Princess. They decided to first carry out repairs and resupply at the border star before setting off for the Imperial capital star. After a lengthy voyage, Li Hao led the fleet to the border star. Old Wong had been waiting at the port for quite some time. Upon seeing Li Hao's fleet arrive safely, a smile of relief spread across his face. Chapter 26. Escorting the sixth princess, Li Hao disembarked from the flagship and embraced Old Wong warmly. Old Wong looked at Li Hao, concern evident in his eyes. You've had a hard journey. How is the fleet? Li Hao patted Old Wong's shoulder. Everything went smoothly. We encountered a few minor troubles along the way, but they have all been resolved. Old Wong nodded. That's good to hear. By the way, the military has just issued orders for us to resupply your fleet. The military's orders arrived so swiftly? Old Wong chuckled. Yes. Do you have some important mission? The military places great importance on your fleet. We are fully prepared and can begin resupply at any moment. Old Wong, I leave the resupply matters to you. I have some other matters to attend to. Old Wong looked at Li Hao with some confusion. Is there anything more important than the resupply? Li Hao smiled but did not answer Old Wong's question, simply stating, just follow the military's orders. I will handle the other matters. Though Old Wong felt some doubt, he understood that Li Hao must have his own considerations. So he nodded. All right, I will go arrange the resupply then. As Li Hao watched Old Wong depart, he pondered quietly. He knew the sixth princess's identity was extraordinary. Revealing her presence to Old Wong might lead to unnecessary complications. Therefore, he decided to keep the matter of the sixth princess a secret from Old Wong for the time being. Li Hao returned to the Invincible and commanded the fleet soldiers to prepare for resupply. At the same time, he ordered the soldiers to enhance their vigilance to prevent any unforeseen incidents. During the resupply process, Li Hao continuously contemplated ways to ensure the safety of the sixth princess. Just as he was deep in thought, Zhang Yu approached him and said, The sixth princess has been taken to the lounge of the Invincible. Very well, I understand. Zhang Yu, please inform Old Wong to expedite the resupply. We must depart swiftly to avoid any potential accidents. Additionally, send some soldiers to the lounge of the Invincible to ensure the safety of the sixth princess. Zhang Yu accepted the order and departed while Li Hao made his way to the lounge. Upon entering, he saw the sixth princess seated on the sofa. Looking somewhat fatigued, Li Hao approached her and inquired with concern. Your Highness, are you all right? The sixth princess looked up at Li Hao. A glimmer of gratitude in her eyes. Thank you, Commander Li. I am fine. Just a bit tired. Li Hao smiled. Your Highness need not be formal. It is my duty. Please rest for a while. I will ensure everything is in order. The sixth princess nodded and closed her eyes, leaning back on the sofa to rest. Just then, a soldier entered and reported to Li Hao, Commander, we have detected an unidentified spaceship approaching us. An unidentified spaceship? What is its intention? The soldier replied. It is still unclear. We have deployed a detector and are scanning it. All right, keep a close watch on its movements and report any developments to me immediately. The soldier complied and left, while Li Hao fell into deep contemplation. He recognized that the appearance of an unidentified spaceship at this moment could only signify trouble. Could it be from the unidentified fleet we encountered earlier? Li Hao resolved to personally head to the command center to assess the situation. Upon entering the command center, he found Zhang Yu standing before the large screen. His expression grave. Li Hao approached Zhang Yu and asked, Zhang Yu? What is the situation? Zhang Yu pointed at the screen. Commander, look, that is the unidentified spaceship. It is moving swiftly and bears no markings, making it impossible for us to ascertain its identity. Has it transmitted any signals? Zhang Yu shook his head. No, it has remained silent. Li Hao pondered for a moment and then declared, Deploy mechs to intercept it. If it harbors any malicious intentions, shoot it down immediately. After the order was given, the fleet's fighters swiftly took off, heading towards the unidentified spaceship. Li Hao and Zhang Yu anxiously observed the large screen, awaiting the outcome. The fighter squadron rapidly approached the unidentified spaceship, and Li Hao communicated through the communicator. Remain vigilant and closely monitor the movements of the unidentified spaceship. If it exhibits any aggressive behavior, retaliate at once. Minutes later, the mech soldiers relayed, Commander, it has fled. That spaceship is exceedingly fast. Li Hao furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding rising within him. The appearance of this unidentified spaceship was too suspicious, and its speed was alarming, causing unease to settle in Li Hao's heart. Zhang Yu, instruct the fleet to heighten vigilance and keep a close watch on the surroundings. Check with Old Wong on the status of the resupply. Yes, Commander. Zhang Yu accepted the order and departed. Li Hao paced back and forth in the command center, contemplating the next course of action. At that moment, a soldier entered and reported, "Commander, the resupply has been completed." He stopped, turned to the soldier, and nodded. "Good. Prepare the fleet to set sail." He glanced at the star map, which displayed two routes, one through the Stargate subspace corridor, the other traversing the internal star systems of the Empire. If we take the subspace corridor, the journey will be shorter, but the risks are considerable. We may encounter various unknown dangers, and our fleet could be detected by the enemy. Conversely, traversing the internal star systems of the Empire would take longer but would be relatively safer. We could avoid the hazards of the subspace corridor and evade detection by the enemy, another officer remarked. How contemplated for a moment. "We cannot afford the risk of the subspace corridor. We shall take the internal star systems of the Empire. Though it may take longer, we can ensure the fleet's safety." "Yes, Commander," the officers replied in unison. He commanded the fleet to set off towards the internal star systems of the Empire. The fleet navigated through space slowly, and Li Hao remained somewhat anxious in the command center. After several days of travel, everything proceeded smoothly, and Li Hao gradually relaxed. He began to engage in discussions with the other commanders of the fleet, exchanging tactics and strategies. These officers were seasoned veterans, thoroughly familiar with the fleet's operations, making Li Hao enjoy their dialogues. However, at that moment, an officer suddenly burst in. "Commander, trouble. Our detector has identified an unidentified fleet approaching us." Immediately activate the detector to ascertain the status of that fleet. Moments later, the results from the detector returned. This fleet bore no markings and was heading straight for them. Where could this fleet be from? Li Hao's heart was filled with confusion. "Commander, what should we do?" an officer inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hao made a decision. Have the fleet maintain a defensive formation, activate the star shields, and prepare all main cannons for charging. Chapter 27. The unidentified fleet strikes again. Just then, the unidentified fleet suddenly accelerated, charging towards the fleet. Main cannons locked on, fire. The Dawn fleet's artillery immediately unleashed upon the unidentified fleet. Yet the latter appeared unfazed, continuing its advance. As the unidentified fleet closed in, it too began to assault the Dawn fleet. Following a round of exchanges, all attacks from the unidentified fleet were thwarted by the star shields. Report, Commander, the star shield's energy remains at 85. A crew member reported to Li Hao. Realizing that the unidentified fleet's long-range attacks could not penetrate the star shields, they commenced deploying numerous small fighters to assault the Dawn fleet. Activate the close defense system and shoot down those fighters. The close defense system activated, unleashing lasers that struck down the small fighters one by one. However, the sheer number of fighters from the unidentified fleet allowed several to breach the defenses and charge towards the Dawn fleet. The star shields of the Dawn fleet activated, keeping those fighters at bay. Yet, the energy of the protective shield was steadily depleting, soon dropping below 50. Report, Captain, the energy shield is insufficient to withstand further attacks. A crew member informed Li Hao. Observing the imminent breach of the star shield, the unidentified fleet escalated its assaults. Activate the energy shield. Li Hao commanded. As the star shield was on the brink of collapse, a brand new energy shield emerged. The unidentified fleet, witnessing the rise of this new energy shield, cursed. What on earth is this? How can a fleet's warships be equipped with so many shields? Li Hao watched as the attacks from the unidentified fleet were effortlessly repelled by the energy shield, feeling a sense of relief within. This energy shield represented the last line of defense for the Dawn fleet. If it were breached, the warship would face utter destruction. Captain, the energy shield still has 95 power remaining, reported a crew member. Excellent. Maintain the shield strength and simultaneously activate the main cannon to give them a taste of their own medicine, Li Hao commanded. The main cannon of the Dawn fleet began to charge, and a series of energy beams shot towards the unidentified fleet. At that moment, Li Hao noticed a flagship of the enemy fleet executing a turn. He immediately issued a command. The main cannon of the Invincible. Lock onto the enemy flagship, fire at 50 energy. The main cannon of the Invincible charged up, unleashing a colossal energy beam directed at the enemy flagship. The enemy flagship, realizing the imminent attack from the Invincible, quickly activated its energy shield in an attempt to withstand the strike. However, the power of the Invincible's main cannon was overwhelmingly potent. The enemy flagship's energy shield was shattered in an instant, and the main cannon struck directly at the flagship's bridge. A violent explosion erupted from the bridge of the enemy flagship, and the entire vessel lost control, drifting aimlessly into the depths of space. "Captain, the enemy flagship has been destroyed. Should we continue attacking other enemy ships?" An officer from the Invincible inquired. Li Hao gazed at the wreckage of the enemy flagship, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. "Ceasefire. Dispatch rescue ships to search for any survivors from the enemy flagship." The Invincible sent out rescue vessels to seek out any survivors. After an extensive search, the rescue ships reported finding no survivors. The attack had instantaneously traversed the entire starship, vaporizing its interior with energy at light speed. Once Li Hao had surveyed the battlefield, he ordered the fleet to continue its course towards the Imperial Capital Star. After several days of travel, the Imperial Capital Star finally came into view. This planet served as the political, economic, and cultural epicenter of the entire star system, and it was also the ultimate goal of Li Hao's mission. As the fleet gradually approached the Imperial Capital Star, a communication came from the Imperial Capital's guard fleet. "Ahead lies the capital star of the Galactic Empire. Please identify yourselves and provide your identification code. Reply that we are the Dawn Fleet of the Empire's 13th Legion, sent on a mission to the Imperial Capital Star," Li Hao instructed. The communication officer promptly responded as per Li Hao's directives. Moments later, a reply came. "Dawn Fleet, please provide your mission authorization documents and identification code." "Send them the mission authorization and fleet identification code," Li Hao ordered. The communication officer adhered to Li Hao's instructions once more. This time, the other party remained silent for an extended period, seemingly verifying their identity. Finally, they responded, "Dawn Fleet, your identity has been confirmed. Please deactivate all weapon systems and enter the orbital path of the Imperial Capital Star as instructed." Awaiting further directives, the fleet smoothly entered the orbital path of the Imperial Capital Star. Li Hao gazed at the planet on the screen, overwhelmed by a flood of emotions. This celestial body was the heart of the Galactic Empire and his homeland, where he had once lived and studied. "Captain, we have entered the orbital path of the Imperial Capital Star. Shall we commence docking preparations?" The voice of the first officer interrupted Li Hao's thoughts. "Very well, begin the docking process." As Li Hao's fleet secured its position at the starport, an officer from the starport's guard unit approached him. The officer scanned the fleet before finally resting his gaze upon Li Hao. "Welcome to the Imperial Capital Star. I am the commander of the starport guard unit, sent to greet you," the officer stated. Li Hao stepped forward and saluted the officer. "Thank you for your warm welcome. We are the Dawn Fleet of the 13th Legion, here on a mission to the Imperial Capital Star." The officer nodded. "I have received your mission notification. May I inquire about the whereabouts of the 6th Princess?" Li Hao hesitated, aware of the sensitivity of this mission, and replied, "Our task is to ensure the safe escort of the 6th Princess back to the Imperial Capital Star." The officer furrowed his brow. "But this is already the Imperial Capital Star. Your mission has concluded." Li Hao shook his head. "We must deliver her to the military or the royal family for this mission to be considered complete." The officer contemplated for a moment, then said, "Very well, I will report to my superiors promptly. You may rest here for now." The 6th Princess approached and inquired, "Commander Li, what transpired just now?" "Your Highness, the commander of the starport guard unit came to receive you. But I did not consent, as we need to escort you to either the palace or the military headquarters. Which would you prefer to go to first?" The 6th Princess pondered and decided to return to the palace first. Li Hao selected a squad of elite soldiers to personally escort the 6th Princess back to the palace. As Li Hao and his elite soldiers escorted the 6th Princess, many civilians at the starport observed this contingent of soldiers, markedly different in their black combat uniforms from the usual green attire, clad in sleek black outfits, wearing matching helmets, and armed with an array of advanced weaponry. They marched in unison, exuding an aura of power and mystery. Chapter 28. The Emperor's Reward. The citizens speculated about the identities and intentions of these soldiers. Some believed they were special forces of the Empire, others thought them envoys of an extraterrestrial civilization, while still others considered them members of a clandestine organization. In no time, various rumors and conjectures circulated through the starport, captivating the public's attention and interest. Li Hao and his elite soldiers paid no heed to the speculations and discussions of the populace. They simply continued their silent escort of the 6th Princess towards the palace. Upon arriving at the palace gates, Li Hao and his elite soldiers came to a halt. They arranged themselves neatly at the entrance, saluted the 6th Princess, and then turned to depart. The 6th Princess watched their retreating figures, feeling a profound sense of reluctance. Once she returned to the palace, she immediately sought an audience with His Majesty the Emperor. Recounting the attack she had endured and how she had encountered Li Hao, "Father, I was dispatched to inspect the border but unexpectedly encountered an assault along the way," the sixth princess explained. "Fortunately, Li Hao appeared in time to save my life." Upon hearing this, the emperor's expression grew grave. He was aware that the border regions had long been unstable, yet he had not anticipated that someone would dare to attack a princess in broad daylight. "Li Hao?" the emperor inquired. "Who is he?" "Li Hao is the commander of the Dawn Fleet. His soldiers are all elite, each one exceptionally formidable," the sixth princess responded. "The reason I was able to return safely is entirely due to Li Hao and the valiant soldiers of his fleet." The emperor nodded, stating, "Li Hao hails from which planet's fleet? His gallant deeds warrant commendation." The princess pondered briefly and replied, "I believe he mentioned he is from the 13th Legion." "Father, why have I never heard of this 13th Legion?" The emperor furrowed his brow, deep in thought. He possessed an intimate knowledge of the Empire's military forces, and the mention of the 13th Legion stirred feelings of confusion and unease within him. The emperor's mind drifted back to the events of a decade prior, when he had just ascended to the throne and the Empire faced a full-scale invasion by the Zerg. The 13th Legion had valiantly defended the Endless Sea Star domain. Engaging in a harrowing battle against the Zerg, millions of officers fought bravely in that conflict, and countless elite fleets of the Empire participated in the fray. Yet, confronted with the overwhelming might of the Zerg, they ultimately met with annihilation, perishing along with the Zerg's mother insect. As the emperor recalled these harrowing scenes, silent tears streamed down his cheeks. The sixth princess observed her father weeping, feeling both astonished and perplexed. She gently inquired, "Father, why are you crying?" The emperor slowly lifted his head. Looking at the sixth princess with a mixture of love and sorrow, he tenderly stroked her hair and said, "My child, I am reminded of old memories, which evoke deep sentiments within me." The sixth princess, even more confused, pressed on, "Father, what memories could cause you such sadness?" The emperor remained silent for a moment before slowly responding, "Child, did you just say that Li Hao's Dawn Fleet belongs to the 13th Legion?" The sixth princess nodded, affirming, "Yes, that is how Li Hao introduced himself, and it is also how the military documents state." The emperor declared, "Lady official, summon Huang Pu Hao to come here." An adjacent lady-in-waiting promptly replied, "Yes, your majesty." After the lady-in-waiting exited, the emperor fell into contemplation once more. Soon, Huang Pu Hao arrived at the emperor's study. "Your majesty, you summoned me. What is it you require?" Huang Pu Hao asked respectfully. The emperor gradually raised his head. Fixing his gaze upon Huang Pu Hao, his expression revealing a complex mix of emotions. In a low tone, he inquired, "Huang Pu Hao, what exactly is the situation regarding the 13th Legion's Dawn Fleet?" The emperor's brow furrowed slightly as he pressed further. "Is the Li family seeking to re-establish the 13th Legion?" Huang Pu Hao hastily replied, "It is not the Li family." "Not the Li family? Then what is the nature of this 13th Legion's Dawn Fleet?" the emperor asked impatiently. Huang Pu Hao felt a sudden chill in his heart, aware of the emperor's sensitivity regarding the matters of the 13th Legion. He quickly clarified, "Your majesty, the Dawn Fleet of the 13th Legion was established by Li Hao, primarily composed of members from the former 13th Legion's Guard Brigade." The emperor inquired once more, "Who is Li Hao?" Huang Pu Hao replied, "Li Hao is a civilian graduate from the Royal Naval Command Academy last year, that time. All other legions were fully staffed, so I assigned him to the 13th Legion." The emperor nodded slightly, his gaze penetrating as he looked at Huang Pu Hao, the civilian student, and within less than a year, he has assembled a fleet consisting of 2 cruisers, 4 destroyers, and 10 frigates. "Do you truly believe this?" Huang Pu Hao pondered for a moment and slowly responded, "Your majesty, although Li Hao comes from humble beginnings, he excelled in the Royal Naval Command Academy, demonstrating exceptional talent and potential. His graduation ship was a second-hand destroyer acquired from an unknown source. According to battle reports, they launched a surprise attack on a pirate stronghold in the Endless Sea, seizing those warships." The emperor gently stroked his chin, contemplating, "Is that so? It seems this young man possesses quite the capability." Huang Pu Hao cautiously added, "Your majesty, Li Hao is indeed very capable. He is an outstanding fleet commander." The emperor nodded, "I understand he is a remarkable youth. Yet the reconstruction of the 13th Legion is no trivial matter. It requires substantial resources and time." Huang Pu Hao hastily replied, "Your majesty, I have merely assigned him temporarily to the 13th Legion. I will transfer him once a suitable position becomes available. The Emperor cast a sidelong glance at Huang Pu Hao, questioning, why transfer him? Is he not performing admirably in the Endless Sea? Having rescued the 6th princess? Let him remain in the 13th Legion. Allocate a heavy cruiser as his flagship from the royal supplies. And reward him with 5 cruisers for rescuing the 6th princess. It shall serve as the Empire's support for the 13th Legion. Huang Pu Hao's heart soared with joy. Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall convey my gratitude to Li Hao. The Emperor waved his hand. Very well, you may leave. Huang Pu Hao exited the palace in high spirits and returned to the military office, where Li Hao awaited him. General, our mission to escort the princess has been completed, and we are now preparing to return to the Endless Sea. Huang Pu Hao nodded. Indeed, this mission was executed splendidly, and the princess has been safely delivered. Come with me shortly. I have a surprise for you. Chapter 29. The predicament of the 13th Legion. Li Hao followed Huang Pu Hao out of the military office, arriving at the Royal Supplies Office. The Royal Supplies Office was a vast complex responsible for providing various materials and equipment for the Royal Army. Upon entering, they were met with a bustling scene. They approached an office door, knocked, and entered. Inside sat a general, who immediately rose upon seeing Huang Pu Hao and Li Hao. General Huang Pu, you have arrived. Huang Pu Hao nodded. Yes, I am here to collect some supplies and equipment. The general smiled. Very well, please specify your needs. Huang Pu Hao responded, His Majesty has awarded this young man a heavy cruiser flagship and 5 cruisers. I have brought him to receive them. Hearing this, Li Hao felt a surge of excitement. The general nodded and checked. Understood. I will make the arrangements. Moments later, the general led Li Hao to the warehouse of the Royal Supplies Office. The warehouse was filled with various warships, leaving Li Hao in awe. The general pointed to a massive ship. This is the heavy cruiser flagship awarded to you by His Majesty. It is equipped with the most advanced weaponry and defense systems. A pride of our empire, Li Hao approached to examine the vessel closely. Its imposing exterior bore the golden emblem of the royal fleet, signifying its noble status. The general then indicated the 5 cruisers nearby. These 5 cruisers have also been specially selected for you by His Majesty. They are fast and heavily armed, making them the perfect companions for your flagship. Grateful, Li Hao looked at Huang Pu Hao and the general. Thank you for His Majesty's generosity, and thank you, General, for your guidance. Huang Pu Hao patted Li Hao on the shoulder. This is what you deserve. Your performance in this mission has been commendable, and His Majesty is pleased with you. I hope you will continue to strive harder and contribute even more to the Empire and its people. Li Hao solemnly nodded. Yes, General. I shall not disappoint the expectations of His Majesty and you. The general smiled. Very well. Arrange for your crew to take the ships. Here are the documents and identification codes for these vessels. Li Hao notified his crew to come receive the ships. Zhang Yu inquired. Where did these ships come from? These are rewards from His Majesty, including a heavy cruiser flagship. Zhang Yu exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Fantastic. Our fleet strength has increased significantly. After accepting the ships and assigning their respective roles, Li Hao swiftly departed the Imperial capital Star to rendezvous with the fleet at the starport. Zhang Yu, somewhat troubled, remarked, Commander, we need to recruit more personnel. The base still has 1 heavy cruiser and 4 cruisers. And now we have another heavy cruiser and 5 cruisers. We simply do not have enough hands. Li Hao nodded, realizing the gravity of the issue. As the fleet expanded, the shortage of personnel became increasingly pronounced. He understood the urgency of recruiting a new batch of crew members and decided to accompany Zhang Yu to the military headquarters. They arrived at Huang Pu Hao's office, knocked, and were permitted to enter. Inside, Huang Pu Hao was engrossed in a document. General, I have something to report. Huang Pu Hao looked up at Li Hao. What is it? Li Hao approached the desk. General, I would like to inquire if we can arrange for some graduates from this year's Royal Academy. Huang Pu Hao considered this, then replied, There are no civilian students in this year's Royal Academy Naval Command Program. Do not bother with noble students. General, why are there no civilian students this year? Other programs could have them, especially in engineering and mecha programs. I need those too. Huang Pu Hao chuckled. Do not hold your breath. Moreover, the recruitment for the 13th Legion is not conducted in the imperial capital. It is impossible to arrange it here. Li Hao, filled with confusion, interjected. Then where does the 13th Legion recruit from? Huang Pu Hao shot a glance at Zhang Yu. Annoyance evident on his face. You haven't informed him? As a commander, he is unaware of where to recruit personnel. Zhang Yu stammered. General, I didn't want to. Li Hao, perplexed, pressed. What are you all even talking about? I am utterly lost. Huang Pu Hao, visibly irritated, waved his hand. Enough. Return. Let Zhang Yu explain the subsequent matters to you. You may leave. As Li Hao and Zhang Yu exited the headquarters, Li Hao's confusion deepened. He halted and turned to Zhang Yu, asking sternly, Zhang Yu, what are you hiding from me? We have left the military headquarters. You can speak now. Zhang Yu lowered his head, remaining silent for a moment, then slowly raised his gaze to meet Li Hao's. Commander, there is nothing that cannot be said. It's just, Li Hao furrowed his brow and spoke firmly. Zhang Yu, what exactly are you trying to say? If there is something, just tell me directly. Do not beat around the bush. Zhang Yu took a deep breath, then said, Commander, actually, the source planet for our 13th Legion's recruits is Zhongzhou Star. But we haven't returned to recruit for 10 years. Li Hao was taken aback. Recalling Zhang Yu's previous remarks, he inquired, why haven't we gone back? Is it because of that Great War? Zhang Yu nodded. Yes, the Great War from 10 years ago claimed the lives of 1 million soldiers from our 13th Legion, plunging the entire Zhongzhou Star into mourning. After that battle, Zhongzhou Star was severely weakened, and the populace became filled with fear and aversion towards war. No one was willing to send their children to the battlefield. Moreover, the Empire has had no intention of restructuring the 13th Legion, and over time, our connection with Zhongzhou Star has gradually diminished. Listening to Zhang Yu, Li Hao felt an overwhelming weight in his heart. He understood the immense toll that war had exacted on Zhongzhou Star and recognized the significant responsibility resting upon his shoulders. After a moment of silence, he declared, Zhang Yu, we cannot simply give up. We must find a way to re-establish our connection with Zhongzhou Star and regain the trust of its people. Zhang Yu nodded. I understand, Commander, but that is easier said than done. The wounds run too deep. We must face this reality. We can first return to Zhongzhou Star and see. Zhang Yu looked at Li Hao, a surge of admiration welling up within him. He recognized that although this young commander had just taken office, he possessed extraordinary courage and determination. Very well, let us prepare. Chapter 30. Upgrading the Dawn Fleet's warships, the two returned to the Bridge of the Invincible. Li Hao summoned all the officers of the fleet to discuss. From our recent mission, we have received the Emperor's rewards, 1 heavy cruiser flagship and 5 cruisers. Our base still has 1 captured heavy cruiser and 4 cruisers. And along with the current Invincible and Starlight, we now possess 1 Invincible, 2 heavy cruiser flagships, 10 cruisers, 5 destroyers, and 7 frigates. At present, we are confronted with the challenges of limited manpower and the relatively outdated performance of our destroyers and frigates, a combination that inevitably impacts our operational efficiency at SEA. To address this issue, I have resolved to reorganize the fleet. Firstly, all destroyers and frigates will be reassigned to form the Planetary Defense Fleet, tasked with safeguarding the base star. The fleet's warships will also undergo redistribution, with the Indomitable serving as the flagship, while 2 heavy cruisers and the starship will form the core of our firepower. The heavy cruisers possess formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, allowing them to play a crucial role in combat. The starship, equipped with the weaponry of a heavy cruiser and exceptional maneuverability, is capable of delivering precise strikes against enemy targets. With 9 cruisers bolstering the fleet's defensive capabilities, these vessels offer commendable defensive and offensive attributes, enabling them to adapt flexibly to various combat scenarios and provide effective support for the fleet. Such an arrangement surpasses the main fleets of other legions, as one officer remarked. His words resonated among the surrounding officers, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, following the reorganization, the fleet's strength has seen a significant enhancement, boasting not only greater firepower and defense but also heightened operational efficiency. However, as Li Hao noted, we are still limited in personnel and cannot fully leverage the potential of these warships. Thus, we must concentrate all our resources to ensure everyone's safety. After the meeting, we must swiftly return to the base star, utilizing the Stargate's subspace corridor for our journey. Li Hao's decision received unanimous approval from all officers, who recognized that, under the current circumstances, safety is paramount. Although traversing the Stargate's subspace corridor introduces certain risks, it considerably reduces travel time and minimizes the fleet's exposure to dangers in space. Once all preparations were complete, the fleet set course for the Stargate's subspace corridor. Prior to entering the corridor, Li Hao reiterated the importance of safety to all officers, urging them to remain vigilant and ready to confront any potential threats. As the fleet entered the Stargate's subspace corridor, the surrounding space began to warp. The engines of the warships emitted blue flames, propelling the fleet forward. Within the corridor, the fleet attained remarkable speed, crossing thousands of light-years almost instantaneously. Li Hao sat in the command cabin, observing the data displayed on the screen, which included speed, position, and energy status. However, just as the fleet was nearing its destination, an unexpected event occurred. An unidentified warship suddenly appeared before the fleet, obstructing their path. What is going on? Li Hao furrowed his brow, demanding immediate identification of the vessel. Soon, intelligence relayed the information. It turned out that the unidentified warship was a pirate ship. Dreaded pirates, Li Hao seethed. Their audacity is astounding. How dare a single ship block our way, Commander? What should we do? An officer inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hao issued his command. Prepare for battle. Main cannons locked on, the fleet's alarms blared, and all crew members immediately entered combat readiness. The warship's weapon systems began to charge, primed for an assault on the pirates. Just as Li Hao was about to engage the pirate vessel, a communication request came through. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to answer, "Hello, Commander. I am the leader of the Black Rose Pirates, and I wish to discuss matters with you." The voice on the other end stated. Li Hao frowned and replied, "Speak. What do you wish to discuss? Not long ago, did you not seize a merchant vessel carrying, or?" The voice continued, "And the fleet that came to its aid, is that not the one you annihilated?" Li Hao paused for a moment, then responded, "Yes, I did seize the merchant vessel, and I did destroy the fleet." "What of it? Do you realize the implications of your actions?" The voice grew increasingly irate. "The merchant vessel you seized was cargo we purchased, and the fleet you obliterated was also ours. You are provoking us." Li Hao's brow furrowed as he replied, "The 13th Legion of our empire is combating smuggling in the Endless Sea and eradicating pirates. What is the issue with that? You claim to be from the 13th Legion? I am the commander of the Dawn Fleet of the 13th Legion." The voice fell silent for a moment before conceding, "Very well. Let us leave this matter here. We do not wish to be your enemies. I do not wish to be your enemies either. However, you must cease your piratical activities. Otherwise, I shall not spare you." After the call ended, unexpectedly, the Black Rose pirate ship swiftly cleared the path and gradually vanished into the distance. Zhang Yu gazed at the retreating vessel, perplexed, and inquired of Li Hao, "Commander, why did we not simply annihilate them? Why did we allow them to leave so brazenly? Do you have some sort of interest in their leader?" Upon hearing this, Li Hao's gaze turned contemplative as he looked into the distance, slowly responding, "Zhang Yu, what nonsense are you speaking? In this vast expanse of stars, danger lurks at every turn. Acquiring one more enemy only adds to the threat. If we were to eradicate them today, it would only deepen the animosity in the future. Perhaps while we have yet to establish a deadly feud, we could transform foes into allies." Zhang Yu pondered this and nodded thoughtfully, feeling an increased admiration for Li Hao. Meanwhile, aboard the pirate ship, the pirate leader sat in the command cabin, reflecting on the conversation with Li Hao. At that moment, a pirate queried the leader, "Are we really letting this slide? They seized our cargo and obliterated a fleet of our heavy cruisers, which has halved our strength. How do we explain this to the captain?" The pirate leader contemplated for a moment and then replied, "I will explain this matter to the captain. For now, we should avoid the Empire and the borders of the Endless Sea." Chapter 31. Zhengzhou Mecha Academy. Upon returning to the base star, Li Hao commenced the reorganization of the fleet. They adhered to the original plan to reassign personnel, redistributing those capable of piloting cruisers while temporarily substituting robots for any insufficient positions, ensuring the fleet's overall combat effectiveness. Following the personnel allocation, Li Hao discovered that to achieve full operational capacity, their primary deficiency lay in the lack of mecha soldiers and mechas. Their current total of mecha soldiers is fewer than 3,000. The Indomitable can accommodate 1,500 mecha soldiers. Heavy cruisers typically carry 1,000. Cruisers are equipped for 800, destroyers for 500, and frigates for 100. Consequently, the Dawn Fleet faces a shortfall of over 10,000 mecha soldiers. Li Hao summoned all captains and mecha squad leaders of the Dawn Fleet to address the current shortage of soldiers. His expression was grave, and his tone serious as he stated, "Gentlemen, we are currently facing a dire issue, namely, the deficiency of mecha soldiers. According to the latest statistical data, our fleet lacks 10,000 mecha soldiers, which significantly impacts our combat capabilities." The captains and mecha squad leaders present remained silent, acutely aware of the severity of the issue but uncertain how to communicate their concerns to Li Hao. Li Hao continued, I intend to visit Zhongzhou Star to see if we can recruit mecha soldiers. The remaining personnel will stay at the base. Zhang Yu, harboring concerns, voiced his thoughts. Commander, I wish to accompany you. Li Hao replied, No need, Zhang Yu. You should remain at the base to manage the fleet's daily operations. I will handle the trip to Zhongzhou Star alone and will return promptly. Zhang Yu insisted, Please take me with you. I am more familiar with the situation on Zhongzhou Star. Your visit may not yield results otherwise. Very well, you may accompany me. They boarded a small interstellar spacecraft, and after several days of travel, they finally arrived at Zhongzhou Star. Zhongzhou Star is a thriving planet characterized by advanced technology and a rich mecha culture. Li Hao and Zhang Yu walked along the bustling streets of Zhongzhou Star. They marveled at the prevalence of mechas, feeling a sense of nostalgia. The mecha culture here is indeed vibrant, Zhang Yu remarked. Indeed, the mecha technology is highly advanced here, Li Hao replied. Our visit aims to see if we can recruit some exceptional mecha soldiers. As Li Hao and Zhang Yu prepared to hail a taxi to the Zhongzhou Star Military Academy, the driver informed them that the academy no longer exists. Li Hao and Zhang Yu exchanged astonished glances upon hearing the driver's words. How can it not exist? They inquired. The specifics are unclear, the driver responded. I only know that the Zhongzhou Star Military Academy closed down several years ago and has since become a wasteland. Li Hao and Zhang Yu looked at each other, perplexed. Do you know why the Zhongzhou Star Military Academy closed? Zhang Yu asked. That I know a little, the driver said. The Zhongzhou Star Military Academy was once a prestigious institution, training many outstanding mecha soldiers. However, after the Endless Sea War a decade ago, no one was willing to enlist, resulting in a lack of students, and eventually, the academy was shut down. Is it possible that the people of Zhongzhou Star do not wish to enlist? Have they lost their fighting spirit? Li Hao questioned, bewildered. The driver sighed and remarked, In the beginning, indeed, no one was eager to enlist. A decade ago, during that Great War, all the mecha units of the 13th Legion hailed from Zhongzhou Star, and over 1 million souls perished in a single battle. The entire planet was draped in white banners of mourning. This conflict effectively extinguished an entire generation from Zhongzhou Star. Li Hao and Zhang Yu sat in the car, enveloped in a heavy silence, their hearts burdened as if they could feel the immense pain wrought by that war. The driver continued, Once the populace emerged from the sorrow of their lost kin, many young individuals entered military academies, driven by a desire for vengeance. That time, the student body in the academies swelled beyond all previous records, yet for 2 consecutive years, the military failed to recruit, leaving the graduating students without prospects. Ultimately, in their quest for survival, they relinquished the path of soldiering. Thus, few chose to serve thereafter. The driver's words struck Li Hao and Zhang Yu like a heavy hammer, resonating deeply within their hearts. They sat in silence, engulfed in the sorrow of that brutal war. Outside the car window, the scenery of Zhongzhou Star remained stunningly beautiful, yet Li Hao and Zhang Yu found no joy in it. Their thoughts were drawn back to that monumental battle a decade prior by the driver's reflections. Li Hao furrowed his brow and inquired, If the military has not come to Zhongzhou Star for so many years, how is it that the mecha culture here is so advanced? The driver chuckled and replied, After the military school was shuttered, the director of the academy opened a mecha training facility at his home, gradually attracting more and more students, which eventually transformed into today's Zhongzhou Star Mecha Academy. Li Hao and Zhang Yu exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting mutual astonishment and excitement. Li Hao exclaimed, Then let us head directly to the Mecha Academy. The driver smiled and said, You may certainly try, but be forewarned, the director is not easily swayed. He holds his students to high standards, admitting only the most exceptional among them. With that, the driver delivered them to the gates of the Zhongzhou Star Mecha Academy. As they stepped out of the vehicle and gazed upon the magnificent structure, anticipation filled their hearts. Upon entering the academy, they were immediately captivated by the vibrant atmosphere within. Students donned matching uniforms, engaging in various training exercises on the grounds, some piloting mechas, others undergoing physical conditioning, and some studying theoretical knowledge. Li Hao and Zhang Yu located the director's office and knocked on the door. Come in. A deep voice beckoned from within. They pushed the door open and entered. A middle-aged man sat behind the desk, engrossed in a document. He was tall and imposing, his features exuding a sense of authority and confidence. Who are you? What brings you here? The director inquired, raising his gaze to meet theirs. Li Hao stepped forward and respectfully said, Greetings, Director. We are recruitment officers from the military, seeking to enlist some mecha soldiers from your esteemed academy. Chapter 32. The shift in the director's attitude. The director furrowed his brow. The military? How did you find your way here? Li Hao explained. We have heard that your academy is the finest mecha institution on Zhengzhou Star, and we hope to discover some exceptional soldiers here. The director scoffed. Recruitment officers from the military? You military types only seek to exploit our students, sending them off to be slaughtered. I will not allow my students to become your cannon fodder. Li Hao quickly interjected. Director, you misunderstand. Our intention is to recruit soldiers, and we will provide them with the best equipment and training, transforming them into true elites. The director vehemently retorted, Get out. My students will not serve your military. At that moment, many students within the academy, drawn by the director's furious outburst, rushed over to witness the commotion. Upon learning that military personnel were present, a murmur spread through the crowd. One student whispered, This year seems strange. The military hasn't come to Zhengzhou in a decade. Another student chimed in, Exactly. Why would the military suddenly decide to recruit soldiers from our academy? Could it be that the front lines are desperate for us Mecha Academy students to serve as expendable forces? The director forcefully expelled Li Hao and Zhang Yu from his office, stating, I will not let my students serve you. Leave. At this juncture, Zhang Yu approached the elderly director and suddenly knelt, saying, Director, I have failed to live up to your teachings. I could not bring back the Legion commander and my brothers. The director's expression shifted subtly, a flicker of sorrow and helplessness crossing his features as he asked, Child, who are you? I am Zhang Yu, the former adjutant to the commander of the 13th Legion, Zhang Yu replied. The director stood at the office door, reminiscing about his past with the 13th Legion commander. It was a time filled with passion and challenges, where they faced numerous battles and hardships together and witnessed many glories and victories. You are the adjutant Zhang Yu. Rise, child. It is enough that you have returned alive. The director sighed, adding, It is not your fault. War is cruel, and no one can predict its outcomes. Zhang Yu stood, tears blurring his vision. After that great war, how many of us from the 13th Legion survived, and where are they now? The director inquired. Wiping his tears, Zhang Yu responded, Director, the battle was devastating. Our 13th Legion was nearly annihilated. Ultimately, only about 5,000 brothers managed to survive, by sheer luck. The director's heart sank at this revelation. He recalled the youthful faces of those who had eagerly enlisted, only to find eternal rest on the battlefield. How have you fared all these years? Why did you not return sooner? The director asked with concern. After the 5,000 brothers returned, we have been waiting on the border star for the day we can rebuild the 13th Legion. Zhang Yu explained. Listening intently, the director felt a wave of emotion. He knew that these 5,000 brothers were warriors who had faced life and death, sacrificing immensely to protect their country and people. You are all commendable, the director remarked, but rebuilding the 13th Legion is no simple task. The Empire has not come to Zhengzhou Star for recruitment in a decade. Zhang Yu nodded and said, Director, we understand, but our hope has arrived. Our hope is him. The director looked at Li Hao and asked, Is he not a recruitment officer from the military? Zhang Yu introduced, Li Hao is the commander of our 13th Legion's Dawn Fleet. He led us back from the border star to the endless sea and is now re-establishing the Dawn Fleet, bearing the flag of the 13th Legion. Upon hearing this introduction, the director felt a surge of admiration. To re-establish a fleet and carry the banner of the 13th Legion after its complete annihilation in the endless sea required immense courage and determination. Commander Li Hao, I thank you for your dedication to the 13th Legion. The director expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Li Hao humbly smiled and replied, Director, I am also a member of the 13th Legion. It is my duty. The director nodded and asked, So, are you here to rebuild the 13th Legion? Li Hao and the director discussed the condition of the fleet in the office. Director, the greatest challenge currently faced by our fleet is the significant shortage of mecha soldiers. We only have 3,000 mecha soldiers, yet we need over 10,000 more. The director's brow furrowed at Li Hao's words. He understood the critical importance of mecha soldiers for the fleet, as a lack of adequate forces would severely diminish its combat effectiveness. Currently, the Academy does not have that many graduating students this year, the director stated. Director, this is a matter that troubles me as well. We face a significant shortage of mecha soldiers in the fleet. Could you arrange for any from the Academy? The director pondered briefly and replied, Let us discuss this further. You should rest for now. After Li Hao and Zhang Yu moved to a nearby lounge, The director called the planetary governor of Zhengzhou Star. "Old fellow, come to the academy." Upon hearing the director's request, the governor promptly set aside his work and hurried to the academy. As he entered the lounge, he found Li Hao and the director engaged in conversation. "Director, what has transpired?" the governor inquired. The director glanced at Li Hao and then addressed the governor. "Governor, this is Commander Li Hao of our 13th Legion's Dawn Fleet." The governor momentarily paused, then excitedly grasped Li Hao's hand, exclaiming, "Ha, ha, ha! I have awaited this day. The 13th Legion has returned." Li Hao shook hands with the governor, saying, "Governor, it is a pleasure to meet you." The director continued, "Old fellow, do not celebrate too soon. The 13th Legion's fleet is in dire need of mecha soldiers, with a shortfall of over 10,000. What can be done?" The governor laughed heartily. 10,000? Ha! I thought it was a serious issue. I will return immediately to issue a recruitment order. Gathering 10,000 mecha soldiers from Zhengzhou is certainly feasible. The governor acted swiftly. The next day, he issued the recruitment order. Upon seeing that the order was for the 13th Legion, the youth of Zhengzhou Star erupted with excitement. The 13th Legion had finally returned. Recruitment points across various cities. Young people flocked to sign up, eagerly filling out application forms in long lines. Brimming with enthusiasm, the officers responsible for recruitment were diligently engaged in their tasks, meticulously reviewing each application form and rigorously testing and interviewing every candidate. Their aim was to ensure that each selected soldier possessed the requisite qualities and capabilities to competently fulfill the responsibilities of a mech soldier. Chapter 33. Support from the planetary chief of Zhengzhou. Li Hao contacted the fleet via the Star Network to summon their arrival at Zhengzhou Star to collect the soldiers, and this news swiftly spread across the entire planet. 15,000 young individuals were on the verge of departing Zhengzhou Star to undergo training with the fleet, becoming mech soldiers of the 13th Legion. The fleet finally arrived at Zhengzhou Star. With enormous warships docking in the planet's orbit, the people of Zhengzhou Star held a grand farewell ceremony for these young individuals. The planetary chief himself attended the ceremony and delivered an impassioned speech. During the farewell, the families and friends of the young recruits gathered to bid them farewell, their eyes brimming with tears yet their faces radiating pride. Once the personnel issues were resolved, Li Hao approached the planetary chief and inquired, "Grandfather Chief, with the advanced mechs of Zhengzhou Star, are there any available for military use?" "Li Hao, we are aware of the situation concerning the 13th Legion. Previously, the mechs utilized by the 13th Legion were all provided by Zhengzhou Star." The chief replied slowly. He then led Li Hao to a vast warehouse, where entry was granted through facial recognition. "These mechs are reserved for the 13th Legion. You may arrange for personnel to come and transport them," he stated. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Li Hao responded, "Grandfather Chief, our fleet has just been established, and we do not have sufficient funds to purchase mechs. Do not worry about finances, Li Hao. You can settle the payment later when you are in a position to do so." The chief assured him, "Thank you for your support, Grandfather Chief. We will surely return with our brothers," Li Hao promised. Hearing this, tears welled in the chief's eyes as he said, "You all must take care of yourselves." After Li Hao arranged for the fleet to send personnel to retrieve the mechs, the fleet's armament received a significant boost. These mechs represented the most advanced technological achievements of Zhengzhou Star, boasting formidable firepower and defensive capabilities, which would play a crucial role in combat. Once the fleet had received both personnel and mechs, Li Hao and Zhang Yu discussed their preparations to return to the base star. Before departure, they again bid farewell to the Mech Academy's Dean and the planetary chief. "Old Dean, Grandfather Chief, the fleet is ready to return to the Endless Sea base star," Li Hao announced. "Go forth without worry. Remember, Zhengzhou Star will forever be the backbone of the 13th Legion," the chief replied. 10 years ago, our million soldiers were willing to sacrifice themselves for the protection of our homeland. You now can fight without hesitation. Do not carry any psychological burdens. Zhengzhou Star will always support you," the dean added. After their conversation, Li Hao and Zhang Yu bid farewell to the dean and the chief before boarding the fleet's warship. Preparing to return to the base star.in, the command room of the Invincible, Li Hao and Zhang Yu discussed the next steps in their action plan. The Dawn fleet was at full capacity. Filling Li Hao with confidence, he contemplated leading the fleet directly into the Endless Sea for real combat to test its fighting capability and help the new recruits quickly acclimate to the battlefield environment. However, Zhang Yu held a differing opinion. He believed that the mech unit had too many new recruits. Although they had undergone mech training, their combat experience remained insufficient. If they were to head directly into the endless sea, they might face significant risks. Thus, he suggested returning to the base for rest and training, allowing the new recruits more time to familiarize themselves with mech operations and combat techniques, enhancing their practical abilities. After careful consideration, Li Hao ultimately decided to heed Zhang Yu's advice. Consequently, the Dawn Fleet followed the original route back to the base star. Just one day after entering the endless sea, alarms blared aboard the Invincible. Li Hao rushed to the command room and inquired, "What is the situation?" The duty officer reported. "The scanner has detected energy fluctuations near the asteroid belt ahead. It is suspected that a fleet has passed through," he relayed. The report from the duty officer instantly heightened the tension in the command center. Li Hao furrowed his brow, contemplating the potential implications of this situation. Zhang Yu and the other crew members swiftly took their positions. Awaiting Li Hao's next command, Li Hao decisively issued an order: command the fleet to approach. Maintaining vigilance, he understood that any unknown energy fluctuations in the cosmos could signify potential danger. The fleet must remain on high alert, prepared to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. The Dawn Fleet promptly adjusted its course towards the asteroid belt. The crew on the bridge closely monitored various instruments and displays, anxiously scanning for possible threats. As the fleet drew closer to the asteroid belt, the intensity of the energy fluctuations began to escalate. A sense of unease surged within Li Hao as he realized that unknown dangers might lurk ahead. Reinitiate the scanner for a comprehensive analysis of the asteroid belt, Li Hao commanded. The scanner emitted powerful energy waves, thoroughly probing the asteroid belt. Moments later, the scanner screen displayed some anomalous signals. Li Hao leaned closer to the screen, scrutinizing these signals in search of clues. Suddenly, a powerful energy beam shot forth from the asteroid belt, hurtling directly towards the Dawn Fleet. Li Hao immediately ordered the activation of the star shield while directing the fleet to evade. The energy beam struck the fleet's star shield, resulting in a violent tremor. Li Hao gripped the armrests of the command chair tightly, stabilizing himself. "Report the damage," Li Hao shouted. "The star shield's energy has decreased by 20. But no substantial damage has occurred," a crew member reported. Li Hao breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the fleet's star shield was robust enough to withstand this assault. "Analyze the origin and nature of the energy beam," he commanded. The crew members swiftly conducted an analysis of the energy beam, and moments later, they reached a conclusion. The energy beam originates from an unknown warship within the asteroid belt with exceptionally high energy output. It appears to be a laser main cannon, the analyst reported. Li Hao fixated on the trajectory of the energy beam displayed on the screen, silently contemplating a strategy for response. Faced with such a formidable laser main cannon, they could not afford to engage in a direct confrontation. They must adopt a more flexible tactic. Order the fleet to scatter, evading the energy beam's assault, Li Hao decisively commanded. The warships of the Dawn Fleet swiftly dispersed, forming a loose formation. This maneuver would reduce the risk of concentrated attacks from the energy beam while also complicating the enemy's targeting efforts. Chapter 34. The pirate ambush on the Dawn Fleet. Upon witnessing the dispersal of the Dawn Fleet, the enemy realized they could no longer concentrate their firepower to obliterate the fleet and prepared for a close-quarters assault. Li Hao discerned the enemy's intentions, understanding that close combat would be even more intense and perilous. "All ships, maintain formation and prepare to engage the enemy." Li Hao's voice resonated over the fleet's communication channel. "Activate close-range defense systems." The warships of the Dawn Fleet swiftly adjusted their positions, bracing for the enemy's close-quarters attack. The star shields were raised to maximum power to withstand any potential assault. The enemy's warships rapidly closed in, their weapon systems charging in preparation for an attack. Li Hao remained intently focused on the enemy vessels displayed on the screen, mentally strategizing their response. "Commander, all enemy warships have emerged, and we have locked onto them," a fire control officer reported. "What an opportunity! Order all main cannons of the fleet to open fire." The main cannons of the Dawn Fleet unleashed beams of light, targeting all enemy ships in sight, illuminating the starry sky as if it were daytime. Under the relentless barrage of firepower, the enemy vessels suffered severe damage in an instant. Continue the assault. Do not grant the enemy a moment's respite. The warships of the Dawn Fleet maintained their relentless assault, unleashing beams of light akin to scythes of death, continually reaping the lives of enemy ships. Under the fierce attack from the Dawn Fleet, the enemy began to falter. Some enemy vessels attempted to flee but were systematically destroyed by the pursuing firepower of the Dawn Fleet. "Commander, We have detected an enemy ship attempting to escape into the distance. A crew member reported Li Hao furrowed his brow, realizing that there was still a rogue vessel at large. He glanced at the distance displayed on the scanner, hesitating momentarily. "Commander, should we pursue?" a crew member inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hao ultimately shook his head. "Let it go. Do not pursue a desperate enemy. We have already secured victory in this battle. There is no need to take further risks." The crew member nodded in agreement. "Understood, Commander. What shall we do now?" "Conduct a full-power scan of the surrounding battlefield. If it is safe, allow the mech novices to descend and clean up the battlefield." The crew members immediately sprang into action, activating the scanning equipment on the warship. Shortly thereafter, the scanning results were ready. "Commander, no enemy ships or danger signals have been detected in the surrounding battlefield." A crew member reported, "Excellent. Send the mech soldiers in small teams to commence the cleanup," Li Hao instructed. "Yes, Commander." The crew members swiftly relayed the order. The members of the mech team quickly donned their mechs and entered the launch bay. With a resounding roar, the mech team was propelled onto the battlefield. These mech novices were all fresh recruits who had recently joined the Dawn Fleet. Despite their lack of extensive combat experience, they were brimming with enthusiasm and courage. They cautiously scoured the battlefield, collecting the wreckage of enemy ships and spoils of war. After several hours of diligent effort, the mech team finally completed their mission of clearing the battlefield, amassing a considerable amount of enemy debris and loot. "Well done, novices," Li Hao praised the mech team through the communicator. "Your performance has been outstanding, and I am proud of you." The members of the mecha squad were filled with joy and pride upon hearing the commendations from their commander. They understood that this was an essential path for their growth. Only through relentless effort and combat could they evolve into true warriors. After cleaning the battlefield, Li Hao commanded the continuation of their journey towards the base star. At that moment, Zhang Yu approached to report. Based on the retrieved wreckage information, it appears to be the work of the pirates from the Endless Sea. From the intel stored in their star brain, it aligns with what the leader of the Black Rose mentioned last time. The pirates intended to ambush us, yet they have somewhat underestimated our strength. They likely remain unaware of our upgraded warships. Meanwhile, the fleeing pirate ship was embroiled in a dramatic confrontation among its leaders, each blaming the other. One pirate leader exclaimed, "Whose intelligence was this? This is hardly a newly formed fleet." Blackbeard retorted, "Indeed, the flagship is that colossal Invincible." The leader of the Skull pirate crew added, "Are you sure you haven't misjudged? 3 heavy cruisers and 10 cruisers in the fleet. Have we lost our minds? We were obliterated in a single encounter." Blackbeard continued, "I spotted a flagship that belonged to the Royal Legion. Have our secrets been leaked? Did the Dawn Fleet request aid from the Empire?" The Skull pirate leader noted, "It seems there indeed was a Royal Legion fleet among them. I saw several cruisers adorned in golden livery." The pirate leaders exchanged glances, their hearts laden with confusion and dread. They had anticipated a simple ambush operation, yet they were met with such a formidable fleet. After several days of navigation, the Dawn Fleet returned to the Valley Base on the base star, bringing back 15,000 mecha soldiers from their expedition to Zhongzhou Star. Upon their return, Li Hao realized that the existing base could not accommodate such a multitude of soldiers. "What is the situation?" Li Hao furrowed his brow. "Commander, the base was constructed to house 10,000 personnel. Given the current circumstances, we will need to expand it by twofold to accommodate everyone," a staff officer replied. "We could initially set up some temporary tents outside the base to house these mecha soldiers," another officer suggested. Li Hao nodded. "That is a viable plan. However, it is merely a stopgap measure. We must expedite the expansion of the base. Let us first utilize the existing construction robots for this task, then procure an additional batch of robots. Commander, we could leverage the surrounding mountains and canyons to excavate caves, constructing an underground base. This would not only save space but also enhance the base's defensive capabilities," an officer proposed. "That idea holds merit, but excavating caves requires substantial manpower and resources. We currently lack the necessary robots." Li Hao responded, "Commander, we could have the mecha soldiers operate their mechs. They are all rigorously trained, and excavating caves should not pose a challenge for them," the officer remarked. "Very well, let us proceed with that plan. Organize the personnel immediately to commence the excavation," Li Hao commanded. "Yes, Commander." The officer sprang into action. Under the officer's organization, the 15,000 mecha soldiers were divided into several teams, beginning the excavation of the caves. Utilizing their laser guns and drills, they carved out immense caverns within the mountains and canyons. After 10 days of diligent effort, the excavation work was finally completed. Li Hao led his staff into the caves to inspect the results. These caverns are indeed spacious enough to accommodate all the mecha soldiers, Li Hao remarked with satisfaction. Chapter 35. Base expansion and discovery of energy mines. Commander, we can also construct living and training facilities within the caves, allowing the mecha soldiers to reside and train here, an officer said. Excellent, organize personnel immediately, procure whatever is necessary, Li Hao instructed. Under the officer's guidance, the mecha soldiers began constructing living and training facilities within the caves. They utilized the tools and materials at their disposal to build dormitories, dining halls, showers, medical rooms, and training rooms. While Li Hao was inspecting the caves, Zhang Yu rushed over to report. A soldier was trapped in his mech while excavating in the rear mountains due to an interference from a mysterious energy. We must dispatch a rescue team at once. Zhang Yu nodded. I have already sent a team, but that mysterious energy is formidable. Our equipment cannot approach it. A wave of concern washed over Li Hao. Could this energy pose a threat to the soldier? Zhang Yu replied anxiously. It remains unclear, but the soldier's vital signs are stable for now. As they spoke, they hurried to the site, where the engineering team was making various attempts to no avail. Li Hao gazed at the soldier ensnared within the mech, his anxiety mounting. Commander, what shall we do now? Zhang Yu inquired. Taking a deep breath, Li Hao concluded, we may have to resort to the most primitive method, using ropes to extract him. He turned to the soldiers behind him. Prepare yourselves. We will pull the mech out together. The soldiers rallied in response, and through their collective effort, they finally managed to extricate the mech from the cave. Li Hao immediately ordered the rescue of the soldier from the mech and sent him to the medical room for examination. Fortunately, the examination revealed that the soldier was physically unharmed, merely shaken. Relieved, Li Hao glanced at the mech, his mind swirling with questions about the nature of this mysterious energy and why it had manifested here. He donned a nano-combat suit and cautiously ventured into the depths of the cave. There, he discovered clusters of energy crystals, each emitting a faint luminescence, as if they were treasures from the cosmos. Astonished, Li Hao observed the crystals, filled with curiosity and wonder. He carefully approached the crystals with an energy detection device, which instantly registered off the charts. This revelation made him realize that these crystals contained an extraordinarily potent energy, far beyond his expectations. What incredible energy! Li Hao thought. Overwhelmed by the implications, he estimated that these energy crystals might represent an immensely valuable resource. However, if confirmed as energy blocks, they could also pose significant dangers. Mishandling them could lead to catastrophic consequences. Thus, he resolved to transport the crystals back to the base. With utmost care, he placed the crystals into a specially designed container and returned to the base. Upon his return, Li Hao promptly convened several engineers responsible for energy sources to study the crystals. After thorough investigation, they discovered that the crystals harbored an exceptionally powerful energy. Elated, Li Hao recognized this as a groundbreaking discovery. One engineer reported, we connected this energy block to a mech, and testing revealed a 30 increase in weapon attack power and a 50 enhancement in endurance. Encouraged by the engineer's findings, Li Hao's determination to utilize the crystals to bolster their combat capabilities intensified. He promptly commanded the engineers to persist in their research, striving to develop methods for applying the crystals to mechs and warships. In the days that followed, the engineers worked tirelessly, conducting experiments and tests to identify the optimal application strategies. After numerous attempts, they ultimately succeeded in integrating the crystals into the mechs and warships. Both Li Hao and Zhang Yu recognized the significance of this discovery, understanding that this new energy block would bestow them with a tremendous advantage. The energy density of these blocks was exceedingly high. Even a small crystal could provide substantial power to a mech or warship, enhancing their endurance and combat prowess. However, they were acutely aware that should news of this discovery leak, it would incite a maelstrom of interest from other factions eager to seize control of this energy block. This would not only impose immense pressure upon them, but also potentially expose them to unforeseen dangers. Zhang Yu, we must ensure that the news of this energy block remains confidential, Li Hao stated with a grave expression. Zhang Yu nodded. I understand, Commander. We will implement stringent measures to safeguard this secret. His face reflected a resolute determination, fully aware of the necessity to take all requisite precautions to protect this energy block. Arrange for some of the Vanguard Brigade's personnel to seal off this area, and let's explore ways to allow robots to commence extraction, Li Hao instructed. recognizing the urgency of their actions to secure the region and prevent unauthorized access. To ensure the safety of the energy block, Li Hao and Zhang Yu decided to adopt a series of confidentiality measures. They bolstered security at the research laboratory, increasing the number of guards and surveillance equipment, permitting only rigorously vetted personnel to enter. Furthermore, they resolved to exercise strict control over the application of the energy blocks, limiting their use to the most critical mechs and warships. They also established stringent usage regulations, permitting the energy block's deployment solely when absolutely necessary to avoid unnecessary waste and exposure. Through this incident involving the energy mine, Li Hao came to realize that this planet was not as simple as they initially perceived. Upon their arrival, they had conducted only a preliminary survey using the detection instruments on their mechs. The discovery of the energy mine made him aware that this planet might harbor many unknown secrets. Li Hao decided to organize a scientific expedition team to conduct a more in-depth exploration of the planet. He selected a cadre of experienced engineers and some valiant warriors to form an elite team. In the ensuing days, the members of the expedition team diligently fulfilled their respective roles, working in close coordination to undertake a series of surveys and research endeavors. They traversed the dense forest, ascended the steep peaks, and delved into the profound caves, conducting a comprehensive exploration of this planet. Chapter 36. Li Hao's Base Star Mining. During the surveying process, the scientific expedition team uncovered numerous precious resources and peculiar life forms. They stumbled upon an ore of exceptionally high density, with a hardness they had never encountered before. Additionally, they discovered several rare and highly valuable mineral veins. After a period of meticulous exploration and research, the expedition team ultimately fulfilled their mission, returning to base with samples in hand. Upon learning of their return, Li Hao immediately engaged in an in-depth discussion with them. The expedition team meticulously reported on the mineral veins they had encountered during their survey. Detailing their locations, scales, and preliminary analytical results, Li Hao listened attentively to their accounts, carefully scrutinizing the relevant materials and maps they had brought back. He developed a keen interest in these mineral veins, understanding that resources were essential for the development of the 13th Legion. Thus, he resolved to exploit these resources personally. After conducting field investigations for several days, Li Hao found that the reserves at these mines were abundant, and the ores produced were both rare and highly valued in the market. Li Hao decided to undertake the mining of these ores himself. He subsequently reached out to Wong Lei's father, inquiring whether he could assist in procuring the necessary mining equipment. Upon learning of Li Hao's need for mining apparatus, Wong Lei's father immediately grasped that Li Hao had discovered mineral veins and recognized that he would be entrusted with their sale, promising substantial returns. Consequently, he agreed to assist Li Hao in acquiring the required equipment and providing technical support for the mining operations. With Wong Lei's father's help, Li Hao swiftly procured a batch of advanced mining equipment, including drilling machines, excavators, and loaders. The arrival of this equipment marked a significant milestone in Li Hao's mining endeavor. Once the equipment arrived, Li Hao summoned Zhang Yu. I intend to develop all these mines. Now that the equipment is here, arrange for 2 teams to be stationed at each mine, taking turns on guard duty. Let's send all those pirate captives to the mining site. It's time for them to prove their worth. Zhang Yu nodded, understanding Li Hao's intentions. Although these pirate captives had once been their adversaries, they could now be repurposed as laborers to contribute to the development of the mines. Thus, Zhang Yu began organizing personnel. He selected a number of experienced soldiers to form several teams, each dispatched to various mining sites. Each team was sufficiently equipped with weapons and gear to ensure they could handle any unexpected situations. Simultaneously, Zhang Yu brought the pirate captives to the mining site. Initially reluctant, the captives ultimately complied with the arrangements under Zhang Yu's threats and inducements. After 2 weeks of excavation, Li Hao finally witnessed the first batch of ore being unearthed from the depths. These ores shimmered with a mysterious radiance, filling Li Hao with joy and anticipation. He meticulously examined the ores, discovering their quality to be exceedingly high, surpassing his earlier expectations. Upon witnessing the stable output from the mining site, Li Hao returned to the valley base, where he was astonished to see the remarkable transformation it had undergone. Once a rudimentary encampment, the valley base had evolved into a well-equipped, multifunctional complex. Entering the command center, Li Hao observed the large screen displaying real-time surveillance and various data reports of the base star. Just as he was about to review the latest production data, Zhang Yu approached and saluted him. "Commander, we have significant developments to report," Zhang Yu stated. Li Hao turned to Zhang Yu. a sense of premonition rising within him. He knew Zhang Yu must have some crucial news to share. What is the situation? Li Hao inquired that we have located the base of the Blackbeard pirate group. Zhang Yu replied. Li Hao's eyes lit up. That's wonderful, he exclaimed. How did you find their base? By analyzing the activity patterns of the pirate group. We discovered they frequently linger around a small asteroid belt. Zhang Yu explained. We dispatched a reconnaissance team to conduct a thorough survey of this asteroid belt and ultimately pinpointed their base. Excellent work, Li Hao commended. Now, prepare yourselves. We must eradicate the Blackbeard pirate group in one fell swoop. Li Hao resolved to mobilize the entire Dawn fleet to encircle the base of the Blackbeard pirate group. Before departure, he convened a strategic deployment meeting with the fleet's commanders. During the meeting, he introduced the existing intelligence regarding the Blackbeard pirate group's base and fortifications. He noted that the base was situated within an asteroid belt, surrounded by numerous asteroids and meteors, posing significant challenges for the fleet's assault. To breach the defenses of the Blackbeard pirate group, they ultimately decided to employ a strategy of dividing their forces for a combined attack. The fleet was segmented into 3 parts, each approaching the pirate base from different directions. The first part, led by Li Hao aboard the Invincible and accompanied by 4 cruisers, was tasked with a frontal assault on the pirate base. The second part, commanded by Zhang Yu with 2 heavy cruisers and 4 additional cruisers, was to launch a side attack, while the third part, consisting of the remaining cruisers and destroyers, would provide rear support and cover. At the conclusion of the meeting, Li Hao emphasized the significance and peril of this campaign. He mandated that all commanders strictly adhere to orders, with no room for negligence or error. He also encouraged the soldiers to confront the enemy with bravery, fighting for the safety and peace of the galaxy. Following the meeting, the fleet commenced rigorous preparations. Soldiers inspected the warship's weapons and equipment to ensure optimal readiness. The fleet's engineers conducted final repairs and maintenance on the warships to guarantee their flawless operation during battle. After several days of traversing the cosmos, the fleet finally arrived at the base of the Blackbeard pirate group. Li Hao gazed through a star telescope at the pirate base, feeling a surge of astonishment. The base was far more extensive than he had anticipated, fortified with numerous defensive structures and turrets, appearing exceedingly solid. Chapter 37. The Assault on the Blackbeard Pirate Group. Li Hao took a deep breath and issued the command to attack. The warships of the fleet accelerated towards the Blackbeard Pirate Group's base. Leading the charge was the first segment of warships, arranged in a triangular formation as they launched a fierce assault on the pirate stronghold. All ships proceed according to the predetermined plan, Li Hao commanded through the communicator. The first segment, comprising the Invincible and 4 cruisers, swiftly advanced towards the pirate base. Li Hao clenched his fists, silently praying. He understood that the frontal assault would be the most arduous yet pivotal. Meanwhile, the second segment, led by Zhang Yu, stealthily approached the base from the side, tasked with disrupting the pirates' defensive arrangements. In the rear, the third segment, consisting of the remaining cruisers and destroyers, remained vigilant, ready to provide support and cover. As the first segment neared the base, the defensive structures and turrets of the Blackbeard pirate group opened fire, unleashing a barrage of lasers and shells upon the fleet's warships. The fleet responded vigorously, activating their star shields while retaliating with their own lasers and shells. In an instant, the cosmos was ablaze with the brilliance of lasers and projectiles, resembling a spectacular fireworks display. Li Hao kept a close eye on the data on the screen, directing the fleet to evade and counterattack. Under his command, the Invincible adeptly dodged enemy assaults while continuously returning fire. Amidst the fierce battle, the first segment of the fleet gradually closed in on the base. Li Hao noticed that the enemy's defenses had begun to show vulnerabilities and decisively issued the charge command. The Invincible and the cruisers surged forward, crashing through the enemy's defensive line. With their relentless assault, the enemy's fortifications began to crumble, creating a breach at the front of the base. "Charge in!" Li Hao shouted. The Invincible and the cruisers plunged through the gap, advancing into the depths of the base. Behind them, the second segment had also successfully breached the enemy's flank and joined forces with the first segment. Within the pirate base, Blackbeard stood on the command platform, his expression grave as he ordered his pirates to organize their defenses. His eyes exuded a fierce and resolute aura, instilling fear in those around him. "Brothers, the Dawn fleet has breached our defenses. Everyone, arm yourselves and ensure they do not enter the base." Blackbeard bellowed. "I command you to split into 3 groups. 1 to defend the main entrance, 1 for the side, and 1 for the rear. We must keep the Dawn fleet at bay." Upon hearing Blackbeard's orders, the pirates sprang into action, seizing their weapons and rushing to their positions. preparing to meet the Dawn Fleet's onslaught. At that moment, a pirate rushed in to report, "Boss, the vanguard of the Dawn Fleet has already reached the main entrance, and our defense forces are engaged in combat with them." Blackbeard nodded and replied, "Tell the brothers to hold their ground and prevent the Dawn Fleet from breaking through our defenses." After the two segments of the fleet united, they finally breached the defensive structures of the Blackbeard pirate group and entered the airspace above the base. Li Hao stood resolutely within the command chamber of the Wu Wei, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the base below. He commanded the mech units to mobilize and prepare for landing. Through his communicator, Li Hao issued the order. As his command resonated, the hatchways of the Wu Wei and other warships gradually opened, unleashing tens of thousands of mechs that descended like raindrops in an orderly manner. These mechs shimmered with a metallic luster, appearing particularly radiant under the sunlight. The mech units assembled in the air, forming combat formations as they surged towards the base. Their speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, they reached the skies above the base. Under Li Hao's command, the mech units commenced a carpet bombing of the base. Beams of laser and missiles erupted from the weapon systems of the mechs, illuminating the entire firmament. The pirates within the base were caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, hastily seeking refuge in bunkers and defensive structures in an attempt to evade the mech units' assault. However, the mech units offered them no respite. They darted through the air with agility, relentlessly targeting the installations within the base. Some mechs even landed directly on the rooftops, launching close-range attacks against the pirates inside. Under the relentless barrage from the mech units, the base's defenses began to crumble, buildings were obliterated, and infernos spread throughout the site. Blackbeard, observing the battlefield through surveillance, paled as he beheld the thousands of mechs deployed by the Dawn Fleet. Beads of cold sweat formed upon his brow. He realized that his situation was dire, and any further resistance would be futile. "Captain, what shall we do now?" a panicked pirate inquired. Blackbeard gritted his teeth and declared, "We cannot simply await our fate. We must escape with that." He led a few trusted confidants towards the base's secret passage. This passage had been constructed specifically during the base's construction, known only to him and a select few. The group dashed through the corridor, eventually reaching its terminus. There, a swift shuttle, which he had acquired at great expense, awaited them. He and his followers hurried aboard the vessel, preparing to flee the pirate base that was on the verge of being overrun by the Dawn Fleet. "Quickly, start the engines," Blackbeard bellowed. His subordinates sprang into action, and the shuttle's engines roared to life, gradually departing the passage. Blackbeard settled into the captain's chair, exhaling a sigh of relief, as long as they left the base. He would have a chance to evade the pursuit of the Dawn Fleet. "Captain, where are we heading now?" one of his men asked. "Theo, the Alliance star system. There are still our people there." Blackbeard replied. The shuttle accelerated forward, swiftly leaving the confines of the pirate base. Gazing out at the starry expanse, Blackbeard felt a surge of emotions. Once one of the most formidable pirates in the galaxy, he now found himself fleeing like a cornered dog. "Captain, there's a fleet ahead. What should we do?" another crew member exclaimed in alarm. Chapter 38. The subfleet under attack. A wave of dread washed over Blackbeard. He understood that encountering another fleet at this juncture was far from fortuitous. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he instructed, "Do not panic. Let us ascertain the nature of their fleet." His men busied themselves, utilizing the shuttle's sensors to scrutinize the approaching fleet. After a brief interval, one of them reported, "Captain, it's the Dawn Fleet." Upon hearing this, Blackbeard felt his heart sink. The Dawn Fleet's assault on his base had evidently been premeditated, and now they had laid ambush with another fleet to cut off his escape. "Prepare for battle," Blackbeard commanded with a grave tone. His crew promptly armed themselves, ready to engage in a desperate struggle against the Dawn Fleet. However, just as they were about to strike, a colossal fleet emerged from behind the Dawn Fleet's rearguard, unexpectedly opening fire upon them. Blackbeard and his men were taken aback, bewildered by the sudden appearance of this fleet and their motives for attacking the Dawn Fleet. "What is happening?" one crew member queried. Blackbeard furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before stating, "Regardless of the circumstances, we must observe the situation first." The Dawn Fleet's rearguard, initially positioned in an orderly ambush, found their tranquility shattered by the abrupt onslaught. In an instant, a barrage of laser beams and missiles rained down upon the Dawn Fleet's warships. The rear guard commander issued commands loudly within the command chamber. Striving to stabilize the escalating chaos. Activate the star shield, the commander ordered. The star shield is damaged and cannot be fully deployed, a crew member reported. Engage the energy shield, the commander commanded. Energy shield is initiating. Another crew member responded. The commander's brow furrowed deeply, acutely aware that time was of the essence. He glanced at the screen displaying fleet losses, anxiety and dread swelling within him. Contact Commander Lee and inform him that we are under attack by an unidentified fleet. Request reinforcements, the commander commanded. The communications officer promptly complied, attempting to establish contact with the command center. However, amidst the turmoil of the battlefield, the communication signals were severely disrupted, making it exceedingly difficult to connect with the outside world. Commander, we are unable to reach the command center, the communications officer reported anxiously. Continue attempts to establish contact. All warships, adjust defensive formations, activate all shields, and prepare to counterattack, the commander ordered. The warships of the fleet began to reposition themselves, bracing for the enemy's next onslaught. Simultaneously, the gunners prepared with intensity, aiming their artillery at the opposing fleet, awaiting the commander's signal. Commander, the enemy fleet is closing in on us, the radar officer reported. The commander nodded, his fists clenched tightly. All hands, prepare to fire, he commanded. At the commander's behest, the fleet's warships unleashed a volley of fire, as beams of laser and missiles sliced through the void, targeting the enemy fleet. The enemy fleet retaliated fiercely, matching the intensity of the assault. Amidst the fierce exchange of fire, one of the fleet's warships was struck by enemy fire, erupting in a catastrophic explosion. The commander felt a piercing pain in his heart, aware that this signified yet another loss of life among the crew. Do not falter. Continue firing, the commander shouted. The warships of the rear guard persisted in their assault against the enemy fleet. Yet the sheer number of foes rendered their efforts largely ineffectual. As the two sides battled fiercely, the Dawn fleet's rear guard engaged in a desperate struggle against the massive fleet. The air was filled with the roar of cannon fire and the intertwining of lasers, as the entire battlefield became engulfed in explosions and flames. Yet amidst this chaos, one figure quietly slipped away from the fray, Blackbeard, seizing the opportunity presented by the fierce engagement to pilot his swift vessel away from the battlefield. Blackbeard's shuttle raced through the cosmos, a triumphant smile gracing his visage. Just as the rear guard struggled to hold their ground, Li Hao arrived with the main force of the Dawn fleet. Observing the battlefield, Li Hao was taken aback by the overwhelming number of enemy vessels, all equipped with formidable armaments. Were it not for the valiant resistance of the rear guard soldiers, they might have been utterly vanquished. Order all warships to prepare for a laser cannon strike, Li Hao commanded. As his orders were transmitted, the main vessels of the Dawn fleet recalibrated their formations, readying for the assault. Main cannon fully charged and ready to fire. The weapons officer reported. Fire, Li Hao commanded. Beams of laser erupted from the main vessels of the Dawn fleet, illuminating the entire battlefield. The enemy fleet was caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, with numerous warships struck by the laser beams, resulting in catastrophic explosions. Upon witnessing the main force of the Dawn fleet arrive on the battlefield, the unidentified fleet, realizing they faced cruisers, promptly signaled for all vessels to retreat. They understood the overwhelming firepower and defensive capabilities of the cruisers, recognizing that continuing the battle would be an unwise decision. Li Hao stood in the flagship's command chamber, intently observing the unfolding situation. Order the fleet to pursue the enemy. Do not let them escape easily. The vessels of the Dawn fleet swiftly adjusted their course, accelerating in pursuit of the unidentified fleet. Their main cannons fired continuously, unleashing a barrage of lethal laser beams upon the fleeing foes. Commander, the enemy fleet is dispersing in retreat, an officer reported to Li Hao. Furrowing his brow, Li Hao realized the enemy intended to minimize their losses through a scattered escape. Yet, he also understood the myriad of unknown dangers and powerful forces that lurked within the boundless cosmos. This encounter with the unidentified fleet had imparted a profound lesson. They could not recklessly pursue the enemy, lest they fall into an even more perilous predicament. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to abandon the chase. Cease pursuit. Let us secure the battlefield and assist the survivors, Li Hao commanded, his voice resonating within the command chamber. The warships of the Dawn fleet began to decelerate, turning towards the battlefield point one by one. Cruisers dispatched small rescue vessels to reach the damaged ships and life pods adrift in space. Li Hao stood before the command chamber window. Observing the progress of the rescue operations, his heart brimming with conflict and concern, on one hand, he recognized the imperative of aiding the survivors. Every life deserved respect and salvation. On the other hand, he feared that the enemy might seize this opportunity to launch a counterattack, inflicting even greater losses upon his fleet. Commander, the sensors have detected powerful energy fluctuations nearby. It may be enemy reinforcements. An officer reported suddenly. Chapter 39. Huang Pu Tianming Li Hao's brow furrowed deeply. He understood that the situation had grown increasingly complex. If the enemy's reinforcements were to arrive, they would find themselves in an even more perilous situation. Command the fleet to heighten vigilance and prepare for any potential assault. Li Hao decisively issued the command. The battleships of the Dawn Fleet swiftly reconfigured their formations, establishing a defensive perimeter. Both the main and secondary artillery were aimed at the likely direction of the enemy, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, rescue operations were being conducted with utmost urgency. Rescue boats navigated the battlefield, bringing survivors aboard the warships one by one. Medical personnel were diligently tending to the wounded, striving to save every life. As time passed, Li Hao's anxiety intensified. He was uncertain when the enemy reinforcements would appear or whether they could withstand the impending attack. At that moment, a communications officer called out, "Commander, the enemy has sent a communication request." Li Hao paused momentarily before commanding. "Let it through." On the large screen in the command cabin, an unfamiliar face materialized. The individual was a man clad in the uniform of the Imperial Army. Exuding an air of authority and confidence, he stood erect, his gaze piercing as though it could penetrate the screen and delve into Li Hao's soul. Li Hao, undeterred, straightened his posture and returned the man's steady gaze. "I am Huang Pu Tianming, commander of the Imperial 9th Legion's exploration fleet." The man introduced himself, his voice deep and resonant, embodying the resolve and tenacity of a soldier. Li Hao inclined his head slightly and responded, "I am Li Hao, commander of the Imperial 13th Legion's Dawn Fleet." His tone was calm and assured, reflecting the composure and coolness befitting a commander. Huang Pu Tianming regarded Li Hao with a glimmer of appreciation. It was clear that such a young individual could attain the rank of fleet commander, indicating exceptional capabilities. Huang Pu Tianming remarked, "I have come in response to intelligence indicating that pirates in the vicinity of the Endless Sea are gathering. Hence my visit." "Commander Huang Pu, you have arrived too late. We just encountered the pirates, but they have already been vanquished by us." Huang Pu Tianming's expression momentarily faltered, followed by a look of surprise as he turned his gaze towards Li Hao. He did not anticipate that Li Hao could so swiftly defeat the pirates, considering they were not ordinary marauders but formidable interstellar pirates from nearby star systems. And this time they had united forces. "Do you know why they came here?" Huang Pu Tianming inquired. Li Hao smiled faintly and replied, "Our fleet is here to eradicate the Blackbeard pirate group. They are likely here to provide support." Huang Pu Tianming pressed on, "What is the situation of the battle? Did you suffer heavy losses?" "We breached Blackbeard's pirate stronghold, but he managed to escape amidst the chaos. We destroyed over a dozen large battleships of the pirate coalition, though many smaller vessels managed to flee. Your fleet is indeed impressive, having breached Blackbeard's base." "Although he escaped, such an achievement is commendable," Huang Pu Tianming remarked. He continued, "Since the pirates have fled, we shall return. Perhaps we will meet again." As Li Hao watched the communication disconnect, he pondered whether Huang Pu Tianming was related to General Huang Pu Hao. Given Huang Pu Tianming's youthful appearance, he surmised that he could not be much older than himself. Li Hao resolved to set aside such thoughts for now, as his immediate task was to conduct a cleanup of the battlefield. Zhang Yu approached Li Hao to report, "Commander, the Starlit battlefield has been cleared. All surviving comrades have been rescued, and we have over 1,800 pirate captives. However, one of our rearguard cruisers has been lost to a self-detonation, and 4 destroyers are rendered inoperable. The most tragic part is that all officers and soldiers aboard the cruiser perished." Li Hao listened to Zhang Yu's report, his heart heavy with sorrow. This was a brutal battle. Although they had achieved victory, it came at an exorbitant cost. After a moment of silence, he said, "Record the names of our fallen brothers. We must hold a solemn funeral for them." Zhang Yu nodded and then asked, "Commander, what shall we do now?" Li Hao contemplated for a moment before responding, "Take the captives back to base." "Has the cleanup of Blackbeard's stronghold been completed?" Zhang Yu replied, It has been completed. We discovered a substantial cache of energy crystals and weaponry, but we did not locate Blackbeard's storage facility within this base. Likely because he did not store the plundered goods here. What about the captured pirate ships? We mounted a strong offensive. Many of their vessels were destroyed in the starlit void by our concentrated fire, leaving only Blackbeard's flagship, a heavy cruiser, unharmed at the base. After the fleet had cleared the battlefield, Li Hao ordered a return to base. Standing on the bridge of the Invincible, he gazed out at the pirate stronghold. A surge of strong reluctance swelling within him. This base served as a vital stronghold for the pirates. Unless it was utterly obliterated, they could very well return to wreak havoc once more. With both main cannons of the Invincible targeting the pirate base at full power, Li Hao commanded, "Fire!" At his command, the dual annihilation cannons of the Invincible unleashed blinding beams of light. Striking the pirate base with tremendous force, the base erupted in violent explosions, shattering into fragments that drifted through the cosmos like meteors. "Captain, we have completed the mission. May we now return?" An officer inquired. Li Hao nodded and replied, "Yes. Inform the fleet to prepare for departure." The fleet began to slowly turn, charting a course back to their point of origin. Standing on the bridge of the Invincible, Li Hao gazed into the starry expanse, his thoughts a whirlwind. While the operation against the Blackbeard pirate group had resulted in victory, it had also imparted a profound understanding of the persistent threat posed by pirates in the cosmos. They had dismantled Blackbeard's lair, yet this did not signify the demise of pirate influence. Other pirate factions could very well rise in their stead. "Commander, General Huang Pu from the military department is on the line." An officer approached Li Hao with the report. Li Hao furrowed his brow, puzzled as to why General Huang Pu sought him at this moment. He took the communication device offered by the officer and pressed the answer button. "Li Hao, your actions in this operation have been exemplary. The military department is exceedingly pleased with your performance," came General Huang Pu's voice through the device. Li Hao thought to himself, how could the military department already be aware that the battle had just concluded? He furrowed his brow and replied, "Thank you for the commendation, General. Eradicating pirates is our duty." Huang Pu Hao, noting Li Hao's furrowed brow, smiled and said, "Are you wondering how we learned of your success so swiftly?" Li Hao nodded, remaining silent. Chapter 40. Colonel Li Hao, you need not overthink it. Did you not encounter Huang Pu Tianming from the 9th Legion? He is my grandson. He reported your actions to me. How were the casualties? Huang Pu Hao explained. So that is how it is. Li Hao reflected. The successful eradication of the Blackbeard pirate group came at the cost of the 13th Legion's brave soldiers. The Dawn fleet suffered the loss of a cruiser and 5 destroyers, and tragically, the cruiser self-detonated, resulting in the loss of over 2,000 officers and soldiers aboard, with no survivors. How could the cruiser self-detonate? How could this happen? Questioned several senior military officials behind Huang Pu Hao. Li Hao responded. This cruiser was a decommissioned vessel we had seized from the pirates and refurbished. It was initially meant for ambush in the rear guard. However, we did not anticipate the arrival of the pirate coalition's reinforcements, and by the time the main fleet arrived, it was already under concentrated fire from the enemy. This is a painful victory. Huang Pu Hao sighed deeply, acknowledging the cruelty of war and the necessity of bearing such costs. Those fallen warriors are heroes of the Empire. Their names shall be etched in the annals of history. Li Hao silently nodded, his heart heavy with grief. We have reported your fleet's situation to His Majesty the Emperor. The military department will honor your contributions, and arrangements will be made for the compensation of the fallen brothers. So rest assured, Huang Pu Hao assured him. Thank you, generals. I express my gratitude on behalf of the fallen brothers. Li Hao replied. A few days later, the Dawn fleet returned to the base at Star Valley. As Li Hao gazed at the familiar starry sky, he reflected on the immense price they had paid for this mission, yet it resulted in a glorious victory. All of this was achieved through the efforts and sacrifices of every officer and soldier in the 13th Legion's Dawn fleet. Upon returning to the base, Li Hao's first task was to erect a monument in honor of the fallen warriors. He personally chose the location, constructing a grand monument on a small hill near the base. The monument bore the names and deeds of the sacrificed soldiers, as well as an account of the mission's proceedings and significance. On the day the monument was inaugurated, Li Hao led all officers and soldiers of the fleet to stand before it. They solemnly paid their respects to the fallen warriors. Li Hao delivered a speech, stating, "Brothers, we gather here today to erect this monument for our sacrificed comrades, so that their names and deeds may forever be etched in our hearts." They are our heroes, our pride. We must take them as our examples and carry forth their spirit. All officers and soldiers expressed their unwavering commitment to honor the sacrifices of their fallen comrades and fulfill their missions resolutely. One day, Li Hao received an urgent order from the military department, instructing him to lead the Dawn Fleet to the Imperial capital Star. The order did not elaborate on the specifics of the mission. Li Hao summoned Zhang Yu and other officers to discuss the upcoming journey to the Imperial capital Star. We cannot all return this time. Li Hao remarked that I will take the Invincible and the Starship, along with several warships awarded by His Majesty the Emperor. This will reduce the fleet's target, while the other warships will remain stationed at the base star. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu and the others expressed their agreement, understanding that Li Hao's decision was made with the safety of the entire fleet in mind. After making all the necessary arrangements, Li Hao set off with the Invincible, the Starship, and the Emperor's awarded warships. They proceeded along their predetermined course, maintaining a heightened state of vigilance throughout the journey. After several days of navigation, they finally arrived at the Imperial capital Star. They entered the starport of the Imperial capital. The military department dispatched personnel to escort Li Hao to their headquarters. Li Hao, not daring to delay, immediately followed the envoy along with several trusted officers. Upon arriving at the military headquarters, he sensed an unusually tense atmosphere. Soldiers armed to the teeth were stationed everywhere, exuding an air of imminent danger. The wave of unease washed over Li Hao as he wondered if something significant had occurred. He was promptly taken to the conference hall, where he found it filled with high-ranking military officers and government officials, causing a flutter of apprehension within him. The Emperor entered the hall, surrounded by a retinue of guards, dressed in resplendent royal robes and adorned with a crown. He emanated authority and solemnity. The Emperor approached the center of the podium, surveyed the surroundings, and began to speak. He first commended Li Hao and the Dawn Fleet for their exemplary performance in eradicating the Blackbeard pirate group and dismantling their base, declaring it a monumental victory that brought honor to the Empire and its people. Subsequently, the Emperor announced a decision to promote Li Hao to the rank of colonel and bestow upon the Dawn Fleet the title of Heroic Fleet. This proclamation elicited thunderous applause from the audience, and Li Hao felt a surge of excitement and honor. The Emperor personally awarded Li Hao his new rank, pinning the colonel insignia onto his chest. Following this, the Emperor presented the Dawn Fleet with the Heroic Fleet flag, delivering an impassioned address. Once the ceremony concluded, Li Hao, filled with exhilaration, made his way to the office of Huang Paheo. Huang Paheo was not only his mentor and friend but also a crucial supporter in the military. Li Hao gently knocked on the door, and Huang Paheo's steady voice called out, "Come in." As Li Hao entered, he saw Huang Paheo seated at his desk, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. "Li Hao, congratulations on your promotion to colonel," he said. Li Hao smiled shyly and replied, "I owe this achievement to your guidance and support." Huang Paheo waved his hand dismissively, saying, "This is the result of your own hard work. I merely provided you with an opportunity. However, do not become complacent. Continue to strive for excellence." Li Hao nodded earnestly, responding, "I will certainly do so, General." Huang Paheo rose and approached Li Hao, patting him on the shoulder as he said, "Li Hao, you performed admirably this time. In less than 2 years, you have dealt with the Blackbeard pirates. Although Blackbeard escaped, the border star system should no longer suffer from pirate harassment. The High Command has decided to enhance your fleet strength to stabilize the border systems. We will allocate a fleet of warships and supplies to your 13th Corps. Let's proceed to the military supply depot to select the vessels." "That's splendid, General. With the military support, our 13th Corps will be significantly strengthened, enabling us to accomplish our missions more effectively." Huang Paheo nodded. "Indeed, but do not celebrate too soon. The number of warships and supplies is limited, so prepare yourself for potential setbacks." "General, why is this allocation coming from the military?" Huang Paheo shook his head. "Are you unaware of the matters concerning your 13th Corps? The supplies are planned annually. If we receive these, another corps will receive less. You think they will easily part with their resources?" "I understand. Let's see what we can obtain," Li Hao replied, somewhat disgruntled. Upon arriving at the military supply office, they were greeted by a lieutenant colonel in charge of supplies. Upon seeing Huang Paheo, the lieutenant colonel immediately saluted and warmly welcomed them. "General Huang, it's a pleasure to have you here for an inspection," he said. Huang Paheo nodded. "Greetings, Lieutenant Colonel. I have brought Commander Li Hao of the 13th Corps to select some warships and supplies. Here are the military's documents." The lieutenant colonel took the documents and replied, "Very well, General." These are the warships currently available in the supply depot. Li Hao examined the displayed warships and remarked, "Why are they all retired vessels?" The lieutenant colonel's face flushed with embarrassment as he explained, "Commander Li, the military has recently undergone an equipment update. Although these ships are retired, they have all been rigorously tested and maintained. Their performance is undoubtedly reliable." Li Hao furrowed his brow, knowing the lieutenant colonel spoke the truth, yet feeling somewhat dissatisfied. He turned to Huang Paheo, hoping for support. After a moment of silence, Huang Paheo said, "Lieutenant Colonel, we are aware of the performance of these vessels, but we require the latest models. These retired ships do not meet our needs." The lieutenant colonel responded, "General, I understand your perspective, but the military's regulations are firm, and we have no alternatives." Li Hao felt a twinge of discontent, but recognized the immutability of the military's regulations. He pondered for a moment and asked, "Lieutenant Colonel, what about the weaponry and defense systems on these ships?" The lieutenant colonel promptly replied, "Commander Li, the weaponry and defense systems on these ships have all been upgraded and are entirely new." Huang Paheo interjected, "Li Hao, you may select 1 heavy cruiser flagship and 10 cruisers this time." Li Hao nodded, "Very well. Let us first examine the specific conditions of these warships." The lieutenant colonel, relieved, promptly led Li Hao and Huang Paheo to view the vessels. They arrived at the other side of the depot, where a dozen warships were docked. After Li Hao and Huang Paheo completed the handover procedures, Huang Paheo remarked, "Not too shabby. While they may not be brand new, they are the latest models." Li Hao nodded, understanding that securing a fleet of warships from the military for their 13th Corps was no small feat. Aware of the challenges and compromises behind this acquisition, he said to Huang Paheo, "General, we will cherish these ships and ensure they are utilized to their fullest potential. You should return to the hotel to rest. Once the supplies are ready, I will have someone notify you." Huang Paheo instructed. After leaving the military headquarters, Li Hao checked into a hotel nearby. He contacted Zhang Yu through the Star Network to inform him about the military's support in providing warships. Upon hearing Li Hao's news, Zhang Yu felt immense joy, recognizing the significance of this fleet for the 13th Corps. "This is fantastic. With these warships, our strength will be greatly enhanced," Zhang Yu exclaimed. "Indeed, but they are all recently retired from other corps." Li Hao replied, "Well, count your blessings. Which of these ships wouldn't fetch 10 to 20 billion on the market? Besides, the military has never equipped our 13th Corps with warships before," Zhang Yu said. "That's true. But what about the crew to operate these vessels? We likely do not have enough officers for them." Li Hao countered, "I will contact Zhongzhou to see if the director can assist us." Zhang Yu replied. Just then, a soft knock echoed at the hotel room door. Li Hao furrowed his brow, puzzled, as he had no acquaintances in this area. Who could it be? He opened the door to find a young and beautiful female officer standing there. Clad in a splendid palace uniform, her figure graceful and her demeanor elegant. Upon seeing Li Hao, the officer smiled gently and bowed, saying, "Colonel Li Hao, His Majesty requests your presence." Li Hao's heart skipped a beat. Why would the Emperor summon him? Although he held the position of fleet commander of the 13th Corps, he was merely an ordinary soldier. Why such an unexpected audience with the Emperor? A luxurious flying vehicle awaited outside the hotel, and the officer guided Li Hao into it before it glided toward the palace. As he sat in the vehicle, anxiety gnawed at him. He was uncertain of the Emperor's intentions and what awaited him. After approximately half an hour, they finally arrived at the palace gates. The officer led Li Hao from the vehicle and into the palace, which was heavily guarded, filled with soldiers and patrolling attendants. They traversed numerous palace gates until they finally reached the Emperor's study. The officer instructed Li Hao to wait at the door before she entered the study. After a while, she emerged and said, "Colonel Li Hao, His Majesty requests your presence." Taking a deep breath, Li Hao followed the officer into the study. The room was lavishly adorned, with golden and resplendent decorations and precious artifacts. The Emperor sat upon a dragon throne, smiling as he regarded Li Hao. Li Hao quickly saluted, stating, "I am Li Hao of the Imperial 13th Corps Dawn Fleet, here to pay my respects to your Majesty." The Emperor returned the salute, saying, "Colonel Li Hao, do you know why I have summoned you?" Li Hao shook his head, replying, "I do not, your Majesty." The Emperor declared, "Li Hao, you are the commander of the 13th Legion's fleet and also my loyal subject. I have heard of your remarkable achievements in the Endless Sea, and it was you who rescued my 6th princess last time. I hold you in high regard and desire to meet you." Li Hao promptly responded, "It is our duty in the 13th Legion to defend the borders of the Empire. Serving your Majesty is our great honor." The Emperor continued, Li Hao, the pirates in the Endless Sea Star region are exceedingly rampant, frequently attacking the Empire's merchant vessels and causing significant economic losses. I hope you can lead the 13th Legion to eradicate these pirates and safeguard the Empire's citizens. The Emperor went on. Your fleet has suffered considerable losses this time, but the military will support you with another fleet. I see that the ships you have returned with are primarily those I previously rewarded you. Thus, I shall provide you with 5 additional cruisers, forming a complete fleet, and bestow upon it the title of the Royal Starshine Fleet. Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall serve you with unwavering dedication, even at the cost of my life. Li Hao replied earnestly. Chapter 42. The return journey blocked by the Stargate. After exiting the palace with the female officer, Li Hao took a deep breath, feeling an unparalleled sense of relief. He gazed up at the sky, where the sun shone brightly amidst fluffy white clouds, creating a serene scene. The female officer smiled at Li Hao and said, Colonel Li Hao, the Emperor has high hopes for you, and we wish for your swift return in triumph. Li Hao nodded and replied, Rest assured, I will not fail in my mission. The following day, the female officer escorted Li Hao to the Royal Armory. The armory's architecture was grand and imposing, with stern guards at the entrance, instilling a sense of solemnity. As they entered the armory, Li Hao was dazzled by the array of advanced weapons and equipment on display. The supply officer had been waiting for some time and greeted Li Hao with a smile. Colonel Li Hao, welcome to the Royal Armory. His Majesty has ordered the provision of 5 of the most advanced cruisers for you. These cruisers are equipped with the latest weapon systems and defensive facilities, the supply officer stated. Li Hao nodded, feeling a surge of gratitude for the Emperor's generosity and trust. He understood that these cruisers would be pivotal in his battle against the pirates. Thank you, supply officer, Li Hao said. The supply officer smiled and arranged for the 5 cruisers to be delivered to the starport. Once integrated with the original Dawn fleet, all ships bore a unified golden livery, leading the uninformed to believe they were part of the Royal Legion. Li Hao instructed the officers of the Dawn fleet to accept this batch of ships and, in accordance with the Emperor's bestowed fleet name, altered the hull numbers and system identification codes to reflect the Royal Starshine fleet of the Galactic Empire's 13th Legion. The flagship, a heavy cruiser, was named Starshine, accompanied by 10 cruisers. 2 days later, Wong informed Li Hao that he could retrieve the fleet provided by the military from the supply depot. However, Li Hao found himself in a predicament, as he lacked sufficient personnel to operate the ships. After some contemplation, he decided to send the fleet personnel to the supply depot to bring the ships to the starport. This was a necessary step. Only by consolidating the fleet at the starport could he make better arrangements and deployments. Once the ships arrived at the starport, Li Hao began to strategize on how best to utilize them. He convened the officers of the Dawn fleet to discuss the return of the ships to the base star. After a thorough discussion, it became clear that the current manpower could only guarantee the fleet's return. However, the fleet had essentially lost its combat capability. Li Hao pondered carefully. Returning without combat strength through the endless sea border would be perilously unsafe. He inquired whether supplementing with a batch of robots could provide some combat capability. An experienced officer replied, Commander, robots can enhance the fleet's combat capability to a certain extent, but they do have limitations. However, if we could assign some robots to certain positions, we could free up personnel to control the weapon systems. Li Hao nodded. While robots were not omnipotent, they might serve as a viable solution given the current manpower shortage. At that moment, another officer proposed a different perspective. Commander, I believe we could consider recruiting some volunteers to supplement the fleet's personnel. Although this would require time and resources for training, they could become our effective fighting force. Li Hao shook his head, stating, We cannot recruit personnel in the capital star without military approval. The military would not agree to that. I have already arranged for recruitment from Zhongzhou Star. Now, we must focus on safely bringing the ships back. After a moment of thought, Li Hao continued, Let us first supplement the fleet with a batch of robots. Since we are heading to the capital star, we can procure additional engineering robots to aid in the construction of the base. Once he made the decision, he immediately contacted the robot supplier to inquire about the availability of multifunctional and engineering robots. The supplier responded that multifunctional robots could be provided immediately, while engineering robots would require some time for production and delivery. Considering the fleet's current situation, Li Hao decided to first order multifunctional robots and reserve a portion of engineering robots, requesting expedited delivery. Once the robots were delivered, Li Hao organized the fleet's members to begin the calibration and programming of the robots, ensuring they could adapt to the fleet's operational requirements. After completing the robot adjustments, they prepare to return to the Endless Sea, planning to traverse the hyperspace corridor via the capital star's Stargate. However, upon reaching the Stargate, they discovered a long queue of starships waiting to pass through to that moment. A shuttle approached from the direction of the Stargate, stopping in front of Li Hao's fleet to convey a message. Due to the passage of a royal fleet, there is temporary control of the Stargate, and all ships are unable to pass for the time being. Hearing this news, Li Hao felt a surge of dissatisfaction. He understood that the royal family and nobility held certain privileges in the empire. But it seemed excessive to halt all starships just for one fleet. He decided to communicate with the personnel aboard the shuttle to seek a prompt passage through the Stargate. Li Hao connected with the communications officer. Esteemed officer, I understand the significance of the royal fleet, but we are a military fleet with urgent tasks to fulfill. Could you possibly make an exception and allow us to pass through the Stargate as soon as possible? Li Hao spoke politely. The officer regarded Li Hao, then glanced at the fleet behind him, pondering for a moment. Esteemed commander, I understand your predicament, but this is an order from above, and we must comply. The royal fleet will soon pass through the Stargate, and your fleet must wait. The officer replied. Li Hao furrowed his brow, realizing that arguing with the officer would yield no results. Anger welled up within him. But he strove to maintain his composure. Must we truly wait only for the royal fleet? Li Hao asked, somewhat indignantly. The officer disdainfully replied, during the control period, only the royal fleet may pass. Taking a deep breath, Li Hao understood he needed to take decisive action. He issued the command. The Starshine fleet shall proceed through the Stargate first, with the remaining fleets following closely. The Stargate officer was about to intervene when he spotted the golden royal livery of the leading Starshine fleet. His eyes widened in disbelief. He recognized that the royal fleet's livery was unique, reserved solely for royal members or fleets granted special authorization by the royal family. What is going on? The Stargate officer stammered. Chapter 43. The Empire's second Prince Li Hao did not respond to the officer's question but cast him a cold glance and continued to command the fleet forward. Realizing he might have made a grave mistake, the Stargate officer promptly contacted his superiors to inquire about how to proceed. Upon learning the situation, the higher-ups were equally astonished. They immediately ordered an investigation into the fleet's origins and instructed the Stargate officer to grant passage. Just as Li Hao's fleet was about to enter the Stargate, a royal fleet began to emerge from within. The commander of the royal fleet turned to the second prince seated beside him and said, Your Highness, there is a warship fleet passing through the Stargate. The second prince furrowed his brow, glancing at the Stargate. The fleet was substantial, with numerous warships slowly making their way in. Did we not notify the Stargate for temporary control? The fleet commander asked. We did inform the Stargate Management Office. Please inquire with them, the second prince replied. The fleet commander promptly inquired with the Stargate Management Office, which informed him that the fleet entering the Stargate was from the Royal Legion. The second prince's brow furrowed further, puzzled. How did the Royal Legion's fleet suddenly appear here? Moreover, the warships I see do not belong to the Royal Legion. Immediately investigate which legion this fleet belongs to, the second prince commanded. After the Stargate Management Office conducted their inquiry, they reported back. It is the Royal Starshine fleet of the Empire's 13th Legion. The second prince's brow tightened, his doubts intensifying. The Royal Starshine fleet of the Empire's 13th Legion. He had never heard of such a legion. Furthermore, the Royal Legion's composition had always been limited to the Empire's top 5 legions. How could a 13th Legion suddenly emerge? The second prince resolved to return to the capital with his fleet. Despite his myriad uncertainties, he decided to investigate this mysterious fleet further upon his return. After passing through the Stargate, Li Hao led his fleet on a several-day journey, safely returning to the base star. As Li Hao disembarked from the spacecraft, he took a deep breath. Commander, we have finally returned. A jubilant officer exclaimed as he approached. Li Hao returned to the command center of the base, gathering officers such as Zhang Yu. His face radiated with an excited smile, for this time they had not only gained the support of a fleet from the military department in the imperial capital Star, but had also received a reward from His Majesty the Emperor, 5 cruisers. Ladies and gentlemen, our harvest this time can be deemed a bountiful success. Li Hao exclaimed with enthusiasm. We currently possess 1 battleship, 2 heavy cruiser flagships, an additional heavy cruiser captured from the annihilation of Blackbeard, and 1 heavy cruiser provided by the military department. Thus, we now have 4 heavy cruisers. Originally, we had 10 cruisers, with 1 lost in battle, leaving us with 9. with the 10 cruisers supplied by the military and the 5 awarded by His Majesty. Our strength will see a significant enhancement. Zhang Yu stood up and said, Commander, shall we consider redistributing the fleet? This is my plan. Please take a look. Li Hao outlined, we are now upgrading to a Galaxy-class fleet, and all our warships will be restructured. The 4 flagships will be named Starry Night, Radiant Star, Shining Star, and Phantom. Li Hao decided to divide the fleet into 3 squadrons with 5 divisions, allowing for more flexible mission execution. The first fleet, the Dawn Fleet, will have the Invincible as its flagship, accompanied by 4 cruisers. The second fleet, the Royal Shining Fleet, will have the Shining Star as its primary flagship, equipped with 5 Royal Cruisers, while the Radiant Star serves as the secondary flagship, also with 5 Royal Cruisers. The third fleet, the Hero Fleet, will feature the Starry Night as its primary flagship, alongside 5 cruisers, with the Phantom as the secondary flagship, also accompanied by 5 cruisers. After finalizing the fleet arrangements, Li Hao discussed the most pressing issue with Zhang Yu and the other officers, the personnel for the warships and the mech soldiers. Commander, the governor of Zhengzhou Star and the dean have already responded, Zhang Yu reported. They expressed their full support for our 13th Legion. The Zhengzhou Military Academy has reopened, and they have dispatched a batch of mech soldiers and warship crews to us. Excellent, Li Hao replied. When can we expect their arrival? It will take some time, Zhang Yu explained. They need to prepare and traverse the stargates, which requires a bit of time. Can we expedite their journey? Li Hao inquired that I have communicated with Zhengzhou Star, and they assured me they would arrange it as soon as possible, Zhang Yu replied. However, we cannot rely solely on them. We must find ways to resolve some issues ourselves. What are your thoughts? Li Hao asked that I believe we can select some outstanding soldiers from the base to take on the officer roles for the warships, Zhang Yu suggested. This could enhance our combat capability and ensure loyalty to the 13th Legion. Li Hao nodded, recognizing that loyalty was indeed a matter he had overlooked. Very well, let us proceed with your suggestion. As he watched Zhang Yu depart, Li Hao felt a surge of confidence. He believed that through their collective efforts, the fleet would inevitably continue to grow and prosper. After concluding the meeting, Li Hao returned to his quarters, preparing to rest when his star brain suddenly emitted a notification sound. Upon opening it, he found a message from the 6th Princess, stating that she had arrived at the border star and inquiring about the location of the 13th Legion's base. Li Hao's heart tightened. Why had the 6th Princess suddenly come to the border star? He hurriedly replied, Your Highness, what brings you here? The border is still not safe. You should return to the Imperial Capital Star at once. Moments later, the 6th Princess responded, Tell me immediately where the 13th Legion is stationed. I must see you right away. With no other choice, Li Hao replied, It is quite far from the border star, and the journey is not very safe. Please wait at the starport of the border star. I will come to escort you immediately. After sending his response, Li Hao promptly arranged for the Dawn Fleet to head towards the border star. After 2 days of travel, they arrived at the starport of the border star and met the 6th Princess. Your Highness, what brings you here? I am here on the orders of my father, the Emperor, to inspect the border, the 6th Princess replied. I heard you recently achieved a significant victory, which delighted my father. You returned to the Imperial Capital Star to receive honors but did not come to see me. So I came to find you. Li Hao silently lamented, Your Highness, I returned to handle official business. And I came back as soon as the matters were settled. Very well, I shall not pursue this further. Now, please take me to your base. Chapter 44. The 13th Legion smuggling of or after another 2 days of travel. Li Hao and his party returned to the valley base on the base star. The 6th Princess observed that the base star remained an unrefined planet, with an extremely harsh environment. She frowned and remarked to Li Hao, Li Hao, do you really station your troops in such a place? Isn't this a bit too harsh? Your Highness, although the environment is severe, the strategic location is of utmost importance. Our 13th Legion's duty is to guard the border and ensure the safety of the Empire's frontiers. Li Hao explained as he guided the 6th Princess on a tour of the valley base, detailing the situation of the base. After the tour, Li Hao invited the 6th Princess to rest in his office. There, she noticed a map hanging on the wall, detailing the various regions of the endless Escorting. Li Hao, your living conditions are indeed quite harsh. Why do you not remain at the border star? This place is outside the Empire's territory, the 6th Princess expressed with concern. Your Highness, this is still within the Empire's territory. The Endless Sea is the station for our 13th Legion. We will eventually restore control here. Li Hao assured her. Now that your inspection is complete, when do you plan to return? I will arrange for someone to escort you. When did I say I was leaving? The sixth princess replied. From today onward, I am also a member of the Empire's 13th Legion. Li Hao was taken aback, thinking the sixth princess was jesting. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at her. Your Highness, are you joking? You are a princess of the Empire. How can you join our 13th Legion? The sixth princess smiled slightly and said, I am not joking, Li Hao. Look, this is my father's decree and the military department's documentation. Li Hao took the document, reading it thoroughly, filled with astonishment and confusion. He could not comprehend why the emperor would suddenly allow the sixth princess to join the 13th Legion. Your Highness, why is this? Li Hao asked. You are a princess of the Empire. Why would you abandon a comfortable life and come to endure hardship at the border? The sixth princess smiled gently, saying, Li Hao, do you know? I have had a dream since childhood, to become a hero like my father and contribute to the prosperity and peace of the Empire. Li Hao realized he could not alter the sixth princess's decision at this moment and could only temporarily agree to keep her. Very well, Your Highness, he said. Since you have made up your mind, I will respect your choice. However, within the 13th Legion, you must obey my commands and refrain from taking reckless actions. The sixth princess nodded, stating, I understand, Commander Li. I will follow your orders. After arranging accommodations for the sixth princess, Li Hao returned to the command center of the base, where Zhang Yu reported that the soldiers and fleet officers from Zhengzhou Star had arrived at the base. After tallying the numbers, Zhang Yu noted that the recruits far exceeded expectations, indicating that the 13th Legion would face a severe shortage of military funds. Li Hao furrowed his brow, knowing this issue needed to be addressed promptly. Otherwise, the 13th Legion would struggle to maintain normal operations. After pondering for a moment, he said to Zhang Yu, We do not have sufficient military funds. If this continues, we will soon be unable to develop. Zhang Yu nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the issue. I am aware of the seriousness, but we currently have no sources of income. What should we do? What is the output of our mines? Li Hao inquired. The current yield from the mines is relatively stable, but our pressing issue is that no merchants are coming to purchase our ores, Zhang Yu replied. Why are there no merchants to buy? Li Hao asked. Because we are located outside the Empire's territory, and the Empire's laws stipulate that ores from outside the territory are subject to a 40 tax upon entering the Empire. How can the tax be so high? We toil to mine, yet most of the profits are siphoned off by the Empire, Li Hao exclaimed. Moreover, the Empire's purchase price for our ores is very low. Leaving us with no room for negotiation, Zhang Yu lamented. Li Hao slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, This is not a solution. We must find a way to resolve this issue. Zhang Yu furrowed his brow in thought for a moment before suggesting, If there are no other options available, could we seek assistance from Wang Lei's father to help us sell this batch of ore and recoup some military funds to tide us over? Li Hao nodded, realizing they had no other choice, hoping Wang Lei's father could offer them a favorable price. Subsequently, Li Hao contacted Wang Lei's father again, hoping he could assist in handling the surplus ore. After hearing Li Hao's request, Wang Lei's father fell silent for a moment before saying, Li Hao, I understand your predicament, but the recent market conditions are poor, and ore prices have plummeted. Even if I help you sell this batch, I cannot guarantee a good price. Upon hearing Wang Lei's father's words, Li Hao felt a wave of despair wash over him. He knew Wang Lei's father was speaking the truth, yet he found himself with no alternative. This batch of ore was painstakingly extracted by them. If it cannot be disposed of promptly, the funding for their 13th Legion will remain uncertain, thereby affecting their normal operations. Uncle Wong, could you possibly assist me in devising a solution? Wang Lei's father sighed and said, If you can manage to transport the ore directly to the interior of the Empire, the price should significantly improve. I see that this batch consists of rare minerals, suitable for constructing mechas. We can find a way to ship it to Zhengzhou Star. Uncle, are you referring to Zhengzhou Star? Indeed. What of it? Zhengzhou Star is the Empire's primary production hub for mechas. Their demand for these minerals is substantial, so your ore should pose no issue, Wang Lei's father elucidated. Li Hao, upon hearing Wang Lei's father's words, felt a spark of inspiration, seemingly conceiving a method to bypass the exorbitant mineral taxes imposed by the Empire. Thank you, Uncle Wong. I now know how to proceed. Subsequently, Li Hao gathered Zhang Yu and other officers and presented them with the plan to transport the ore to Zhengzhou Star. He resolved to utilize military training as a guise, allowing the fleet to shuttle back and forth to Zhengzhou Star, thus facilitating the direct sale of the ore. After listening to Li Hao's plan, Zhang Yu and the others remarked, While this approach may evade the hefty mineral taxes, doesn't that essentially render us smugglers? Indeed, which is why we must maintain utmost secrecy and ensure the Empire remains oblivious. That is why I propose using warships for transport, Li Hao cautioned. Understood, we will exercise caution. Thus, Li Hao commenced the arrangements for the fleet's journey to Zhengzhou Star. He divided the fleet into several small groups, each assigned to different mining areas to load the ore onto the warships and transport vessels before heading to Zhengzhou Star. Chapter 45. The Sixth Princess's Discovery. Upon delivering the ore to Zhengzhou Star, they directly sold it to Mecha Manufacturing Enterprises through the planetary governor, thereby not only avoiding the Empire's exorbitant tax but also securing a significantly higher price, resulting in substantial profits. This windfall rectified the funding shortfall for the 13th Legion, enabling timely disbursement of soldier salaries and the procurement of additional weapons and equipment to enhance the Legion's combat capability. While Li Hao was organizing the transport at the base command center, the Sixth Princess approached him, inquiring whether there were any recent military operations, as she had observed fleets ascending daily. Li Hao gazed at the agitated princess before him, feeling somewhat helpless. This princess was overly sensitive to military maneuvers, and her curiosity was insatiable. Li Hao surmised that if he did not reveal the truth, she would persistently pry. Your Highness, there are indeed some military operations underway, but they consist solely of routine training and patrol missions. Nothing extraordinary. Li Hao endeavored to maintain a neutral tone. Really? The Sixth Princess clearly doubted Li Hao's words. I see numerous fleets launching daily, and in considerable numbers. This hardly seems like a routine task. Your Highness, it genuinely is merely patrol and training. Li Hao lowered his voice, explaining, you are aware that our fleet has recently expanded, and the base is currently filled with rookies. Hence the emphasis on training. The Sixth Princess remained unconvinced, sensing that Li Hao was withholding information. Determined to conduct her own investigation, she decided to ascertain the true nature of Li Hao's fleet's activities. Disguising herself in civilian attire, she stealthily departed the base, traveling to the vicinity of the mining site. There, she observed warships stationed on the ground, with soldiers busily engaged in their tasks. Notably, she spotted a warship emblazoned with 13th Legion Dawn Fleet. Fearless, realizing this was Li Hao's flagship, the Sixth Princess finally grasped that Li Hao's fleet was not training new recruits but was involved in or transportation. Anger welled within her, feeling deceived by Li Hao. She resolved to confront him for clarity. Returning to the command room's entrance, she knocked. Li Hao opened the door, confronted by the sight of the irate princess. Your Highness, what troubles you? Who has angered you? Answer me honestly, what is your fleet truly engaged in? The Sixth Princess demanded. Seeing her demeanor, Li Hao suspected she had discovered their or transportation operation. Your Highness, you are correct. We are indeed transporting ore. The Sixth Princess's eyes widened in disbelief at Li Hao's admission. Why would you do such a thing? Transporting ore with warships is a violation of Empire law, she questioned. Li Hao sighed, explaining, Your Highness, you may not be aware, but the 13th Legion's funding must be self-sourced. We require funds to sustain the fleet's operation and the soldiers' livelihoods. Selling ore is currently our only revenue stream, which is why we are taking this risk. The Sixth Princess was taken aback by Li Hao's revelation. She had always assumed that military funding was provided by the National Treasury, unaware that the 13th Legion had to generate its own funds. Why not petition my father for military funding? She inquired, perplexed. Li Hao sighed again, elucidating, Your Highness, we are not a royal legion. The royal family does not cover our expenses. The Sixth Princess furrowed her brows, struggling to comprehend why the royal family would decline to support the 13th Legion. To her, the 13th Legion existed to safeguard the nation, and their sacrifices deserved recognition and support from the state. Li Hao, this is unreasonable. You and the 13th Legion have contributed so much to the Empire's security. How can the royal family treat you this way? She exclaimed indignantly. Li Hao offered a resigned smile. Your Highness, that is the reality that we lack connections and resources, and currently, we must rely solely on ourselves. After a moment of silence, the Sixth Princess felt a surge of responsibility. She resolved to aid the 13th Legion in securing the treatment they rightfully deserved. Following extensive transportation efforts, Li Hao successfully processed all the ore stacked in the warehouse on Zhengzhou Star. This operation not only cleared their debts to Zhengzhou Star for mechas, but also left them with a considerable surplus. As he gazed at the figures in his account, a wave of joy washed over him. Having trained the fleet adequately, Li Hao deemed them ready for a practical exercise. he decided to lead the Dawn Fleet and the Starry Fleet on a patrol of the Endless Sea. While the Hero Fleet remained stationed at the base to ensure its security, before departure, Li Hao convened all fleet commanders for a strategic meeting, outlining the mission's objectives, patrolling the border star systems. Standing at the podium, he surveyed the assembled commanders, cleared his throat, and commenced his address. Gentlemen, we are about to embark on an important patrol mission. The objective is to survey the border star systems, eradicate pirates in the region, and ensure our border's safety. He paused before continuing. The border star systems represent our first line of defense and are a strategic stronghold. We must guarantee their security and preclude any potential threats. This patrol requires scanning and inspection of every planet in the border star systems. Soon, as Li Hao finished speaking, the atmosphere in the command room grew tense. One commander stood and stated, "Commander, the fleet has undergone thorough maintenance and repairs, and the weaponry is fully prepared." "Excellent. The border star systems are complex, and the pirates are exceedingly cunning. We must maintain heightened vigilance and be ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances." Thereafter, Li Hao meticulously detailed the mission, dividing the fleet into several groups, each responsible for patrolling a designated area. He also arranged for reconnaissance ships to scout the conditions in the border star systems in advance. Under his command, the Dawn Fleet and Starry Fleet gradually departed the base, heading towards the endless sea. As the fleet traversed the cosmos, Li Hao sat in the command cabin, gazing at the starry expanse ahead. Suddenly, alarms blared, shattering the tranquility of the command cabin. He swiftly rose, approached the command console, and checked the source of the alarm. "Report, Captain. We have detected an unidentified spacecraft approaching us," an officer reported. Chapter 46. Operations on the nameless planet. Li Hao furrowed his brow. This could potentially be an enemy reconnaissance vessel. He immediately commanded, "Battle readiness, closely monitor the movements of that spacecraft." The soldiers of the fleet sprang into action, assuming combat positions in preparation for a possible assault. Li Hao fixed his gaze on the unidentified vessel displayed on the screen, contemplating strategies for engagement. "Commander, that vessel has suddenly accelerated. It appears to be attempting to flee," another officer reported anxiously. Li Hao's brow knitted tightly. He knew they could not allow the unidentified vessel to escape. He swiftly issued orders. "Initiate pursuit mode. The entire fleet accelerate." The engines of the Dawn Fleet and Starry Fleet roared to life, the warships charging forward like a pack of iron beasts in pursuit of the fleeing craft. Li Hao remained transfixed on the target on the screen, calculating how they might catch up. "Report, Commander. We have lost the signal. It likely took refuge within the asteroid belt ahead," an officer stated, visibly concerned. "Order the fleet to split into two groups. The Dawn Fleet will continue the pursuit, while the Starry Fleet maneuvers around the opposite side of the asteroid belt for encirclement." "Report, Commander. We have entered the asteroid belt. Numerous asteroids ahead are complicating navigation," another officer reported. "Stay vigilant, carefully evade the asteroids." The fleet navigated cautiously through the asteroid belt, occasionally colliding with asteroids that struck the shields of the warships, creating blinding flashes of light. Suddenly, a dense cluster of asteroids obstructed their path. A sense of dread filled Li Hao. He recognized this as a trap set by the enemy. "Halt your advance and brace for the impending meteor shower." The warships of the fleet activated their shields, preparing to withstand the onslaught of the meteors. Li Hao fixed his gaze upon the swarm of meteors displayed on the screen, contemplating strategies for defense. At that moment, a radiant beam of light surged from the rear of the fleet, instantly obliterating several large meteors. Turning around, Li Hao beheld the shining Star Fleet's warships materializing behind them, their energy beams clearing a path for the Dawn Fleet. "Splendid! The shining Star Fleet has arrived just in time. Commander, we have breached the meteor cluster and located the trace of that spacecraft. Continue the pursuit. Do not allow it to escape." The fleet relentlessly pursued the spacecraft, ultimately spotting it on the far side of an unnamed planet. Li Hao commanded, "Surround that spacecraft and prepare for an assault." "Commander, the spacecraft has entered the unnamed planet," an officer reported. Li Hao furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before issuing the order. "Dawn Fleet, follow that spacecraft into the unnamed planet. Shining Star Fleet, maintain a perimeter outside." The warships of the Dawn Fleet sequentially penetrated the atmosphere of the unnamed planet, while Li Hao remained in the command cabin, attentively observing the surroundings. The environment of this unnamed planet was exceedingly harsh, with turbulent winds and electromagnetic interference permeating the atmosphere, posing significant challenges to the fleet's maneuvers. Report, Commander. A multitude of mechs has been detected, heading towards us. A chill ran down Li Hao's spine as he promptly commanded, "Activate the star shield and prepare for engagement." The warships of the fleet initiated their star shields, while the weapon systems transitioned into combat mode. Moments later, the mechs appeared before the fleet, a swarm of peculiarly shaped battle mechs descending upon them in dense formation. "Open fire," Li Hao commanded decisively. The fleet's artillery illuminated the dark sky, unleashing countless energy beams towards the mechs. However, the mechs moved with remarkable speed and agility, effortlessly evading the fleet's attacks. "Curse it, these mechs are tenacious. Deploy the mech units for an offensive." Li Hao's command was swiftly executed as the mech units surged forth from the fleet, engaging the enemy mechs in fierce combat. The two sides exchanged blows in a relentless struggle, neither yielding ground. Amidst the fray, Li Hao discerned that the pilots of these mechs were highly skilled individuals, exhibiting exceptional combat techniques and seamless coordination, which proved to be a significant challenge for the mech units. "It appears we have encountered a formidable adversary. These mech pilots are exceptionally capable." He surveyed the battlefield, his heart laden with concern. The enemy's mechs outnumbered them, and their pilots possessed superior skills. Although the Dawn Fleet's mechs were manned by experienced soldiers, they were at a disadvantage in numbers and unable to gain the upper hand. Li Hao realized that a shift in tactics was imperative. Otherwise, the Dawn Fleet would face the peril of total annihilation. After a moment of contemplation, he issued the command, "Request the Shining Star Fleet to provide support." Upon the Shining Star Fleet's entry into the atmosphere, Li Hao promptly ordered the deployment of 11 warships mechs to join the fray. These mechs were the elite of the Shining Star Fleet, endowed with formidable firepower and defensive capabilities. With the arrival of the Shining Star Fleet, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted dramatically. The mechs of the Dawn Fleet and Shining Star Fleet united to unleash a fierce assault on the enemy mechs. In the heat of battle, they constantly adjusted their tactics, enabling the mechs to cooperate and maximize their combat effectiveness. The combined forces of the Dawn Fleet and Shining Star Fleet gradually gained the upper hand. The enemy mechs began to show signs of retreat, their formations descending into chaos. Upon witnessing the arrival of Li Hao's reinforcements and the loss of their advantage, the enemy mechs scattered like a flock of startled birds, frantically fleeing towards the planet's surface. Once the enemy mechs had dispersed and sought refuge on the planet's surface, Li Hao commanded the mech units to divide into smaller teams for reconnaissance and encirclement. During the tense search, Li Hao inquired via communicator, "Have we captured any alive? Who are these individuals?" Zhang Yu's voice crackled through the communicator, tinged with uncertainty. "It's still unclear. We are currently interrogating the captives, but they are quite tight-lipped and not easily forthcoming. Intensify the interrogation. We must extract useful information from them as swiftly as possible." "Understood," Zhang Yu replied. Subsequently, Li Hao communicated with the leaders of the other teams to ascertain the progress of their search and encirclement efforts. Each team was diligently searching for traces of the enemy, yet progress was hindered by the complex terrain of the planet's surface. "Report, Captain. We have identified a suspected enemy base." Suddenly, a team leader reported to Li Hao, "Proceed to the base for reconnaissance. Exercise caution. Do not alert the enemy. Await my further instructions." Shortly thereafter, Li Hao led a small team to the vicinity of the base. Observing through binoculars, he noted numerous defensive structures surrounding the base, with several enemies patrolling the area. "It seems this is their stronghold," Li Hao murmured. Chapter 47. Eradicating the pirate training base. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to return and regroup with the fleet. The fleet had secured a strategically advantageous location on the planet, establishing a temporary camp and erecting defensive installations. Within the camp, Li Hao and his officers began to analyze the situation of the recent battle. "Has the battle report been compiled?" An officer promptly handed the report to Li Hao, who received it and began to examine it closely. "What are our casualty figures?" Li Hao inquired, his expression grave after reviewing the report. "We lost approximately a quarter of our mechs, but most of the soldiers sustained injuries. However, some mechs were lost to self-detonation, resulting in casualties among the soldiers, and several warships suffered varying degrees of damage." "What of the enemy's situation?" "The enemy's losses are even more severe. Their mechs possess superior speed and agility, but their defenses are inferior to ours." Li Hao nodded thoughtfully, contemplating for a moment before stating, "We have identified their base. However, it is nestled deep within the mountains, a mountainous stronghold that is easily defensible, bolstered by a comprehensive defense system. The captives have revealed that this base serves as a training facility for the Pirate Alliance, which trains mech warriors for sale to other pirate factions for profit. Zhang Yu informed him, so this is their source of manpower. An officer queried, "It appears we must eliminate this base," Li Hao asserted. "Have we uncovered any additional intelligence?" According to the captives, this base has been operational for several years, supplying the Pirate Alliance with a substantial number of mech warriors, Zhang Yu continued, and they have multiple training bases scattered throughout the endless Sea Star region. Li Hao listened intently to Zhang Yu's report, his brow furrowed. To eradicate the Pirate Alliance entirely, all their training bases must be destroyed. However, locating these bases within the vast expanse of the endless Sea Star region would not be an easy task. "Commander, what shall we do now?" Li Hao pondered for a moment before declaring, "Prepare the fleet for liftoff. Concentrate all firepower to dismantle their defense systems, then deploy the mechs for an assault. Since we have encountered this base, we must eradicate them." "Yes, Commander," the officers responded in unison, quickly springing into action. The fleet's engines emitted a low, rumbling growl, reminiscent of a pack of roaring beasts. Warships lined up in formation within the void of space, their hulls gleaming with metallic luster, akin to a battalion of valiant warriors. With a command from Li Hao, the warships ascended slowly, heading towards the Pirate Alliance's base. In the vanguard of the fleet were a contingent of imposing mechs. Some mechs wielded gigantic blades, while others were equipped with powerful cannons, resembling titanic steel beasts that instilled fear in all who beheld them. As the fleet reached the base's altitude, Li Hao's gaze sharpened and steadied. He inhaled deeply and decisively commanded, "Open fire. All main cannons, target the pirate base, commence fire." In an instant, beams of laser energy sliced through the void, carrying with them the force of destruction aimed at the base's defensive systems. These beams of laser light, akin to searing blades, effortlessly penetrated the base's shields and armor, dismantling the defensive installations one by one. Under the relentless assault of the fleet, the base's defense systems began to crumble. A cacophony of explosions erupted, flames soaring into the sky, shrouding the area in a dense cloud of smoke. The pirates within the base were thrown into disarray, scrambling in panic as time wore on. The external defenses of the base grew increasingly fragile. Li Hao monitored the battlefield through surveillance, analyzing the opportune moment to launch a full-scale assault. Suddenly, the command bridge relayed Li Hao's attack order: "Prepare the mech units for landing." Upon the issuance of his command, a squadron of mechs surged towards the pirate base. The mech landing craft resembled colossal steel beetles, carving elegant arcs through the art. As the mech units approached the pirate base, the base's defense systems sprang to life. Beams of laser energy shot forth from the base, akin to sharp swords attempting to hinder the mech's advance. In the midst of the fierce combat, the mech soldiers displayed formidable combat prowess and unwavering courage. They charged into the pirate base, engaging the pirates in close-quarters battle. Under the onslaught of the mech units, the pirates began to falter, retreating deeper into the base in search of cover. In the central square of the base, a fierce battle raged on. A mech soldier engaged in a one-on-one duel with a pirate captain. The pirate chief wielded a massive battle axe, swinging it menacingly at the mech. The mech deftly evaded the pirate's strikes while retaliating with his energy sword. Both combatants exchanging blows in a tumultuous clash. Upon arriving at the central square with his mech squad, Li Hao bore witness to the intense confrontation. Observing the brutal struggle between the mechs and the pirates, a surge of valor welled up within him. "Capture them alive," Li Hao commanded, his voice resonating throughout the square, clear to every mech warrior present. Hearing the order, the mech squad swiftly adjusted their combat strategy, shifting from relentless attacks to attempts at capturing the pirates alive. Thanks to the efforts of the mech squad, an increasing number of pirates were apprehended and gathered in a corner of the square, guarded by the mech warriors. "Which of you is the leader?" After a moment of silence, a tall, rugged pirate instructor stepped forward, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. "I am the instructor here. What do you want?" Li Hao regarded the pirate instructor with a stoic expression, a glimmer of resolve in his gaze. "I want to know where your starship is. Why did we not encounter any resistance from your starship upon our arrival?" The pirate instructor paused for a moment before responding. "How did you find this place?" Li Hao replied coldly, "That is not for you to know. You need only answer my question." The pirate instructor retorted, "Why did you attack us?" Li Hao immediately sensed something amiss and inquired, "Then why did you attack us?" The pirate instructor scoffed. "Your reconnaissance ship intruded upon our territory. Of course, we had to retaliate." Li Hao furrowed his brow, sensing the situation was far more complex than it appeared. They had not dispatched a reconnaissance vessel to survey this planet, leading him to conclude that the starship they had pursued had intentionally lured them in. Yet, he remained uncertain of their motives. "Take them away," he commanded. The soldiers escorted the captives out of the command room, while Li Hao sat in contemplation. This situation was far more intricate than he had anticipated. Having not only encountered a pirate ambush, but also uncovered the existence of a pirate alliance. Filled with perplexity and concern, Li Hao resolved to summon Zhang Yu for further inquiries. Chapter 48. The Endless Sea. Golden Sands Star. Li Hao sat in the command room, his brow furrowed and his demeanor grave. Zhang Yu entered, saluted, and stood before Li Hao. "Zhang Yu, how has the cleanup at the pirate base progressed? Have there been any discoveries?" Zhang Yu replied, "Report, Captain. All important documents have been destroyed by them, and we found no valuable intelligence. However, we did uncover some living supplies at the pirate base, but no other significant finds." Li Hao nodded slightly and pondered. These pirates are exceedingly cautious, having preemptively destroyed crucial documents. But why would they do so? Are they concealing something? "Commander, since we have identified the training base of the Pirate Alliance, we can continue our investigation along this lead, as long as they remain within the Endless Sea Star domain. We will eventually locate them." "That makes sense. We must ascertain the details of the Pirate Alliance swiftly, or they will pose a serious threat to our safety." "Commander, what should we do now?" "We will first take a moment to regroup, assess the resource situation on this planet, and see if there are any remaining threats. Additionally, arrange for some personnel to continue delving into the Pirate Alliance's circumstances to uncover any clues. I will immediately contact the base and assign personnel to gather intelligence in the Endless Sea." Zhang Yu replied. After spending a week on this planet, Li Hao and his team conducted a comprehensive carpet scan. After meticulous searching, they ultimately identified some hidden pirate members. These pirates had concealed themselves deep within the planet, attempting to evade Li Hao's pursuit. Leading his soldiers, Li Hao swiftly surrounded the pirates' hideout. Realizing they had no escape, the pirates resolved to fight to the death. They armed themselves and launched an attack against Li Hao and his soldiers. Fearless, Li Hao and his men engaged in a fierce battle with the pirates. After a grueling fight, they successfully defeated the pirates and captured them all. Through further investigation, Li Hao and his team discovered that the resources on this planet had been excessively exploited by the pirates, leaving little of value behind. Upon completing their inspection of the planet, Li Hao led the fleet to set sail once more, continuing their patrol mission. As the fleet glided through the cosmos, Li Hao sat in the command cabin, gazing at the starry sky. The fleet had been patrolling the universe for several days, during which they encountered several minor pirate assaults, all of which were easily repelled. He was acutely aware that these pirates were merely minor players in the grand scheme of the Pirate Alliance, and the true danger lay ahead. During one patrol, the fleet suddenly received a distress signal. The signal originated from a merchant vessel that had been attacked by pirates, pleading for the fleet's assistance. Without hesitation, he ordered the fleet to change course and hasten towards the source of the distress signal. Upon arrival, they found the merchant ship had been seized by pirates, with the crew imprisoned in the hold. Li Hao commanded the fleet to encircle the pirate vessel while dispatching mech troops to board the pirate ship and rescue the crew. The mech troops engaged in intense combat aboard the pirate ship. The pirates fought fiercely, but ultimately, they were overwhelmed by the mech forces. Li Hao approached and inquired about the condition of the captain and his crew. The captain, gazing at Li Hao with gratitude in his eyes, explained the purpose of their journey. "We were en route to a nearby inhabited star to deliver supplies," the captain stated. "The people on that inhabited star are in urgent need of these supplies to sustain their lives." Li Hao nodded, fully aware of the importance of supplies to the inhabited star in this vast universe. Each inhabited star has its unique needs and challenges, and the transportation of supplies is crucial to ensuring their survival and development. The captain paused before continuing. "However, Commander, I must inform you that there are many inhabited stars in the Endless Sea Star domain, but in recent years, many of their inhabitants have turned to piracy." Upon hearing the captain's words, Li Hao's heart sank. The existence of pirates not only threatened the safety of merchant vessels, but also jeopardized the stability of the entire Endless Sea Star domain. Why would these residents, who should be living in peace, choose the path of piracy? The captain sensed Li Hao's confusion and sighed. In recent years, the Endless Sea has lacked military oversight, and trade routes have been severed, plunging the economies of many inhabited stars into crisis. To survive, some have no choice but to turn to piracy, seizing supplies from other merchant vessels. The captain's words plunged Li Hao into deep thought. The resources of the Endless Sea star domain are vital for the economic prosperity of the universe. If trade routes cannot be restored, the economies of the inhabited stars will struggle to recover, and the pirate problem will remain unsolved. We must take measures to restore the trade routes. The captain nodded in agreement, yet restoring the trade routes would not be an easy task. The pirates had already seized control of most of the shipping lanes. Li Hao's brow furrowed. This was indeed a thorny issue. The existence of pirates not only endangered the safety of merchant vessels, but also obstructed normal trade operations, inflicting severe negative impacts on the economy and stability of the entire star domain. Captain, do you have a shipping route map for the Endless Sea and a distribution map of the pirate forces? The captain looked at Li Hao and nodded. I have the shipping route map, but I am not well versed in the distribution of the pirate forces. However, I have heard that you recently eradicated pirates in the border star systems, and they have retreated to the eastern star systems. Li Hao took the shipping route map and examined it carefully. He noted that the shipping routes of the Endless Sea were exceptionally intricate, with numerous branches and several unknown danger zones. Captain, what are these unknown danger zones? The captain furrowed his brow. These areas are quite mysterious, and starships find it difficult to approach. Currently, no one knows what secrets lie within. There are rumors that treasures are hidden in these places, but many who have entered have vanished without a trace. Zhang Yu took the shipping route map and glanced at it, saying, the current shipping route map has changed significantly compared to 10 years ago. There have been enormous alterations in the shipping routes of the Endless Sea over the past decade. Following the navigation map's guidance, Li Hao steered the vessel out of the border star systems and deep into the interior of the Endless Sea star domain. 2 days later, they arrived at the merchant captain's destination, Golden Sand Star. This planet was once renowned for its abundant deposits of a golden sand or a rare mineral. However, over-extraction and environmental degradation had led to the gradual depletion of the sand or resources. And now Golden Sand Star had fallen from its former glory. Is this Golden Sand Star? The situation doesn't look too optimistic. Chapter 49. Blockade of Golden Sand Star. The merchant captain nodded. Yes, this was once a prosperous planet, but it has now declined. What about the current management of the starport and the planetary governor? The merchant captain sighed and replied. The decline of Golden Sand Star is a complex issue involving many factors. The current manager of the starport is an organization called Black Sand, which controls everything, including trade, taxes, and public order. Meanwhile, the planetary governor is merely a puppet with no real power. The Black Sand organization? Li Hao furrowed his brow. Pondering their identity, who were they, and how could they exert control over the starport? The Black Sand organization, a nefarious coalition of pirates, smugglers, and criminals, operated within the star systems surrounding Gold Sand Star, specializing in the plundering of passing merchant vessels and travelers. The captain of the merchant ship explained that their influence had grown increasingly formidable, ultimately seizing control of the starport at Gold Sand Star. These despicable individuals dare to act with impunity in broad daylight. Is there truly no one to hold them accountable? Li Hao inquired. The merchant captain shook his head in resignation, responding, the police and military of Gold Sand Star have been corrupted by the Black Sand organization. They do not dare to take action against them. Furthermore, the Black Sand organization maintains close ties with other dark forces from different star systems, rendering them incredibly powerful and deterring any attempts to provoke them. Does this starport possess any defensive systems? Li Hao pressed. The captain shook his head again, stating, those have long since been dismantled. Their weapon systems have been stripped away. There may be some internal defenses on the planet. After a moment of silence, Li Hao issued a directive. Fleet, advance at full speed. Upon reaching the starport, the mech battalion shall disembark immediately and swiftly secure control of the facility. His voice was resolute and unwavering, resonating throughout the entire fleet via the communicator. Each warship promptly responded, engines roaring as they accelerated towards the starport of Gold Sand Star. As the fleet neared the port, Li Hao could see its outline becoming increasingly distinct. It was a colossal space structure, equipped with multiple docking bays and facilities, serving as the transportation hub and economic center of Gold Sand Star. Once the fleet entered the vicinity of the starport, Li Hao commanded once more, Mech Battalion, deploy. Under his command, The doors of the mech transport vessels opened, and the mechs surged forth like colossal iron beasts, heading towards the landing platforms of the starport. The mech battalion landed swiftly, forming a combat formation. Their mission was to swiftly secure vital positions within the starport, occupying its primary facilities and corridors to ensure the fleet's safe docking. "Commander, we have secured the starport," an officer reported to Li Hao. "Excellent," Li Hao replied approvingly. "Immediately establish a defensive perimeter to ensure the security of the starport. At the same time, dispatch search teams to clear any remaining enemies within the facility." The officer complied, and Li Hao began surveying the recently occupied starport. Although it seemed that they had gained control, numerous potential threats remained to be addressed. Before long, the search teams reported that all hostile forces within the starport had been eliminated. Li Hao convened a meeting in the command chamber with Zhang Yu and other fleet officers, stating, "Though we have taken control of the starport, the situation on Gold Sand Star remains unclear. It is likely that the Black Sand Organization has been alerted to our arrival. To prevent a surprise attack, we must divide the fleet into 4 squads to encircle the planet." Zhang Yu and the other officers nodded in agreement. Well aware of the dangers posed by the Black Sand Organization, every precaution must be taken to ensure the planet's safety. Li Hao continued. "The first squad, led by Zhang Yu, will secure the northern perimeter with the Xingyao Division. The second squad, led by Wong Li, will cover the southern perimeter with the Xinhui Division. The third squad, led by Lu Gang, will secure the eastern perimeter with the Xingchen Division, and I will personally lead the fourth squad. The Wuwei Division, to secure the western perimeter. We must maintain a heightened state of vigilance, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances." The officers promptly took their orders and set off to lead their respective fleets to the designated areas for encirclement. Li Hao, commanding the fourth squad, steered towards the western part of the planet. Throughout the journey, he maintained communication with the other fleets, understanding that the success of this operation hinged on encircling the planet to prevent any escape by the members of the Black Sand Organization. After several hours of flight, Li Hao's fleet finally reached the western region of the planet. He commanded the fleet to disperse, forming a complete encirclement around the western sector. Under Li Hao's guidance, the fleet swiftly spread out, creating a tight blockade, with each warship on high alert, closely monitoring their surroundings. Standing on the bridge of the command ship, Li Hao observed the planet's conditions through the sensors. The members of the Black Sand Organization were likely hiding within this area. They needed to remain vigilant and prepared for any sudden developments. Suddenly, a small spacecraft ascended from the planet's surface. Attempting to breach the fleet's blockade, Li Hao immediately ordered, "Open fire." Several warships unleashed laser cannons simultaneously, bringing the vessel down. Seated at the head of the conference room in the Black Sand Organization's base, the leader's expression was grim, his gaze revealing a hint of menace. Flanking him were various high-ranking members of the organization, each bearing a serious demeanor. "Can anyone explain how the Imperial Army has gained control of the starport?" The leader inquired slowly, aware that his fleet had commandeered the starport and sealed off the planet. "What should we do now?" The room fell silent, everyone lowering their heads, unwilling to meet the leader's eyes. This defeat was catastrophic. Not only had they lost a crucial starport, but they were now encircled by the Imperial Army, leaving them in dire straits. "We cannot simply sit idly by." The leader broke the silence. "We must devise a plan to break free and reclaim the starport. But the Imperial Army is too powerful. How can we possibly escape?" One subordinate questioned. "We must not be deceived by their facade." The leader analyzed. While the Imperial Army is indeed formidable, they too possess weaknesses. They have dispersed to encircle the planet. We will concentrate all our forces to attack a single point, thus breaking their blockade and escaping. "Which side should we prioritize for our breakout?" Another subordinate inquired. "I have observed their defenses. The northern and southern flanks are guarded by the Royal Fleet, which is exceptionally strong. The eastern side is also defended by heavy cruisers. But the western side is not under heavy cruiser protection. Our attack will focus on the west, where we can surely breach their defenses," the leader concluded. The subordinates nodded in agreement. "Very well, it shall be as you say." The leader declared, rising from his seat. "I command that all troops assemble at once tonight and launch an assault on the western front. We will demonstrate to the Imperial Army that the Black Sand Organization is not so easily vanquished." Chapter 50. The twilight of the Black Sand Organization. As night descended, the stars twinkled, and all vessels of the Black Sand Organization quietly gathered. The leader stood at the command platform of the flagship, his gaze resolute and unyielding. Attention all ships, proceed westward according to the established plan. The leader commanded. The engines of the starships roared to life, and one by one, the vessels began to ascend slowly. They formed an enormous fleet, heading towards the Imperial Army's blockade in the west. Li Hao stood at the command platform of his flagship, intently scrutinizing the information transmitted from the sensors. A cold smile crept across his face as he mused. At last, we await your emergence. This time, you shall not return. Inside the command cabin of the flagship, Li Hao fixated on the screen before him, which displayed the composition and movements of the enemy fleet. Commander, the enemy fleet is within attack range. Shall we open fire? An officer inquired. Target the large ship with the main cannon, Li Hao ordered. Fire. Yes, Captain, the officer responded, relaying Li Hao's command. The mech forces were fully deployed. Moments later, over 4,000 mechs surged forth from the fleet, charging towards the enemy fleet. The enemy fleet quickly recognized the approach of the mech forces and opened fire in retaliation. Beams of laser fire shot towards the mechs. Yet they adeptly evaded the attacks while launching a counteroffensive against the enemy fleet. With the mech forces drawing fire, Li Hao took the opportunity to command the main cannon to charge. The Wu Wei and 3 cruisers' main cannons began to emit a dazzling glow, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to the enemy fleet. Main cannon charged. Shall we fire? The officer asked again. Fire, Li Hao commanded resolutely. 4 powerful beams of energy shot forth from the main cannons of the 4 warships, racing towards the enemy fleet. The force of these energy beams was immense, capable of obliterating enemy vessels in an instant. The enemy fleet, sensing the impending danger, attempted to evade the oncoming assault. However, their speed proved insufficient to escape the pursuit of the energy beams. Under the onslaught of the energy beams, one of the enemy fleet's ships was struck directly, resulting in a violent explosion. Other vessels sustained varying degrees of damage, losing control and drifting into the depths of space. Excellent! We have hit one of their large warships, an officer exclaimed with excitement. Do not celebrate too soon, Li Hao cautioned. The enemy fleet still possesses numerous warships. We must remain vigilant. Just then, one of the enemy fleet's ships suddenly accelerated, charging towards the Wu Wei. This vessel moved with astonishing speed, closing the distance within moments. Captain, the enemy ship is approaching. Shall we fire? Lock onto the enemy vessel with the annihilation cannon, Li Hao instructed. Fire a single shot using 20 energy. As Li Hao's command was executed. The annihilation cannon gathered energy rapidly, releasing a powerful beam that surged towards the enemy ship. Under the assault of the annihilation cannon, the enemy vessel sustained severe damage to its hull. Report, Captain. The enemy ship is heavily damaged and losing power. An officer reported. Continue the assault. Do not grant them any opportunities. The fearless ship and 3 cruisers unleashed their firepower once more, sending beams of laser and missiles hurtling towards the enemy warships. Under the relentless assault, the adversary's vessel finally erupted in a fiery explosion. At that moment, Li Hao's communicator suddenly blared, delivering an urgent message. Commander, we have received a distress signal from Starport. The port is under attack by the enemy fleet, and the situation is dire. Li Hao's expression turned grave, and he commanded Xingyao and Xinghui to dispatch 2 cruisers each to assist Starport. His orders were swiftly executed, and the Xingyao and Xinghui set forth with haste. While Li Hao led the Fearless and the remaining ships to continue their battle against the Black Sand Organization starships. At that juncture, Starport was engulfed in flames. The enemy fleet's assault was ferocious, with numerous facilities obliterated and the defending mech soldiers valiantly resisting, but the situation was critical. Commander, we have arrived at Starport, but the enemy's attack is overwhelming. We cannot approach, reported a cruiser captain to Li Hao. Furrowing his brow, Li Hao understood the significance of Starport. Its destruction would necessitate vast resources for reconstruction. Order all warships to fire at will. Deploy the mech troops to support Starport, and ensure the annihilation of the enemy fleet. The Fearless and the other ships continued their fierce engagement with the Black Sand forces in the void of space, unleashing lasers upon the enemy fleet. The adversaries retaliated with equal fervor, igniting an intense battle in the cosmos. After several hours of fierce combat, the enemy fleet, unable to withstand the pressure, prepared to retreat to Gold Sand Star. Li Hao immediately ordered a pursuit into the planet's atmosphere. The fight intensified as they entered the atmosphere. The Fearless and the other warships relentlessly fired lasers at the enemy fleet. Commander, That warship appears to be the flagship of the Black Sand Organization. Li Hao nodded, having noticed the ship as well. Fearless main cannon, 30 power. Lock onto that flagship. Under Li Hao's command, the main cannon of the Fearless began to charge, a formidable energy beam coalescing at its muzzle. Meanwhile, the flagship of the Black Sand Organization sensed the impending danger and activated its powerful shield. Report, Commander, the enemy flagship has a star shield. Our main cannon has been neutralized. An officer reported. A star shield. Indeed. Continue charging. Increase energy to 50. Report, Commander, the main cannon energy has reached 50. Charging complete. Shall we fire? The officer's voice was tinged with urgency. Fire. At Li Hao's command, a powerful energy beam erupted from the main cannon, streaking toward the enemy flagship. Before the might of the energy beam, the enemy flagship's shield began to falter. The beam pierced through the shield, striking the flagship's bridge directly. Boom. A resounding explosion ensued as the enemy flagship erupted into a fireball. Report, Commander, the enemy flagship has been destroyed. The officer exclaimed with excitement. Li Hao exhaled in relief, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Well done. Continue attacking the remaining enemy vessels. We must eliminate them all. Chapter 51. The 13th Legion takes over Gold Sand Star after vanquishing the Black Sand Organization's fleet. Li Hao returned to the surface of Gold Sand Star, where a relatively prosperous city awaited. He instructed the city officials to summon the planetary governor, a middle-aged man named William, who, upon meeting Li Hao, grasped his hand with fervent gratitude. Commander, thank you and your fleet for saving our planet. William expressed earnestly. Li Hao nodded slightly and introduced himself. I am Li Hao, commander of the 13th Legion fleet of the Galactic Empire. From this day forth, Gold Sand Star shall once again be under the Empire's jurisdiction. We will garrison here to ensure the planet's safety. Upon hearing this, William's expression grew complex. He understood that this meant Gold Sand Star would relinquish some degree of autonomy. Yet it also signified their protection under the Empire. Esteemed Commander, we welcome the Empire's garrison, William acknowledged. However, we hope to retain some level of autonomy to better govern our planet. Li Hao comprehended William's concerns and replied with a smile. We shall respect Gold Sand Star's autonomy while assisting you in establishing a more stable and prosperous society. Our garrison will primarily be responsible for the planet's safety and defense without interfering in your internal affairs. Though you will still need to adhere to imperial law, William nodded, satisfied with Li Hao's assurances. What must we do to cooperate with the Empire's garrison? He inquired. Li Hao contemplated briefly, then stated, First, we need to establish an effective communication and liaison mechanism to facilitate timely communication and coordination. Second, the starport will be under the control of our 13th Legion, and the assets seized from the Black Sand Organization will belong to us. Lastly, your previous taxation was highly unreasonable. It must now conform to the Empire's tax regulations. After some reflection, William reluctantly agreed and promised to fully cooperate with the Empire's garrison. Subsequently, Li Hao directed Zhang Yu and William to discuss specific details and arrangements. Upon returning to Starport and preparing to rest, Li Hao's star brain pinged with a message alert. Upon opening it, he found numerous communications from the 6th princess. After reading the messages, he decided to respond and dialed the princess's star number. Beep, beep. After a few rings, the connection was established, and the screen displayed the image of the 6th princess. Li Hao. You finally deigned to contact me. The princess's face lit up with surprise. Your Highness, greetings, Li Hao replied with a slight bow. Oh, you remembered to greet me. The 6th princess feigned indignation. You left me all alone at the base while you took the fleet out for over a month. Do you still regard me as a princess? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Li Hao scratched his head. I apologize, Your Highness. I just returned to Starport and was occupied with various matters before I saw your messages, so what is your current situation? Where are you? The 6th princess chuckled. Has anything interesting happened? Li Hao pondered for a moment and replied, Your Highness, we are currently within the Endless Sea Star domain, having eradicated a pirate group known as the Black Sand Organization. Liberating Gold Sand Star. We have now taken over the defense of Gold Sand Star. Wow, really? That's incredible. The 6th princess's eyes sparkled with excitement. I will contact father and share this good news. Li Hao humbly smiled. Your Highness, you flatter me. I haven't yet reported this to the military. After concluding the communication with the princess, Li Hao decided to report to the Empire's military headquarters. He organized his thoughts and connected to the military communication channel. General, this is Li Hao. I have important information to report. Li Hao's voice transmitted clearly. Li Hao, what is the situation? Came the voice of General Huang Paheo from the other end. General, we have successfully eradicated the Black Sand organization that was entrenched on Gold Sand Star, liberating the planet. The 13th Legion has now assumed control of Gold Sand Star's defense. Gold Sand Star? Huang Paheo pondered for a moment. Li Hao, is Gold Sand Star located within the Endless Sea Star domain? Indeed, General. It lies on the main trade route of the Endless Sea Star domain. Wonderful. This is a significant victory. General Huang Paheo's tone brimmed with joy and accolades. After a decade, the Empire's forces have finally re-entered the Endless Sea Star domain. Li Hao, you have rendered great service to the Empire. Thank you for the praise, General. This is the result of our collective efforts. Li Hao, you must ensure the defense of Gold Sand Star, General Huang Paheo continued. Gold Sand Star serves as the Empire's foothold in the Endless Sea Star domain. As long as we hold this position, the hope of reclaiming the Endless Sea Star domain remains. I will commend you to His Majesty the Emperor. After the communication ended, Li Hao fell into contemplation. General Huang Paheo's words served as both motivation and encouragement for him. He needed to swiftly enhance the strength of the 13th Legion in the days that followed. Li Hao and his legion busied themselves on Gold Sand Star, reinforcing defenses while auditing the finances of the Black Sand organization. A few days later, Li Hao approached Zhang Yu to inquire about the assets and financial audit of the Black Sand organization. Commander, we have audited all the finances of the Black Sand organization, including their various strongholds and secret warehouses on Gold Sand Star, Zhang Yu reported. What is the yield? Li Hao asked with concern. It is quite substantial, Commander, Zhang Yu replied excitedly. We discovered a significant amount of cash, jewels, weapons, and other valuable items. Preliminary estimates suggest that the total value exceeds 10 billion star coins, not including their properties and mines on Gold Sand Star. Convert all the assets into cash, arrange for personnel to mine the mineral resources, and retain only the properties we need. Let William handle the rest, Li Hao instructed. Yes, Commander, Zhang Yu nodded. However, the value of these assets is exceedingly high. How shall we liquidate them? Processing prices on Gold Sand Star won't be favorable. Take the ordinary goods to Zhengzhou Star for liquidation, and for the valuable items, seek assistance from Wang Lei's father on Capital Star. Li Hao suggested with a smile. This way, we can maximize our benefits while ensuring that these assets are utilized appropriately. A splendid idea. Commander, I shall promptly transport the supplies to the Imperial Capital Star. Zhang Yu replied. You are to lead the Xingyao fleet in delivering the goods back, and subsequently recruit soldiers once more on Zhengzhou Star. This time, in addition to the battleship officers and mecha soldiers, we also require a contingent of ground defense forces. Very well, Commander. Zhang Yu saluted respectfully before departing. He commanded the Xingyao fleet, successfully transporting the supplies back to Zhengzhou Star, where he commenced the recruitment of soldiers. Given the broader scope of this recruitment, which now included ground defense forces alongside battleship pilots and mecha soldiers, the renewed enlistment for the 13th Legion attracted numerous young individuals eager to sign up. Chapter 52. The Imperial Marshal. After delegating the defense of Jinsasha Star to his aide, Li Hao returned to the base star. His intention for this visit was to seek assistance from the 6th Princess, as he was aware of her considerable resources and influence within the military. Upon meeting the princess, he respectfully inquired, Your Highness, do you possess any resources within the military that could assist in acquiring battleships? The 6th Princess furrowed her brow and asked, Li Hao, what has transpired? Did the military not just allocate a fleet to you recently? Your Highness, although the Haisha organization has been dismantled, their influence persists. I am concerned they may resurface, hence I wish to bolster our military strength as a precaution, Li Hao replied. The 6th Princess nodded thoughtfully and remarked, Li Hao, your reasoning is sound. However, battleships are vital strategic assets of the Empire and cannot be procured without sufficient justification and funding. Your Highness, having liberated Jinsasha Star, we can maintain a defensive posture, but if we seek to expand, our current fleet has reached its limits. After a moment of contemplation, the 6th Princess stated, Indeed, what you say holds merit. Nonetheless, the military's regulations are stringent. You must follow the prescribed procedures for your request. I can't facilitate a connection with military personnel, but the ultimate decision rests with them. A day later, the 6th Princess informed Li Hao that she had contacted the military and that they needed to return to the Imperial Capital Star together. Thus, the two embarked on their journey back to the Imperial Capital Star. Upon his arrival, Li Hao promptly visited Huang Paheo's residence, filled with anticipation that Huang Paheo could assist him with the battleship issue. However, upon encountering Huang Paheo, Li Hao sensed a tinge of unease in his expression. Huang Paheo sat gravely, shaking his head in resignation as he addressed Li Hao. I am aware of your purpose for this visit. The military has recently supported you with a fleet, and I find myself powerless to assist further. General, I understand. If we were to purchase the battleships ourselves, would the military grant approval? Li Hao inquired. If you place your order independently, the military may, out of consideration for your recent liberation of Jinsasha's star, approve it, albeit in limited numbers. Furthermore, the production time for battleships is considerable, so you will not receive them this year. Huang Paheo replied. Are there no alternative methods? Li Hao pressed. You are being too hasty. Achieving what you have thus far is commendable. The reconstruction of the 13th Legion is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. Return for now, and I will devise a solution for you, Huang Paheo advised. Upon leaving Huang Paheo's residence, Li Hao returned to his hotel only to find the 6th princess waiting for him in the lobby. As soon as she spotted him, she seized his arm and led him outside. Where are we going? He asked. You wish to purchase battleships, do you not? I am taking you to meet someone, the 6th princess replied eagerly. She escorted Li Hao to the marshal's residence, an imposing edifice that radiated the owner's noble status. The guards at the entrance immediately saluted upon seeing the princess. Upon entering, Li Hao was struck by the grandeur before him. In the center of the courtyard stood a fountain, its water spraying forth and shimmering with a rainbow-like glow under the sunlight. Surrounding it were meticulously tended gardens, with a dazzling array of exotic flowers vying for attention. Following the cobblestone path, they arrived at the marshal's study, filled with books and various military strategies, adorned with a massive map of the empire on the wall. The marshal, a venerable man with graying hair yet sharp eyes that exuded authority, sat behind his desk, intently examining a document. The 6th princess spoke softly, Grandfather, I have brought Li Hao to meet you. The marshal looked up, acknowledging Li Hao with a slight nod to indicate he should sit. Li Hao, I have heard of your deeds. You have done well. Thank you for rescuing the 6th princess on her previous occasion. The marshal's voice resonated with gravitas. Your Excellency is too kind. I merely fulfilled my duty. Li Hao humbly replied. The marshal smiled. You need not be modest. I am aware that your purpose in coming to the Imperial Capital Star is to procure battleships. Am I correct? Indeed, Your Excellency. I hope to acquire some battleships to strengthen our legion's capabilities. Li Hao affirmed. The marshal frowned slightly and inquired, You have recently received a fleet comprising 1.5 squadrons. Why the sudden need for more battleships? Have you suffered significant losses, Your Excellency? While the liberation of Jinsasha's star and the annihilation of the Haisha organization did not result in considerable losses, our fleet is currently limited to defending Jinsasha's star and lacks the capacity to extend our reach into the endless sea. Li Hao explained that it seems you possess quite the ambition. You have been with the 13th Legion for less than 2 years and already command 2 fleets, the marshal remarked with a smile. These 2 fleets are the gracious gifts of His Majesty and the support of the military, Li Hao replied respectfully, fully aware that his achievements were a result of the trust and backing from both the emperor and the military. While also recognizing the dual nature of the marshal's words, both commendation and caution. The marshal nodded, his gaze revealing a hint of satisfaction. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, Li Hao, you are also aware that this year's battleships have been allocated to various legions, making it impossible to assign new vessels to you at this time. He understood the marshal's implication, yet he recognized the strategic significance of Jinsasha's star, as a bastion within the endless sea star domain. Its importance was undeniable. Your Excellency, I comprehend the Empire's constraints, Li Hao mused before continuing, but the strategic significance of Jinsasha's star cannot be overstated. We must not only defend it, but also seize this opportune moment to establish Jinsasha's star as the vanguard of the endless sea, gradually reclaiming the entire star domain. The marshal nodded, acknowledging Li Hao's perspective, yet expressed concern. Your ideas are commendable, but the forces and battleships of the other legions are currently insufficient to support a large-scale operation. Your Excellency, my plan is to gradually reclaim the endless sea star domain. I do not intend to solicit assistance from the military nor to rely on the combat power of other legions. We must rebuild the 13th Legion, not only to regain control over the endless sea, but also to ensure we can defend this star domain, Li Hao asserted. The marshal regarded Li Hao. A flicker of appreciation in his eyes, tempered by apprehension. Reconstructing the 13th Legion was no simple feat. It required vast resources and time. Li Hao, I understand your aspirations, but rebuilding the 13th Legion necessitates a considerable number of battleships and personnel, a task that cannot be accomplished overnight. However, the Royal Fleet is currently undergoing a reconfiguration, and approximately one fleet's worth of battleships will be retired. Nevertheless, the cost will not be trivial, the Marshal stated. Upon hearing this, Li Hao felt a surge of excitement. How many battleships are we discussing, and what is the price? Chapter 53. 20 billion star coins for the fleet with a faint smile. The Marshal replied, among the ships being retired from the Royal Fleet, there is one heavy cruiser flagship and 8 cruisers, valued at approximately 200 billion star coins. Upon hearing this, Li Hao could scarcely contain his exhilaration. Though these vessels had been retired, they represented invaluable resources for the reconstruction of the 13th Legion. Moreover, the price of 200 billion star coins fell within his realm of feasibility. Your Excellency, I will take all of those battleships, Li Hao declared without hesitation. Excellent. But as you are well aware, the military budget is limited, so you will need to secure the funds yourself. No problem, Your Excellency. I will swiftly gather the necessary amount, Li Hao assured him. After departing the Marshal's residence, Li Hao promptly set about raising the funds. He reached out to Zhang Yu, who was stationed on Zhengzhou Star, inquiring about the liquidation of the spoils from the Reorganization and informing him of the military's intention to sell a fleet of battleships for 200 billion star coins. Zhang Yu responded, we have approximately 40 billion star coins from our cash haul, around 20 billion from the ordinary treasures processed on Zhengzhou Star, and about 80 billion from high-value treasures handled on the Imperial Capital Star. Hearing Zhang Yu's response, Li Hao's heart soared with joy. Although there remained a gap between their total and the 200 billion star coins needed for the purchase of the Royal Fleet's retired battleships, it was nonetheless a substantial sum. Well done, Zhang Yu, Li Hao praised. Please deposit this money into the Legion's account. I will find a way to gather the remaining funds as soon as possible. After ending the communication with Zhang Yu, Li Hao began to contemplate his next steps. He realized that relying solely on his own resources to amass 200 billion star coins would be an arduous task, necessitating alternative strategies. Just then, a thought flashed through his mind. Recalling some connections he had in the Imperial Capital Star, he considered leveraging them to raise the necessary funds. Li Hao promptly contacted Wang Lei's father, explaining the situation regarding the battleship acquisition. After listening to Li Hao's account, Wang's father analyzed, the Wong family cannot produce 60 billion star coins in one go. However, he suggested that Li Hao might consider applying for a loan from the Imperial Interstellar Bank, using his mineral and real estate holdings on the Golden Sands Star as collateral, which should enable him to secure the necessary funds. Li Hao heeded the advice of Wang's father, and a strategy swiftly formed in his mind. He promptly contacted the president of the Imperial Interstellar Bank and elaborated on his situation and loan requirements. The president, upon hearing Li Hao's introduction, expressed considerable interest in his loan proposal. Colonel Li Hao, we have assessed your asset report. Although all your assets are located outside the Empire's territory, the Imperial Interstellar Bank is willing to extend a loan to support your efforts in rebuilding the 13th Legion. The president stated, Thank you for your support, President, Li Hao replied. With the president's assistance, Li Hao successfully secured a loan of 6 billion star coins from the Imperial Interstellar Bank. He subsequently transferred 20 billion star coins to the military headquarters. Following this, Li Hao proceeded to the Marshal's office, prepared to discuss matters concerning the warships. He was filled with anticipation, eager to acquire these vessels to bolster his legion's strength. Marshal, I have delivered the 20 billion star coins to the military headquarters, and I hope to obtain the warships we require soon, Li Hao stated. The Marshal regarded Li Hao, nodding in acknowledgement, and replied, Li Hao, your efficiency is commendable, and I am quite satisfied. However, the transfer of the warships will take some time. You must be patient, and we will arrange it for you as soon as possible. Li Hao felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing the Marshal's words. Marshal, the situation in the Endless Sea Star domain is exceedingly dire. We must enhance our strength expeditiously to effectively resist enemy incursions. The Marshal pondered for a moment before responding, Li Hao, I understand your sentiments. I will expedite arrangements for you. In the days that followed, Li Hao remained on the Imperial Capital Star, awaiting the military's completion of the warship transfer process. This time, he had preemptively arranged for a substantial number of personnel from the 13th Legion to arrive at the Imperial Capital Star to facilitate a smooth handover of the warships. While Li Hao awaited the transfer, The sixth princess visited the hotel where he was staying, hoping he would accompany her to a royal banquet. Although Li Hao initially intended to decline, his thoughts consumed by the warship transfer. The sixth princess insisted that the event was of great significance, celebrating the emperor's birthday, and that she had promised the emperor to bring a promising young fleet commander. Reluctantly, Li Hao acquiesced to the sixth princess's request. That evening, clad in a crisp military uniform, adorned with gleaming medals that shone brilliantly, he entered the banquet hall alongside the sixth princess. The hall was ablaze with light, resembling broad daylight, as guests donned lavish attire, engaging in lively conversations, all of whom were royal family members and the elite of the empire. The moment Li Hao and the sixth princess stepped into the banquet hall, they instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. The royal members cast curious glances, while the nobility of the imperial capital whispered amongst themselves, speculating about the young officer. Among them, two individuals, the second prince and Li Hao's classmate Zhang Chong, exhibited particularly noteworthy expressions upon seeing Li Hao. The second prince gazed at Li Hao and the sixth princess, a flicker of barely concealed discontent flashing in his eyes. Upon returning to the imperial capital, he had conducted an investigation into the Royal Star Radiance fleet of the 13th Legion and discovered that its commander was merely a commoner. Yet the fleet was even more formidable than his own personal guard. This revelation ignited a surge of jealousy within him. Zhang Chong, on the other hand, stared at Li Hao in astonishment. Having once been classmates at the military academy, he had joined the 8th Legion of the Zhang family after graduation, and upon his return, had recently been promoted to the rank of lieutenant colonel through his family's careful maneuvering. How keenly sensed the gazes of the second prince and Zhang Chong, but chose to disregard them. He merely smiled and calmly approached the emperor alongside the sixth princess. The emperor's face lit up with a pleased smile upon seeing Li Hao and the sixth princess. Colonel Li Hao. No wonder Little Six mentioned bringing a capable young officer to the banquet. I am delighted that you could attend my birthday celebration, the emperor said. Li Hao respectfully replied, Your Majesty, it is my honor. The emperor then turned to the sixth princess, saying, Little Six, you look lovely today. The sixth princess blushed and smiled, responding, Thank you, father. The emperor addressed both Li Hao and the sixth princess, Please take a moment to rest. Shortly, I will introduce you to some important guests. Nodding in agreement, Li Hao and the sixth princess followed the attendants to a corner of the banquet hall, where they sat down, savoring the delectable cuisine and enjoying the music. Chapter 54. The royal banquet. As Li Hao and the sixth princess leisurely enjoyed the graceful dance of the performers in the banquet hall, the second prince approached them. Sister, it has been a while since we last met. I have heard you have been stationed at the border. It must have been quite arduous. Would you like me to speak with father and have you reassigned? The sixth princess frowned slightly. Disliking the second prince's condescending demeanor, Brother, I have fared well at the border and require no assistance from you. The second prince smiled faintly, yet his gaze remained fixed on Li Hao. And who might this be? He looks quite unfamiliar. At that moment, Zhang Chong stepped forward to speak. Your Highness, this individual is the only outstanding graduate from our Royal Military Academy's Warship Command Department who did not attain the rank of captain upon graduation. Given the current circumstances, it seems he must have latched onto the sixth princess's coattails to achieve the position of captain. So he is one of Little Six's associates. No wonder he dares to act under the banner of the royal fleet. The second prince remarked with a hint of sarcasm. The sixth princess's expression turned icy upon hearing this. Her eyes brimmed with anger as she glared at Zhang Chong. She could scarcely believe that Zhang Chong would utter such words, which were not only an insult to Li Hao but also a grave disrespect towards her. Zhang Chong, do not speak so recklessly. Li Hao earned his position as captain through his own merit. And it has nothing to do with me. Zhang Chong retorted, Your Highness, Li Hao is merely a commoner. If it were not for your assistance, he likely would not even possess a starship by now. The second prince observed Li Hao and the sixth princess, a smirk of satisfaction creeping into his heart. Now, let us not argue. Zhang Chong, you claim that Li Hao became captain by clinging to the sixth princess. Do you have any evidence to support that? Zhang Chong, upon hearing this, fell momentarily silent. He had only observed Li Hao's close relationship with the sixth princess, but possessed no proof. I only heard rumors. I have no evidence, Zhang Chong stammered, and yet you dare to speak nonsense without evidence. Are you seeking your own demise? The sixth princess exclaimed in fury. The second prince surveyed Zhang Chong with a sense of concealed triumph. Knowing that Zhang Chong lacked evidence and was merely attempting to humiliate Li Hao and the sixth princess. Just as the argument seemed poised to escalate, a female attendant approached, stating, "Your Highnesses, the Emperor requests Colonel Li Hao to come forward." "Your Highnesses, I shall go ahead." Li Hao said, "I will accompany you." The sixth princess replied. Li Hao nodded and followed the attendant. Upon hearing the attendant's words, Zhang Chong finally noticed the rank insignia on Li Hao's uniform. It was that of a colonel. His mind momentarily reeled, wondering if he had misinterpreted. As a colonel commanded a fleet at the galactic level and must oversee several fleets, Li Hao and the sixth princess followed the attendant to stand before the emperor. The emperor beckoned for them to stand beside him, facing the royal family and the nobility of the imperial capital. Rising to his feet, the emperor surveyed the assembled guests before announcing, "Today, I wish to introduce to you a future star of our empire." All eyes turned to the emperor, filled with anticipation. With a slight smile, the emperor continued, "This young future star is none other than the esteemed Colonel Li Hao, who stands beside me." Li Hao rose and saluted the audience. His tall stature, handsome visage, and eyes radiating determination and confidence. The emperor regarded Li Hao with admiration, stating, "Recently, Colonel Li Hao led his fleet in combat against pirates in the Endless Sea Star domain, successfully liberating the Golden Sand Star. As a result, the borders of our empire have expanded beyond the previous frontier systems, advancing our territory into the Endless Sea Star domain." The crowd erupted in cheers upon hearing this news. They were well aware that the Endless Sea Star domain was a resource-rich region long plagued by pirates, to the detriment of the empire's merchant vessels and citizens. Now, with Li Hao's successful liberation of the Golden Sand Star, it not only signified an expansion of the empire's territory but also ensured the safety and stability of the empire. Amidst the joyous applause, the emperor continued, "Colonel Li Hao's courageous actions have brought honor and dignity to the empire. Therefore, I have decided to award him the Imperial Warrior Medal." With resolute steps, Li Hao approached as the emperor, wearing a smile, personally adorned the medal on his chest. Li Hao's eyes reflected profound respect as he solemnly saluted the emperor, conveying his loyalty to the emperor and the empire. The emperor gently patted Li Hao's shoulder, nodding in approval. However, he remained oblivious to the flicker of jealousy that crossed the second prince's eyes. The second prince had long yearned for his father's recognition and praise, yet his own achievements had consistently fallen short. Upon witnessing Li Hao receiving such a distinguished honor, the second prince was consumed by feelings of resentment and jealousy. Why was it that he garnered their father's favor while I remained perpetually overlooked? The second prince pondered silently, the flames of envy within him intensifying with each passing moment. After the ceremony concluded, he approached Li Hao, attempting to mask his jealousy and feigning friendliness as he said, "Congratulations, Colonel Li Hao. Your valiant performance has earned glory for the empire and respect for yourself." "Thank you, Your Highness." Li Hao replied graciously, "This is merely my duty, and I shall continue to strive to contribute to the prosperity and tranquility of the empire." The second prince smiled faintly, yet internally he schemed on how to eliminate Li Hao. The thorn in his side at Li Hao's presence posed a threat to his position. Without decisive action, he would never capture their father's attention. When Zhang Chong heard the emperor's announcement, suspicion filled his mind. Wasn't Li Hao the personal guard of the sixth princess? Why then was he dispatched to the Endless Sea Star domain? After the banquet, Li Hao departed the palace alongside the sixth princess. In the hovercar, she inquired why he chose to stay in a hotel each time he returned, despite having a residence in the imperial capital Star. "Your Highness, I do indeed have accommodation there. But I haven't been back in quite some time," Li Hao replied. Curiosity piqued, the sixth princess asked, "Why? Don't you wish to return home and see it?" "My home is but a solitary place for me. Returning there is rather cumbersome." Li Hao's voice was low, tinged with a barely perceptible sense of loneliness. Upon hearing this, the sixth princess felt a swell of compassion. Having grown up in the palace surrounded by countless companions and caregivers, she had never experienced the taste of solitude. Yet, here was Li Hao, a soldier who risked his life for the empire, forced to confront the emptiness of his home alone. "Li Hao, from now on, consider the princess's residence as your own home," the sixth princess blurted out, only to realize the impropriety of her words, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue. "Your Highness, I appreciate your kindness, but the princess's residence is your home, and I could not intrude." Li Hao responded, "No, that's not what I meant." The sixth princess hastily clarified. "I meant you could think of it as a temporary home, and whenever you wish to return, you are welcome to stay for a few days." Chapter 55. Wang Lei joins the 13th Legion the following day after Li Hao returned to the hotel. News of the 13th Legion's successful liberation of Golden Sands Star spread rapidly through the Imperial capital Star. Many merchants, upon hearing the news, flocked to the hotel where Li Hao was staying to pay their respects. Li Hao was taken aback by their visits. He was unaccustomed to such occasions but was well aware of the merchants' intentions. The liberation of Golden Sands Star was a significant message for the business community, and they were eager to connect with Li Hao in pursuit of new opportunities. The hotel lobby was filled with merchants from various industries, all bearing gifts and business cards, hoping to meet Li Hao. Accompanied by his aide, Li Hao stepped into the lobby, instantly causing a stir. "Commander Li Hao, congratulations on your splendid victory," a merchant approached, respectfully stating. "Thank you," Li Hao replied with a slight nod and a smile. "Commander Li Hao, we represent the largest commercial association in the Imperial capital Star and hope to collaborate with you in developing the resources of Golden Sands Star." Another merchant added. Li Hao felt a stirring within him at the mention. Golden Sands Star was a planet populated by many residents, and its development was of great significance for the Empire. Collaborating with these merchants could not only yield substantial benefits for the Empire, but also enrich the 13th Legion. "I sincerely appreciate your kind offer, but I require some time to consider," Li Hao stated. "Rest assured, Commander, our association possesses ample strength and experience to ensure a fruitful collaboration," the merchant assured him. Soon after, numerous merchants approached Li Hao to converse, and he responded to each of their greetings and requests. Though he was not adept at commercial negotiations, he understood the importance of these merchants and knew he must handle these relationships with care. Li Hao found himself deep in thought at the hotel. Realizing he was ill-suited for commercial endeavors, he needed someone who was both knowledgeable in business and trustworthy to assist him. However, within the 13th Legion, he had yet to find a suitable candidate. Suddenly, he recalled Wang Lei. He promptly contacted him. "Lazy, are you still on Wang High Star?" Wang Lei replied. "I have returned to the Imperial capital Star." Li Hao's heart leapt with joy as he said. "Wonderful, I happen to need your help." "What is it?" "Our fleet has liberated Golden Sands Star, and I am not well versed in business matters. I would like to ask for your assistance in managing commercial affairs." Wang Lei was taken aback. He understood that Golden Sands Star was a vital gateway for the Endless Sea and that its development was crucial for the Empire. However, he also recognized that managing business affairs was no simple task. It required extensive experience and expertise. "Hao Zi, I am not very familiar with business either, and you know my aspirations lie elsewhere," Wang Lei replied. Li Hao furrowed his brow. He understood Wang Lei's ambitions were in the military realm, but the development of Golden Sands Star urgently needed someone to oversee commercial matters, and Wang Lei was his most trusted choice. "Lazy, I respect your aspirations, but the development of Golden Sands Star urgently requires someone to manage commercial affairs, and you are the person I trust most." Wang Lei fell silent for a moment, recognizing the validity of Li Hao's words and not wishing to betray his trust. "All right, Hao Zi, I will do my best to assist you." Wang Lei finally agreed. "Excellent. I knew you would agree. Please come to Star Harbor Hotel. I will be waiting for you." When Wang Lei arrived at Star Harbor Hotel, he found Li Hao looking somewhat fatigued. "Hao Zi, you seem to be under a lot of strain and it's nothing, just a busy period lately. With you here, I will feel much more at ease." They sat down, and Li Hao presented a document to Wang Lei. "This is the current asset situation of our 13th Legion." Wang Lei carefully reviewed the document, occasionally posing questions and suggestions. Li Hao listened intently, and they discussed for a considerable time. "Hao Zi, this is quite alarming. You are in debt by 6 billion star coins," Wang Lei remarked. "Isn't this all for the purpose of purchasing warships?" Li Hao chuckled helplessly. "Without formidable military strength, how can we protect Golden Sands Star and develop its resources?" Wang Lei nodded. "You are right. However, 6 billion star coins is no small sum. How will we repay it?" "I have some ideas," Li Hao replied. "First, we can generate income by developing Golden Sands Star's resources. The planet is rich in mineral resources. We can establish several mining sites and processing plants to produce high-quality mineral products to sell to other planets." "That sounds feasible. I will arrange this aspect, and I will handle the business side moving forward," Wang Lei confirmed. After their discussion, Wang Lei set about liaising with merchants in the Imperial capital Star, while Li Hao continued to await the warships from the military. Days later, A marshal's envoy informed Li Hao that the warships were ready, and he could arrange personnel for the handover. Excited, Li Hao notified Wang Lei to prepare for the joint reception of the warships. The next day, Li Hao and Wang Lei, leading the officers responsible for receiving the ships, arrived at the military supply depot. They beheld the warships lined up in perfect order, imposing in stature. Li Hao and Wang Lei boarded one of the warships. Meticulously inspecting every detail, they were highly satisfied with the ship's performance and equipment, confident it would play a significant role in battle. The officers receiving the warships also expressed their admiration for these vessels, stating that with these warships, the combat capability of the 13th Legion would be greatly enhanced. After completing the reception of the warships, Li Hao decided to set sail immediately. Before departing, Li Hao made a special trip to the princess's residence to meet with the 6th princess, informing her that the fleet would venture deep into the endless sea star domain and might face considerable danger, urging her to remain in the imperial capital star. Though the 6th princess felt an array of reluctance at Li Hao's words, she understood that his concerns were rooted in her safety. Thus, she nodded gently and replied, "All right, I will stay in the imperial capital star. You must take great care and ensure your safe return." Li Hao gazed deeply at the 6th princess, warmth flooding his heart. He gently grasped her porcelain white hand and earnestly said, "Rest assured, I will return safely. You must take good care of yourself as well." Upon returning to the fleet, Li Hao wasted no time in issuing orders to set sail. Under his command, the fleet gradually departed from the military port, ultimately vanishing into the vast expanse of the universe. After several days of cosmic travel, the fleet finally arrived at their destination, Base Star. Chapter 56. The Pirate Alliance attacks Golden Sands Star. Upon his return to Base Star, Li Hao discovered that Zhang Yu and the other officers had long awaited his arrival at the Valley Base. During this time, Zhang Yu had successfully recruited officers from 2 fleets and over 30,000 mecha soldiers on Zhongzhou Star, significantly bolstering their combat strength. Li Hao integrated the heavy cruiser flagship and 8 cruisers he had purchased into the Dawn Fleet, thus endowing the Dawn Fleet with a Fearless-class flagship, a heavy cruiser named Liberty as the 2nd flagship, and a total of 14 cruisers. After properly arranging the fleet personnel, Li Hao introduced Wang Lei to Zhang Yu and publicly announced Wang Lei's appointment as the Logistics Minister of the 13th Legion. Following the announcement, Li Hao engaged in an in-depth discussion with Wang Lei. Li Hao conveyed to Wang Lei the discovery of an energy mine at Base Star. Upon hearing this news, excitement flickered in Wang Lei's eyes. This is indeed splendid news. Energy mines are strategic resources. With it, our fleet will possess a more formidable power support. He continued, "This energy mine is rather unique. We must further enhance its protection to prevent covetous eyes from other factions. The hero fleet will remain stationed at Base Star, ready to follow your command." Wang Lei nodded in agreement. "Very well, I will arrange for professionals to oversee the security of the mining area, ensuring the mine's safety." Subsequently, Li Hao and Wang Lei discussed various logistical issues, including material procurement and personnel training, to which Wang Lei provided his suggestions and solutions. Once Li Hao had organized the affairs at Base Star, he promptly set sail for Gold Sands Star with his new fleet. After several days of navigation, as they were nearing Gold Sands Star, Li Hao sensed something amiss. He had yet to see the patrol fleet. He immediately instructed the sensor officer to activate full power detection and urged the communications officer to reach out to the Xingyao fleet. Under full power, the sensors quickly detected anomalies. "Commander, numerous warships are moving towards Gold Sands Star," reported the sensor officer. A frown creased Li Hao's brow, a wave of unease washing over him. He swiftly contacted the Xingyao fleet to inquire about their current situation. The communications officer attempted to reach the Xingyao fleet but received no response, intensifying Li Hao's concerns. What could have happened to the Xingyao fleet? Had they already? A troubling thought flitted through his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. No, that's impossible. 3 heavy cruiser flagships and 12 cruisers are stationed at Gold Sands Star. They surely wouldn't be easily defeated. "What should we do now, Commander?" an officer inquired. "Accelerate forward, prepare for battle, charge the main cannons, and rescue Gold Sands Star." The fleet surged ahead towards Gold Sands Star. As time passed, they entered the space surrounding Gold Sands Star. Li Hao finally discerned their insignia. Upon arriving at the battlefield, he recognized the emblem of the Pirate Alliance's warships and immediately commanded all vessels to engage. Li Hao's fleet erupted from behind, throwing the Pirate Alliance's forces into disarray. They had anticipated only the defensive forces of Gold Sands Star to contend with, not expecting reinforcements from the 13th Legion to arrive so swiftly and from their rear. What is happening? Where did this fleet come from? The commander of the Pirate Alliance exclaimed in astonishment. Commander, it is the Empire's fleet. They are attacking from behind. The report came. Damn it. How could they be here? The commander cursed. What should we do now? After a moment of contemplation, the pirate commander declared, do not panic. Our fleet outnumbers them. As long as we hold our ground, we can certainly defeat them. The Pirate Alliance's fleet began to adjust their formation, preparing to face Li Hao's forces. However, the speed of Li Hao's fleet was astounding, quickly breaching their defenses and sandwiching the Gold Sandstar's defensive forces. Activate shields, lock all main cannons, and fire. The Dawn Fleet's warships unleashed a barrage of energy beams towards the Pirate Alliance's vessels. Unwilling to yield, the Pirate Alliance retaliated with their own onslaught of energy beams, igniting a fierce counterattack. A leader of the Pirate Alliance exclaimed in panic, "This is the main fleet of the 13th Legion. The Dawn Fleet. That ship is the Fearless. Commander, our fleet is suffering heavy losses. If this continues, we will be annihilated." A pirate from the Alliance cried in distress, "Retreat." The commander of the Pirate Alliance finally issued the order to withdraw. Their fleet began to turn, attempting to escape the battlefield. Yet, Li Hao's fleet relentlessly pursued them, launching continuous attacks to thwart their escape. Trying to flee? Not so easily. We must capture their flagship. The warships of the Dawn Fleet surged forward. Like a pack of ravenous sharks, relentlessly chasing the Pirate Alliance's fleet, Li Hao stood in the command cabin of the flagship, his gaze fixed intently on the screen displaying the position and status of the Pirate Alliance's fleet. His expression darkened, eyes glimmering with fury. "Commander, we are nearing the Pirate Alliance's fleet. Shall we engage?" "Not yet. Wait until we reach the optimal attack position," Li Hao instructed. The Dawn Fleet's vessels gradually closed in on the Pirate Alliance. The distance shrinking as Li Hao observed the flagship of the Pirate Alliance on the screen. He silently vowed to sink it and avenge his fallen comrades. "Commander, we have reached the optimal attack position. Shall we attack?" An officer inquired once more. "Charge the annihilation cannon to 50 energy and fire." With Li Hao's command, the annihilation cannon of the flagship began to charge, the vessel trembling slightly as energy beams coalesced. Exuding a chilling aura, moments later, the cannon released a blinding flash, a colossal energy beam slicing through the void towards the flagship of the Pirate Alliance. The captain of the Pirate Alliance's flagship felt a surge of despair upon witnessing this scene. "Quick, activate the energy shield," he shouted hoarsely. Yet, it was far too late. The energy beam from the annihilation cannon struck the flagship, the immense power tearing through its energy shield and penetrating the hull. An enormous explosion erupted, the flagship of the Pirate Alliance disintegrating into a massive fireball, fragments and debris flying in all directions, resembling a spectacular fireworks display. Chapter 57. The Xingyao fleet suffers damage. Li Hao watched the explosion of the enemy flagship on the screen. Feeling little joy in his heart, he knew this battle was merely the beginning. Taking a deep breath, he issued the order. "Command the fleet to advance and search for traces of other pirate fleets. The Fearless shall return to starport.as." The Fearless slowly entered the starport. Li Hao's mind was already racing towards the command center. He was eager to learn about the situation of the Xingyao fleet, his comrades, and what they had endured in the previous battle. Upon entering the command center, Li Hao sensed a tense atmosphere. Staff members busily moved about, and the large screen displayed various data and intelligence. He approached a captain and inquired, "What is the status of the Xingyao fleet?" The captain turned, fatigue etched on his face. "Commander Li Hao, the Xingyao fleet suffered heavy losses in the previous battle. They engaged in a fierce clash with the Pirate Alliance's fleet, but the enemy's numbers and firepower exceeded our expectations." Li Hao's brow furrowed, anxiety swelling within him. "What are the specific losses?" The captain sighed, pointing to the data on the screen. "All warships stationed at Gold Sandstar sustained damage. The Xingyao, Xinghui, and Xingchen have all been severely damaged and are currently undergoing emergency repairs and resupply. All the flagships are damaged. What happened? There were too many enemies. They focused their fire on our flagship from the start. Fortunately, our ships are equipped with double shields. Otherwise, those 3 flagships would have been destroyed. Not just heavily damaged," the captain explained. Li Hao fell silent for a moment, acutely aware of the battle's brutality. Each victory came with immense sacrifices, and their enemies seemed endless. In an office within the Pirate Alliance's star, several high-ranking officials sat together, their expressions grave, anxious over the news they had just received. The fleet of the 13th Legion is encroaching on our star domain. They have already taken Gold Sand Star and entered our territory. One of the officials reported. This time, deploying so many ships should surely drive them out of Gold Sand Star, another suggested. However, the first official frowned. The intelligence just came in. This operation has failed. What? How could it fail? Did we not send out so many ships? A third official asked incredulously. The Royal Xingyao fleet of the 13th Legion was stationed at Gold Sand Star. Originally, we had heavily damaged their 3 heavy cruiser flagships, but their main fleet, the Dawn Fleet, returned to provide support, the first official lamented. This is infuriating. We were so close to taking Gold Sand Star, the third official exclaimed, slamming his fist on the table. What do we do now? Our fleet has suffered significant losses, one suggested. Shall we seek aid from other factions? No, that would be too risky. The first official shook his head. We cannot easily trust other factions. What if they stab us in the back at this moment? Everyone. I have a plan that may resolve our current predicament, a mysterious voice interjected. After reviewing the damage to the Xingyao fleet at Starport, Li Hao found Zhang Yu and gravely stated, Zhang Yu, although we have held Gold Sand Star, our losses are considerable. We must expedite the repairs of our warships to restore the fleet's combat capability. Zhang Yu nodded and responded, I have arranged for the engineering team and maintenance robots to work tirelessly day and night, striving to repair all warships in the shortest possible time. Furthermore, the injured and fallen soldiers must be compensated. They have paid a tremendous price to defend Jinsaxing, and we cannot let them feel disheartened. I have compiled a list of the injured and deceased soldiers and will provide them with the appropriate pensions and rewards as per regulations. Zhang Yu replied. Li Hao meticulously analyzed the recent assault by the Pirate Alliance, noting that the pirates had sustained significant losses. He prepared to delve deeper into the Endless Sea Star domain. As the pirate forces near Jinsaxing were deeply entrenched and must be eradicated to ensure the safety of the planet in the days that followed, Li Hao led the fleet further into the Endless Sea Star domain. They overcame numerous challenges, vanquishing multiple pirate factions. Each victory solidified their resolve to eliminate the pirates. While Li Hao was engaged in the eradication of pirates in the Endless Star domain, news arrived from the imperial capital that the second prince was to oversee the exploration of the starry seas. The second prince, clad in resplendent battle armor, descended slowly from his flagship upon arriving at Jinsaxing, his gaze sweeping over Li Hao and the others, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Li Hao, it has been a long time. The second prince's voice was deep and powerful. Your Highness, Li Hao acknowledged that no need for excessive formalities. The second prince waved his hand. I am here by the Emperor's command to oversee the matters of starry sea exploration. Li Hao, you have done commendably in your efforts to eliminate pirates in the Endless Star domain. I have already heard of your achievements. Thank you for your praise. Your Highness, it is merely the duty of the 13th Legion. Li Hao replied, Very well, the second prince said with a satisfied smile. Tonight, I will host a banquet at the Starport Hotel to treat the officers of the 13th Legion, so we may all become acquainted. Thank you, Your Highness. Li Hao and his companions bowed once more before departing from the Starport. That evening, the second prince hosted a lavish banquet at the Starport Hotel for Li Hao and the officers of the 13th Legion. Throughout the feast, the second prince raised his glass frequently, engaging in lively conversation with everyone. Li Hao, seated quietly beside them, observed the second prince's every move. After the banquet concluded, Li Hao lay in bed. Unable to sleep for a long time, he understood that the second prince's arrival would introduce more variables into the Endless Star domain. Early the following morning, the second prince summoned Li Hao and the others to discuss the matters of starry sea exploration. He proposed an audacious plan to lead the fleet deep into the Endless Star domain in search of new resources and planets. Li Hao's heart raced at this revelation. The depths of the Endless Star domain were fraught with peril, inhabited not only by formidable pirates but also by various unknown dangers. Your Highness, I believe this plan is overly reckless, Li Hao could not help but voice. The conditions in the depths of the Endless Star domain are uncertain, and venturing forth recklessly may lead to dire consequences. Chapter 58. The second prince seizes military authority. Li Hao, what do you mean by that? Are you questioning my decision? The second prince's expression darkened. I am the head of this exploration mission. You are to execute my plan. Then let us wish Your Highness a victorious start, while we of the 13th Legion await your good news from Jinsaxing. Li Hao responded, attempting to defuse the tension. The second prince cast a cold glance at Li Hao and said, Li Hao, what do you mean by that? Your Highness, should you wish to lead the fleet into the depths of the endless sea? We have no objections, however. Our 13th Legion currently has no plans to advance into the endless star domain. I now command you to accompany me. Do you intend to disobey? The second prince's brow furrowed, his tone betraying impatience. Your Highness, you are here under the Emperor's decree for the purpose of exploration, while our 13th Legion's mission is to safeguard the defense line of Jinsaxing. We have no current plans to advance into the depths of the endless sea star domain. Li Hao, you defy military orders. I now represent the military in revoking your command of the 13th Legion. I will now take over military affairs of the 13th Legion, the second prince declared. Upon hearing this, Li Hao's expression turned grim. He fixed a cold stare upon the second prince and said, Your Highness, are you certain you have the authority to relieve me of my post? I am the commander of the 13th Legion. Shouldn't you first clarify how to mobilize the 13th Legion before attempting to issue such orders? Li Hao, who do you think you are? You are merely a lowly colonel, and you dare defy my command? Do you grasp the severity of the consequences? I shall reiterate, I am the commander of the 13th Legion. If you wish to revoke my command, please present an official order from the military. Li Hao asserted. The second prince's complexion grew darker. He had not anticipated Li Hao's defiance, especially in such a public manner. Gritting his teeth, he remarked, Li Hao, do not think that the support of the military grants you free rein. I am the son of the Emperor. I embody the authority of the royal family, and you must obey my commands. Your Highness, I respect your royal lineage. However, you have no authority to interfere with the affairs of the 13th Legion, nor to revoke my command. Should you have any grievances, you may lodge a complaint with the military, and I will accept their investigation. Li Hao, are you threatening me? Do you think I am afraid of filing a complaint with the military? I assure you, I will make you regret this. The second prince replied defiantly, I am not threatening you. I am merely stating the facts. Should you wish to file a complaint with the military, I am more than willing to oblige. Yet, until the military reaches a decision, I remain the commander of the 13th Legion, Li Hao maintained. The second prince's expression fluctuated between anger and apprehension. He recognized that Li Hao spoke the truth. If he forcibly took command of the 13th Legion, it would incite discontent within the military and potentially jeopardize his future. However, relinquishing this opportunity was equally unappealing. Just as the second prince hesitated, an officer abruptly entered the conference room and approached him, whispering, Your Highness, the aide-de-camp of the 3rd Legion commander is here, waiting for you outside. The second prince's countenance shifted subtly. He had not anticipated his uncle would send someone to seek him. After pondering for a moment, he instructed the officer, Have him wait outside for a moment. I will be out shortly. The officer complied, and the second prince began to pace within the conference room. Acutely aware of his uncle's character, he must be concerned for his safety. Yet, he was reluctant to abandon his ambitions. This opportunity was hard-won, and if he returned now, it could be lost forever. After some time, the second prince finally made a decision. He exited the conference room and encountered his uncle's aide. The aide quickly saluted and said, Your Highness, the commander has sent me to escort you back. I appreciate my uncle's good intentions, but I cannot simply return. I am here by royal command and must fulfill my mission. The second prince replied resolutely. The aide frowned, saying, Your Highness, the endless sea star domain is fraught with dangers, and you are accompanied only by your personal guard. Should anything unfortunate occur, the consequences could be dire. Aide, you need not worry, I have a plan. As long as the 13th Legion is willing to heed my command, we shall surely succeed, the second prince reassured him. The aide sighed, saying, Your Highness, it is not as simple as you think. You should return with me. The matters of the 13th Legion are not to be underestimated. The second prince's expression darkened. Aide, what do you mean by that? I am a prince, representing the authority of the royal family. Li Hao must obey my orders. Should he refuse, I will revoke his military command, and his subordinate officers will comply with my commands. Your Highness, if they were part of the Royal Legion, they would heed your orders. However, the 13th Legion currently only answers to Li Hao. Moreover, you cannot revoke his command unless you are willing to bear all the military expenses of the 13th Legion. The aide explained. Hearing this, the second prince's expression grew even more sullen. He had not anticipated the complexities surrounding the 13th Legion. He snorted in disdain. What does that have to do with military expenses? I am a prince. I need only issue commands, and they must obey. The aide shook his head in resignation. Your Highness, such actions may provoke a mutiny. Upon hearing this, the second prince was taken aback. Though he was arrogant, he understood the grave consequences of a military uprising. He fell silent for a moment before asking, Aide, what do you suggest I do? Your Highness, I believe it would be best for you to return for now. The Endless Sea Star domain has always been the jurisdiction of the 13th Legion. Our presence here has already violated protocol, the aide proposed. After contemplating for a moment, the second prince nodded. Very well. Let us return. With a somber expression, the second prince hastily entered the conference room alongside the aide. His demeanor revealed a hint of displeasure and anxiety, a stark contrast to his previously haughty attitude. He coldly declared, There are matters in the imperial capital. I must return at once. Having said this, the second prince turned to leave the conference room, with the aide following closely behind. Within the conference room, the officers of the 13th Legion were left bewildered by the second prince's sudden departure. A captain furrowed his brow and asked, Commander, does it seem that the second prince intends to seize military authority? Sitting at the head of the conference table, Li Hao's expression darkened as he pondered the situation for a moment before saying, The second prince's behavior is indeed somewhat unusual. Zhang Yu chuckled. It appears that the second prince wishes to grasp military power, yet his intellect seems lacking, attempting to meddle in the affairs of the 13th Legion. It suffices to say that regardless of his intentions, we shall focus on our own affairs. The internal matters of the Empire bear little consequence to us, and no one can alter that fact. Chapter 59. Oasis Star of the Endless Sea. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace of the capital, the Emperor learned of the second prince's intelligence regarding the Golden Sand Star. Seated upon the dragon throne in the imperial study, he listened to the report from a trusted minister. His expression a tempest of discontent. Your Majesty, the second prince has departed from the Golden Sand Star and is en route back to the capital, the minister stated cautiously. The Emperor furrowed his brow. So soon? Has he encountered obstacles with Li Hao? Indeed, Your Majesty. He commanded the entire fleet to accompany him into the depths of the Endless Sea, which Colonel Li Hao refused, leading him to attempt the dismissal of Colonel Li Hao on the spot. What a mindless fool! He fails to grasp the situation of the 13th Legion and goes forth to shame himself, the Emperor exclaimed, anger radiating from him. The minister bowed his head, refraining from uttering a word. After a moment of silence, the Emperor inquired, How did Colonel Li Hao respond? The colonel resolutely rejected the second prince's orders, and upon witnessing this, the second prince threatened to lodge a complaint against him with the military. Colonel Li Hao, however, expressed his willingness to accept any investigation. This ungrateful wretch grows increasingly intolerable. Who does he think he is to play tricks beneath my very nose? Convey my decree. Let Colonel Li Hao remain steadfast at his post. Reinforce defenses and ensure the safety of the Golden Sand Star. He should proceed according to his own plans. Upon receiving the command, the minister hastily exited the palace, en route to the military to relay the Emperor's wishes regarding the Golden Sand Star. Following the second prince's return to the capital, he was unwilling to concede defeat after his failed actions on the Golden Sand Star. Under the second prince's instigation, certain ministers began to spread rumors in the court, claiming that Li Hao was amassing power with treasonous intent. Hearing the discussions about the 13th Legion, the second prince's uncle sought him out, his brow furrowed, voice laced with reproach. Your Highness, your actions on the Golden Sand Star have failed. Why spread rumors in court? Such actions will only exacerbate the Emperor's dissatisfaction with you. Uncle, do you think I wish to do this? That Li Hao dares to defy my orders must have consequences. Your Highness, you must understand that the affairs of the 13th Legion are far from simple. Your actions will only lead to the Emperor losing trust in you. Why do you all insist that the matters of the 13th Legion are so complicated? The uncle then recounted the events surrounding the 13th Legion from a decade prior, and the current situation with Li Hao's establishment of the 13th Legion. The second prince listened. His expression darkened. He had not anticipated the myriad complexities concealed behind the 13th Legion, so, my endeavor in the Endless Sea has proven entirely futile, and I have antagonized Li Hao. He lamented. Li Hao is to become the future commander of the 13th Legion. Antagonizing him is certainly not a wise choice. What then should I do, uncle? The second prince asked, a hint of frustration evident in his tone. After a moment of contemplation, the uncle replied, What you need to do now is mend your relationship with Li Hao and strive to resolve the conflict between you. Upon learning of the events in the capital star, Li Hao paid them no heed. He understood the nature of the second prince and was well aware of his ulterior motives. The Star Radiance fleet, having undergone repairs, saw Li Hao leave the Star Cluster Defense Fleet stationed at the Golden Sandstar, embarking once more into the depths of the Endless Sea with the Dawn Fleet and the Star Radiance fleet. As they ventured deeper into the Endless Sea, Li Hao navigated according to the chart, and after several days, he discerned that their destination, Oasis Star, lay ahead. As the fleet approached Oasis Star, they received a communication from the defensive forces at the starport. This is the defense force of Oasis Star. Please state your intentions. Fleet from ahead. Li Hao was taken aback. He pondered why there would be a planetary defense force within the Endless Sea. After a moment's reflection, he commanded, reply that we are the 13th Legion of the Empire, tasked with the patrol of the Endless Sea. The communication officer promptly relayed Li Hao's message to the defense forces of Oasis Star. After a brief interval, the response came, welcome, 13th Legion. We have received your mission directive. Please await further instructions. Approximately an hour later, a small spacecraft emerged from Oasis Star, heading toward Li Hao's fleet. The vessel anchored opposite Li Hao's flagship. And shortly thereafter, Li Hao received a request for communication. Upon connecting, an unfamiliar voice emanated from the communicator. Greetings, Commander. I am the governor of Oasis Star, Zhang Tian, and I extend a warm welcome on behalf of the people of Oasis Star. Hello, Governor Zhang. I am Li Hao, the fleet commander of the 13th Legion of the Empire. 13th Legion, after so many years, you have finally arrived, the governor exclaimed with excitement. Colonel Li Hao, the starport lies ahead. Allow me to guide you there. Under the governor's direction, the Invincible slowly navigated into the starport. After the Star Radiance fleet was securely docked, Li Hao led a group of officers out of the flagship. Greeted by the starport supervisor and a throng of enthusiastic staff. Welcome to Oasis Star's starport, Colonel Li Hao, the supervisor approached, warmly shaking Li Hao's hand. We have awaited this day for many years. Li Hao nodded slightly, exchanging pleasantries with the starport supervisor before eagerly inquiring about the current state of Oasis Star. Governor Zhang, I would like to understand the present condition of Oasis Star. His eyes filled with concern. The governor sighed, speaking slowly, Colonel Li Hao, in the aftermath of the Great War, the 13th Legion suffered catastrophic losses, and the Endless Sea fell into chaos. I was originally a captain tasked with defending Oasis Star for the 13th Legion. During that great battle, we lost many comrades. Captain Zhang, Commander Li Hao of the 13th Legion welcomes you back to the fold. Governor Zhang gazed at Li Hao with fervor, tears glistening in his eyes. He grasped Li Hao's hand tightly, saying, Commander Li Hao, we have finally awaited your return. For all these years, we have steadfastly held our ground on Oasis Star, yearning for your arrival. Governor Zhang, you have endured much over these years. The Empire has not forgotten you. We have been striving to rebuild the 13th Legion, and now we have truly returned, Governor Zhang remarked with heartfelt emotion. Wonderful, wonderful. With your presence, we now have a pillar of support. The governor declared. Now, please, introduce me to the current situation, Li Hao requested. Chapter 60. The reunion of Zhang Yu and Zhang Tian. Governor Zhang nodded, stating, certainly. Since the 13th Legion's withdrawal, the Endless Sea has descended into chaos. Pirates have ravaged the various star systems, leaving the populace in dire straits. Although Oasis Star is somewhat remote, we have not been spared. For years, we have fought to repel pirate incursions, but our strength is limited and we have been unable to resolve the issue entirely. Understood, Governor Zhang. Our mission for the 13th Legion is to restore order to the Endless Sea and eradicate those pirates and rebellious factions. Excellent. With your arrival, we now have renewed confidence. Commander Li Hao, it is time for you to take over the defense of Oasis Star. I shall notify the necessary parties immediately. Very well, Governor Zhang. We will promptly assume responsibility for the defense of Oasis Star and ensure the safety of the planet. After Governor Zhang departed, Li Hao summoned Zhang Yu, who had been the aide to the former commander of the 13th Legion and was quite familiar with its history. Li Hao needed Zhang Yu to confirm the governor's background. Zhang Yu, this governor claims to have been a captain of the garrison fleet of the 13th Legion. What is your take on that? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yu replied, Commander, what is his name? Zhang Tian. Why do you ask? Zhang Yu's excitement was palpable. Commander, do you know him? Yes, indeed. He is my cousin. Back then, we were not able to ascertain the situations of various planetary forces during our return to the depths of the Endless Sea. Once the governor concluded the transfer of duties, he returned to Li Hao's quarters, where Zhang Yu was visibly emotional upon seeing his cousin. His eyes glistened with moisture as he trembled. "Cousin, is it truly you?" Zhang Tian, equally moved, stepped forward and embraced Zhang Yu tightly, exclaiming, "It is I, Xiao Yu. You are alive. When I heard that the commander had led the last fleet to their demise, I believed you to be lost." The two wept in each other's arms, years of longing and concern released in that moment. Li Hao observed the scene quietly, feeling joy for them. After a time, Zhang Tian released Zhang Yu, wiping his tears. "Xiao Yu, how have you fared all these years?" Zhang Yu nodded. "I have been well, cousin. I never anticipated that today I would see you again." Li Hao interjected, "Well, you two have finally reunited. This is indeed a joyous occasion. However, we have more pressing matters at hand. Indeed, Governor Zhang has entrusted us with the defense of the planet. We must quickly familiarize ourselves with the defensive situation of Oasis Star," Zhang Tian elaborated. "There are multiple pirate factions nearby, the most notorious being the Skeleton Pirate Crew, based in the Dark Star," Zhang Tian informed. Li Hao nodded. "I am aware of this pirate crew. I have encountered them before." Zhang Tian gazed at Li Hao with a hint of astonishment, exclaiming, "Commander, have you encountered the Skeleton Pirate Crew? They are not to be trifled with, indeed. I once commanded a fleet patrolling near the borders and fell victim to an ambush by the Skeleton Pirate Crew. Their strength is formidable, yet we managed to repel them," Li Hao replied. After a thorough analysis of the intelligence regarding the Skeleton Pirate Crew in the Dark Star, Li Hao resolved to seek an opportunity to eradicate this pirate faction. In the days that followed, Li Hao and his team commenced the formulation of a strategic battle plan. They meticulously examined the operational patterns of the Skeleton Pirate Crew, their troop deployments, as well as the geography and defensive structures of the Dark Star. As Li Hao was engrossed in devising the battle plan, the Skeleton Pirate Crew became aware that the 13th Legion had taken control of Oasis Star. The leader of the Skeleton Pirate Crew, He Sha, summoned the leaders of the surrounding pirate factions for a discussion. "Esteemed colleagues, I trust you have all heard the news that the 13th Legion has seized Oasis Star," He Sha stated, his expression dark and foreboding. "This is not favorable news for us. Indeed, the strength of the 13th Legion should not be underestimated. We must devise a strategy to counter them," one pirate leader remarked. "I propose that we unite our forces to confront the 13th Legion together," suggested another pirate leader. "Unite? It sounds simple, but who will lead this coalition?" He Sha scoffed out. "Of course, it shall be you, Boss He Sha," responded one of the pirate leaders. "Your prowess surpasses us all. We will follow your command." He Sha nodded, conceding, "Very well. Since you all place your trust in me, I shall lead this coalition. I dissent," boomed a burly pirate leader. Rising to his feet, a deep scar marred his face, rendering him quite fearsome. "The fleet of the 13th Legion is formidable. How could we, mere pirates, stand a chance against them? Indeed, we pirates typically only prey upon merchant vessels. We have no hope in a confrontation with regular military forces," another pirate leader echoed in agreement. "Humph, you cowards only know how to retreat," He Sha retorted coldly. "While the 13th Legion is powerful, we are not without our opportunities. If we unite and fight together, we can certainly defeat them." However, the burly pirate leader attempted to voice further objections but was interrupted by He Sha. "There are no buts here." He Sha rose, surveying all present. "We pirates have always fought as individuals. Now, it is time to unite against our common foe." He Sha speaks the truth. A diminutive pirate leader stood forth. "Only through unity can we hope to survive." "Very well, since everyone is in agreement, let us commence the development of our battle plan," He Sha declared. Thus, the leaders of the pirate factions began to strategize. They resolved to dispatch smaller vessels to harass Oasis Star, drawing the attention of the 13th Legion, followed by a full fleet assault to decisively vanquish them. While the pirate leaders conferred on their battle strategy, Li Hao was equally occupied on Oasis Star. He first dispatched reconnaissance ships to monitor the movements of the Skeleton Pirate Crew. It wasn't long before he learned that the Skeleton Pirate Crew had allied with several other pirate factions, forming a significant coalition. After a period of reconnaissance and probing, the coalition of the Skeleton Pirate Crew appeared near Oasis Star, their fleet darkening the skies as they advanced ominously. Chapter 61. The Celestial Battle over Oasis Star. Without hesitation, Li Hao issued orders for the defensive systems of Oasis Star to enter a state of heightened alert. He personally took command of the fleet, preparing to confront the coalition of the Skeleton Pirate Crew. Under his leadership, The fleet assumed the demeanor of a well-trained army, swiftly and methodically entering combat readiness. This time, Li Hao led the main fleets of the 13th Legion, the Dawn Fleet and the Royal Starshine Fleet. At the forefront was his flagship, the Invincible, flanked by the heavy cruiser Liberty, followed by 12 cruisers. To the right lay the Royal Starshine Fleet, led by the heavy cruisers Starshine and Starlight, with 10 cruisers trailing behind. The warships were arranged in orderly formation within the vastness of space, resembling colossal iron beasts poised for the impending conflict. Li Hao stood within the command chamber of the flagship, his gaze resolutely fixed ahead. Beside him, his aides busily relayed information and commands, while the captains on their respective vessels prepared their crews for battle. An atmosphere of tension and exhilaration permeated the fleet. Each individual understood that this confrontation would be a battle for survival. As the coalition of the skeleton pirate crew drew ever nearer, Li Hao commanded the fleet to advance. The warships moved forward gradually, forming an expansive encirclement. Li Hao's strategy was to first utilize the defensive systems to deplete the enemy's strength and then launch a full-scale assault to eliminate them. When the coalition of the skeleton pirate crew entered firing range, the defensive systems of Oasis Star immediately sprang to life. Beams of laser fire and missiles streaked through the void, targeting the pirate fleet. In retaliation, the pirates unleashed a barrage of missiles and energy weapons in an attempt to dismantle the defensive systems of Oasis Star. Amidst the fervor of battle, He Sha's gaze fixated on the Invincible. Surmising that it was the flagship of the 13th Legion's commander, swiftly, he ordered the pirate fleet to concentrate their firepower, preparing for a direct assault on the Invincible. A glint of malevolence flickered in He Sha's eyes. The Invincible represented the core strength of the 13th Legion, and its destruction would deal a severe blow to their forces. All ships, target the Invincible and open fire. He Sha's command rippled through the ranks of the pirate fleet. In an instant, all firepower was directed at the Invincible. A deluge of missiles and energy beams rained down upon it, seeking its annihilation. Li Hao keenly sensed the concentrated assault aimed at his flagship and wasted no time in ordering the activation of all energy shields. Simultaneously, he swiftly replaced the energy source with the super energy blocks from the base star, enhancing the energy shields. Bolstered by the super energy blocks, the Invincible's shields became impervious, effortlessly withstanding the initial onslaught from the pirate fleet. Seeing their efforts thwarted, the pirates grew increasingly frenzied, launching an even more ferocious second wave of attacks. After enduring 2 rounds of concentrated fire, Li Hao gained a comprehensive understanding of the enemy's firepower. He swiftly assessed the situation and decisively commanded all fleets to deploy their mech units to counterattack the pirate fleet. In an instant, countless mechs surged forth from the warships, resembling a torrent of steel rushing toward the pirate fleet. These mechs represented the elite forces of the 13th Legion, equipped with advanced weaponry and protective gear, exhibiting formidable combat prowess. Under Li Hao's command, the mech units divided into multiple squads, launching simultaneous assaults on the pirate fleet from various angles. They deftly maneuvered through the ranks of pirate vessels, exploiting their advantages to engage in close-quarters combat. The pirates were caught off guard by the sudden emergence of the mech units, their ships sustaining significant damage under the relentless assault. Some pirates attempted to mount a counteroffensive, but their resistance proved insignificant against the overwhelming firepower of the mech units. As the battle raged on, the advantages of the mech forces became increasingly apparent, gradually seizing control of the battlefield. With their superior firepower and agile tactics, they obliterated pirate vessels one after another, inflicting severe losses on the pirate fleet. As the onslaught continued, the pirate fleet suffered catastrophic losses, their formation descending into chaos. Numerous pirate ships were destroyed or rendered combat ineffective, floating aimlessly in the void, reduced to cosmic debris. Observing the unfavorable turn of events, He Sha ordered a retreat, desperate to escape Li Hao's pursuit. All hands, retreat, He Sha commanded, as the pirate fleet began to turn and hasten away from the battlefield. However, Li Hao was resolute in his pursuit. He commanded the fleet to continue the chase, denying the pirates any respite. Press on, do not let them escape, Li Hao bellowed from the command center. The fleet relentlessly pursued the remnants of the pirate fleet, launching continuous attacks. Some pirate vessels, in their frantic flight, succumbed to enemy fire and erupted in explosions, scattering debris across the cosmos. As the pirate fleet dwindled down to a few larger vessels, Li Hao ordered the fleet to accelerate to full power, encircling the remaining pirates. The Invincible and other warships surged forward, racing toward the pirate fleet. Fear gripped the hearts of the pirates as they realized the 13th Legion was closing in on them. They understood that if encircled, their fate would be sealed. "Turn and scatter," He Sha commanded. The pirate fleet began to disperse, attempting to evade the encirclement of the 13th Legion. Yet, Li Hao had prepared for this. He ordered the fleet to divide into smaller squads to pursue the pirate vessels. In the midst of the fierce chase, the fleet of the 13th Legion gradually tightened the noose. Some pirate ships attempted to resist, but they were swiftly obliterated under the overwhelming firepower of the 13th Legion. With the encirclement closing in, despair enveloped the pirates. He Sha witnessed his fleet being decimated one by one, his heart heavy with hopelessness and fury. He realized that there was no escape, yet he refused to succumb to defeat. Determined, he resolved to make a final stand, leading the few remaining ships in a desperate charge. "Brothers, follow me," He Sha shouted, steering his vessel headlong into the ranks of the 13th Legion. The soldiers of the 13th Legion, upon witnessing the pirates' final charge, promptly readied themselves for battle. They arranged themselves closely together, forming an impregnable line of defense, awaiting the impending arrival of the marauders. Li Hao observed the desperate struggle of the pirate leader, He Sha, and commanded the main cannon of the Invincible to lock onto the flagship of He Sha. "The main cannon is fully charged and ready to fire," reported the weapons officer. Chapter 62. The Conquest of the Dark Star Pirate Base. Seeing the main cannon of the Invincible charging, He Sha felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had heard rumors that the Invincible was armed not with a mere laser cannon, but with a far more formidable annihilation cannon. He understood that once the Invincible's main cannon was unleashed, his flagship would be unable to withstand such an assault, and he along with his crew would be doomed. "What should we do? What can we do?" He Sha's aide asked in a panic. He Sha took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. He recognized that further resistance was futile. They could not break through the encirclement of the 13th Legion. In that critical moment, He Sha resolved to surrender. He instructed the communications officer to establish contact with Li Hao, and when the connection was made, a wry smile appeared on He Sha's face. "Commander Li Hao, this is He Sha. I have decided to surrender, and I hope you will accept my capitulation." Upon hearing He Sha's words, a look of surprise crossed Li Hao's face. He felt a tinge of regret, but quickly regained his composure. "He Sha, you have finally made the correct decision. Had you delayed a moment longer, you and your warship would have become mere space debris. I accept your surrender, but you and your crew must lay down your arms and submit to our inspection and judgment." Li Hao's voice resonated through the communication channel, imbued with authority and confidence. Though He Sha's expression darkened, he realized that he had no avenue for retreat. Moments later, soldiers of the 13th Legion boarded He Sha's flagship, weapons drawn, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Tension permeated the atmosphere aboard the flagship as the pirates were herded together, their faces betraying fear and anxiety. Li Hao also ascended to the flagship, regarding He Sha with a hint of disdain. He approached He Sha and coldly inquired, "He Sha, enlighten me about the situation of the surrounding pirate forces." With his head bowed, He Sha fell silent for a moment before responding, "What do you wish to know?" "The status of the surrounding pirate factions. I offer you an opportunity. If you cooperate fully, I may consider leniency." He Sha lifted his gaze to meet Li Hao's, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. He understood Li Hao spoke the truth. Failure to divulge would result in harsh retribution. Gritting his teeth, He Sha acquiesced, "Very well, I will comply. The pirates in this system are primarily gathered here. The various bases contain only a handful of personnel. There are several other pirate factions in the neighboring systems. Their strength is comparable to ours, bolstered by the Pirate Alliance." "The Pirate Alliance?" Li Hao murmured. "Are you suggesting that the neighboring systems are within the sphere of influence of the Pirate Alliance?" He Sha nodded. "Indeed, the neighboring systems are under the dominion of the Pirate Alliance. Their power is vast, possessing numerous warships and soldiers. We pirates are merely their periphery." Li Hao chose not to delve further into discussions about the Pirate Alliance, fully aware that their current strength was insufficient for a direct confrontation. He needed more time to develop his own forces and enhance his capabilities. Returning to the command room of the Invincible, he found Zhang Yu and Wong lay reporting on the battlefield cleanup. "Commander, we have cleared the battlefield. All debris has been removed. Among the captured warships, we have 2 heavy cruisers and 5 cruisers suitable for our use. The remaining destroyers and frigates, we suggest forming a planetary escort fleet, Zhang Yu reported. Wang Lei added, "We also captured several pirates, but they are merely common brigands, lacking significant value." Excellent. Expedite the repairs of the warships and confine the prisoners. We shall address their fates upon our return to base. With the skeletal forces of the Skull Pirate Group diminished, Li Hao promptly ordered the Starbright fleet to proceed to obliterate the pirate base. Upon receiving the directive, the fleet hastened towards the Dark Star. Throughout the journey, the fleet remained on high alert, prepared to confront any potential adversaries. Upon the fleet's arrival at the Dark Star, they found the defensive forces alarmingly weak, comprising only a handful of outdated warships and a scant number of soldiers. Recognizing the situation, Li Hao commanded an all-out assault. Instantly, the skies above the Dark Star erupted with cannon fire, as the defensive installations of the pirate base crumbled under the relentless bombardment. The pirates, stricken with terror, fled in all directions, yet found themselves with no escape, for the Starbright fleet had encircled the planet like a steel trap. Under the fleet's ferocious onslaught, the remaining warships of the pirate base were swiftly annihilated. Li Hao personally led his soldiers to land on the Dark Star, launching a final offensive against the pirates. The remaining pirates, upon witnessing the 13th Legion's fleet entering the Dark Star, comprehended that He Xia's forces had met with disaster. They realized they were trapped, with no retreat available. Li Hao and his soldiers advanced steadily across the battlefield, meticulously searching every corner, leaving no potential hiding spot for pirates unexamined. Meanwhile, the pirates descended into despair and panic. Fully aware of their inability to contend with the might of the 13th Legion, they surrendered en masse. A few obstinate pirates attempted a last-ditch struggle, but were swiftly subdued by Li Hao and his resolute soldiers. Gazing upon the surrendered pirates, Li Hao felt no pity. These marauders had wreaked havoc across the cosmos for years, committing atrocities and bringing devastation to countless planets. He understood that mercy could not be bestowed upon such villains. "Take them all back for judgment," Li Hao commanded. The soldiers sprang into action, escorting the surrendered pirates aboard the warships, their heads bowed in fear and hopelessness. During the purge, Li Hao and his soldiers meticulously scoured every recess of the pirate base. Upon entering a seemingly ordinary room, Li Hao's keen eyes detected an anomaly. A painting on the wall appeared slightly askew. Upon gently pushing it, he discovered a hidden door behind it. Cautiously, Li Hao and his soldiers entered through the secret passage, and were captivated by the sight that unfolded before them. The basement was filled with a hoard of star coins and jewels, their brilliance dazzling to behold. Li Hao picked up a star coin. Examining its details, he felt its weight, a symbol of wealth. The soldiers eagerly seized the star coins and jewels, marveling at their beauty and value. Some even began to envision the lives they would lead with such riches. But Li Hao's cough brought them back to reality. Chapter 63. Establishing a starport on the Dark Star, Li Hao instructed the soldiers to securely store the star coins and jewels for transport back to the warship. The soldiers carefully placed the treasures into boxes and then loaded them aboard. Observing their industriousness, Li Hao was filled with reflection. These riches, once the spoils of the pirates, had now become their bounty. Once all the star coins and jewels were aboard the warship, Li Hao led his soldiers to continue inspecting other captures. Within the pirate base, they uncovered numerous weapons and equipment, tools the pirates had used to assail other vessels. Li Hao summoned Wong Lei, responsible for logistics, arrange for the transportation of these captured supplies back to base. If the funds allow, prioritize settling our debts with the bank. Wong Lei nodded, comprehending Li Hao's intent. The bounty was substantial, comprising a wealth of star coins, jewels, and weaponry. These resources were critical for the fleet's development, yet needed to be liquidated swiftly to repay the bank. Wong Lei immediately set about organizing the transportation and processing of the supplies. He contacted the fleet's transport team to arrange a large transport vessel for the return of the resources. Simultaneously, he reached out to potential buyers to expedite the sale of the goods. After contemplating the situation at the Dark Star pirate base, Li Hao resolved not to abandon this stronghold. Its location along the routes of the Endless Sea made it strategically vital, as most trade routes passed through the Dark Star. Zhang Yu expressed concern, stating that the Dark Star lacked a starport, preventing the fleet from remaining there for extended periods and necessitating a return to Oasis Star for resupplied Li Hao acknowledged the gravity of this issue. If the fleet could not establish a presence at the Dark Star, the base would fail to fulfill its strategic purpose. We must construct a starport at the Dark Star, allowing the fleet to resupply and conduct repairs here. Zhang Yu furrowed his brow. Establishing a starport requires a significant amount of resources and time. which we currently lack. Li Hao pondered for a moment. We can first establish a temporary starport at the Dark Star. And when we acquire sufficient resources, we can later construct a permanent facility. Thus, Li Hao and Zhang Yu began to devise a plan for the starport's construction. They initiated contact with an imperial construction company to measure the orbital location and costs for establishing the starport at the Dark Star. The construction company dispatched a team of engineers and technicians to conduct the necessary assessments and surveys. They employed the most advanced measuring instruments and equipment to conduct a meticulous assessment and analysis of the orbital position, gravitational field, and atmosphere of the Dark Star. After several days of diligent effort, they ultimately determined the optimal location and plan for establishing the starport, as well as calculated the costs involved in its construction. Upon reviewing the starport proposal, Li Hao and Zhang Yu found the expenses to be manageable. They resolved to enter into a contract with the construction company to commission the building of the starport. In an office of the Pirate Alliance, high-ranking officials received the shocking news of the annihilation of the skeleton pirate group by the 13 Legion. This revelation left them in disbelief, unable to fathom how the 13 Legion could obliterate the coalition of the skeleton pirates in such a brief span of time. Several officials gathered around the conference table, their expressions grave as they deliberated on the matter. One of them, named Blake, exclaimed, "How could this be possible? The skeleton pirate group boasted a formidable fleet on the periphery. And this time they had formed a coalition. How could they be so easily defeated by the 13 Legion?" Another official, named Johnson, nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, this is quite unexpected. We must ascertain how the 13 Legion achieved this." A third official, known as Smith, furrowed his brow and expressed his concern. "What worries me is that the victory of the 13 Legion might attract the attention of other factions, posing a potential threat to our pirate alliance. We must take measures to bolster our defenses and strength." At that moment, a subordinate entered, presenting Blake with a document. Upon reviewing its contents, Blake's expression darkened further. He remarked, "This intelligence indicates that the 13 Legion has seized control of the Dark Star following the annihilation of the skeleton pirate coalition. They intend to construct a defensive starport there, thereby controlling the vital trade routes from the endless sea star region to other star domains." This news left all present in a state of shock and unease. Johnson asserted, "We cannot remain passive. We must devise a strategy to counter the threat posed by the 13 Legion." After a moment of contemplation, Blake stated, "We cannot allow the 13 Legion to build a defensive starport on the Dark Star. We should first notify the nearby pirate factions to unite and drive them out or eliminate them." His proposal garnered the support of the other high-ranking officials, and after extensive discussion, they finalized a course of action. They set out to contact and negotiate with various pirate factions in the vicinity of the Dark Star, forming a coalition to eradicate the 13 Legion. Following the persuasive efforts of the Pirate Alliance's leadership, the surrounding pirate factions quickly agreed to unite, forming a formidable coalition centered around the Dark Star. This coalition comprised elite fleets from various pirate factions. After arranging affairs concerning the Dark Star, Li Hao returned to Oasis Star, where he sought out Zhang Tian to inquire about the repair progress of the captured warships. Zhang Tian, upon seeing Li Hao's return, immediately approached him, saying, "Commander, you have returned. The repairs on the warships have been nearly completed, and their overall performance is commendable. They have already been handed over to the officers at the base." "Well done, Zhang Tian," Li Hao praised, patting Zhang Tian on the shoulder. "Thank you for your commendation, Commander. This is truly a collective effort," Zhang Tian humbly replied. Subsequently, Li Hao convened a military meeting with the fleet's officers. During the meeting, he announced the fleet's reorganization plan and appointed new captains and officers. He designated the 2 captured heavy cruiser flagships as Fate and Storm, and incorporated 5 cruisers into the Dawn Fleet. At that moment, the fleet stationed at the Dark Star included the Dawn Fleet, Fearless, Fate, Storm, Liberty, and 17 cruisers, and the Starlight Fleet, Starlight, Starshine, and 10 cruisers. In the vast expanse of space surrounding the Dark Star, a large fleet was quietly gathering. This fleet consisted of elite forces jointly dispatched by various pirate factions from the star systems surrounding the Dark Star. With their sights set squarely on the Dark Star, Chapter 64, the ambush of the pirate coalition. While patrolling the periphery of the Dark Star, a reconnaissance ship of the 13 Legion suddenly detected a massive fleet heading toward the Dark Star. The captain of the reconnaissance ship immediately realized that this was the fleet of the Pirate Alliance and swiftly reported the news to the command center of the 13 Legion. Upon receiving the report, Li Hao convened the fleet's officers to discuss a counter-strategy. They analyzed the strength and movements of the Pirate Alliance fleet based on the intelligence gathered. The atmosphere within the command center was tense, with the officers wearing solemn expressions. Standing before the command podium, Li Hao gazed resolutely at everyone and declared, "The strength of the pirate coalition is formidable. We must strategize our response." The intelligence officer was the first to speak. "According to our reconnaissance, the fleet of the Pirate Alliance is vast and comprises various types of warships, including heavy cruiser flagships, cruisers, and destroyers." Another officer added, "Moreover, we have observed that the movements of the Pirate Alliance fleet are highly organized. They seem to possess clear combat objectives and plans. We must closely monitor their movements and respond promptly." Li Hao attentively listened to the officer's analyses, gradually formulating a strategy in his mind. He stated, "We cannot engage the Pirate Alliance fleet head-on, as that would result in devastating losses. We must adopt flexible tactics, utilizing the terrain and defensive installations of the Dark Star to mount an effective defense." "What specific measures should we implement?" Li Hao pondered for a moment before responding. "First, we need to enhance the defensive installations on the Dark Star, deploying additional turrets and minefields to increase the difficulty of enemy assaults. Secondly, we should leverage the fleet's mobility to maneuver behind the Pirate Alliance fleet. And finally, at the opportune moment, launch a decisive strike to inflict significant damage." The officers, upon hearing Li Hao's battle plan, expressed their unanimous agreement. They began to take action to prepare for the implementation of the operational strategy. Under Li Hao's command, the fleet soldiers swiftly mobilized, reinforcing the defensive structures of the Dark Star and placing additional turret and asteroid minefields. As time passed, the Pirate Alliance fleet steadily approached the Dark Star. Li Hao led the Dawn fleet to position themselves along the inevitable path of the pirate coalition, feigning an intent to engage in battle. When the Dawn fleet encountered the pirate coalition, Li Hao immediately ordered the fleet to activate the star shields, targeting the enemy's large warships for a volley of fire. This initial barrage caught the pirate coalition off guard. They had not anticipated that the Dawn fleet would strike at this moment. The commander of the pirate coalition quickly ordered a counterattack, but their assaults were thwarted by the star shields of the Dawn fleet. Observing this, Li Hao felt a surge of relief. After achieving success with the first round of fire, Li Hao commanded the Dawn fleet to retreat immediately. The warships of the Dawn fleet activated their engines and began to withdraw toward the Dark Star. Seeing the Dawn fleet retreat, the pirate coalition assumed they were retreating in fear and pursued eagerly. Li Hao, witnessing the pursuit, felt a thrill of triumph. He understood that his plan was unfolding smoothly. He commanded the fleet to withdraw quickly while closely monitoring the movements of the pirate coalition. Just as the fleet was retreating, Li Hao suddenly ordered the ships to disperse and conceal themselves behind nearby asteroids. This was a daring maneuver, yet Li Hao believed it was the key to achieving victory. The fleet swiftly scattered, hiding behind the asteroids. Li Hao anxiously awaited the arrival of the pirate coalition. This was a gamble. Had the pirate coalition discovered their position, they would find themselves in peril. Fortunately, the pirate coalition failed to detect their presence, continuing their advance without realizing they had walked into a trap. Once the pirate coalition passed by, Li Hao commanded the stationed Starlight fleet to advance and confront the pirate coalition. The Starlight fleet surged forward, confronting the pirate coalition. The sight of the Starlight fleet astonished the pirate coalition, who mistakenly believed it to be the fleet they were pursuing. In the midst of their astonishment, Li Hao's Dawn fleet had quietly maneuvered behind the Pirate Alliance. Through meticulous planning and command, Li Hao successfully evaded the reconnaissance of the pirate coalition. At this moment, they found themselves in an excellent position from behind, ready to launch a devastating attack against the pirate coalition. Li Hao surveyed the battlefield before him. Filled with confidence, the outcome of this battle hinged on their actions. Calmly, he issued orders to the fleet. Prepare to launch the attack. The warships of the Dawn fleet swiftly adjusted their positions, their main cannons fully charged. At Li Hao's command, the Dawn fleet simultaneously unleashed their assault. Powerful beams of laser energy sliced through the void, striking the warships of the pirate coalition, igniting a series of explosions within their ranks. The pirate coalition was thrown into chaos, their ships sustaining damage from the simultaneous onslaught of the Dawn fleet and the Starlight fleet. At this moment, the commander of the pirate coalition finally realized the trap they had fallen into. He pounded the command console in frustration, lamenting his earlier arrogance. Yet it was too late for regrets. He had to find a way to lead the remaining fleet out of this perilous situation. Break through the side asteroid field and prepare to retreat, the commander ordered. The fleet began to maneuver toward the asteroid field, only to quickly discover that the warships rushing into the asteroid zone were bursting into flames. Damn it! They have laid mines in the asteroid field. The commander cursed. He realized that he had once again fallen into a predicament. The enemy seemed to have anticipated their every move and had laid traps within the asteroid field. Now, the fleet was not only facing the relentless pursuit of their adversaries, but also had to navigate carefully to avoid the explosive perils of the minefield. Halt your advance, the commander ordered, dispatching a probe to seek out a safe passage. The probes aboard the fleet were swiftly launched, commencing their search within the treacherous asteroid zone. However, the expanse of the minefield was vast, and the probes required time to identify a secure route. As they awaited the probe's return, the commander pondered the next course of action. They could not linger here for too long, lest the enemy seize the opportunity to launch an attack. Yet, recklessly entering the minefield was equally fraught with danger. Commander, the probe has detected a passage, but further confirmation is needed, an officer reported. The commander nodded, sending out a reconnaissance drone to traverse the passage and ascertain its safety. The drone set off swiftly, advancing along the route discovered by the probe. Minutes later, it relayed the message that the passage was indeed safe. Excellent. Order the fleet to proceed along the passage, maintaining a safe distance, commanded the commander. The pirate fleet began to cautiously enter the passage, one ship after another. Chapter 65. The surrender of the pirate coalition just as the entire pirate coalition retreated into the asteroid field. Li Hao led the Dawn fleet to accelerate from the outer fringes of the asteroid belt, positioning themselves at the exit on the opposite side to await the pirate coalition. Standing in the command cabin, Li Hao gazed at the asteroid belt displayed on the screen, his heart brimming with tension and anticipation, uncertain of the actions the pirate coalition might take. Nevertheless, he was thoroughly prepared. Come what may, he would ensure the complete capture of the pirate coalition. Suddenly, numerous bright spots appeared on the screen. The fleet of the pirate coalition emerged at the exit of the asteroid belt. All ships, prepare for battle, Li Hao commanded. The warships of the Dawn fleet rapidly adjusted their formations, ready to confront the impending assault from the pirate coalition. Unbeknownst to the pirate coalition, who were still reveling in their recent escape from the Dawn fleet's pursuit, the opposing fleet lay in wait at the exit. Those fellows have finally been shaken off, the commander of the pirate coalition boasted with glee. Indeed, Commander. What shall we do now? An aide inquired. Little did they know. The Dawn fleet had been poised at the exit for quite some time. Li Hao, observing the pirate coalition fleet on the screen, issued the command, all units, prepare for battle. The warships of the Dawn fleet once again reconfigured their formations, encircling the pirate coalition fleet in a formidable blockade. What is happening? The commander of the pirate coalition gasped in horror as he realized his fleet was encircled. This is bad. We are ambushed. An aide shouted, quickly, break through. Yet, it was already too late. The warships of the Dawn fleet opened fire simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of energy beams and missiles upon the pirate coalition fleet, plunging them into chaos. Counterattack! Counterattack! The commander shrieked hoarsely. However, the pirate coalition's warships, under the relentless assault from the Dawn fleet, found themselves utterly powerless to retaliate. Trapped within the asteroid passage, they were besieged from both flanks by the Dawn fleet and the Starshine fleet. Realizing the dire situation, the commander of the pirate coalition sent a communication request to Li Hao's invincible Li Hao, seated within the command cabin, regarded the incoming communication request with little emotional upheaval. Connect the communication, he said coolly. The image of the pirate coalition commander materialized on the screen, his visage marked by resignation and exhaustion. You have won. We surrender, he declared once more. Li Hao nodded. Your surrender is a wise choice. We will cooperate with your actions and surrender all weapons and supplies, the pirate coalition commander stated. Very well, Li Hao replied. We will conduct a trial and process you according to the laws of the Empire. The pirate coalition commander sighed. I am a member of the Pirate Alliance. I have valuable intelligence to share, but I hope you will spare me. Li Hao regarded the pirate coalition commander thoughtfully. The prospect of acquiring intelligence about the Pirate Alliance was undeniably significant for the Dawn fleet. Speak, and I shall consider it. The pirate coalition commander nodded. I know of a secret training base of the Pirate Alliance, which houses a vast arsenal of warships and supplies. Li Hao's interest was piqued. This information was indeed crucial. They had been unable to locate the Pirate Alliance's training base since entering the Endless Sea Star domain. Why are you divulging this information to us? Li Hao scrutinized the pirate coalition commander, searching for any telltale signs in his expression. The commander of the pirate coalition forced a smile. We have no way out. I know that captives are often sent to mines. I do not wish to end up in the mines, so I share this information in hopes of being spared. Li Hao hesitated, aware that sending captives to mines was a typical punishment. Yet he was reluctant to easily release this pirate coalition commander. All right, I agree. If your information proves credible, I will consider your release. After accepting the surrender of the pirate coalition, Li Hao immediately instructed the mech soldiers to take control of the remaining warships of the pirate coalition. Following a discussion with Zhang Yu, Wong Lei, and others in the command room of the Invincible regarding future plans, Zhang Yu suggested that after this defeat of the pirate coalition, the pirate forces in the surrounding star systems had been significantly weakened, allowing them to seize control of the nearby territories. Sitting in the command chair, Li Hao thoughtfully tapped his fingers against the armrest, reflecting on Zhang Yu's proposal. He had to concede that Zhang Yu's reasoning held merit. This victory had indeed dealt a severe blow to the pirate coalition, and the surrounding pirate forces were consequently affected. If they could seize these territories, it would not only expand their influence but also yield greater resources and wealth. Zhang Yu's idea has feasibility, Li Hao spoke slowly, but we must not overlook the potential risks. Taking control of territories requires substantial manpower and resources, and we will also face threats from other pirate factions. Wang Lei nodded in agreement, having always been a reliable aide to Li Hao, fully supportive of his decisions. I concur with Li Hao's assessment. We cannot act recklessly. We need to conduct a thorough investigation of the surrounding star systems to understand the distribution and strength of each pirate faction. As we delve deeper into the heart of the endless sea star domain, drawing closer to the pirate alliance, the dangers will only intensify. Li Hao regarded Wang Lei with appreciation, recognizing him as a notably cautious individual whose counsel was consistently prudent. Wang Lei is right. We cannot rush into action. We must first ascertain the situation before making any decisions. Zhang Yu, you are tasked with organizing a reconnaissance team to conduct a detailed survey of the surrounding star systems. I want to know the specifics of each pirate faction, including their troop strength, equipment, and base locations. Zhang Yu stood and saluted. Yes, I assure you I will accomplish the mission. Li Hao nodded, then turned to Wang Lei. Wang Lei, expedite the gathering of resources to construct Dark Star Port. We may not be able to take control of such a large area immediately, but the strategic location of Dark Star makes it a crucial transit point in the Endless Sea. As long as we secure this position, the surrounding star systems will not pose too great a challenge. Wang Lei, too, rose and saluted. Yes, I assure you I will accomplish the mission. In the ensuing days, the reconnaissance team returned in succession, bringing back a wealth of intelligence. Although the recent eradication of the pirate coalition had dismantled a formidable fleet, the vastness and complexity of the surrounding star systems allowed the remaining pirates to retain considerable strength, primarily due to their dispersal, preventing a unified eradication. Chapter 66. The Firefox Pirate Group. Li Hao scrutinized the intelligence returned by the reconnaissance team, his brow furrowed in concentration. To completely eliminate these pirates. A comprehensive strategy was imperative. Zhang Yu, do you have any thoughts? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yu replied, based on the reconnaissance data, I believe we currently lack the capacity to control so many territories. We should first secure Dark Star, the vital route from the Endless Sea to these star systems. If we sever their passage, we can prevent the pirates from uniting, allowing us to gradually advance to eliminate them while minimizing our losses. That's a commendable idea. However, we must be cautious not to reveal our intentions to the pirates. Otherwise, they may flee prematurely or band together against us. I have an idea. Wang Lei interjected suddenly. We can exploit the existing discord among the pirates, inciting them to turn against one another. This way, we can reap the benefits from their conflict. Li Hao's eyes lit up. That's an excellent suggestion. But how do we instigate the pirates to attack each other? Wang Lei chuckled. We can deploy some spies to infiltrate the pirate ranks, sowing discord among them. Alternatively, we could deliberately create misunderstandings to make the pirates believe that their rivals are attacking them. After deliberating among themselves, Li Hao resolved to fortify the defense at Dark Star, dispatching a fleet to patrol the routes surrounding Dark Star daily, thereby severing the connection between the nearby star systems and the heart of the Endless Sea. This was a wise decision, as it effectively prevented enemy reinforcements and supply lines. The patrols of the detached fleet can also serve as a deterrent, preventing the enemy from daring to launch a hasty assault on the Dark Star. In the days that followed, Li Hao and his fleet devoted themselves to the construction of a star port on the Dark Star, continually fortifying its defensive structures. However, the surrounding pirates remained undeterred in their plans to attack the Dark Star, persistently dispatching small units for probing assaults, all of which were repelled by Li Hao's fleet. Among them, a pirate group known as the Firefox convened the leaders of nearby pirate factions for a clandestine meeting on a remote planet. This planet housed an abandoned castle, the basement of which had been transformed into a conference room. The leader of the Firefox pirate group, a tall and handsome man named Huiyun, exuded a fierce aura in his gaze as he sat at the head of the table, addressing the other pirate leaders. "Gentlemen, the purpose of our meeting today is to discuss how to counter the fleet of the 13th Legion." The other leaders nodded in agreement, acknowledging Huiyun's insight. They were all acutely aware that the fleet of the 13th Legion posed their greatest threat. Without decisive action, they would inevitably face annihilation at Li Hao's hands. Huiyun continued, "The 13th Legion's fleet is formidable enough as it is. Our elite vessels have all been captured during the last battle, leaving us unable to confront them head-on." The pirate leaders fell into contemplative silence, recognizing the truth in Huiyun's words, yet understanding that defeating the 13th Legion would not be an easy feat. After a moment, a pirate leader known as Black Shark suggested, "We could unite and form a coalition to collectively oppose the fleet of the 13th Legion." Huiyun nodded in approval, stating, "That is a commendable idea. However, we must ensure that the command of this coalition remains in our hands, lest we become pawns for others." At that moment, a leader known as Eagle Eye interjected, "We could exploit our familiarity with the endless sea routes to strike at the rear base of the 13th Legion, the Oasis Star, rendering them unable to coordinate their efforts." Huiyun's eyes gleamed with interest as he replied, "This is an excellent suggestion. If we execute this plan, the fleet of the 13th Legion will find themselves in a dire predicament." The other pirate leaders voiced their agreement, resolving to act according to Huiyun's strategy and forge a coalition against the fleet of the 13th Legion. In the ensuing days, the pirates embarked on preparations with fervor, dispatching envoys to connect with other pirate factions, inviting them to join the coalition. After some time spent in negotiations, the pirates once again formed an alliance. However, they soon discovered that the coalition fleet assembled from the surrounding star systems still lacked the strength to contend with the 13th Legion. Huiyun recognized that to overcome the formidable 13th Legion, they required greater power. He summoned the leaders of other pirate factions to deliberate on the next course of action. During the meeting, Huiyun stated, "Based on our recent assessments, we are deficient in advanced warships. If we rely solely on our current strength, defeating the 13th Legion will be impossible." He proposed that they pool their resources to see if they could procure larger warships. Some leaders expressed their support for his suggestion, while a few were reluctant to invest in purchasing warships. Among them, Black Shark rose and exclaimed, "We have already invested too many resources and manpower. Now you want us to deplete our reserves to buy warships? This is akin to carving out our flesh." Another leader, known as Blood Wolf, echoed, "Indeed, our wealth has been earned through the sweat and blood of our brethren. We cannot squander it so easily. Moreover, who can guarantee that these warships will indeed defeat the 13th Legion?" Huiyun, observing the dissenting voices, felt a sense of helplessness. He understood that these pirate leaders were primarily concerned with their own interests and were unwilling to take risks. However, without procuring larger warships, their chances of defeating the 13th Legion were bleak. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "I comprehend your concerns, but we have no retreat left. If we do not vanquish the 13th Legion, we shall be obliterated by them. I firmly believe that as long as we stand united, we will undoubtedly triumph over them." Black Shark scoffed, "United? That sounds appealing. Yet, we pirates have always fought for ourselves. Who can assure that others will not betray us?" Huiyun assured, "I can guarantee that once we acquire larger warships, I shall lead you into battle, never abandoning anyone. Furthermore, I will establish a fair distribution plan to ensure everyone receives their due rewards." Upon hearing Huiyun's promises, some pirate leaders began to shift their stances, engaging in discussions on how to gather funds for the acquisition of larger warships. Chapter 67. The middleman mark. As the pirates endeavored to raise funds for the purchase of warships, Wong learned through a spy among the pirates of their intentions. He approached Li Hao in the command center of the Invincible and reported that the pirates were actively gathering funds to procure warships. After listening, Li Hao furrowed his brow, deep in thought. These pirates were truly relentless, still seeking to acquire warships to confront you, Li Hao. We cannot allow them to succeed. Wong declared, "If they procure larger warships, they will pose a significant threat to us." Li Hao nodded, contemplating the situation. You are correct. We must take action. Do you have any suggestions? Wang Lei pondered for a moment. We have captured numerous warships in our recent haul, including a severely damaged heavy cruiser flagship and 3 unusable cruisers. Perhaps we could repair them, sell them to the pirates, and deceive them. After considering Wang Lei's proposal, Li Hao nodded in agreement. That is a clever idea. But we must ensure that the warships appear intact while concealing certain vulnerabilities. This way, we can both profit and diminish the pirate strength. Wang Lei raised a concern. How can we sell them without revealing our involvement? Li Hao contemplated briefly before responding. We can utilize a middleman for the transaction, thus avoiding direct contact with the pirates and ensuring they remain unaware of our role. Wang Lei inquired with his father and discovered a middleman named Mark, who had close ties with the pirates and might facilitate the transaction. Contact Mark as soon as possible and see if he is willing to assist. Wang Lei promptly reached out to Mark, explaining the situation. After a moment's hesitation, Mark replied, "This endeavor carries substantial risk. If the pirates discover I am the intermediary, my life may be forfeit." Wang Lei quickly reassured him, "Mark, rest assured, we will ensure your safety. If you can help us finalize this transaction, we will offer you a handsome reward." Mark deliberated for a moment before ultimately agreeing, "Very well, I can connect you with Hui Yun, but you must guarantee my safety and ensure I receive my rightful compensation upon completion of the deal." Wang Lei and Li Hao sighed in relief, knowing that as long as Mark was willing to assist, the chances of a successful transaction were significantly heightened. In the days that followed, Mark initiated contact with Hui Yun, revealing that a batch of warships was available for sale and emphasizing their exceptional performance at a reasonable price. Hui Yun displayed keen interest, expressing his willingness to meet with Mark for further discussions. Mark conveyed Hui Yun's response to Wang Lei and Li Hao, and they resolved to conduct the transaction at a secure location. To ensure safety during the deal, they arranged for an elite force to remain on standby nearby. Just in case, the day of the transaction arrived. Wang Lei and Li Hao brought the refurbished warships to the agreed-upon location, where Hui Yun and his followers appeared punctually. Hui Yun inquired, "Mr. Mark, what warships do you have available?" Mark refrained from directly mentioning the larger vessels, instead stating, "We have corvettes and destroyers." One of the leaders expressed displeasure, saying, "We need larger warships." Mark smiled, explaining, "While corvettes and destroyers may not be considered large warships, they offer agility and versatility that may prove more advantageous in certain scenarios." Hui Yun, upon hearing Mark's words, replied, "Mr. Mark, if these are all the warships you have, then today's business is off." Mark feigned urgency, responding, "Mr. Hui Yun, you know well how stringent the Empire's control over large warships is." Hui Yun frowned, acknowledging, "I am aware, but we require larger warships. If you cannot provide them, we will have to seek other sellers." Mark secretly relished the moment. Knowing Hui Yun was now hooked, he stated, "Mr. Hui Yun, I do have a heavy cruiser flagship and cruisers from the Empire, but the price will be rather steep." Hui Yun's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "A heavy cruiser flagship? Excellent, that is precisely the type of ship we need. Price is no object as long as you can guarantee the quality and performance of the vessels." Mark nodded, assuring him, "Rest assured, Mr. Hui Yun. This heavy cruiser flagship has been decommissioned from the Imperial Navy and has undergone my modifications and upgrades. Its performance is outstanding." Hui Yun, satisfied, inquired, "What is the price?" Mark smiled as he replied, "One heavy cruiser flagship for 5 billion star coins, and 3 cruisers for 9 billion star coins." Firecloud was taken aback and exclaimed, 140 billion star coins? That is exceedingly expensive." Mark chuckled and replied, "Mr. Firecloud, you must understand that this battleship is a decommissioned mainstay of the Imperial Legion. Moreover, there are very few battleships of this caliber still available for sale, so this price is not exorbitant at all." Firecloud furrowed his brow and said, "I am certainly aware of the value of these battleships, yet this price remains excessively high. We need to deliberate further." Mark secretly rejoiced, for he realized that Firecloud had already developed an interest in these ships. Albeit requiring additional time for consideration, he stated, "Mr. Firecloud, I comprehend your apprehensions, yet the worth of these battleships is incalculable. If you do not purchase them now, you may find no opportunity in the future." After pondering for a moment, Firecloud conceded, "Very well, I shall consider it, but I need some time to gather funds." Firecloud returned to the conference room with several pirate leaders, taking the head seat at the table, his expression grave and his heart heavy with worry. Acquiring these battleships for 140 billion was an immense burden for them, Yet they had no alternative. Fire Cloud, must we truly spend such a large sum on these ships? One of the pirate leaders inquired. Fire Cloud nodded, replying, we have no other option. These battleships are our sole hope against the 13th Legion. Without them, we lack the capability to confront them. Another pirate leader interjected. But 140 billion star coins is no small sum. After much deliberation, they ultimately decided to pool their resources to acquire the 4 battleships. Fire Cloud contacted Mark, informing him that the funds were ready for the transaction. Mark relayed this news to Li Hao and Wong Lei, to which Li Hao issued instructions. Install backdoors in the hidden areas of the battleships. When the time comes for battle, deliver them a devastating blow. Chapter 68. The Pitfall of the Firefox Pirate Group. 140 billion star coins. Fire Cloud arrived at the transaction site with the funds, and Mark brought the 4 battleships. A brief handover ceremony ensued, after which Fire Cloud departed with the ships. Upon returning to the pirate base, he immediately inspected the 4 battleships. The leaders gazed at the vessels and remarked to Fire Cloud. Although we have acquired these 4 battleships, even with our existing fleet, we cannot defeat the 13th Legion. Fire Cloud nodded in agreement, stating, we cannot remain idle. I have communicated with the Pirate Alliance. They will dispatch their fleet to distract the 13th Legion. The Pirate Alliance? One leader asked. Can we trust their word? Fire Cloud smiled and replied, they merely wish to utilize us against the 13th Legion. However, we can exploit them as well. The leaders found Fire Cloud's reasoning compelling. They understood that there were no other choices left. Collaboration with the Pirate Alliance was their only glimmer of hope. Mark returned to Li Hao, handing over the funds after deducting his commission to Wong Lei. After reviewing the accounts, Wong Lei nodded in satisfaction and said to Mark, well done, Mark. This transaction went smoothly, and I appreciate your efforts. Mark smiled and said, no need for thanks. Should similar opportunities arise in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I am a middleman for battleships, and if you have any surplus vessels, I can handle them as well. Li Hao and Wong Lei exchanged glances, both contemplating their next move. Li Hao smiled and said, all right, Mark, we will remember that. However, we now require your assistance. We have some destroyers and frigates that need to be sold. Could you help us find buyers? Mark felt a surge of excitement, recognizing this as a lucrative opportunity, and he readily agreed. He promptly set about contacting potential buyers, leveraging his extensive network and resources. Meanwhile, Li Hao and Wong Lei diligently prepared for the sale of the destroyers and frigates. Days later, Mark brought good news, having found a buyer interested in the ships. This buyer was a planetary arms dealer with formidable power and influence. Li Hao and Wong Lei met with the buyer, negotiating the price and transaction details. After a vigorous round of haggling, they ultimately settled on a satisfactory price. Once the deal was finalized, Li Hao and Wong Lei received a substantial influx of funds. After handling the surplus destroyers and frigates, Li Hao inquired, what is the status of the captured battleships' repairs? How many can we still utilize? Wong Lei responded, thanks to our repair team's efforts, most of the battleships have been restored, including 2 heavy cruisers and 6 cruisers ready for action. However, the laser main guns are inoperable. Li Hao frowned and remarked, without laser main guns, the combat effectiveness of these battleships will be severely compromised. Moreover, acquiring laser main guns is always a hassle. Is there any way to obtain the production blueprints for them? Wong Lei pondered for a moment before saying, Captain, obtaining the production blueprints for laser main guns is no easy task. Such high-tech weapon schematics are typically core secrets of various factions and are difficult to procure. I understand that it is challenging, but we must devise a solution. Without laser main guns, our fleet will be at a disadvantage in battle. Wong Lei suggested, Li Hao, perhaps we can inquire through some black market channels or information brokers to see if there is a possibility of acquiring the production blueprints for the laser main guns. After their discussion, they resolved to seek out the production blueprints for the laser main gun weaponry. After addressing fleet matters, Li Hao received a communication from Princess 6, inquiring when he could return to Capital Star. Li Hao felt a slight startle. He knew that Princess 6 must have an important matter to discuss with him. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, Your Highness, I still have some matters to attend to here, which may take some time. There's something urgent you wish to discuss. The voice of Princess 6 came through the communication. Li Hao, I know you are busy, but I need to see you in person. Recent events on Capital Star necessitate a face-to-face conversation. A sense of foreboding washed over Li Hao as he asked, Your Highness, what has occurred on Capital Star? Is it related to me? Princess 6 hesitated for a moment before replying. Li Hao, do not worry. It is not directly related to you. However, I believe this matter may have implications for you, which is why I wish to discuss it in person. Li Hao's confusion deepened. He was unaware of what Princess Six was concealing. Nevertheless, he understood that her summons was not without significance. Thus, he replied, "Your Highness, I understand. I will expedite my affairs and return to Capital Star as soon as possible." After ending the communication, he turned to Zhang Yu, saying, "Zhang Yu, Wang Lei and I may need to return to Capital Star. I leave the fleet matters in your capable hands." Zhang Yu nodded. "Commander, you can rest assured. I will manage the fleet affairs diligently." After arranging the fleet matters, Li Hao and Wang Lei boarded the Invincible and departed towards Capital Star. Following several days of travel, they finally arrived at their destination. Upon exiting the port, they spotted Princess Six guards waiting for them. The guards approached Li Hao and Wang Lei, stating, "Colonel Li Hao, Major Wang Lei, Her Highness has been awaiting your arrival. Please follow me." Li Hao and Wang Lei nodded and followed the guards into a luxurious hover vehicle, which swiftly transported them to the princess's residence. Upon arrival, they entered the study, where they found Princess Six seated on a sofa. A look of concern etched across her face. Li Hao and Wang Lei approached her, asking, "Your Highness, what troubles you? Has something happened?" Princess Six looked up and, upon seeing them, her eyes sparkled with a hint of joy. "Li Hao, you have finally returned. I have missed you dearly. Your Highness, you summoned us back. What is the matter at hand?" Princess Six sighed and replied, "Li Hao, Wang Lei, recent events on Capital Star have been troubling. As you know, I have turned 18 this year, and the Chen family has proposed to father, seeking my hand in marriage to that good-for-nothing Chen Hong." Li Hao and Wang Lei exchanged knowing glances. They were well acquainted with Chen Hong's character. They recognized him as a frivolous individual, lacking any ambition, who squandered his days in indulgence. Chapter 69. The marriage of Princess Six. Li Hao and Wang Lei both understood Chen Hong's nature and were acutely aware of Princess Six's aversion to this union. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hao stated, "Your Highness, you have called me back, but there is little I can do about this situation. Li Hao, you must help me," Princess Six implored. "I do not wish to marry that wastrel Chen Hong. You are the person I trust most. I am certain you will find a solution." Li Hao furrowed his brow, contemplating the issue. "Your Highness, this matter is indeed quite delicate, as the Emperor has yet to issue a decree. We still have time to devise a plan." A glimmer of hope flickered in Princess Six's eyes as she anxiously urged, "Li Hao, please think of a solution quickly." As Li Hao and his companions were deliberating on matters concerning the sixth princess, a voice from outside the door announced, "Your Highness, the Emperor requests that Colonel Li Hao come to the palace for an audience." A chill ran through Li Hao's heart as he exchanged a glance with the sixth princess and replied, "Your Highness, I must attend to this summons and ascertain the Emperor's intentions." The sixth princess nodded slightly and cautioned, "Li Hao, you must exercise utmost caution." Li Hao acknowledged her concern and followed the attendant away from the princess's residence. Upon arriving at the palace, he encountered the Emperor, who sat upon the dragon throne with a grave expression. "Li Hao, I have learned of your return to the imperial capital, and I wish to discuss the situation in the Endless Sea Star domain." Li Hao proceeded to report the circumstances of the Endless Sea, stating, "At present, we have regained control of Oasis Star and Dark Star, but the complexities of the situation in the Endless Sea are greater than we anticipated, leaving us unable to advance further." Upon hearing Li Hao's report, the Emperor furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before responding, "Li Hao, you have performed admirably. Recovering Oasis Star and Dark Star under such complicated circumstances is no small feat. As Dark Star lies on the main route of the Endless Sea, we must enhance our control over that region. Your Majesty, I understand your concerns. However, our 13th Legion currently possesses limited forces, rendering further advancement unfeasible." Li Hao replied. The Emperor sighed, "Alas, there is little we can do about that. Nonetheless, we cannot simply concede. You must work swiftly to restore the combat capabilities of the 13th Legion and then continue our efforts." After their discussion on the Endless Sea concluded, Li Hao prepared to take his leave when the Emperor called him back. Li Hao, wait a moment. Li Hao halted and turned to inquire, "Your Majesty, do you have further instructions?" The Emperor regarded him in silence for a moment before asking, "Li Hao, speak candidly. What are your thoughts on the sixth princess?" Li Hao was taken aback by the sudden question. Quickly lowering his head and respectfully responding, "Your Majesty, the sixth princess is intelligent, charming, and truly the jewel of your heart." The Emperor nodded thoughtfully and inquired, What kind of person do you believe would be worthy of the sixth princess? Li Hao lowered his head once more and replied with utmost respect, Your Majesty, a suitable match for the sixth princess should undoubtedly hail from a distinguished lineage, possess noble character, exceptional talent, and striking appearance. The emperor, after considering Li Hao's answer, said no more and permitted him to return. Upon returning to the princess's residence, Li Hao found the princess anxiously awaiting news of the audience. He recounted the details of his meeting with the emperor, which alleviated some of her worries. Did father mention anything regarding my marriage? She asked eagerly. Li Hao shook his head. Your Majesty did not directly address your marriage, but merely inquired about certain matters. The princess, visibly disheartened, lamented, What am I to do? I do not wish to marry that useless Chen Hong. Your Highness, there is actually a straightforward solution. Since you have already joined our 13th Legion, why not accompany us back to the Endless Sea? Wang Lei suggested. This idea led Li Hao and the sixth princess into deep contemplation. Li Hao finally spoke. This can only serve as a last resort. The 13th Legion can still adequately protect the princess, so please rest assured. The sixth princess furrowed her brow, understanding Li Hao's implication, yet she also recognized that leaving the palace was no easy task. As the emperor's most cherished daughter, every action of hers attracted significant attention. A sudden elopement would surely cause a scandal. For now, let us set aside those concerns. You have not returned to the imperial capital in quite some time. There is a friend's banquet this evening, and I shall take you both along, the sixth princess stated with a smile. That evening, Li Hao, the sixth princess, and Wang Lei drove to the banquet hotel, located in a bustling area of the imperial capital. Adorned with opulent and elegant architecture, where luxury cars lined the entrance. Upon entering the hotel, they immediately captured the attention of numerous guests. The sixth princess, clad in a magnificent gown, radiated grace and beauty. Li Hao, in his crisp black military uniform, exuded charm and confidence, while Wang Lei appeared neat and affable, radiating self-assurance. Guided by the staff, they made their way to the banquet hall, already filled with a throng of notable figures from the imperial capital. Some engaged in conversation, others savoring exquisite delicacies. The sixth princess led Li Hao and Wang Lei to a corner where several individuals awaited them, one of whom was her close friend, Lin Wanner, a beautiful and astute woman renowned in the imperial capital. Princess, you have finally arrived, Lin Wanner exclaimed with a smile. And who might these two be? This is Li Hao, and this is Wang Lei. A friend of Li Hao's, the sixth princess introduced. Greetings, Colonel Li Hao, Major Wang Lei, Lin Wanner said politely. Hello, Miss Lin Wanner. Now, everyone, let us not stand idly. Let us sit down and converse, she suggested. They all took their seats and began chatting about various topics, including politics, economics, and culture. Li Hao and Wang Lei actively participated, impressing the attendees with their insights and talents. During the conversation, Li Hao noticed a woman observing him intently, dressed in a striking red gown. She possessed an alluring figure and breathtaking beauty, her gaze imbued with an air of mystery. This piqued Li Hao's curiosity. He did not recognize her and wondered why she was fixated on him. Suddenly, the woman stood and approached him. With a smile, she introduced herself. Hello, I am Morong Shui, from the esteemed Morong family of the imperial capital. Li Hao was taken aback, quickly rising to respond. Greetings, Miss Miranji. As Morong Shui regarded him, a fleeting glimmer of emotion flickered in her eyes. She asked, Are you certain you do not recognize me? Li Hao felt a surge of confusion at her words. He scrutinized her features, attempting to unearth any familiarity from his memory, but ultimately shook his head in uncertainty. Morong Shui sighed softly. Very well, perhaps I was mistaken. Yet, I cannot shake this peculiar feeling towards you. It seems as though we have met before. Li Hao chuckled lightly. Miss Morong, you may have mistaken me for someone else. I am merely an ordinary soldier, having had no prior encounters with the high society of the imperial capital. Morong Shui nodded. Perhaps, but I believe in the notion of fate. The fact that we have crossed paths today suggests a certain connection between you. Li Hao found himself at a loss for words, responding with an awkward smile. At that moment, the sixth princess approached. Noticing the animated conversation between Li Hao and Morong Shui, which stirred her displeasure. Morong Shui, what brings you here? The sixth princess inquired. With a playful smile, Morong Shui replied, I heard you were hosting a banquet, so I decided to come and see. The sixth princess glanced between Li Hao and Morong Shui, stating, Morong Shui, Li Hao is my friend. I advise you not to entertain any notions regarding him. Morong Shui smiled again. I am merely engaging in conversation. There is no need for you to be so concerned. The sixth princess retorted, you would do well to refrain from any inappropriate behavior, or I will not let this matter rest. Morong Shui assured her, do not worry. I will not act inappropriately. The sixth princess huffed, then took Li Hao's hand, leading him away. As Li Hao glanced back at Morong Shui, he found her smiling at him, stirring an unusual sensation within him. For the remainder of the evening, Li Hao remained by the sixth princess's side, chatting with other guests. He tried to suppress thoughts of Morong Shui, yet her image lingered in his mind. After the banquet concluded, Li Hao, the sixth princess, and Wang Lei departed the hotel together. In the car, the sixth princess suddenly asked, Li Hao, what do you think of Morong Shui? Unsure of how to respond, Li Hao replied, she is quite beautiful and intelligent. The sixth princess cautioned, Morong Shui is the eldest daughter of the Morong family, and her status is quite elevated. It would be wise for you to maintain a distance from her to avoid complications. I appreciate your concern, Your Highness. I shall be mindful, Li Hao assured her. The sixth princess nodded and fell silent. As Li Hao gazed out at the night scenery, he felt a sense of confusion wash over him. After dropping Li Hao and Wang Lei off at a hotel near the princess's residence, the sixth princess urged them to rest well. Grateful, Li Hao and Wang Lei entered the hotel. Lying in bed, Li Hao found sleep elusive, as Morong Shui's image continuously danced in his thoughts, her every smile and frown capturing his heart. As he tossed and turned, a knock at the door startled him. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find Morong Shui standing there, clad in a flowing white gown, resembling a celestial being. Li Hao stood transfixed for a moment before regaining his composure. Stammering, he asked, Miss Morong, what brings you here? With a gentle smile, she replied, aren't you going to invite me in for a moment? Realizing his oversight, he quickly responded, please, come in. As she entered the room, she surveyed her surroundings and remarked, your accommodations are rather pleasant. Not at all, Miss Morong. You flatter me, he replied. Morong Shui continued, I came today to clarify something. Li Hao, observing her serious demeanor, felt a flutter of apprehension, uncertain of what she wished to inquire. Morong Shui inhaled deeply and said, Li Hao, do you truly not remember me? Miss Morong, I genuinely do not recall our previous encounters, Li Hao replied earnestly. A flicker of disappointment crossed Morong Shui's gaze. Yet she did not relent. Since you do not recall, then let it be. We shall discuss this again when you remember. For now, I will take my leave. Please contemplate this matter carefully. As Li Hao observed Morong Shui's retreating figure, an inexplicable sensation stirred within him. He lay in bed, unable to find solace in sleep, his mind awash with confusion. Upon returning home, Morong Shui found her grandfather in the study and walked in. Her grandfather, Morong Bo, was a venerable elder and the head of the Morong clan. Morong Shui had always held deep respect for her grandfather and often sought his counsel on various matters. Grandfather, I have returned, she said softly. Morong Bo looked up, and upon seeing Morong Shui, a gentle smile graced his face. He set aside the book he was reading and inquired, Shui, you are back. How was your day? Morong Shui approached her grandfather, seated herself, and replied, Grandfather, I encountered something rather peculiar today. Morong Bo furrowed his brow slightly and asked, what happened? Morong Shui recounted her meeting with Li Hao, including the fact that he did not remember her. After listening, Morong Bo fell silent for a moment before saying, Shui, are you certain it was Hao? Morong Shui nodded vigorously, asserting, Grandfather, I am certain it was him. I would not mistake him. He bears a striking resemblance to Uncle Li. Morong Bo's brow furrowed further as he murmured, how can this be? How could Hao forget you? Morong Shui pressed eagerly, Grandfather, do you know something? Why is Li Hao like this? Morong Bo sighed and replied, Shui, there are matters you are yet unaware of. Years ago, Li Hao, the following morning, Li Hao and Wang Lei prepared to visit Wang Lei's father, but just as they were about to leave the hotel, Chen Hong, accompanied by several individuals, blocked their path. Li Hao, it has been a while, Chen Hong said darkly. What is the meaning of this, Chen Hong? Li Hao questioned. Chen Hong sneered, what do you mean? Are you unaware of your own actions? Li Hao, I warn you to keep your distance from the sixth princess. She is not someone of your station. Chen Hong's tone was laden with menace. Li Hao frowned, replying, Chen Hong, my relationship with the sixth princess has nothing to do with you. Chen Hong glared at Li Hao. Do not be so full of yourself. The sixth princess is my fiancée, Stay away from her, or I will ensure you cannot leave the imperial capital alive. Fiancé? Li Hao regarded Chen Hong with suspicion. Indeed, the sixth princess is my betrothed. Our engagement is common knowledge, Chen Hong asserted. If you wish to become engaged to the sixth princess, you should treat her well. Rather than threaten me. Besides, do you think your Chen family possesses the power to intimidate a serving fleet commander from the military? I simply do not want to see a penniless nobody like you near her. Tarnishing her reputation, Chen Hong retorted. Moreover, as a mere planetary fleet commander, my Chen family could crush you like an ant. Do not become too complacent. Chen Hong, at that moment, a cold voice interrupted from the side. Though your Chen family holds some power in the military, you do not wield absolute authority. If you dare to lay a hand on Li Hao, I assure you, your family will regret it. Both Li Hao and Chen Hong turned to see a tall woman in a white military uniform standing behind them. Morong Shui, what are you doing here? This does not concern you, Chen Hong frowned. Morong Shui glanced at Chen Hong, disregarding him, and approached Li Hao with concern, asking, Li Hao, are you all right? I am fine, thank you, Miss Morong. Chen Hong, witnessing Morong Shui's evident concern for Li Hao, felt a surge of jealousy and coldly remarked, Morong Shui, do not meddle. This is a matter between Li Hao and me. Morong Shui's expression darkened. Chen Hong, do not overstep. Li Hao is my friend. Your actions are disrespectful to me. Chen Hong scoffed. Li Hao, consider yourself fortunate today. Whether you can leave the imperial capital alive depends on your luck. With that, he turned and departed. What brings you here? Li Hao asked as he turned to Morong Shui. She smiled slightly and replied, there is an auction I intended for you to accompany me to. How did you end up in conflict with Chen Hong? Li Hao sighed and recounted the events. After listening to his account, Morong Shui frowned slightly, saying, Chen Hong is truly overstepping. He thinks he can act with impunity simply because he is a young master of the Chen family. Li Hao nodded. Indeed, however, I will not be intimidated by him. Let us not dwell on him. You mentioned an auction, did you not? Let us accompany you. The trio arrived at the commercial center of the imperial capital, one of the most bustling areas with towering skyscrapers and throngs of people, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Soon, they reached the auction venue, a grand building adorned with luxurious decor and comprehensive facilities. The auction had yet to commence, yet the hall was already filled to capacity, with attendees eagerly anticipating the event. They found themselves in a spacious and opulent auction hall, surrounded by resplendent murals and dazzling chandeliers. The atmosphere was electric, as individuals from various factions buzzed with excitement over the anticipated treasures on display. Li Hao and his companions surveyed the crowd with curiosity, their hearts brimming with anticipation. They had heard that this auction would feature some rare and precious items, which heightened their excitement. Suddenly, a melodious tune filled the air, signaling the official start of the auction. A flamboyantly dressed auctioneer took to the stage, smiling as he greeted the audience before introducing the first item up for bid. A revered ancient painting, said to be the work of a renowned artist. The painting depicted a stunning landscape, vibrant in color and intricate in detail. After the auctioneer concluded his introduction, bidding commenced. Li Hao and his companions found little interest in this painting and opted to wait for the next item. The subsequent items, all exquisite antiques and artworks, ignited fervent bidding among the audience, creating a lively atmosphere. Finally, an item that captured Li Hao's attention emerged, a brand new heavy cruiser, which sent shockwaves through the crowd. The auctioneer introduced the cruiser, and bidding began in earnest. Li Hao and his companions exhibited significant interest in the cruiser, but other factions were equally eager, leading to a fierce competition. The price soared, and the tension escalated. When the bid reached 4.8 billion star coins, Chen Hong's voice resonated from the box, announcing a bid of 5 billion. His voice echoed throughout the auction hall, eliciting gasps and commotion. Other bidders were taken aback by his offer, and for a moment, no one dared to counter. The auctioneer, seeing this, felt a surge of satisfaction. He understood the cruiser's true value and recognized Chen Hong as a formidable buyer. He rapped his gavel, declaring, 5 billion star coins, once, 5 billion star coins, twice 5 billion. At that moment, Li Hao raised his bidding card, proclaiming 5.1 billion star coins. Chen Hong was momentarily stunned by Li Hao's bid, not expecting him to counter, much less with a higher figure. He looked at Li Hao, puzzled, and thought, how could Li Hao possibly have so much money? As Chen Hong was lost in thought, the auctioneer struck his gavel again, announcing 5.1 billion star coins, once, 5.1 billion star coins, twice, 5.1 billion star coins, thrice, sold. With the auctioneer's decisive strike, the heavy cruiser was secured by Li Hao for 5.1 billion star coins to Li Hao rose, bowing slightly to the auctioneer and other bidders in gratitude. Chen Hong, finally snapping back to reality upon realizing Li Hao had won the cruiser, questioned, "How could a pauper like him have such wealth? This auction cannot be valid." Chen Hong was filled with confusion and resentment. Unable to comprehend how Li Hao could suddenly possess such funds to bid on the cruiser. He had always believed Li Hao to be a penniless nobody without any background or influence. Li Hao smiled slightly and replied, "Whether I possess money is of no concern to you. This cruiser was obtained through legitimate bidding. What right do you have to question it?" Chen Hong, incensed by Li Hao's words, retorted, "Do not think that just because you secured this cruiser, you can act arrogantly. Let us see how you pay for it. If you cannot afford it, it is still mine. Rest assured, I will not afford you any opportunities." Li Hao said, instructing Wang Lei to process the payment to AT that moment. Chen Hong looked at the card in Wang Lei's hand and scoffed. "What do you think you're doing with that worthless card?" Wang Lei ignored Chen Hong, proceeding directly to the cashier to swipe his card and retrieve the cruiser's documentation. Chen Hong watched Wang Lei's departing figure, consumed by jealousy and anger. He had anticipated humiliating Li Hao and Wang Lei effortlessly, but found himself outmaneuvered. As Li Hao, Wang Lei, and Murong Shui exited the auction house, they made their way to the starport to locate the docking bay for the cruiser. Boarding the brand new vessel with excitement, as soon as Li Hao stepped aboard the battleship, he was awestruck by the scene before him. Within the spacious bridge, an array of advanced equipment and instruments shone with the brilliance of technology. The enormous portholes flooded the interior with bright light, rendering the entire space extraordinarily expansive. Wang Lei and another companion could not help but exclaim in admiration. They eagerly began to explore every corner of the battleship. Meanwhile, Li Hao made his way directly to the captain's chair, seated himself, and savored the sensation of commanding this formidable vessel. This battleship was truly magnificent. Chapter 72. Standoff at the Star Harbor of the Imperial capital. After the trio finished their tour of the new battleship, Li Hao promptly notified the officers aboard the Invincible to come to the Star Harbor and take possession of the new vessel. Turning to Murong Shui, Li Hao remarked, "Miss Murong, you are indeed a fortunate lady. It seems that good fortune accompanies beauty. Thus, let us name this battleship Fortuna." Upon hearing this, Murong Shui's face lit up with a shy yet sweet smile as she gently linked her arm with Li Hao's, saying, "Great. Does this mean I can sail through the cosmos aboard this battleship?" At that moment, Li Hao's communicator suddenly rang. He activated it, and an anxious voice emerged. "Commander, we have just received notification from the Star Harbor. They are not permitting us to depart." Furrowing his brow, Li Hao inquired, "Why? Did they provide any reason?" The Star Harbor authorities stated that they received orders from higher-ups, mandating a comprehensive inspection of our battleship before we could leave. "Tell the Star Harbor that they have no authority to inspect our vessel," Li Hao asserted resolutely. However, the Star Harbor's stance was unwavering. They warned that if we refused the inspection and attempted to depart forcibly, they would open fire. Taking a deep breath, Li Hao commanded, "Now I order the Invincible to enter a state of battle readiness. Activate the weapon systems." Upon hearing Li Hao's combat order, Murong Shui immediately grasped his arm, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? Activating systems in the Imperial capital's Star Harbor? Are you trying to get us killed?" "Miss Murong, I am aware that this course of action may lead to trouble. It is evident that the Star Harbor is deliberately creating difficulties for us." Murong Shui bit her lip, recognizing the validity of Li Hao's words. With a resigned sigh, she said, "Please, let's not act impulsively. Let's go over and assess the situation first." Following Li Hao's order, the deputy officer aboard the Invincible immediately sounded the battle alarm, and the crew sprang into action, preparing for combat as the weapon systems were fully activated. As the weapon systems powered up, alarms blared throughout the Star Harbor and indeed across the entire Imperial capital. People gazed skyward in terror, bewildered by the unfolding events. The highest-ranking official in charge of the Star Harbor quickly arrived at the command center to inquire about the situation. The staff reported that the Invincible had activated its weapon systems, and upon hearing this, the official's expression turned grave. He understood that this was a serious incident that required immediate action to ensure the safety of the Star Harbor. "Activate emergency protocols and bolster the Star Harbor's defenses," he commanded. Simultaneously, He ordered that the commander of the Invincible be contacted for clarification. The staff promptly executed the official's orders, reinforcing the defenses of the Star Harbor. Meanwhile, the official managed to reach Li Hao. "Commander Li, I am the highest authority in charge of Star Harbor defense and safety. I would like to know why the Invincible has activated its weapon systems within the harbor?" he inquired. "This, General, it is your personnel who are attempting to forcibly inspect my battleship and apprehend it," Li Hao replied. The official frowned, fully aware that such a situation should not have arisen. "Commander Li, I will investigate this matter. If our personnel are at fault, I shall provide you with an explanation. For now, please deactivate your weapon systems. Otherwise, a grave incident may occur." "Very well, General. I hope you can expedite your investigation," the official said before departing the command center to look into the matter. Upon the official's arrival at the location where the Invincible was docked, he found both parties still in a standoff. Observing the tense situation, a surge of anger welled up within him. He confronted the officers attempting to search the Invincible, demanding, "Who authorized you to conduct a search of the Invincible?" The officers exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. They had merely followed orders from superiors without knowledge of the specific reasons behind them. The official's frustration deepened as he recognized the necessity of uncovering the truth. Otherwise, it could pose a severe threat to the safety of the Star Harbor. "Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions?" he asked sternly. The officers lowered their heads, hesitant to speak. Just then, Chun Hong arrived with a squad of soldiers at the Star Harbor. With an air of arrogance, he addressed Li Hao, stating, "The Imperial Capital Security Command has ordered the immediate search and seizure of the Invincible." Li Hao frowned, perplexed by Chen Hong's sudden appearance and the presence of armed soldiers. "Chen Hong, what is the meaning of this?" he inquired. With a derisive laugh, Chen Hong replied, "Li Hao, do you think you are someone of importance? You are merely a minor commander of a planetary fleet. What right do you have to defy the orders of the Imperial Capital Security Command? I am eager to see what you can do to search my battleship. Invincible, stand by, activate weapon systems, and prepare the mech units for launch." The Star Harbor official quickly intervened, stating, "Commander Li, do not activate the weapon systems. Let us discuss this calmly." Li Hao glared at Chen Hong, his heart brimming with indignation. He understood that Chen Hong was intentionally seeking trouble. Yet he could not allow Chen Hong to prevail. Chen Hong, observing Li Hao's fury, felt a twinge of apprehension himself. If a confrontation erupted, he might not emerge unscathed. "Li Hao, do not think you can intimidate me. I am acting under orders. If you prevent me from conducting a search, you are defying a command. Do you comprehend the repercussions of insubordination?" Li Hao scoffed, "Chen Hong, do not attempt to use orders to pressure me. We all know your true intentions." Chen Hong produced a document and handed it to Li Hao. Li Hao took the document, glanced at it, and then tossed it to the Star Harbor official. "What is this? I cannot comprehend it." The official examined the document and responded, "Commander Li, this is an order from the Imperial Capital Security Command, requiring us to assist Commander Chen Hong in searching the Invincible. This is your matter, and it does not concern me. The Imperial Capital Security Command has no authority to search my battleship." Chen Hong sneered, "Li Hao, you are but a lowly commander of a planetary fleet. How can we lack the authority to search your vessel?" "Chen Hong, intellect serves a purpose, but it appears you are devoid of it. When you sought to inspect my battleship, did you not bother to investigate its status?" The Star Harbor official promptly accessed his terminal to check the information on the Invincible. Upon seeing the details displayed on the screen, his complexion turned ashen. This is impossible," he muttered in disbelief. Chen Hong, observing the official's reaction, felt a surge of satisfaction. What is there to fear from a flagship of a planetary fleet? The Star Harbor official, aghast, announced, "The Invincible is the command flagship of the 13th Legion of the Empire." "We indeed lack the authority to conduct a search." In disbelief, Chen Hong exclaimed, "How can he possibly be the commander of a Legion fleet?" Chapter 73. The Emperor's judgment. At this juncture, officials from the military and the Emperor's personal guards arrived at the Star Harbor. After grasping the situation, the military officials wore grave expressions, expressing strong dissatisfaction with Chen Hong's actions. The Emperor's guards, however, opted for silence, as their duty was to ensure the Emperor's safety, and they were disinclined to involve themselves in such military conflicts. "Chen Hong, do you realize the gravity of your actions?" a general from the military demanded sternly. Chen Hong lowered his head, refraining from speech. He understood that his actions had violated the laws of the Empire. Yet he felt no remorse. You have unilaterally mobilized troops to attack a vessel of the Imperial Legion. This constitutes treason, the general continued to admonish. Chun Hong raised his head, meeting the general's gaze, and retorted, I have not committed treason. I am executing the orders of the Security Command. Producing a document from his pocket, Chun Hong handed it to the general. The general accepted the document and scrutinized it closely. After a moment, his expression darkened further. This order holds no validity. Your Security Command lacks the authority to inspect military vessels. At this moment, one of the Emperor's guards interjected, today's events have escalated considerably. We should proceed to the Imperial Palace for the Emperor to render judgment. The Emperor's guards escorted Li Hao, Chen Hong, and others away from the Star Harbor and towards the palace. Upon arriving, Chun Hong knelt before the Emperor, seeking forgiveness. The Emperor regarded Chen Hong in silence for a long while before finally speaking. Chun Hong, do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? Chun Hong kept his head bowed. Unwilling to respond at that moment, Chun Hong's father and grandfather entered the grand hall, kneeling in supplication before the Emperor. The Emperor continued, your actions have the potential to bring calamity upon the imperial capital. You have violated the laws of the Empire. I should rightfully execute you. However, considering the contributions your family has made to the Empire over the years, I have decided to grant the Chun family an opportunity. The three members of the Chun family raised their heads, gazing at the Emperor with gratitude in their eyes. Are you willing to redeem yourself through merit? The Emperor inquired. Chun Hong promptly nodded, declaring, I am willing, Your Majesty. Very well, I assign you a mission. Your family shall dispatch a fleet led by you, Chen Hong, to the border star systems of the insectoid race to repel their invasion. If you succeed in completing this task, I shall pardon your transgressions. After the Emperor dealt with Chen Hong, he turned to Li Hao and said, Li Hao, you opened the weapon system at the starport in the imperial capital. Do you understand your crime? Li Hao knelt on one knee, lowering his head as he replied, Your Majesty, I acknowledge my wrongdoing, but I was compelled to act as I did. The Emperor fell silent for a moment before responding. Chun Hong has already confessed to his transgressions. Although you acted out of self-preservation, your actions have still contravened the laws of the Empire. Li Hao bowed his head further, stating, I am willing to accept your Majesty's punishment. The Emperor regarded Li Hao and said, Li Hao, you are an officer of the Empire and also my subject. I do not wish to see you err due to a moment's impulse. Therefore, you shall transcribe the Imperial Starport Management Regulations. But remember, do not repeat such mistakes in the future. Li Hao quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. After leaving the palace, the sixth princess approached Li Hao. Her complexion was somewhat pale, and a hint of anxiety flickered in her eyes. Li Hao, are you all right? She asked with concern. Li Hao shook his head, replying, I am well, Your Highness. The sixth princess sighed in relief and said, That is good to hear. I heard about the incident at the starport and was quite worried for you. Li Hao smiled and replied, Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I'm fine now. By the way, Chun Hong has been demoted to the borders, so your marriage should be a thing of the past. The sixth princess gazed at Li Hao and said, Li Hao, thank you. Upon returning to his hotel room, Li Hao intended to rest properly. Reflecting on the day's events, he felt that things had indeed escalated unnecessarily. Lying on his bed, he closed his eyes, wishing to unwind. Just as he was on the verge of drifting into slumber, a sudden knocking at the door startled him awake. Rubbing his eyes, he rose to answer it. To his surprise, it was Morong Shui who stood before him, clad in a flowing white dress, her long hair cascading gracefully. Yet her eyes revealed a trace of weariness. What brings you here? Li Hao asked, somewhat astonished. Morong Shui did not respond to his question but walked straight into the room and seated herself on the sofa. What brings you here? Li Hao inquired, closing the door and approaching her. During the day, you referred to me as the goddess of fortune, and now you act as if you do not recognize me at night? Morong Shui teased playfully. It would not bode well for your reputation, Miss Morong, if others were to discover that we, a solitary man and woman, are sharing a hotel room at this hour. With a light laugh, Morong Shui stepped closer to Li Hao, gently taking his hand and leaning in to say, You truly are a fool. We are not engaged in anything scandalous. Why be afraid? Li Hao gazed at Morong Shui's exquisite face, his heart fluttering, yet he managed to suppress his impulses, stating, Miss Morong, please do not act this way. We cannot proceed like this. Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment crossed Morong Shue's face as she released his hand, saying, Li Hao, do you consider me a frivolous woman? Li Hao quickly shook his head, insisting, No, Miss Morong, you misunderstand. That is not my intention. I simply believe that the disparity in our statuses is too great. I am unworthy of you. Morong Shue chuckled softly. Li Hao, you are mistaken. Status and rank are not the sole measures of compatibility between two individuals. I am aware of my own limitations. I am merely a common orphan. How could I possibly be worthy of someone from a noble family like yours? Morong Shue approached Li Hao, wrapping her arms around him gently, and remarked, Li Hao, you are such a coward. Do you know that? If you do not take the initiative, we may miss our chance at each other once more. Li Hao felt a jolt at her words, looking at Morong Shue in confusion as he asked, Missed our chance? Are you suggesting that we have encountered each other in the past? Morong Shue sighed softly, saying, Li Hao, do you truly not remember our childhood? Furrowing his brow, Li Hao struggled to recall their past. Yet no matter how hard he tried, only vague fragments surfaced, failing to form a complete memory. He helplessly shook his head and said, I truly cannot remember. That a glimmer of disappointment crossed Morong Shue's eyes. But she maintained her smile, saying, It is all right. Perhaps one day, the memories will return to you. The next morning, Li Hao was awakened from his slumber by a series of urgent knocks at the door. Groggy, he rose and opened the door to find the sixth princess standing there, adorned in a resplendent gown, her hair impeccably styled, and a gentle smile gracing her face. Li Hao, why are you still asleep? Come quickly, I have something important to discuss with you. Li Hao looked at her in confusion. Your Highness, what could be so urgent at this hour? The sixth princess smiled mysteriously, saying, Follow me, and you will find out. With no choice but to comply, Li Hao shook his head and followed her outside. They arrived at a luxurious flying carriage, and the sixth princess urged him to board. The carriage glided smoothly as Li Hao gazed curiously out the window, uncertain of where the sixth princess intended to take him. After a while, the carriage came to a halt, and the sixth princess took Li Hao's hand, leading him out. He looked up to find himself in a beautiful garden filled with an array of vibrant flowers, their fragrances intoxicating. In the center of the garden stood a fountain, its crystal-clear waters revealing fish swimming freely. The sixth princess guided Li Hao to the fountain's edge, saying, Today, there is a gathering with some friends, and I wish to introduce you to them. Li Hao nodded, feeling a sense of anticipation. He knew that the sixth princess's friends would likely be of noble birth, and he hoped to seize this opportunity to expand his connections. The sixth princess led him into a palace adjacent to the garden, where a multitude of elegantly dressed individuals were engaged in conversation. They reached a corner, and she said, Li Hao, please wait here for a moment while I greet my friends. As the sixth princess mingled, Li Hao stood quietly observing her and her companions. He noticed that her friends were all young nobles, each exuding charm and sophistication. After a short while, the sixth princess returned, accompanied by a young man. And Li Hao, this is my third brother, the third prince of the empire. Li Hao was momentarily taken aback. He had never heard the sixth princess mention this brother before, and a sense of curiosity arose within him. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure and respectfully greeted the third prince. The third prince appeared to be in his 20s, tall and handsome, with an air of charisma about him. He smiled as he appraised Li Hao and then turned to the sixth princess, saying, Sixth sister, is this the Li Hao you often speak of? He truly is quite a remarkable figure. Li Hao bowed again, saying, I pay my respects to His Highness, the third prince. The third prince waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formality. Li Hao, I have heard of you. My second brother faced a setback at your hands last time. Did he not? Li Hao's heart raced, taken aback by the sudden mention of this incident. He glanced at the sixth princess, who frowned slightly, seemingly surprised as well. Li Hao thought to himself, this matter was in the past. Why would the third prince bring it up again? Was it a veiled attempt at retribution? Steeling himself, he replied, Your Highness, the previous incident was merely a misunderstanding. The second prince is a gentleman. He would not hold a grudge against me for it. The third prince chuckled. Li Hao, there is no need for you to be apprehensive. I was only inquiring casually. I know you are a talented individual and admire your abilities. I merely wish to remind you to tread carefully in this court. Do not offend too many people, lest it bring trouble to the sixth sister. Thank you for the reminder, Your Highness, Li Hao replied. Very well, sixth sister, enjoy yourselves. I have matters to attend to and cannot stay with you." Once the third prince departed, Li Hao was left puzzled, unable to comprehend why the sixth princess had chosen to introduce him to the third prince. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Your Highness, why did you bring me to meet the third prince?" The sixth princess smiled softly. "Li Hao, you need allies in the imperial capital. I hope you will consider serving the third prince." Li Hao furrowed his brow. "Your Highness, I appreciate your concern, but you are mistaken. Our 13th Legion cannot involve itself in matters between princes." The sixth princess's expression shifted slightly as she processed Li Hao's words. She had not anticipated his refusal. After a moment of silence, she said, "Li Hao, you must consider your own future. The third prince is a man of talent. Serving him could illuminate your path ahead." Li Hao shook his head. "Your Highness, the 13th Legion exists to protect the Empire. We cannot engage in the disputes between princes. If I were to align with the third prince, I would be seen as an enemy by the others, which would be detrimental to the Legion." The sixth princess nodded, conceding, "Very well. Since you have made your decision, I will not press you further. But remember, whatever choice you make, I will support you." Grateful, Li Hao met her gaze and said, "Thank you for your understanding and support. Your Highness, I shall take my leave now. This place is not particularly suited for me." After departing from the gathering, Li Hao returned to his hotel to pack his belongings. He informed Wong Lei and the duty personnel of the Fearless and Goddess of Fortune to prepare for departure. Once he had packed his belongings, he left the hotel by car. Upon arriving at Starport, he saw that Wong Lei and the duty personnel of the Fearless and Goddess of Fortune were already waiting for him. "Are we ready?" he inquired. "Everything is in order, just awaiting your command." Wong Lei replied, and Li Hao took a deep breath and said, "All right, let us set forth." The crew boarded the warship, and Li Hao entered the command room. Taking his seat at the helm, he skillfully directed the crew in maneuvering the warship. And with a resounding roar, the Fearless and Goddess of Fortune slowly departed from Starport, venturing into the vast cosmos. Under Li Hao's command, the two warships sped through the universe. The crew on the bridge diligently attended to their duties, closely monitoring various instruments and data displayed on screens. "Commander, we are approaching the Stargate. We will traverse the space corridor and are expected to arrive at the border star system in 3 days." One crew member reported. "Excellent. Remain vigilant and observe the surroundings," Li Hao instructed. 3 days later, they finally arrived at the border star system. Li Hao stood in the command cabin, gazing at the starry sky outside. "Commander, we have reached the border star system. Shall we proceed directly to the Dark Star?" an aide inquired. Chapter 75. Ambush of the Pirate Coalition. After several days of navigation, Li Hao and his crew returned to the starport of the Dark Star, where a rudimentary starport had already taken shape, capable of accommodating several warships. Li Hao disembarked and set his eyes on the starport before him. The rapid pace of its construction exceeded his expectations, significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities at Dark Star and indicating that they could hold their ground here for an extended period. Upon learning of Li Hao's return, Zhang Yu summoned him to the command room of the starport, reporting, "All the warships we captured last time have been repaired." Li Hao nodded, expressing his satisfaction. "Well done. These warships will become a crucial force for our 13th Legion." The two repaired heavy cruiser flagships, Dawn and Light, along with 6 cruisers, and the Goddess of Fortune that I brought back will also be integrated into the Dawn fleet. Hearing Li Hao's words, Zhang Yu felt a surge of pride. He knew that the addition of these warships would greatly strengthen the 13th Legion's fleet, bringing them one step closer to restoration. "Commander, I need to report something. Although we have recently cut off the Pirate Coalition's supply routes to the surrounding star systems, intelligence indicates that the pirates will soon make a significant move." Zhang Yu reported. "I anticipated as much," Li Hao replied with a nod. "The pirates will not easily relinquish their interests. They will undoubtedly devise a counterattack. In that case, you will contact the base star, leaving the Phantom and 4 cruisers behind. The other 6 cruisers will join the Starry subfleet to come to Dark Star." Li Hao commanded. "Understood, Commander. I will arrange it immediately." Zhang Yu saluted. After Zhang Yu left, Li Hao sat in the command chair, lost in thought. This time, Li Hao had mobilized all the main warships of the 13th Legion, preparing to serve the pirates a grand feast. A few days later, the Starry arrived at Dark Star with 10 cruisers. Under Li Hao's orders, the Hero Fleet and the Starry Fleet took positions in the asteroid belt, a crucial route for the surrounding pirates heading to Dark Star, while he led the Dawn Fleet, awaiting the appearance of the Pirate Coalition at the Dark Star starport. Dark Star serves as the main thoroughfare connecting the eastern and western star systems in the endless sea star region. It is surrounded by countless asteroids and small planets, forming a natural barrier that makes it exceedingly difficult for outsiders to bypass this star system. The Dawn fleet arranged itself outside the starport, poised for the appearance of the pirate coalition. Inside the starport, Li Hao sat in the command chair, quietly awaiting. His gaze was resolute and profound, as if contemplating something. Beside him was his staff team, busily analyzing various intelligence reports and data. Suddenly, a staff member rushed over to report, "Commander, we have detected the fleet of the pirate coalition. They are approaching us." Li Hao nodded and said, "Excellent, let us prepare to meet their challenge." Rising from his seat, Li Hao made his way to the command platform. His figure appeared particularly imposing, akin to an insurmountable mountain. Behind him was a bustling scene, as officers prepared for the imminent battle. The fleet of the pirate coalition drew nearer, comprising a mixed force of 3 heavy cruiser flagships, 20 cruisers, and over 100 destroyers. Once the exploratory vessels confirmed their positions, Li Hao commanded, "Dawn Fleet, advance. Once in range, lock all heavy cruiser main guns onto the 2 leading heavy cruiser flagships. Other cruisers, prepare for starshield defense, and the Fearless will lock onto the enemy flagship with its 2 annihilation cannons." Under Li Hao's orders, the Dawn fleet sprang into action. The heavy cruisers within the fleet began adjusting the angles of their main guns, preparing to engage the enemy. Simultaneously, the other cruisers activated their starshield defense systems. Bracing for the enemy's assault, the Fearless represented Li Hao's trump card. Its 2 annihilation cannons possessed immense power, capable of delivering a fatal blow to the enemy flagship. Upon entering range, Li Hao decisively ordered, "Fire." Both annihilation cannons discharged simultaneously, illuminating the battlefield in an instant. The enemy flagship suffered severe damage under the onslaught of the Fearless, with one of the 2 accompanying heavy cruisers exploding from concentrated fire, while the other sustained significant hull damage but was fortunate to survive. The commander of the pirate coalition, observing the situation from the flagship's command room, was momentarily stunned, murmuring, "Why are all the 13th Legion's warships here? Didn't the Firefox say we would strike together?" His heart was filled with confusion and fear. He could not fathom why his allies would suddenly betray him, nor did he know how to respond to the current situation. "Commander, what should we do now?" A staff member inquired. "What else can we do? The main fleet of the 13th Legion is all here waiting for us. We must retreat immediately." The commander snapped back to reality, shouting. Li Hao observed the battlefield. Refraining from ordering a pursuit, merely instructing all warships to engage from a distance. "Commander, why aren't we pursuing?" An aide asked. "To annihilate them." "Who will then inform the pirate coalition?" Li Hao replied enigmatically. "Now, let us pay a visit to Firefox," Li Hao commanded, ordering all warships to advance towards the asteroid belt. As Li Hao repelled the fleet of the pirate coalition, Firecloud, leading the pirate coalition fleet formed with surrounding star system pirates, faced off against the starry fleet in the asteroid belt. However, neither side opened fire. Through the detector, Firecloud observed the fleet of the 13th Legion lurking behind the asteroid belt and remarked, "Why is the fleet of the 13th Legion all over here? Didn't the pirate coalition come to restrain them?" Another pirate leader responded, "I told you long ago that those in the pirate coalition are untrustworthy. Look, they've sold us out." Firecloud's expression darkened. He realized that this operation had already failed. They had initially planned to jointly ambush the 13th Legion alongside the pirate coalition, but now the latter had not appeared, leaving them in a dire predicament. "What now?" a pirate asked. "What else can we do? We must retreat." Firecloud gritted his teeth, knowing that retreat was their only glimmer of hope. If surrounded by the 13th Legion, they would face certain doom. Just as the pirates were about to withdraw, Zhang Yu commanded the fleet not to engage the larger warships, but to randomly fire upon several pirate vessels. Seeing that Zhang Yu's fleet did not pursue, the pirates secretly rejoiced, believing Zhang Yu was afraid of their larger warships. Consequently, they hastened their retreat, attempting to escape the battlefield. Chapter 76. The 13th Legion's insignia after the pirate coalition retreated. Li Hao's fleet arrived. Li Hao ordered the Starry Fleet to continue guarding the asteroid belt, while the Hero Fleet remained at Dark Star for defense. The Dawn Fleet traversed the asteroid belt, heading towards a nearby planet known as Waterblue Star, which housed a secret base of the pirate coalition. This information had been obtained from the fleet commander Li Hao had captured previously in exchange for his freedom. This time, Li Hao gathered all main fleet forces primarily to eradicate this secret base. After several days of navigation, the Dawn fleet finally reached the outskirts of Waterblue Star. Li Hao commanded the fleet to prepare for battle. And under his guidance, the fleet began advancing towards Waterblue Star. Waterblue Star was a beautiful azure planet, predominantly covered by oceans, with only a small portion of land. The secret base of the pirate coalition was concealed within one of the landmasses. Surrounded by dense forests and rugged mountains, making it highly secluded, the fleet gradually approached Waterblue Star. Li Hao utilized the detector to observe the situation on the planet. The pirate coalition had established numerous defensive installations around the base, including missile launch towers, laser cannons, and energy shields. These defenses formed a formidable barrier. Just as Li Hao pondered his strategy, a starship emerged from Waterblue Star, prompting him to order the fleet to remain alert and closely monitor the starship's movements. The starship slowly approached the fleet, and Li Hao noted through the detector that it bore no weaponry, resembling a civilian vessel. At that moment, the starship emitted a signal, requesting to communicate with Li Hao. After a moment's hesitation, Li Hao decided to connect the signal. "Hello, I am the representative of Waterblue Star. We wish to negotiate with you." A voice emanated from the communicator. Li Hao furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why the representative from Waterblue Star sought to negotiate with him. After a moment of silence, he inquired, "What is it that you wish to discuss with me? We are aware that you have come to dismantle the secret base of the Pirate Alliance. However, we implore you to cease your attacks. Why should I halt my offensive? Provide me with a compelling reason to do so." The representative from Waterblue Star offered a faint smile. "We have withdrawn from the Pirate Alliance. You must have received this information from them." Indeed, Waterblue Star was once a covert stronghold for the Pirate Alliance, but we severed ties not long ago. You expect me to believe your words? At that moment, the representative produced a badge and presented it before the camera. Upon seeing it, Li Hao's heart raced. The badge was unmistakably familiar to him. It belonged to the 13th Legion from a decade ago. "This is the insignia of our 13th Legion. What does this signify?" "Commander Li," the representative replied, "this was entrusted to me by our leader, who instructed me to convey to you that we are not adversaries. As for the origins of this badge, she will elaborate when you meet." Li Hao's brow knitted with confusion. He could not fathom the meaning behind the representative's words. Nevertheless, he recognized that this was not the moment to dwell on such uncertainties. He dispatched someone to retrieve the badge, and once it was returned, he summoned several officers from a decade prior to authenticate it. After thorough verification by the senior officers, it was indeed confirmed to be worn by high-ranking generals of their 13th Legion. "Very well, since your leader has made such a claim, I shall accept it for now. However, I expect you to facilitate a meeting with her at the earliest opportunity." "Certainly, Commander Li, I shall arrange for your meeting as soon as possible. However, our leader is currently occupied with pressing matters and is not on Waterblue Star. Would you prefer to wait for her here, or shall I have her come to Dark Star to meet you?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Hao replied, "I can wait here for your leader's return. Once she is back, please inform me." "Understood. I will notify you at the earliest opportunity upon her return." Li Hao stood within the command chamber of the Dawn Fleet, gazing out of the viewport at the resplendent blue orb of Waterblue Star. His heart brimmed with anticipation and curiosity, wondering what manner of person their leader would be, and what outcomes this forthcoming encounter might yield. 2 days later, a radiant light appeared as a spacecraft materialized before the Dawn Fleet. Li Hao felt a sudden tightening in his chest. He understood that the leader of Waterblue Star had finally arrived. The spacecraft glided closer to the fleet before docking alongside it. The hatch opened, and a figure clad in a flowing white robe emerged. Upon closer inspection, Li Hao beheld a young and beautiful woman, her gaze exuding both authority and wisdom. "Xiao Hao, it's been a long time," she greeted with a smile. Li Hao, puzzled, scrutinized the enchanting woman, yet he could not recall ever having met her. He furrowed his brow, striving to unearth any recollection of her from the recesses of his mind. Seemingly aware of his confusion, the woman chuckled softly. "What's the matter? Don't you remember me? We grew up together." After an extended pause of contemplation, Li Hao could only respond, "Do we know each other?" A fleeting shadow of disappointment flickered across the woman's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure and replied, "It's all right. Perhaps time has dulled your memory. Let me show you something that might jog your recollection." She produced a star brain and opened a file containing numerous photographs, all depicting moments from Li Hao's childhood with her. As he perused the images, memories began to resurface, but suddenly a sharp pain struck his head, causing him to lose consciousness. When Li Hao regained awareness, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. He surveyed his surroundings. Noting the sterile white walls and medical apparatus, realizing he was in the infirmary. "You're finally awake?" he heard as he turned to see the woman seated beside him, her expression filled with concern. "How did I end up here?" "You fainted unexpectedly, and I brought you to the infirmary." The doctor mentioned that seeing those photographs may have triggered some memory issues, necessitating a period of rest. She explained. "Those photographs," Li Hao murmured in a sudden flash of recognition. He realized that the woman before him was his childhood neighbor, Lin Xiao, who had always cared for him like an elder sister. "Lin Jia, you're alive. Why didn't you come find me? How did you survive?" Lin Xiao smiled gently at Li Hao, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. With a soft sigh, she replied, "Xiao Hao, it brings me immense joy to see you again. After the Great War, my father arranged for me to stay on Water Blue Star, and I've lived here ever since. I've searched for you all these years, but I could find no trace of you." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Li Hao was overwhelmed by a torrent of mixed emotions. He understood that she had endured much hardship over the years, yet she had remained steadfast. "Lin Jia, how have you fared during these years?" "I've managed well enough, though I've been deeply worried about you. I've sought news of you everywhere, and thank the heavens you are safe. By the way, it seems you have fallen into a trap set by the Pirate Alliance. They aim to use you to eliminate you." Li Hao was taken aback, a jolt of shock coursing through him as he realized the treachery of the Pirate Alliance. "Why would they do such a thing?" Lin Xiao sighed in resignation. "Not long ago, I led the Black Rose Pirate Group in severing ties with the Pirate Alliance. They intend to exploit your unfamiliarity with them to lure you into exterminating us." "You are part of the Black Rose Pirate Group? How did you come to be a pirate?" Li Hao exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Lin Xiao gave a bittersweet smile. "After drifting on the endless sea for so many years, if I hadn't joined a pirate crew, I wouldn't have survived to this day. Then it was you who thwarted their retaliation when I decimated the Black Rose Pirate Group's fleet." Lin Xiao nodded. "Many sought to avenge you, but I intervened. I couldn't bear the thought of you being harmed. Later, upon learning that you were reconstituting the 13th Legion, I resolved to depart from the Pirate Alliance and return to Waterblue Star to await your arrival, knowing you would eventually come." Hearing Lin Xiao's words, warmth surged within Li Hao. He realized she had always cared for him, even willing to oppose the Pirate Alliance on his behalf. "Lin Jia?" "Thank you." Lin Xiao smiled softly. "You're my brother. It's only natural for me to act in such a manner. Now, rest well. I'll handle the subsequent arrangements, and we can talk more later." In the conference room of the Pirate Alliance, the atmosphere was tense and fraught with unease. The fleet commander returned to the Alliance star with a dark expression, his words striking like a thunderclap within the chamber. "We've been deceived by Hui Yun. We faced the entire main force of the 13th Legion lying in ambush on Dark Star." His voice was filled with anger and helplessness, prompting a cacophony of disbelief among the attendees. They had never anticipated that Hui Yun would betray them, collaborating with the 13th Legion to orchestrate this trap. "That traitor Hui Yun! How could he do this to us?" one pirate leader exclaimed. Slamming his fist on the table, "We cannot let him go unpunished. He must pay the price." Another leader echoed vehemently. The room erupted into a chorus of outrage, each voice expressing indignation and disappointment at Hui Yun's treachery. "Silence!" The leader of the Pirate Alliance finally spoke, asserting authority over the chaos. "This is not the time for quarrels. We must calmly analyze the current situation." His words gradually quelled the uproar, drawing the eyes of all present toward him, awaiting his guidance. "Our situation is dire," the leader continued slowly. "What news do we have from Waterblue Star? Has the 13th Legion eliminated the Black Rose Pirates?" A mysterious voice interjected. "The 13th Legion has arrived at Waterblue Star. However, they have not attacked, merely hovering above its atmosphere." "What is happening? Did you not say the 13th Legion would definitely strike to destroy them?" the leader queried, irritation evident in his tone. The mysterious figure frowned. "I cannot explain it. According to the plan, the 13th Legion was supposed to launch an assault on Waterblue Star. What shall we do now? Does this mean our plans are doomed?" another voice asked anxiously. "Do not panic," the mysterious figure replied after a moment of contemplation. "Let us observe the situation further. Perhaps the 13th Legion has some other strategy in mind. After several days of recuperation, Li Hao sought out Lin Xiao on Water Blue Star and asked, Lin Jia, what are your plans for the future? Are you considering returning to the 13th Legion with me? Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before responding, Xiao Hao, I believe I shall remain on Water Blue Star. We are pirates, and returning with you may not be appropriate. Li Hao was taken aback. He had not anticipated Lin Xiao would decline his invitation. Why not? Lin Jia, within the 13th Legion, you would have better opportunities for advancement. And Water Blue Star's position is not conducive to defense. Please, come back with me. After careful consideration, Lin Xiao ultimately decided to heed Li Hao's counsel and lead the members of the Black Rose Pirate Group to join the 13th Legion. Lin Xiao led Li Hao to meet the core members of the Black Rose Pirate Group, introducing him to the current state of the organization. At this moment, the Black Rose Pirate Group still possessed 3 heavy cruiser flagships, 30 cruisers, and over 100 destroyers, with a pirate membership nearing 20,000. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's introduction, Li Hao couldn't help but marvel internally. Such a formidable fleet and numerous members were ample proof of the Black Rose Pirate Group's strength and influence in this vast universe. Lin Jia, your fleet is indeed impressive. However, in terms of equipment and training, I fear there is still much room for improvement, Li Hao candidly remarked. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement, fully aware of her pirate group's shortcomings in these areas. Xiao Hao, we have officially joined the 13th Legion starting today. You are now the fleet commander, and from now on, we shall follow your lead. Lin Jia, thank you for your trust. I will do my utmost to guide the fleet towards a more glorious future. Li Hao responded. He named the 3 heavy cruiser flagships Queen, Rose, and Aqua Blue, equipping them with 30 cruisers, while the remaining destroyers were all assigned to the Planetary Defense Force. The Black Rose Pirate Group was subsequently restructured into the 13th Legion Black Rose Fleet. After several days of reorganization, Lin Xiao and her team loaded the defensive equipment and supplies from the Aqua Blue Star base onto the warships, preparing to return to the Dark Star with Li Hao. Once everything was in order, Li Hao and Lin Xiao stood together in the command cabin of the flagship Queen, gazing out at the boundless starry sky. Lin Jia, would you like to return to Imperial Capital Star to see your family first? He inquired. Your memory has indeed returned, Lin Xiao gently nodded, acknowledging that there were matters requiring their attention back home. Sister, what exactly do we need to resolve? Li Hao furrowed his brow. Although his memory had been restored, there were still many things he was unaware of. After a brief silence, Lin Xiao slowly replied, Let us first return to the Dark Star. I will elaborate on everything once we arrive. Under Li Hao's command, the fleet gradually set sail towards the Dark Star. Chapter 78. The Dilemma of the Laser Main Cannon. After several days of travel, Li Hao led the enormous fleet composed of the Dawn Fleet and the Black Rose Fleet to the starport of the Dark Star. However, due to the limited capacity of the starport, it was unable to accommodate such a multitude of warships simultaneously. Consequently, the ships laden with supplies had to queue outside the starport to unload. Li Hao and Lin Xiao took a shuttle to the starport surface. When Lin Xiao reunited with Zhang Yu and other veterans of the 13th Legion, tears of excitement glimmered in their eyes. Lin Xiao, you are alive. Welcome back, Zhang Yu exclaimed, embracing her tightly, his voice choked with emotion. Zhang Yu, I have returned. Thank you for taking care of Xiao Hao, Lin Xiao replied, embracing him back, tears streaming down her cheeks. Other veterans of the 13th Legion surrounded Lin Xiao, holding her hands and chatting incessantly. Looking at these familiar faces, Lin Xiao felt overwhelmed with emotion, knowing that these elders were her family, the closest people in this world to her. Everyone, let us not stand around. Let us find a place to sit down and talk at our leisure. The group nodded and followed Li Hao to the Starport Command Center. Once seated, they began recounting their experiences over the years. After their discussion, Lin Xiao approached Zhang Yu. You haven't mentioned Xiao Hao's identity to him, have you? Zhang Yu paused, then shook his head. No, I never had the chance to tell him. Lin Xiao nodded, that's good. I believe it's best to wait until the time is right to reveal it to him. Zhang Yu sighed. Indeed, I too feel that the moment is not yet appropriate. However, they will find out sooner or later. Lin Xiao remained silent for a moment before speaking. I know, but I hope to delay that revelation as long as possible, allowing him to grow stronger first. With the arrival of the Black Rose Fleet at the Dark Star, the Pirate Alliance soon received word of the Black Roses joining the 13th Legion. This news was akin to a boulder dropped into a serene lake, sending ripples of shock and anger throughout the entire Pirate Alliance. The leaders of the Pirate Alliance immediately convened an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures. The addition of the Black Rose fleet significantly bolstered the 13th Legion's power, posing a tremendous threat to the Pirate Alliance. Black Rose, the traitor. She has betrayed us and allied with the 13th Legion. One pirate leader slammed the table in fury. We cannot sit idly by. We must take action to thwart the union of Black Rose and the 13th Legion. Another leader asserted, "It's too late to stop it. I just received intelligence indicating that Black Rose was originally one of the 13th Legion," a pirate leader disclosed. What? Black Rose was originally one of the 13th Legion? Another leader gasped in disbelief. How can this be? Hasn't she always been part of the Pirate Alliance? This is true. I just received credible information. It is said that Black Rose has been gathering intelligence within the Pirate Alliance all these years. Waiting for the opportunity to return to the 13th Legion, the first pirate leader continued. One pirate leader, incredulous, remarked, "We always believed Black Rose was our ally. Yet she was actually one of the 13th Legion." At this point, it is too late to discuss this further, another leader interjected. We must devise a strategy to confront the current situation. For now, let us avoid conflict with the 13th Legion. We should focus on strengthening our own power. Small-scale attacks can no longer hinder the development of the 13th Legion, the pirate lord lamented. His words cast a pall of silence over the gathered pirate leaders, all too aware that the 13th Legion was growing increasingly powerful. Continuing to engage in conflict would only lead to greater losses on their part in the days that followed. Although there were no large-scale confrontations between the Pirate Alliance and the 13th Legion, sporadic small-scale skirmishes occurred during patrols as both sides tested each other's weaknesses. After a period of adjustment and reorganization, the Black Rose fleet finally became familiar with the operational framework of the 13th Legion. The warships of the Black Rose fleet were repaired and modified, and the soldiers' mechs were all replaced with the standard models of the 13th Legion. When Lin Xiao checked the warships, she discovered that many of them still had not replaced their main weapon systems. So she approached Li Hao for clarification. "Xiao Hao, why are there still so many warships whose main weapon systems have not been replaced?" Lin Xiao inquired, puzzled. "Lin Jia, as you know, the Empire maintains strict control over laser main cannons, and we currently lack access to the necessary channels." Li Hao explained that we are making every effort to replace them, but it will require some time. Initially, we hope to obtain the schematics for the laser main cannon and produce them ourselves. But despite extensive inquiries, we have not received any relevant information. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, Lin Xiao furrowed her brow. She understood that the main weapon system was the core of a warship, and failing to replace it would significantly diminish the fleet's combat capability. Then why not purchase them from the Empire's manufacturing enterprises? Li Hao chuckled and shook his head. We have communicated with them long ago. The Empire's annual quotas are limited, and without the necessary approvals, they are unwilling to accept our orders. This is indeed a troublesome matter. Your current influence within the military is insufficient to obtain the required approvals. Such production technologies are controlled by the prominent families in the imperial capital. You have no connections with these manufacturing enterprises, and they will not produce for you privately, Li Hao conceded with a nod, acknowledging the stark difference between himself as a commoner and the noble families. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao proposed, "Let us return to the imperial capital and see if we can resolve the issue of the laser main cannons." Li Hao and Lin Xiao boarded their warship, and after several days of travel, they finally returned to imperial capital Star. Upon their arrival from the starport to the surface, they were immediately enveloped by the vibrancy and bustle of the imperial capital. Lin Xiao gazed at the familiar streets and buildings, her heart filled with nostalgia. Having been away from imperial capital Star for quite some time, everything here felt endearing and warm. "Let us find a hotel to settle down in first, and then we can seek out the enterprises capable of producing laser main cannons," she suggested. "You follow me. Forget about hotels." Lin Xiao led him to a quaint, traditional residence. Li Hao looked at the plaque at the entrance reading Lin Residence. He was puzzled as to why they were visiting this place. Sensing his confusion, Lin Xiao explained, "The Lin family in imperial capital is a prominent family known for manufacturing warships and weaponry for the Empire." Chapter 79. The Lin family and Lin Zhentian. Upon their arrival at the entrance, they had the gatekeeper announce their presence before entering the Lin family residence. Soon as they stepped inside, Li Hao was awestruck by the grandeur of the estate. Pavilions and towers, rockeries and water features were harmoniously arranged throughout the spacious courtyard, exemplifying the Lin family's nobility and prestige. Following the stone-paved pathway, they passed through several archways until they finally reached the main hall. An elderly gentleman, vigorous and sharp-eyed, was seated in a grand chair, observing them intently. Lin Xiao hurried forward and respectfully greeted, "Grandfather, I have returned." At that moment, Li Hao realized that Lin Zhentian was Lin Zhao's grandfather, and he couldn't help but be even more astonished by Lin Zhao's lineage. Lin Zhentian nodded slightly, a smile of joy gracing his face. "Xiao heir, you have finally returned. It has been 10 years. You have grown into a fine young lady. Come here and let this old man have a good look at you." Lin Xiao approached Lin Zhentian, who scrutinized her closely, his eyes filled with affection. "You've grown taller and more beautiful," Lin Zhentian remarked with satisfaction. "These years have been tough for you outside." Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Lin Xiao felt a pang in her heart, and tears nearly brimmed in her eyes. She recalled the hardships and loneliness she had faced over the years, as well as her grandfather's longing and concern for her. "Grandfather, I am not suffering. As long as you are in good health, I am content," Lin Xiao said, forcing a smile through her tears. Lin Zhentian nodded. Taking Lin Zhao's hand and sitting down, he gazed at her, his eyes filled with warmth and reminiscence. "Xiao, do you know? I have been thinking of you all these years. When I heard you were alive, I longed to bring you back, that I truly feared you were not faring well out there. That you might have suffered injustice," Lin Zhentian expressed. Lin Xiao shook her head, replying, "Grandfather, please do not say that. I know you mean well, but my father's last wish was for me to wait for the 13th Corps to return." After their conversation, Lin Zhentian noticed Li Hao standing nearby and smiled, asking, "And who might this be, Grandfather? You don't recognize him." "This is Xiao Hao," Lin Xiao replied. Lin Zhentian examined Li Hao closely, a flicker of confusion crossing his face before realization dawned. "Ah, it's Xiao Hao. You've grown so much that even I don't recognize you. Where have you been all these years? After the Great War, I heard that your parents had perished. I sent people to retrieve you, but those who returned said they could not find you. Later, I dispatched others to search for your whereabouts." Hearing Lin Zhentian's words, Li Hao felt a wave of emotion wash over him, tears nearly welling in his eyes. He recalled the devastating battle from years ago, the tragic death of his parents, and the hardships and isolation he had endured since. "Grandfather Lin, when the military sent someone to inform me, I fainted upon learning of my parents' demise. When I regained consciousness, I was taken to the Royal Academy of the Imperial Capital Star, where I lived until graduation." Lin Zhentian, upon hearing Li Hao's account, felt a lump in his throat, tears threatening to spill. He remembered the terrible battle, the loss of Li Hao's parents, and his own yearning for Li Hao over the years. Yet, he was perplexed as to why the military had taken Li Hao away and why they had failed to locate him all those years, only to discover he had been at the Royal Academy. Suddenly, he murmured, "The Royal Academy, the Royal Academy. Could it be His Majesty? It must be him. Xiao Hao, how have you fared at the Royal Academy of the Imperial Capital Star these past years? Have you encountered any injustices?" Lin Zhentian inquired with genuine concern. "Rest assured, Grandfather, I have been quite well at the Royal Academy," Li Hao replied at that moment. Lin Xiao interjected, "Grandfather, this lad is doing splendidly. He is now a fleet commander at the 13th Corps. He just entered the Endless Sea and captured one of my heavy cruisers along with 4 other cruisers." Lin Zhentian's eyes widened in surprise before he burst into hearty laughter. "Excellent, excellent. A tiger father does not beget a dog son. You have truly excelled." Li Hao chuckled awkwardly. "That was merely Lin Jia being lenient with me. If it were any other pirate group, I would likely have met my end." Lin Zhentian waved his hand, saying, "Xiao heir, you need not be modest. This is all the result of your own hard work. I have also heard about the 13th Corps. I did not realize you were the current commander. However, now that you are a fleet commander, the burden of rebuilding the 13th Corps rests heavily upon your shoulders." After their pleasant chat, Lin Zhentian warmly invited Li Hao and Lin Xiao to stay at his home. Lin Xiao returned to her room from 10 years ago, filled with childhood memories, while Li Hao was assigned to a guest room. Though simply furnished with a bed, a table, and a chair, the room was immaculate and orderly. As Li Hao entered, a refreshing scent greeted him. He gently closed the door, set his belongings aside, and sat on the bed, savoring the tranquility. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting warm patches of light across the room, making him feel particularly comfortable. Before he knew it, Li Hao had fallen asleep. When he awoke, it was already evening. He emerged from his room and found Lin Zhentian and Lin Xiao engaged in conversation. Upon seeing Li Hao awake, Lin Zhentian smiled and said, "Xiao heir, you're awake? Come, dinner is ready." We've prepared a feast. Li Hao nodded and took a seat at the dining table, which was laden with a sumptuous array of dishes: fish, meat, vegetables, fruits, and a steaming bowl of soup. At tea that moment, Lin Warner, sitting opposite, looked astonished upon seeing Li Hao and exclaimed, "What are you doing here?" Lin Xiao glanced at the two and asked, "Do you two know each other?" Lin Juntian looked at them with curiosity and said with a smile, "Warner, this is your brother Li Hao, the son of your uncle Li, whom we have been searching for nearly a decade." Hearing her grandfather's words, Lin Warner expressed her surprise. She scrutinized Li Hao closely, a mix of confusion and delight flickering in her eyes. Regaining her composure, Lin Warner smiled and said, "So it's brother Li Hao. Long time no see. We didn't get a chance to converse properly at the last banquet. How wonderful it is that the most sought-after young star in the military is my brother Li Hao." Lin Juntian, observing Lin Warner's expression, felt a twinge of concern that she might cause trouble for Li Hao, so he admonished, "Child, what are you saying? Your brother Li Hao and your sister have just returned to the imperial capital. Don't create any trouble for them." Lin Warner pouted at Lin Juntian's words, replying, "Grandfather, why are you so anxious? Besides, brother Li Hao is not one to shy away from trouble. Wasn't it brother Li Hao who dealt with Chun Hong from the Qin family? Who pursued the sixth princess, sending him to the frontier to battle the insect tribe?" Lin Juntian furrowed his brow at her words and said, "Warner, how can you say that? Qin Hong was sent to the frontier due to his own mistakes. It has nothing to do with your brother Li Hao." Lin Warner retorted, "Grandfather, everyone is saying that. Clearly, brother Li Hao helped the sixth princess, and you still refuse to acknowledge it." Chapter 80. The conflict at the graduation ceremony. Lin Juntian sighed helplessly, saying, "Warner, you do not understand. This matter is not so simple. Chun Hong is the legitimate son of the Qin family, and his exile to the frontier will not be taken lightly by them. In the future, when people speak of this, do not let it reflect on your brother Li Hao." Although Lin Warner felt somewhat dissatisfied with her grandfather's words, she obediently nodded, saying, "I understand, grandfather. I will not cause trouble for brother Li Hao." Observing this exchange, Li Hao felt a deep warmth in his heart. He knew that Lin Juntian genuinely cared for him, and Lin Warner was a kind and lovely girl. After returning to his room, Li Hao lay on the bed, unable to sleep for a long time. The next morning, he rose early and went to the yard to exercise. At that moment, Lin Warner also came out into the yard. Seeing Li Hao working out, she felt a surge of curiosity. She approached him and asked, "Brother Li Hao, do you have any plans today?" Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Li Hao looked at Lin Warner and smiled. "I have no plans today. Do you have something in mind?" Lin Warner, somewhat shy, replied, "Today is my graduation ceremony, and I would like to invite you to attend with me." Li Hao was taken aback. He had not realized it was Lin Warner's graduation day. With a smile, he said, "Of course, I would be delighted to attend your graduation ceremony." Upon hearing Li Hao's agreement, Lin Warner beamed with joy. "Then please wait for me a moment. I will go change into something nice." With that, Lin Warner dashed back to her room. A short while later, she emerged in a beautiful dress. Li Hao's eyes lit up at the sight of her. She wore a white dress adorned with a few small flowers, exuding freshness and charm. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, revealing her fair neck, and she radiated youthful energy. Li Hao smiled, "Warner, you look truly beautiful today." Lin Warner blushed at the compliment, replying, "Thank you, brother Li Hao. Shall we go?" Li Hao nodded, and together they stepped out of the house. They arrived at the graduation ceremony venue, where a crowd had already gathered. As they entered to find a place, they encountered the sixth princess. Upon seeing Li Hao and Lin Warner together, the sixth princess felt a pang of jealousy. She approached Li Hao and asked, "Li Hao, what brings you here?" "I just returned to the imperial capital yesterday and came to attend Warner's graduation ceremony," Li Hao replied. The sixth princess felt even more envious at his words. "Warner, since when did you two become so close? You've only met once, haven't you?" Lin Warner hurriedly interjected, "Your Highness, please don't misunderstand. Our families have been friends for generations. I was unaware of this until yesterday when brother Li Hao and my sister returned. Today is my graduation ceremony, and I invited him to attend. I didn't expect to run into you here." The sixth princess felt increasingly uncomfortable upon hearing Lin Warner's explanation. She perceived Lin Warner, with her beauty and intelligence, as a threat. Looking at Lin Warner, a glimmer of hostility crossed her eyes as she said, "Oh, I see. I thought you two had some special relationship, but as a girl, how can you casually invite a man to your graduation ceremony?" Are you not aware that this might lead to misunderstandings? Li Hao discerned the hostility emanating from the sixth princess. Enough. There are so many people here. Let us hasten inside. After the graduation ceremony, I shall explain everything to you. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, the sixth princess became even more incensed. She felt that Li Hao was merely brushing her off, showing no genuine desire to clarify matters with her. With a fierce tone, she retorted, Li Hao, you had better provide me with a satisfactory explanation later. Otherwise, I shall ensure you do not have it easy. The trio entered the venue, and after Li Hao took his seat, the two ladies positioned themselves beside him, accentuating his prominence. With a hint of exasperation, Li Hao remarked, My esteemed ladies, is your seating arrangement intended to provoke envy towards me? No sooner had he spoken than he sensed two piercing gazes fixated upon him. Their actions captured the attention of those present, with many speculating about the identity of the officer seated in the middle. Flanked by two illustrious beauties from the imperial capital, some secretly conjectured that this young officer might be a scion from a powerful family. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Li Hao exhibited unflappable composure. His gaze resolute and self-assured, emanating an innate authority. At that moment, a young man clad in an opulent attire approached them, a smile gracing his face. Your Highness, how could one of your stature occupy such a seat? He continued, as a planetary-level military officer, do you not comprehend the esteemed position of a princess? How dare you sit in the center, unaware that this is the imperial capital? Li Hao frowned, disliking the young man's tone but responding politely. I am well aware of your Highness's esteemed status, yet I am a friend of the princess. There is nothing inappropriate about our seating arrangement. The young man let out a cold laugh. Saying friend? Who do you think you are? You are but a mere planetary-level officer, unworthy of friendship with the princess. Lin Wanner, upon hearing the young man's words, turned pale and interjected, Enough, Zhang Hai, do not go too far. Li Hao is my friend, and I will not permit you to insult him. The sixth princess cast a glance at Zhang Hai. Who are you to dictate whom I sit with? Besides, you, who have yet to graduate, will only be a major after graduation. Shouldn't you address a colonel as sir? As soon as the sixth princess finished speaking, Zhang Hai's expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated the sixth princess would so publicly humiliate him. Suppressing his fury, he replied, Your Highness, I am Zhang Hai of the Zhang family. I am merely concerned for you, fearing you might be harmed. How can a planetary-level fleet colonel compare with us? He might at best command a destroyer. The sixth princess scoffed, Zhang Hai, who do you think you are? What gives you the right to judge others? Li Hao is my friend. He is an exceptional soldier who has made significant contributions to the empire. He far surpasses you. Zhang Hai's expression grew even more sullen as he retorted, Your Highness, do not be deceived by his exterior. He is merely a pauper without any background or influence. His promotion to colonel is solely due to your connections. Chapter 81. The conflict between Zhang Hai and Li Hao. Upon hearing Zhang Hai's words, the sixth princess's countenance turned frigid. Angrily, she declared, Zhang Hai, you have gone too far. Li Hao earned his rank of colonel through his own hard work and talent, having rendered great service to the empire. What right do you have to slander him? However, Zhang Hai remained unfazed, coldly stating, Your Highness, you are too naive in this world. Without background and influence, it is impossible to rise above the rest. Li Hao is merely fortunate to have encountered you, leading to his current status. The sixth princess trembled with fury, pointing at Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai, you have disappointed me greatly. I always believed you to be a person of responsibility and integrity. Yet you have revealed yourself to be selfish and narrow-minded. With that, the sixth princess took Li Hao's hand and turned to leave. Zhang Hai watched their retreating figures, feeling no regret for his assessment of Li Hao. To him, Li Hao was merely a lowly commoner, unworthy of the sixth princess's attention, much less participation in their graduation ceremony. After the graduation ceremony concluded, Zhang Hai returned home. Noticing his son's grim expression, Zhang Yuxian, his father, inquired, Zhang Hai, what has transpired? Zhang Hai recounted the events to his father, who pondered for a moment and said, Son, you mean to say that the young man seated with the sixth princess was a colonel in black military attire? Accompanied by Lin Wanner from the Lin family? Zhang Hai nodded, Yes, father. Moreover, it seems the sixth princess has a favorable disposition toward him, even confronting me over him. Zhang Yuxian furrowed his brow. What is the background of this colonel? How could he captivate the sixth princess's attention to such an extent? At that moment, Zhang Hai's elder brother, Zhang Chong, approached and overheard their conversation. Zhang Hai, must you stir up trouble even at a graduation ceremony? Do you not wish to graduate properly? Zhang Hai felt a twinge of anxiety as his elder brother approached, knowing his brother held high expectations of him and would likely scold him again. Brother, I did not cause trouble. That colonel provoked me first. Zhang Hai defended himself. Zhang Yuxian, puzzled, asked, Zhang Chong, what is happening here? You dare to retort. Do you even know who that colonel is? You should not provoke someone without knowing their background. Zhang Chong exclaimed in anger. What of a mere colonel? You are already a mid-level officer. I am not afraid, Zhang Hai retorted defiantly. Not afraid? Who do you think you are? You are just a minor scion of the Zhang family. What power do you possess to contend with him? Enough, both of you. What is the matter? Who is this colonel? Zhang Yuxian urgently questioned. Zhang Chong took a deep breath to calm himself and replied. Father, he is the fleet commander of the 13th Legion, praised by His Majesty as a future star. He is also the most likely candidate among our young generation to be promoted to Brigadier General first. And he is highly likely to become the commander of the 13th Legion. Zhang Yuxian's brow knitted in concern as he gazed at his son. From whom did you hear this news? Is the 13th Legion not associated with the Li family? Hasn't the Li family withdrawn from military affairs? I do not know if he is a member of the Li family, but he is currently the highest commander of the 13th Legion in the Endless Sea Star domain. According to intelligence reports, the 13th Legion has restored more than 3 standard fleets. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuxian's expression grew grave. He was aware that the 13th Legion was the foundation of the Li family's rise, once boasting a glorious history in the military. Now that the 13th Legion had restored more than 3 standard fleets, it signified the resurgence of the Li family's influence. Are you certain this information is reliable? Zhang Yuxian asked. Zhang Chong nodded. The information comes from the Military Intelligence Department. It should be accurate. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Yuxian said, if this news is true, then the Li family's power is on the rise again. We must reassess our relationship with them. At this moment, Zhang Hai interjected, brother, did I really cause trouble this time? While the Zhang family deliberated over this matter, Li Hao, the 6th princess, and Lin Wanner arrived at a private dining room in a restaurant. The 6th princess gazed at Li Hao, her eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation, eager to learn how he would explain himself. Speak. Why did you not come to find me upon your return? Last time, you left in such haste without a word. Your Highness, there was an urgent mission that required my immediate attention, and I had to depart quickly, and my return this time is also for official business concerning the 13th Legion. Li Hao explained. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, a flicker of disappointment crossed the 6th princess's eyes. Could you not have informed me in advance? Do you have any idea how worried I was about you? Li Hao lowered his gaze, unable to meet the 6th princess's eyes. He was acutely aware that his actions had caused her distress, yet he was at a loss for how to remedy the situation. Your Highness, I acknowledge my mistake, and I shall be more mindful in the future. The 6th princess regarded Li Hao, her anger gradually dissipating. She recognized that Li Hao was fundamentally a good person, albeit sometimes inconsiderate of others' feelings. Very well, I forgive you. But you must promise me to inform me of any matters in advance from now on. After their meal, Li Hao escorted the princess back to the palace before returning to the Lin residence with Lin Wanner. Before parting ways, the princess warned Li Hao to behave himself at the Lin estate. On their way back, Lin Wanner teasingly remarked, Li Hao, if the princess discovers you are staying at my home, how do you think she will react? Li Hao felt a pang of anxiety at Lin Wanner's words. He understood the princess harbored feelings for him, but he was also acutely aware of her identity and status. He did not wish to bring any trouble upon her. Wanner, do not speak nonsense. The princess is a reasonable person. She would not be upset over such trivial matters. Li Hao, do not deceive me. I can see the princess's feelings for you. Wanner, do not overthink this. The princess's concern for me is merely that of a friend. Li Hao, stop being stubborn. The princess's feelings for you are far more than mere friendship. Wanner, please, let us not discuss this further. I do not wish to continue this topic. Upon returning to the Lin residence, Li Hao and Lin Wanner each retreated to their respective chambers. Li Hao pondered the urgency of addressing the matter of the laser main cannon before heading back to the Endless Sea. Consequently, he initiated a communication with Lin Xiao. Sister Lin, have you discussed the laser main cannon with the old man? Lin Xiao's response was almost instantaneous, as if she had anticipated Li Hao's call. With a smile, she replied, Li Hao, why are you in such a hurry? I have already spoken to the old man about it. You needn't concern yourself with the blueprints. He will devise a solution for our Legion's laser main cannon. All right, sister, please extend my gratitude to the old man. Did you accompany Warner to her graduation ceremony today? How did it go? Would you like me to accompany you to the Li family during your return to the Imperial Capital Star? I am not inclined to entangle myself with them just yet. After all these years, I have managed on my own. Let's return once we have resolved matters in the Imperial Capital. Well, if you prefer not to go, then don't. We shall return after the first batch of laser main cannons is ready. For now, take the opportunity to rest at the Lin residence. Upon concluding the call, Li Hao fell into a contemplative silence. Although he had regained a portion of his memories, there remained many uncertainties. Thus, he was not yet ready to reconnect with his family. The following day, Li Hao reclined on a sunlit chaise lounge in a pavilion at the Lin residence. Lin Warner approached and gently seated herself beside him, gazing at his profile. Brother Li Hao, I heard that your graduation ship is a magnificent destroyer. Might I borrow it for a while? Isn't it your own graduation ship? There is an event in the next couple of days, a graduation ship review ceremony for this year's graduates. I heard that His Majesty the Emperor will also attend. If we perform well, there may be substantial rewards, and if we catch the eye of the right people, we might even enter the Royal Legion. Lin Warner exclaimed with excitement. A graduation ship review ceremony? They are going all out this year. Li Hao expressed his interest, noting the Emperor's participation. Indeed, Brother Li Hao, would you like to accompany me to see it? Lin Warner looked at him with eager anticipation. Li Hao hesitated. I think I shall refrain from attending. Moreover, I doubt my warship would be selected for the Royal Legion. Oh, Lin Warner's disappointment was palpable. Why wouldn't it be chosen? This ship is already registered under the 13th Legion. Do you think His Majesty would select a ship that already bears the insignia of a regional legion? Upon hearing this, Lin Warner's disappointment deepened. She had originally believed she had a chance to enter the Royal Legion and fulfill her dream, only to find herself thwarted by the issue of the warship. I must at least give it a try. Otherwise, I won't be able to accept it, Lin Warner declared stubbornly. Li Hao, noticing her crestfallen expression, suggested, if you truly wish to go, take your sister along. The trio arrived at the docking area of the starport's Invincible. Lin Warner gazed at the enormous Invincible and asked, Brother Li Hao, are you certain this is a destroyer? It seems larger than others' heavy cruisers. Li Hao fabricated a tale at that time. Your brother lacked the funds to purchase a new warship, so he acquired an antique transport ship and modified it. Lin Xiao, aware of Li Hao's ruse, interjected, hurry aboard. It's merely a transport vessel that has been illegally modified into a warship. I wonder how the auditors allowed you to pass. Li Hao smiled but remained silent. The three boarded the Invincible, and Li Hao commanded the ship to set sail, to which the crew promptly complied. As Lin Warner observed the professionals at work on the bridge. She was overwhelmed with emotion. She had once dreamed of working on such a formidable vessel but had never realized that dream. Now, she finally had the opportunity to step aboard the Invincible, albeit as a guest, which brought her immense satisfaction. After a period of sailing, they arrived at the venue for the ship review ceremony. Battleships were lined up neatly, prepared to navigate through the review area. His Majesty the Emperor and senior military officials had already taken their positions on the stage, seated in a specially designed chamber, their eyes fixated on the ships as they passed through the designated route. A professional commentator was providing detailed insights into the experiences of the graduating class and the specifics of each warship. The commentator's voice was clear and powerful, vividly describing the characteristics and advantages of each vessel, thereby enhancing the audience's understanding. As the review ceremony progressed, one warship after another sailed through the venue. When the Invincible entered the arena, a buzz of excitement ensued among the spectators. Whispers circulated, speculating about the identity of the young lord whose graduation ship was a flagship. Some conjectured that he might be a scion of a powerful family, leveraging his family's influence to command such a vessel. On the stage, the emperor and military officials were taken aback by the appearance of the Invincible. They engaged in hushed discussions regarding the young man's identity and background. The emperor's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure evident. As the ruler of the empire, he could not tolerate any noble offspring flaunting their family's power. Investigate the ownership of this warship, the emperor decreed. The military officials immediately set about the task of uncovering the Invincible's origins. While awaiting the results of the investigation, the emperor's agitation grew. He did not wish to witness any improper conduct within his military, nor did he want such behavior to jeopardize the stability and security of the empire. He resolved that if this young man was indeed exploiting his family's influence to showcase himself, he would face severe repercussions. 1 minute later, the investigation results were presented. The military officials reported, the information registered for this review ceremony indicates it belongs to Lin Warner of the Lin family. However, this warship is officially recorded as the flagship of Colonel Li Hao of the 13th Legion. The Emperor nodded slightly, taken aback by the revelation. He had never anticipated that this warship belonged to Li Hao. Moreover, how was he connected to the youngest daughter of the Lin family? The Emperor was filled with curiosity and decided to summon Li Hao personally after the conclusion of the review ceremony for further clarification. After some contemplation, the commentator approached the Emperor, presenting him with a script. The commentator immediately began to read from it. Dear audience, slowly making its way into the venue is Lin Warner, a graduate of the Imperial Royal Academy. The warship she is commanding during this review ceremony is the flagship of the 13th Legion, the Invincible. This vessel is steeped in legend. 2 years ago, Commander Li Hao also graduated from the Imperial Royal Academy. Colonel Li Hao, with his singular warship, bravely ventured into the endless sea star domain to engage in fierce battles against pirates, steadfastly guarding the Empire's borders and expanding its territories in a mere 2 years. Colonel Li Hao has successfully led the 13th Legion to reclaim Jinsha Star and Oasis Star, extending the defensive line to the Dark Star. Their heroic deeds have undoubtedly added a glorious chapter to the Empire's legacy. Let us all applaud their remarkable achievements and extend our highest respect to these valiant warriors. The valorous exploits of Colonel Li Hao will be celebrated throughout the Empire, and Lin Warner has also graduated with distinction. Aspiring to contribute to the prosperity and peace of the Empire, just like Commander Li Hao. Seated in the command room of the Invincible, Li Hao listened to the commentator's narration, feeling a sense of resignation as he glanced at Lin Xiao and Lin Warner. Had I known, I would not have come. Sister, am I dreaming? Is this really about us? Lin Warner exclaimed in bewilderment. Lin Xiao nodded. It must be referring to us, but do not take it too much to heart. These are all Li Hao's achievements. We are merely basking in his glory. As the Invincible slowly passed in front of the stage, the commentator's voice echoed throughout the venue. The audience rose to their feet, a wave of applause and cheers resonating. Conversations erupted regarding Li Hao, the young commander who had achieved such remarkable success in such a short time, evoking admiration from all. Colonel Li Hao is truly extraordinary. He has led the 13th Legion to reclaim so many lost territories, rendering tremendous service to the Empire. An excited spectator remarked, Indeed, he is so young yet has become a hero of the Empire. He is our pride. Another chimed in. I heard he always leads from the front, personally commanding his warship into the fray. He is incredibly brave. A young soldier commented. We must also head to the front lines to expand the Empire's territories. A military officer asserted. The Emperor, observing the audience's reaction from the stage, wore a satisfied smile. He turned to his attendant and instructed, Have the Invincible halt and bring it before the stage. Summon Li Hao. The attendant complied, and soon after, the Invincible came to a gradual stop in front of the stage. Li Hao disembarked from the warship, clad in a crisp nano-battle uniform, adorned with the insignia of a fleet commander and the rank of colonel. Exuding a striking presence, approaching the stage, he saluted the Emperor and then offered a formal salute to the audience below. Once again, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. With a smile, Li Hao waved to the audience before stepping forward to greet His Majesty. Colonel Li Hao, you have rendered outstanding service to the Empire. I extend my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the Empire, the Emperor proclaimed. Thank you, Your Majesty. This is my duty, and I shall continue to strive tirelessly for the prosperity and tranquility of the Empire. After the ceremony concluded, the three returned to the Lin residence. Lin Warner was still savoring her moment of glory, while Li Hao lay on the chaise longue, lost in thought. His mind wandered far away, filled with anxieties and uncertainties about the future. Noticing Li Hao's unusual demeanor, Lin Warner approached him and gently took his hand. Li Hao, what troubles you? Is there something on your mind? Warner, I'm fine. Just a bit concerned that today's events may bring us more troubles, Li Hao replied. Lin Xiao, walking over, added, Indeed, you shone too brightly today. You shouldn't have attended the ceremony. Now, the Emperor has put you in the spotlight. After some contemplation, Li Hao resolved, We need to set off as soon as possible. We'll transport the main cannon with the transport ship. Staying in the imperial capital may lead to considerable troubles. Ultimately, Li Hao and Lin Xiao decided to depart for Dark Star early the next morning. Just as Li Hao was preparing to pack his belongings, the family steward approached, informing them that a female official had arrived to summon Colonel Li Hao to the palace for an audience with the emperor. Exchanging puzzled glances with Lin Xiao, they both wondered why the emperor had called for Li Hao at this moment. Could it be related to the events of the naval review? Li Hao furrowed his brow and instructed the steward. Please inform the official that I shall arrive shortly. The steward nodded and departed. Turning to Lin Xiao, Li Hao said, Lin Jia, I may need to visit the palace. Please continue preparing our things. With that, Li Hao followed the steward out of the room. Upon entering the living room, he saw a woman in palace attire standing there. As she noticed Li Hao approaching, she hastily stepped forward and said, Colonel Li Hao, His Majesty requests your presence. Thank you, esteemed official, Li Hao replied. Following her out of the Lin residence, he boarded a hover car, heading towards the imperial palace. During the journey, Li Hao pondered the emperor's motives for summoning him, uncertain of the questions he might face or how to respond. Before long, the hover car arrived at the palace gates. Li Hao disembarked and followed the official into the palace. They reached the door of the imperial study, where the emperor was seated behind a desk, examining documents. The official softly announced, Your Majesty, Colonel Li Hao has arrived. The emperor looked up, gesturing for him to enter. Li Hao stepped into the study, saluting, Your humble servant Li Hao pays his respects to Your Majesty. The emperor regarded Li Hao and inquired, Do you know why I have summoned you? Li Hao shook his head, replying, I do not know, Your Majesty. With a smile, the emperor continued, You performed exceptionally well at today's naval review. And I was quite pleased. Your Majesty, I am unaware of the purpose behind the naval review. I nearly jeopardized everything. I bear guilt. Li Hao admitted. It seems you have grasped the situation. Given the favorable outcome, I shall not punish you this time. Are you not currently preparing to return? The emperor said cryptically. Well, I've nearly concluded my affairs here and am indeed preparing to return to Dark Star. Humph! You returned to procure the main cannon weapons from the Lin family in secret, did you not? The emperor feigned irritation. Li Hao was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated the emperor would discern his intentions so swiftly. He quickly knelt, saying, Your Majesty, I did intend to acquire the main cannon weapons from the Lin family. Our defensive line has been pushed back to Dark Star, and we now face the Pirate Alliance directly. Defending with our current capabilities is already problematic. The emperor's expression turned grave upon hearing this. He rose and approached Li Hao, saying, Li Hao, please stand and speak. The emperor, displeased, remarked, Do you not know that privately purchasing main cannon weapons is illegal? You could have directly sought military approval. Your Majesty, the military has no remaining quotas this year, and we require a considerable number of main cannon weapons, Li Hao explained. The emperor studied Li Hao for a moment before responding. Very well, I understand your predicament. I shall not pursue your culpability this time. However, remember not to purchase weapons privately in the future. You may directly approach the military for any needs. Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall certainly take heed. And about the main cannon weapons I require. The emperor looked at Li Hao, chuckling. I knew you were a clever one. Given your commendable performance at the naval review, you may procure all that you need from the royal military supplies. After leaving the palace, Li Hao returned to the Lin residence, only to be called by a female voice from outside. Turning around, he found it was Mu Rongxue, tall and exquisite, dressed in a flowing white gown, like a celestial being descended to earth. Li Hao, when did you return? I just got back a few days ago. But I've already received orders to collect military supplies tomorrow and depart, Li Hao replied. A hint of helplessness in his tone. Mu Rongxue's eyes flickered with disappointment, but she quickly regained her composure. Smiling, you must be cautious. I will await your return. Li Hao felt warmth in his heart as he nodded. I will. And you take care of yourself as well, Mu Rongxue gently acknowledged and added. Then I shall return now. Remember to inform me when you come back. After watching her hover car leave, Li Hao entered the Lin residence to inform Lin Xiao about the main cannon weapons. Lin Xiao expressed astonishment. You aren't the emperor's illegitimate son, are you? No other prince has received such favor. Being awarded an entire fleet is one thing, but now even the main cannon weapons are coming from royal supplies. Your treatment exceeds that of the princes, Lin Jia. Such talk should not be taken lightly. Li Hao whispered, Others may not know me, but you surely do. You have watched me grow. Stop right there. Who has watched you grow? You make me sound ancient. I find it curious. The Emperor's favoritism towards you is indeed beyond reason. Don't you find that strange? Lin Xiao questioned, puzzled. Li Hao remained silent for a moment before responding. Perhaps the Emperor simply recognizes my abilities and hopes I can contribute even more to the Empire. After packing their belongings, the two prepared to collect the main cannon weapons required for their warship early the next morning. The following day, they arrived at the Royal Military Supplies Office, which was heavily guarded, bustling with soldiers and officers. After presenting the necessary documents and undergoing thorough inspections, they were finally permitted to enter the warehouse. The warehouse was filled with an array of weapons and equipment, dazzling to behold. Guided by the staff, they made their way to the section housing the main cannon weapons. This is what we need. Upon seeing the weapons, both were filled with excitement. They meticulously examined the performance and condition of the weapons, confirming everything was in order before completing the necessary paperwork for their release. They arranged for robots to transport the newly acquired main cannon weapons back to the warship. After some time spent loading and unloading, all the required weapons were aboard the Invincible. Li Hao asked Lin Xiao, "Sister, do you wish to stay at home a bit longer? You haven't resided here for over a decade." "Let's not. I am a soldier. The warship is my true home," Lin Xiao replied with resignation. After Li Hao submitted a request for the starport to launch, he instructed the staff to prepare for departure. The starport soon confirmed readiness for takeoff. Taking a deep breath, he sat in the captain's chair, gazing at the large screen before him. "Commander, all systems are ready. Shall we set sail?" the officer inquired. "Set sail?" Li Hao decisively commanded. The starship slowly departed from the starport, venturing into the depths of the cosmos. "Commander, we have entered the designated route. Ahead lies the Stargate, and we are about to enter the hyperspace corridor," the officer reported. "Excellent. Maintain speed and remain vigilant of our surroundings," Li Hao instructed. The Invincible cruised steadily through the cosmos, with Li Hao periodically checking various instrument readings to ensure everything was functioning properly. Just as they were about to enter the Stargate, an alarm blared, indicating an unidentified vessel was approaching. "What is happening?" Li Hao furrowed his brow. "Commander, the other party has not responded to our communication requests. And they are approaching rapidly," the officer replied nervously. A sense of unease washed over Li Hao. "Hold on, this is the Stargate. Surely they wouldn't dare act recklessly. Commander, the other party is requesting communication. Bring them through." A hostile-looking stranger appeared on screen. "Who are you? Why do you block our path?" "Haha, I merely came to see the Empire's future star. You appear quite composed." "Not bad." The stranger sneered. Li Hao abruptly cut off the communication. "We are leaving. Ignore them. If they dare approach, fire upon them immediately." After severing the connection, Li Tang aboard his starship smashed the bridge screen in frustration. How dare he hang up on my communication? It turned out that the owner of this starship was Li Hao's cousin, Li Tang, the eldest son of the Li family in the capital. During the naval review, Li Tang had spotted Li Hao and immediately recognized him. Upon learning of Li Hao's favored status with the Emperor, a surge of intense jealousy welled within him. He seethed, believing that the 13th Legion should belong to him, and that it should be he standing before the Emperor, receiving such honor. Originally, I intended to create trouble for Li Hao on Emperor's Star, to dampen his spirit, but upon learning that he was departing today, I orchestrated the earlier scene. Li Tang watched helplessly as Li Hao departed, his heart brimming with resentment and fury. "Pursue him," Li Tang commanded through clenched teeth. "We must intercept him." The crew sprang into action, maneuvering their starship closely behind Li Hao's Invincible. Standing on the command platform, Li Tang's expression darkened as he gazed at the Stargate trajectory ahead, knowing that once Li Hao entered, he would be beyond reach. "Faster. We must close the distance," Li Tang urged, determined to halt him before he breached the Stargate. However, the Invincible was remarkably swift, far surpassing Li Tang's vessel. As the Invincible neared the Stargate trajectory, Li Tang's frustration intensified. Suddenly, Li Tang's ship accelerated, charging forward with a singular aim, to insert itself between the Invincible and the ship ahead, obstructing Li Hao's passage. This is bad. Li Hao realized the perilous intent, thinking, what does he intend to do? Instinctively, Li Hao ordered his gunners to fire a pulse cannon at Li Tang's ship. Boom. The pulse cannon struck Li Tang's vessel with precision, causing it to lurch uncontrollably. Simultaneously, the Stargate management detected the energy weapons discharge and activated the defense systems, with all Stargate defense turrets targeting the ships of Li Tang and Li Hao. The defense fleet swiftly approached, issuing a warning. Attention, 2 vessels ahead. Please deactivate your weapon systems and halt for inspection. Your actions violate the Imperial Stargate Management Act by deploying energy weapons near the Stargate. At that moment, the impact from the pulse cannon sent Li Tang crashing from his command chair to the floor, blood streaming from his head. The crew rushed to his side in panic. "Captain, are you all right?" The first officer inquired anxiously. Li Tang gritted his teeth against the pain, waving dismissively. "What is happening?" "It seems we've been hit by a cannon," a technician reported. Chapter 85. Li Tang captured under the supervision of the Stargate Defense Fleet. Both vessels withdrew from the Stargate trajectory. Li Tang's ship sailed alongside Li Hao's Invincible, maintaining a cautious distance. Li Tang sat rigidly in his command chair, his expression dark enough to seem as if it could drip water. His head wound had been treated and bandaged, yet a dull ache persisted. He could not fathom why Li Hao would attack him near the Stargate, filling him with rage and confusion. "Captain, what should we do now?" the first officer asked cautiously. Li Tang remained silent for a moment before responding. "Let us not act rashly for now. We must observe Li Hao's situation. He fired upon us first, violating the Stargate Management Act. I am curious to see who will come to his aid this time." Before long, they were escorted to the Stargate Defense Fleet's spaceport. Upon their meeting, Li Hao ignored Li Tang, patiently waiting for the Stargate management personnel to arrive. Li Tang, however, appeared irate, casting furious glances at Li Hao, who remained indifferent. The staff of the Stargate management quickly arrived at the scene, questioning both Li Tang and Li Hao while meticulously reviewing the records of their respective starships. After an in-depth investigation, the head of the Stargate management addressed Li Hao. "Mr. Li Hao, according to our findings, you deployed energy weapons near the Stargate, which constitutes a violation of the Imperial Stargate Management Act. Therefore, you must bear responsibility for this incident, and we will impose appropriate penalties, including the temporary seizure of your starship." The official then turned to Li Tang, stating, "Mr. Li Tang, your vessel exhibited reckless driving near the Stargate, also violating the Imperial Stargate Management Act. We shall impose penalties upon you as well, including the revocation of your starship license." Upon hearing this, Li Hao remarked with a calm smile, "I am the fleet commander of the 13th Legion, and we were engaged in a mission to transport military supplies. Under such urgent circumstances, our actions at the Stargate were taken as emergency defensive measures. Thus, we did not violate Imperial law." The official regarded Li Hao, then shifted his gaze to Li Tang, saying, "We will conduct a further investigation into this matter. If you possess any evidence, feel free to provide it to us." Li Hao promptly instructed his aide to retrieve the 13th Legion's mission documents and presented them to the spaceport's head. After meticulously reviewing the documents, the official saluted Li Hao and approached Li Tang, stating, "Mr. Li Tang, due to your reckless driving endangering the safety of the 13th Legion's vessel, while the actions of the Invincible were deemed lawful emergency defenses, you must bear full responsibility for this incident. You are hereby notified that both you and your starship will be temporarily detained." Li Tang furrowed his brow, arguing, "My starship was attacked by him. He should bear full responsibility. Why am I being detained?" The official, showing signs of impatience, replied, "Colonel Li Hao is executing military duties, and your actions gave us reason to suspect that you were obstructing him in the performance of those duties." Li Tang, growing increasingly furious, countered, "I did not obstruct him. He attacked me without cause." The official looked at Li Tang, stating, "We will uncover the truth of this matter. If you are innocent, we will release you. But until then, you must cooperate with our investigation." Seeing that Li Tang had fallen silent, the official turned to his subordinates, instructing, "Take him away and detain him." Li Tang was led to a cell, furnished only with a bed and a toilet, devoid of any other amenities. Meanwhile, Li Hao returned to his starship, taking his seat in the command chair as Lin Shao approached to inquire about the situation. "Just a petty clown. Nothing to concern ourselves with. We'll prepare to depart shortly." The Invincible gradually left the Stargate Defense Fleet spaceport, passing through the Stargate and vanishing into the depths of the cosmos. The following morning, the official arrived at the cell, addressing Li Tang, "We have completed our investigation. Colonel Li Hao was indeed executing military duties, and his actions were lawful. You, however, must take responsibility for this incident. You should notify your family." Li Tang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the official, unable to comprehend how events had transpired in this manner. "How is this possible? I am the victim." My starship was attacked by Li Hao. I am the one entitled to compensation, Li Tang exclaimed passionately. The official regarded him with a stoic expression, stating, Colonel Li Hao has provided evidence proving he acted in the course of his military duties. According to the starship records, your actions posed a threat to the invincible, thereby validating his actions as lawful. Under imperial law, you must assume full responsibility, and you will be sent to the military tribunal on Emperor Star for adjudication. I demand to see Li Hao. I wish to confront him directly, Li Tang shouted. The official shook his head, replying, Colonel Li Hao has already departed. He has urgent tasks to attend to. You now have two options. Either contact your family immediately or remain detained until your trial. Upon receiving his star brain, Li Tang promptly contacted his father, informing him of his detention by the Stargate management and impending transfer to the military tribunal on Emperor Star, Li Tang's father. Li Hong, the current head of the Li family, did not hesitate upon hearing of his son's predicament. He first reached out to acquaintances within the Stargate management to ascertain the details, then contacted the head of the military tribunal on Emperor Star to explain the situation. The head, an old friend of Li Hong, assured him that he would promptly arrange for personnel to investigate the matter. Hearing this, Li Hong felt a measure of reassurance. He understood that as long as the head was willing to assist, there was hope for Li Tang. Through Li Hong's efforts, Li Tang was temporarily released on bail and returned home. Upon seeing his son, Li Hong inquired, What exactly transpired? I saw Li Hao at the ship inspection ceremony yesterday. I intended to bring him home, but he suddenly opened fire on me, Li Tang lied. What did you say? You saw Hao. Where is he? What on earth happened? Li Tang secretly rejoiced, knowing his deceit had successfully captured his father's attention. He continued to weave his tale, Father, I saw Li Hao at the ship inspection ceremony. He appeared strange, his eyes filled with hatred. I wanted to bring him home, but he suddenly ordered an attack on me. I was terrified. Fortunately, my ship was fast enough to escape. Li Hong's expression darkened as he listened. Are you certain it was Hao who gave the order to fire? I am sure, Father, that I saw it clearly. It was Li Hao who commanded the attack. How can this be? Why would Hao do such a thing? Li Hong muttered to himself. Father, Li Hao is now a colonel commander of the 13th Legion. He has taken command of our family's 13th Legion, Li Tang replied angrily. This is impossible. The 13th Legion was completely annihilated over a decade ago. How could it possibly still exist? Chapter 86. The Li family fleet. Father, yesterday at the ship review ceremony, the Emperor personally met with Li Hao and announced his appointment as the commander of the 13th Legion's fleet. Li Hong furrowed his brow, taken aback that the Emperor would personally acknowledge Li Hao and disclose his identity. He understood the implications of this. Li Hao had garnered the Emperor's trust and was poised to become one of the Empire's pivotal generals. Father, what shall we do? We must reclaim the 13th Legion, Li Hong pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed, our foremost task is to regain control of the 13th Legion. However, Father, given that Li Hao has now firmly established himself in the Emperor's favor, confronting him will prove to be quite a challenge. Moreover, if we wish to reclaim the 13th Legion, we must first possess warships. Li Hong nodded, acknowledging that Li Tang spoke the truth. Yet he also recognized that if they did not act to reclaim the 13th Legion's authority now, they would have even fewer opportunities in the future. I will immediately seek an audience with His Majesty to request the reorganization of the 13th Legion. You should go to the military headquarters to inquire who possesses warships available for purchase by our family. We shall first assemble a fleet, and then plot to reclaim the 13th Legion's command. Li Hong proceeded to the palace to implore the Emperor for the reorganization of the 13th Legion. Upon hearing Li Hong's request, the Emperor contemplated for a moment before ultimately granting his petition. Li Ching, I am aware of your unwavering loyalty to the Empire and the discord between you and Li Hao. However, I hope you can prioritize the greater good and not allow personal grievances to jeopardize the safety of the Empire. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall indeed prioritize the greater good and will not permit personal animosities to endanger the Empire's security. That is excellent. I shall issue an edict immediately. You must expedite the formation of the fleet and set sail for the Endless Sea Star region to eradicate the pirate threat. I shall obey your command. After leaving the palace, Li Hong, accompanied by Li Tang, visited several high-ranking officials at the military headquarters. After a thorough assessment of interests, they finally managed to gather the necessary warships for their fleet, 1 heavy cruiser flagship, 10 cruisers, and 30 destroyers. Li Hong carefully selected a group of distinguished officers from their family to fill the command vacancies within this fleet. These officers were all seasoned and exceptionally talented, and their arrival undoubtedly infused the fleet with renewed vigor and strength. Meanwhile, the Emperor's edict also reached the Li family. Li Tang was appointed as the lieutenant commander of this fleet, which was incorporated into the 13th Legion. This filled him with excitement and pride, for he had longed to showcase his capabilities on the battlefield, and now his wish was finally fulfilled. However, Li Hong did not share Li Tang's exuberance. The moment he received the edict, he fell into deep contemplation. He gradually realized that the Emperor's intention was not merely to allow them to take over the 13th Legion, but rather something more profound. "Father, what is the meaning of this? Did the Emperor not instruct us to take command of the 13th Legion?" Li Tang asked, perplexed. Li Hong frowned and replied slowly, "The Emperor's thoughts are difficult to fathom. By appointing you as the lieutenant commander of this fleet, he may wish for us to first accumulate experience within the fleet, waiting for the opportune moment to reclaim the 13th Legion. But, Father, will Li Hao heed my command in the endless sea?" Li Tang exclaimed anxiously. Li Hong approached a military officer accompanying the announcement and inquired, "Huang Pu, does His Majesty's decree not instruct us to take over the 13th Legion?" Huang Pu smiled and replied, "His Majesty has indeed approved your family's formation of a fleet to reorganize the 13th Legion." Upon hearing Huang Pu's words, Li Hong felt a sense of confusion. He could not comprehend why, if His Majesty had consented to their family's formation of a fleet to reorganize the 13th Legion, Li Tang was not allowed to assume command over Li Hao's fleet. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Huang Pu, does this mean His Majesty intends for our Li family's fleet to merge with Li Hao's fleet?" Huang Pu nodded and said, "His Majesty's intent is for your family's fleet to merge with Li Hao's fleet, forming a more formidable force." Despite Huang Pu's explanation, Li Hong remained somewhat perplexed but chose not to press further. After exchanging pleasantries with Huang Pu, he went to make arrangements for the fleet's departure. Once Huang Pu delivered the edict, he returned to the palace to report to the Emperor, "Your Majesty, the Li family's fleet has set sail. Should we notify Li Hao?" The Emperor pondered for a moment before responding, "For now, do not inform Li Hao that I wish to observe how he will cope with the arrival of the Li family fleet without any prior preparation." Huang Pu nodded and remarked, "Your Majesty, the situation in the Endless Sea is reaching a critical juncture. Li Hao is already struggling against the pirate alliance. Adding the Li family into the mix may prove too burdensome for him." The Emperor smiled faintly and said, "I do not wish to complicate matters for Li Hao. I merely want him to understand that becoming a commander is not an easy endeavor. He is still young, and it is beneficial for him to bear some pressure." Huang Pu assured, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, Li Hao is an intelligent person. He should know how to navigate this situation." The Emperor nodded and instructed, "You shall take charge of this matter, ensuring to closely monitor Li Hao's movements and report any developments to me promptly." Meanwhile, the Li family fleet was advancing at full speed. Li Tang stood within the flagship's command chamber, gazing out at the vast ocean with a heart full of anticipation. After several days of sailing, the Li family fleet finally arrived at the station of the 13th Legion. Upon receiving news of the Li family fleet's arrival, Li Hao was utterly astonished. He never imagined that the Li family would form a fleet to come to the 13th Legion at this juncture. Li Tang disembarked from the flagship and entered the starport. He found no welcoming ceremony or even a single person to receive him. The flames of anger within Li Tang intensified. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms as he struggled to contain his emotions. He had expected that, as the commander of the Li family fleet, their arrival would be met with warmth and respect from the 13th Legion. However, reality was starkly different from his expectations, fueling his rage further. Following the directions at the starport, Li Tang located Li Hao's command room. He pushed the door open and exclaimed, "Li Hao, what are you plotting? Are you not aware that I represent the Li family here in the 13th Legion? You do not even have anyone to receive us. Is this how you show disdain for the Li family?" The individuals seated in the command room turned their gazes towards Li Tang. Yet Li Hao ignored him entirely, continuing to analyze intelligence reports. Seeing Li Hao's dismissive demeanor only stoked Li Tang's fury. "Li Hao, what sort of attitude is this?" Finally, Li Hao glanced at him and retorted, "It seems you are entirely ignorant of the most basic military etiquette. When you meet a superior officer, do you not know how to salute? Do you require me to teach you?" Chapter 87. The Li family fleet defends the meteor belt pass. Li Tang's face flushed crimson upon hearing Li Hao's words, and he gritted his teeth. "I am the fleet commander of the 13th Legion. The 13th Legion is, after all, of the Li family. Why must I salute you? Li Hao, intrigued by Li Tang's assertion, replied, when did the 13th Legion become the property of your Li family? You must understand that you are merely a lieutenant commander while I am the fleet's colonel commander, holding the highest rank within the 13th Legion. His Majesty the Emperor has approved our Li family to rebuild the 13th Legion. I am the commander of the 13th Legion, Li Tang argued. The Emperor's decree does indeed authorize your family to rebuild the 13th Legion, and you hold the rank of lieutenant commander, which is accurate. However, there is an additional clause. You are to be integrated into the 13th Legion's fleet. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, Li Tang's complexion drained of color as he realized he had been outmaneuvered. In a fit of rage, he exclaimed, Li Hao, you are playing word games. You know full well what I mean. I am not playing word games. I am merely executing the Emperor's will. Although you are a lieutenant commander, you must follow my orders, for I am the colonel commander of the 13th Legion's fleet. Li Tang gritted his teeth and replied, Li Hao, do not be too smug. I will lodge a complaint with His Majesty. Suit yourself, but I must inform you that this is the command center of the 13th Legion's fleet, and you are now obliged to follow my directives, Li Hao responded. Very well, you may go rest now. Tomorrow morning, your fleet will head to the border meteor belt to relieve the Xingyao fleet. After leaving Li Hao's office, Li Tang returned to his flagship and immediately contacted his father, Li Hong. Father, Li Hao refuses to allow us to take command of the 13th Legion and is using his rank to pressure me into obeying his orders. Tomorrow, he intends to send me to the border front lines. Does he wish to eliminate me under the pretext of this mission? Li Hong, upon hearing his son's words, furrowed his brow and, after a moment of contemplation, said, Tanger, do not panic. Li Hao's actions may be an attempt to test our response. Follow his orders to the border front lines and observe his true intentions. Li Tang felt somewhat reassured by his father's words and replied, Father, I understand. I will comply with his orders. However, if he truly intends to harm me, what should I do? Rest assured, my son, if Li Hao dares to act against you, I will certainly find a way to rescue you. If you find yourself in danger, prioritize your own safety. Li Tang nodded and said, Father, I understand. I will be cautious. The next day, Li Hao led the fleet commanded by Li Tang towards the border front lines. Li Hao informed Li Tang that this defensive line was crucial for safeguarding the left flank of the Dark Star and was a necessary route for nearby pirates to access other star systems. The garrison station there was only required to defend without launching an offensive, and under any circumstances, it was imperative to ensure that this location remained secure. After Li Hao completed the reassignment arrangements between Li Tang and the Xingyao fleet, he led the Xingyao fleet back to the Dark Star for some much-needed rest. Li Tang gazed at Li Hao's royal fleet gradually receding into the distance. A fierce flame of jealousy ignited within him. That was an entire royal fleet. Apart from the crown prince, none of the other princes had been equipped with such a high-caliber fleet. Returning to the command room, Li Tang pondered over Li Hao's deployment repeatedly. Convinced that Li Hao wished to prevent him from achieving merit, fearing that should he succeed, he would surpass him. The more he thought about it, the more he felt his suspicions were unfounded. And the dissatisfaction and resentment in his heart deepened. Li Hao, you selfish scoundrel, do you think you can obstruct me this way? Li Tang seethed silently. I will ensure you live to regret this. Stationed in the asteroid belt, Li Tang spent his days aboard the warship, and life became monotonous and dreary. Suddenly, the alarm in the command room blared ominously, and the first officer reported, a fleet is approaching, and they have not issued any friend or foe identification signals. Instantly, Li Tang's nerves tensed, and he promptly ordered the fleet to battle stations, demanding the first officer gather further details about the incoming fleet. The atmosphere aboard the warship became tense and oppressive, as soldiers quickly took their positions, bracing for a potential attack. Li Tang's gaze remained fixed on the command room's display, filled with confusion and concern. As the approaching fleet drew nearer, Li Tang utilized the sensors to assess its scale and equipment, realizing that this fleet was numerous and well-equipped, evidently not an ordinary band of pirates or smugglers. The unknown fleet belonged to the pirate coalition led by Huayun, who, upon learning of the Xingyao fleet's reassignment in the asteroid belt, sought to test their strength. He intended to gauge the capabilities of the newly reassigned fleet, and if an opportunity arose, he would launch an attack to seize this strategic stronghold. As Huayun's fleet near the asteroid belt, he noted that the reassigned fleet was indeed substantial, but appeared unprepared for combat. A sense of triumph welled within him. He believed this probing action could very well succeed. Once both fleets entered effective firing range, Li Tang decisively issued the command to open fire in an instant. The fleet's artillery erupted like a torrential downpour, resembling a dazzling meteor shower streaking across the vast void, unleashing a deluge upon the pirate coalition. After the initial barrage concluded, Li Tang intended to lead the fleet forward, seeking to exert greater pressure on the enemy. However, Huayun, a seasoned pirate leader, astutely perceived Li Tang's intent. He recognized that engaging Li Tang's fleet head-on could result in substantial losses. Weighing the pros and cons, he resolutely ordered the pirate coalition to retreat, aiming to avoid a protracted battle and conserve strength for a more advantageous opportunity. The pirate coalition swiftly pivoted, retreating in an orderly fashion. Utilizing the asteroid belt's intricate terrain, they deftly evaded Li Tang's pursuit. Observing the pirates retreating after their initial assault, Li Tang felt a sense of superiority and commanded all fleets break through the asteroid belt and pursue the pirates. His heart brimmed with confidence and determination, believing his fleet capable of vanquishing these marauders. However, as Li Tang's fleet surged out of the asteroid belt, Huayun's pirate coalition had not truly retreated but lay in ambush on the opposite side of the belt. They capitalized on Li Tang's overconfidence, successfully luring his fleet into a trap. "Commander, it seems we've fallen into a trap," the first officer said anxiously. Li Tang's expression grew grave as he realized the severity of his blunder. He had been overly confident and failed to anticipate such a cunning stratagem from the pirate coalition. "Immediately adjust formations, prepare to engage the enemy," Li Tang commanded. The fleet began to swiftly realign, attempting to counter the impending assault from the pirate coalition. Yet, the pirates' artillery had already begun to rain down, plunging Li Tang's fleet into chaos. "Report, Commander. Our warships have sustained severe damage, and several have lost power." Chapter 88. Li Tang's retreat to the imperial capital. Li Tang's brow furrowed in distress, fully aware of the dire situation. If they could not break through soon, they risked total annihilation. "Activate emergency shields and break through with all our might." Li Tang issued his final command. The fleet launched into a desperate bid for escape, yet the pirate coalition's onslaught persisted relentlessly. Amid the fierce battle, Li Tang witnessed a cruiser beside him succumb to concentrated fire, exploding in a fiery demise. "Commander, we cannot continue like this," the first officer exclaimed, his voice laced with despair. "If we keep being besieged, we will all perish here." Li Tang fell silent for a moment, his gaze drifting through the command cabin's window to the starry expanse beyond. In that endless darkness, he seemed to glimpse the figure of his father, and suddenly recalled his father's words. "All warships engage with full force to repel the attack," Li Tang commanded. As his orders were relayed, the remaining warships in the fleet opened fire with all their might, striving to hinder the pirate coalition's assault. Streams of energy beams intertwined in the void, forming a radiant web of light. While the rest of the fleet valiantly stood their ground, Li Tang, aboard his flagship, swiftly withdrew from the battlefield. Shortly after Li Tang's escape, Li Hao arrived at the asteroid belt with the Xingyao fleet and the Dawn fleet. Observing the pirates assaulting Li Tang's fleet, he immediately ordered an all-out attack to rescue the remaining warships. Li Hao's arrival struck fear into the hearts of the pirate coalition, prompting their hasty retreat. Under Li Hao's command, the Xingyao fleet and Dawn fleet coordinated seamlessly, launching a ferocious counteroffensive against the pirates. One by one, the pirate ships were obliterated, their morale suffering a significant blow. Seeing the reinforcements arrive, Huayun quickly led his fleet in retreat, knowing that continuing the battle would only exacerbate his losses. "Boss, what should we do now?" a pirate inquired. Huayun gritted his teeth and replied, "Retreat. Hurry, these are two main fleets of the 13 legions." Upon hearing Huayun's orders, the pirates hastened their withdrawal. Huayun guided the pirate coalition through the cosmos, attempting to evade Li Hao's pursuit. Upon witnessing Huayun's retreat, Li Hao immediately commanded the rescue teams to enter the battlefield and assist the survivors. The rescue teams scoured the battlefield, discovering numerous injured soldiers and crew members. Medical personnel promptly began treatment, transporting the severely wounded to medical bays. Thanks to the rescue team's efforts, many survivors were saved, though many others perished in the conflict. Li Hao surveyed the battlefield, filled with sorrow at the sight of debris and bodies. "Have we located Li Tang's flagship?" a captain from the Li family fleet asked, his tone laced with indignation. "Commander, there's no need to search. He ordered us to fend off the attack while he fled with the flagship." "What? That scoundrel!" Another officer from the Li family fleet cursed, his face flushed with rage. How could he do this? How could he abandon us and escape? The other crew members echoed their anger and disappointment, having remained fiercely loyal to the Li family, only to be betrayed at a critical moment. Li Hao, upon hearing the captain's words, felt a surge of fury. As the fleet commander, abandoning a besieged fleet to flee was an utterly irresponsible act. He understood that a commander's decisions and actions would directly impact the fate of the entire fleet. This Li Tang is nothing but a coward. The other crew members voiced their dissatisfaction and anger toward Li Tang, who had once commanded their trust and respect but had now betrayed them in their moment of need. We cannot let him off the hook like this, an officer declared. Yes, he must pay for his actions. Another crew member echoed. Li Hao remained silent for a moment before raising his head. Now is not the time to assign blame. We must first return to recuperate. He then commanded. Once we cleared the battlefield, gather all usable resources and ensure we retrieve every last one of our brother's remains. I want to bring them home. Li Hao's orders were swiftly executed, and the fleet members began diligently clearing the battlefield. They meticulously searched every nook and cranny for the bodies of their fallen comrades and any salvageable supplies. Throughout this process, Li Hao personally participated, silently assisting the soldiers without uttering a word. Once all the bodies were recovered and brought back to the fleet, Li Hao ordered them to return to the imperial capital to hold a funeral. After fleeing the battlefield, Li Tang was gripped with fear. Fully aware that having lost the front lines, Li Hao would not let him off easily. His heart was awash with trepidation as he queried the first officer, "What should we do now?" The first officer regarded Li Tang with a flicker of disdain in his eyes but responded, "Commander, we have only one path to take now. We must hasten back to the imperial capital and seek the head of the family's council. If we return to the Dark Star, Li Hao will undoubtedly see to your demise." Upon hearing the first officer's words, Li Tang's heart sank. He recognized the truth in the first officer's statement. Returning to the Dark Star would surely seal his fate. "Oh, you have any plans?" he inquired. "Commander, we should take advantage of Li Hao still addressing the fallout from the front lines and head to the imperial capital to seek aid from the head of the family. By the time Li Hao realizes, we might not make it back to the imperial capital," the first officer suggested. Li Tang nodded, giving the order to accelerate toward the imperial capital. Throughout the journey, he contemplated how to explain the situation to his father. Finally, after several days of travel, they arrived in the vicinity of the imperial capital. Upon witnessing the silhouette of the imperial capital star, Li Tang promptly commanded the battleship to enter the starport of the imperial capital star. They had finally arrived at their destination. Li Tang met his father and recounted how he had been framed by Li Hao, detailing how Li Hao had colluded with pirates to annihilate their fleet. Upon hearing Li Tang's account, Li Hong's expression darkened considerably. "Li Tang, speak the truth to me. Are you asserting that Li Hao conspired with the pirates to entrap you?" Li Hong inquired. Li Tang nodded and replied, "Father, consider this. As soon as I led the fleet to the front lines, Li Hao ordered me to change defenses, and the pirates attacked us immediately. This must be a conspiracy between Li Hao and the pirates. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental?" Li Hong furrowed his brow, contemplating Li Tang's words. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "Li Tang, do you possess any evidence to substantiate your claims against Li Hao?" "Father, we certainly lack concrete evidence, but we do have witnesses. The first officer of the flagship can attest that we were attacked by the pirate coalition immediately after the change of defenses. If it weren't for the valiant efforts of the Li family fleet, my aircraft would have been sunk," Li Tang explained. Li Hong nodded, understanding that the only course of action was to seek the Emperor's intervention to investigate this matter and restore Li Tang's innocence. Consequently, he, along with Li Tang and the first officer of the flagship, proceeded to the royal palace. Chapter 89. The accusation against Li Hao. Upon reaching the palace gates, they expressed their intentions to the guards. After a brief announcement, the guards swiftly returned, informing them that the Emperor was awaiting them in the study. Li Hong and his companions entered the study to find the Emperor seated behind his desk, gazing at them with a serious demeanor. "Your Majesty, I have come to discuss the matter concerning my son, Li Tang." "Minister Li, what is it you wish to report?" the Emperor inquired. "Your Majesty, my son Li Tang has just arrived at the front lines, only to be ambushed by a coalition of pirates. He suspects that Li Hao has conspired with the pirates to harm him." "What? Li Hao dares to conspire with pirates?" The Emperor's expression soured upon hearing this. "Your Majesty, My son's claims are unequivocal. The first officer of the flagship can corroborate our story. Very well, summon the first officer to present himself, the Emperor commanded. The first officer was brought into the study, where he elaborated on the events that transpired. He explained that they had just arrived at the front lines for a change of defenses when they were fiercely attacked by the pirate coalition. The pirates not only outnumbered them but were also well equipped. Despite their desperate resistance, many of their ships were sunk. The Emperor's countenance darkened further as he grasped the gravity of the situation. He understood that if the truth were not uncovered swiftly, it could lead to even greater chaos. Minister Li, I assure you that I will uncover the truth behind this matter. If Li Hao truly colludes with the pirates, I will not let him go unpunished, the Emperor declared. For now, you may return. I shall expedite the investigation. Li Hong and his companions departed from the palace, returning home to await the Emperor's findings. Their hearts brimming with anxiety and unease. Father, we cannot wait for Li Hao's return. He will surely deny everything. Li Tang remarked. Li Hong furrowed his brow, recognizing the validity of Li Tang's concerns, yet feeling at a loss for solutions. What shall we do then? Li Hong asked. Father, we could seek an audience with the Emperor, urging him to order Li Hao's arrest to prevent him from denying his actions upon his return. Li Tang suggested. Li Hong nodded, acknowledging the soundness of Li Tang's reasoning, and thus, they made their way back to the palace. They approached the Emperor once more, voicing their fears. The Emperor, after listening to their concerns, nodded and replied, Your worries are not unfounded. Once Li Hao returns to the imperial capital Star, we shall detain him. Have already arranged for him to be notified of his return. Upon receiving notification from the military command that Li Tang had returned to the imperial capital with his father to report Li Hao's collusion with pirates, Li Hao's expression darkened ominously. Hemph, Li Tang, do you think you can topple me with such antics? Li Hao seethed. I will ensure you pay for the loss of our fallen comrades. Li Hao resolved to return solely with the personnel from the Li family fleet, intending to bring back the remains of the fallen soldiers for a grand funeral at the imperial capital Star. Upon his return, a sensation rippled through the populace, as they were eager to understand the true nature of the conflict and the reasons behind the catastrophic losses suffered by the Li family fleet. After docking at the starport of the imperial capital Star, Li Hao notified the Lin family to assist in locating a funeral home. As Li Hao disembarked from the Invincible, he was approached by a contingent of palace guards. The captain of the guard respectfully addressed him, Colonel Li Hao, His Majesty has summoned you. Please accompany us. A sense of foreboding washed over Li Hao. He understood that the Emperor's summons pertained to the matters between him and Li Hong. Please wait a moment. I must ensure my comrades are settled before I accompany you, he replied. The captain's expression soured as he insisted, Colonel Li, His Majesty's orders are for us to escort you immediately. Li Hao frowned, comprehending the captain's intent, but feeling compelled to secure the resting place for his fallen brothers first. Captain, I understand His Majesty's directive, but my comrades have just endured a fierce battle. They require a tranquil space to rest, he implored. Ignoring the captain's insistence, he directed the other officers to carefully retrieve the remains of the fallen soldiers from the battleship for transport to the funeral home. Observing the thousands of soldiers cradling boxes, the captain quickly grasped Li Hao's meaning regarding the need for a peaceful resting place. He promptly commanded, All present, salute. Honor the valiant warriors of the Empire. The entire guard saluted in unison, and Li Hao felt a swell of emotion as he witnessed this display. These guards were the Empire's elite, and their salute represented the highest tribute to himself and his fallen brothers. Li Hao, along with all the soldiers of the fleet, boarded the shuttle to the surface, arriving at the funeral home arranged by the Lin family, where he personally oversaw the funeral preparations. After Li Hao's departure, the captain hastened to the palace to report to the Emperor. Upon hearing the captain's report, the Emperor fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he remarked, While Li Hao's actions may be deemed excessive, he is not at fault. I cannot punish him for a minor infraction, lest I dishearten the soldiers. The captain nodded in agreement, stating, Your Majesty, you speak wisely. His declaration on the front lines, to bring all his brothers back, has moved all who are aware of the situation. Let us inform all high-ranking officials in the military command to attend the funeral to pay their respects. The Emperor, accompanied by all senior military officials, arrived at the funeral site, drawing the attention of all present. Upon witnessing the Emperor's arrival, Li Hao felt a surge of emotion. The Emperor approached Li Hao, patting him on the shoulder and saying, Li Hao, you have done well. Though your actions may have been somewhat extreme, Your intentions were for the benefit of the Empire. On behalf of the Empire, I extend my gratitude to you. These are indeed the Empire's brave warriors. Li Hao nodded, replying, Your Majesty, it is my duty. The Emperor continued, Very well, we shall discuss other matters later. Let us focus on the funeral for now. With the Emperor's command, the funeral commenced in earnest. Li Hao, alongside the Emperor and all senior military officials, paid silent tribute to the fallen soldiers. After the funeral concluded, Li Hao, the Emperor, and the high-ranking officials returned to the palace, where the Emperor convened a meeting. Li Hong and his son were summoned to attend this meeting, primarily to address Li Tang's accusations against Li Hao regarding collusion with pirates that resulted in the devastation of the Li family fleet. During the meeting, the Emperor addressed Li Hao, saying, Li Hao, Colonel Li Tang accuses you of conspiring with pirates and causing harm to the Li family fleet. What do you have to say in your defense? Li Hao, filled with indignation, rose to his feet. Your Majesty, Colonel Li Tang's claims are nothing but slander. As the commander of the 13th Legion fleet, how could I possibly collude with pirates? Li Tang also stood, asserting, Your Majesty, Li Hao's words are unfounded. I possess evidence proving his collusion with the pirates. As he spoke, Li Tang produced a document and presented it to the Emperor. The Emperor received the document, glanced at it, and his expression darkened. Li Hao, what is the meaning of this? After perusing the document, Li Hao responded, Your Majesty, while this list indeed pertains to the Black Rose pirate group, they had already submitted to the 13th Legion prior to my return to the imperial capital. Moreover, the leader of the Black Rose pirate group was originally one of our own in the 13th Legion. Therefore, this document does not demonstrate any collusion with the pirates. In fact, it was the Foxfire pirate group that attacked our defenses. The Emperor regarded Li Hao, a glimmer of understanding flickering in his eyes. He nodded slightly and inquired, Li Hao, do you have any evidence to substantiate your claim that the leader of the Black Rose pirate group is one of your own from the 13th Legion? Your Majesty, the leader of the Black Rose pirate group, Hei Mei, is the daughter of Deputy Commander Lin of the 13th Legion, Lin Xiao. She survived that great battle and has honored her father's dying wish to wait for the 13th Legion's return in the Endless Sea. With Li Hao's revelation, an astonished silence enveloped the meeting room. The high-ranking military officials and cabinet members were rendered speechless by the revelation. After a considerable pause, the Emperor finally spoke. Li Hao, is what you say true? The leader of the Black Rose pirate group is indeed Lin Xiao, the daughter of Deputy Commander Lin? Your Majesty, it is absolutely true. I have grown up alongside Lin Xiao since childhood, and I can assert with utmost certainty her identity. The Emperor's countenance turned grave, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Deputy Commander Lin is a loyal minister of our dynasty. He sacrificed himself in that great battle for the nation and is indeed a hero of our realm. If his daughter still lives, we must ensure her protection. Li Tang, the evidence you have provided is deemed insufficient. Do you have anything further to articulate? The Emperor expressed his displeasure. Witnessing the Emperor's discontent, Li Tang hastily interjected, Your Majesty, upon my arrival at the Dark Star, Li Hao immediately dispatched me to defend the asteroid belt fortress, and shortly thereafter, the pirate coalition attacked. Does this not indicate a connection between Li Hao and the pirates? Upon hearing Li Tang's words, the Emperor turned his gaze towards Li Hao and inquired, Li Hao, do you have a response? Li Hao respectfully replied, Your Majesty, I assigned Li Tang to defend the asteroid belt fortress because the Royal Starshine fleet had been stationed there for an extended period, and the Li family fleet had fortuitously arrived to take over for repairs. Moreover, this alone does not substantiate any connection between me and the pirates. Nonsense. Li Tang rudely interrupted Li Hao, if you had no ties to the pirates, why did they attack as soon as I arrived to defend the asteroid belt? Li Hao smiled calmly and replied leisurely, Li Tang, have you considered that the pirate coalition's assault on you may be due to their intent to seize the asteroid belt fortress? When I assigned the task, I explicitly instructed you that your duty was to defend the fortress and to refrain from engaging. So why did you lead the fleet into battle and fall into the enemy's trap? Most importantly, why did you abandon the fleet and flee alone instead of fighting alongside them to the bitter end while awaiting rescue? Upon hearing this, Li Tang's face flushed crimson with rage as he glared at Li Hao, gritting his teeth and declaring, Li Hao, you are distorting the truth. I retreated solely to protect the fleet. Protect the fleet? Li Hao scoffed. Your retreat nearly led to the annihilation of the entire fleet. Is this what you call protection? Had I not intervened in time, today's funeral would not be for these few thousand souls, but for your entire Li family fleet. Li Hao's words left Li Tang speechless. He could not refute them, for they were undeniably true. Had it not been for Li Hao's timely rescue, the entire Li family fleet could have indeed faced total destruction. After a moment, Li Tang finally spoke. Even if you save the fleet, it does not prove that you are not in league with the pirates. Li Tang, I have reiterated that I have no connection to the pirates. If you possess evidence to prove my collusion with them, you may present it as the fleet commander. You defied military orders, sought glory recklessly, and fled in battle, resulting in the destruction of several of our warships. Li Hao, even if you are not colluding with the pirates, you cannot evade responsibility. As the commander of the fleet, your failure to provide timely support led to severe losses for my fleet, and you share in the blame, Li Tang retorted. Enough, the emperor exclaimed. Li Tang, you deserted the fleet and fled. I hereby revoke your rank of major in the 13th Legion and assign you to mine on the Mining Star for 3 years. The fleet will be entrusted to Li Hao's command, and your Li family will be responsible for the highest standard of compensation for the fallen soldiers. Your Majesty, I have objections, Li Hong interjected, stepping forward. This fleet was financed by the Li family. It should not be handed over to Li Hao. The emperor furrowed his brow and replied, Li Hong, are you questioning my decision? Li Hong quickly knelt and said, Your Majesty, I dare not challenge your decision. However, the 13th Legion's fleet is the culmination of the Li family's efforts. The emperor glanced at Li Hao, then back at Li Hong, and said, Li Hong, must I make certain matters clear to you? If you are more concerned about finances, then let the military court decide Li Tang's punishment for his desertion. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Li Hong's face turned ashen. Your Majesty, Li Hong attempted to plead for Li Tang, but was interrupted by the emperor. Li Hong, do not speak further. I have made my decision. Were it not for your elder brother's sacrifice for the nation, the Li family would have already faced consequences. A heaviness settled in Li Hong's heart. He realized the emperor was genuinely enraged. Yet for the sake of his son, he said, Your Majesty, I understand. However, the 13th Legion's fleet is the Li family's labor of love. I can relinquish it, but I implore your Majesty to consider the Li family's long-standing service to the court and to be lenient in judgment. The emperor nodded and said, Very well. Let him mine on the Mining Star for a year. I hope he can learn from this lesson. Li Hong quickly expressed his gratitude and exited the grand hall. Li Hao watched Li Hong's retreating figure, secretly smirking. Whether Li Tang could survive his time on the Mining Star remained uncertain. Noticing Li Hao's smirk, the emperor raised an eyebrow and asked, Are you dissatisfied with my judgment? Chapter 91. The plan to disband the pirate coalition. Li Hao quickly knelt and respectfully stated, Your Majesty is wise and formidable. How could I dare to express dissatisfaction with your judgment? However, Li Tang's crimes are severe, and sending him to mine on the Mining Star is indeed too lenient. The emperor nodded. Though Li Tang is guilty, he is still Li Hong's only son. I do not wish to eradicate his lineage completely. While mining on the Mining Star is arduous, it may serve to temper his resolve. Your Majesty's benevolence is admirable. I hold great respect for you, Li Hao replied. Now, do not take advantage of this situation. Go and take command of the Li family's fleet. Does he not have a heavy cruiser flagship in the imperial capital? The emperor said with a smile. After leaving the palace, Li Hao promptly went to the starport to take command of Li Tang's heavy cruiser flagship. Once the crew was transferred and the ship was in his possession, Li Hao returned all of Li Hong's original personnel. Upon returning home, Li Hong was furious to see the crew that Li Hao had returned, smashing objects in his study. He had not anticipated that his son, Li Tang, would be exiled to the Mining Star, while Li Hao acquired the fleet that the Li family had invested heavily in. This filled him with immense anger and humiliation. Li Hao, you despicable scoundrel, Li Hong seethed. How dare you scheme against the Li family? I will not let you off easily. Hearing the commotion in the study, Zhao, Li Hong's wife, rushed over. Upon seeing the chaos, her heart filled with rage. My lord, what has happened? It is all that Li Hao's doing. Tanger has been exiled to the Mining Star for a year, and the fleet has been taken over by Li Hao. The Li family has suffered a grievous loss. Li Hong replied indignantly. What? How could he do such a thing? Does he not have any regard for family ties? After all, you are his uncle and Tanger is his cousin, Zhao exclaimed in disbelief. Li Hong's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. In the face of power, what do familial bonds matter? Now that he has gained strength, he will naturally seize this opportunity. Zhao looked at Li Hong with concern. What shall we do? Tanger will suffer on the mining star. We cannot simply ignore him. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hong's eyes gleamed with determination. We must find a way to bring down Li Hao and make him pay the price. After bringing the Li family fleet back to the Dark Star, Li Hao reorganized it. He conducted a thorough review of the officers originally assigned by the Li family, dismissing several personnel. The recent battle had resulted in the loss of 3 cruisers. While the remaining ships suffered varying degrees of damage, Li Hao ordered the repair department to tow the fleet to the maintenance yard for repairs. Once the warships were restored, Li Hao integrated this fleet into the hero fleet. However, he remained somewhat wary of these individuals. Though he had restructured the fleet, he understood that human hearts are the most difficult to control, and it is unwise to harbor danger close by. Li Hao summoned Zhang Yu, Wang Lei, Lin Xiao, and other fleet leaders to inquire about any recent movements from the pirate coalition. Zhang Yu spoke first. Commander, the pirate coalition has not made any significant moves recently. Our intelligence personnel have reported that their activities in the border region remain relatively normal, but we have discovered some new vessels joining their fleet. Suddenly, Lin Xiao recalled something, furrowing his brow. Commander, I remember that the pirate coalition controls an industrial planet, which should house shipyards for constructing starships. Could these new vessels have been built there? Li Hao nodded, his expression turning serious. It is highly probable. Otherwise, given that we have already blocked their access to the Empire, from whence would these new starships come? Wang Lei continued. Commander, we could dispatch a reconnaissance team to that industrial planet for investigation. If we locate the shipyards, we could launch an attack to destroy them. The pirate coalition may have heavily fortified that planet for defense. Sending a team poses too great a risk, and we need that industrial planet. Wang Lei frowned and said, Commander, what should we do? If we do not destroy those shipyards, the pirate coalition's fleet will only grow stronger, posing an increasingly significant threat to us, I understand. However, we cannot focus solely on immediate benefits. We must also consider long-term gains. This industrial planet is of immense importance to us. If we can seize it, we will gain substantial resources and technology that will greatly benefit our development. After careful consideration, Lin Xiao proposed. Commander, I have an idea that in truth, given our capabilities, it would be futile to confront the Pirate Alliance head-on, as victory would be unattainable. However, the Pirate Alliance is not a monolithic entity. If we can sow discord among them, we stand a significant chance. Li Hao nodded in agreement, signaling Lin Xiao to elaborate. Clearing his throat, Lin Xiao continued. The Pirate Alliance comprises various pirate factions that harbor conflicting interests and rivalries. We can exploit this by employing diverse strategies to incite discord among them, prompting them to turn against one another, thereby diminishing their strength. Some factions may also be amenable to surrendering and joining our ranks. Indeed, that is a commendable idea, Li Hao remarked appreciatively, casting a glance at Lin Xiao. But what specific steps should we take? Lin Xiao smiled slightly and replied. We can approach this from 2 angles. First, we can leverage the current issue on Industrial Star to fabricate rumors and false information, cultivating suspicion and distrust among them, which would ignite internal strife. Second, we can utilize our diplomatic channels. I have made acquaintances within the Pirate Alliance over the years. We can first win over these individuals, and for a few of the larger pirate factions, we could employ military force to compel their submission. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's suggestions, Li Hao fell into deep contemplation. Very well, let us proceed according to your plan. Lin Xiao, you shall be responsible for formulating the specific operational strategy. Wang Lei, you will lead the hero fleet to deal with the coalition of the Firefox pirates. Zhang Yu, you will oversee intelligence operations, ensuring the smooth execution of our plans. Yes, Commander. The 3 responded in unison. In the days that followed, Zhang Yu and his team commenced their intense preparations, gathering extensive intelligence through various channels. Wang Lei led the hero fleet, now bolstered by the Li family fleet, to exterminate the Firefox pirates. Lin Xiao also reached out to the leaders of pirate factions he had known in the past, hoping to persuade them to ally with the Empire. Most of these pirate leaders were headstrong individuals who harbored little affection for the Empire. However, under Lin Xiao's persuasion, they began to consider his proposal. The 2 arranged to meet on a planet with a pleasant environment. This planet boasted a temperate climate, beautiful scenery, and vast expanses of forests and lakes. Lin Xiao met by Feng Huang in a small pavilion by the lakeside. Surrounded by fragrant flowers. It has been quite some time. By Feng Huang, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Indeed, it has been a while. Hey Megue, Bai Fenghuang replied, returning the smile. I have heard that you are now the commander of the 13th Legion's fleet. That is quite an achievement. You must already know that I am with the 13th Legion, Lin Xiao candidly stated. However, I have come to discuss the matter we touched upon in our previous communication. Surrender? Bai Fenghuang furrowed her brow. We pirates are accustomed to our freedom and have no desire to be constrained. I understand your reluctance to accept constraints, but the current situation has changed, Lin Xiao asserted. You are likely aware that the Endless Sea Star domain was once our 13th Legion's base. Over a decade ago, during the Zerg invasion, the 13th Legion suffered tremendous losses. Subsequently, the Empire was unable to reorganize the 13th Legion, which has led to the chaos in the Endless Sea Star domain to this day. Now, the 13th Legion is working to restore order to the Endless Sea. Bai Fenghuang nodded. She was certainly aware of these events. Our current mission is to restore order to the Endless Sea Star domain, Lin Xiao continued. We hope you will join our ranks as a friend. I would prefer not to encounter you on the battlefield of the stars. Bai Fenghuang remained silent for a moment, knowing that this was a significant decision. Joining the 13th Legion would mean relinquishing her freedom and independence to become part of the Empire. I need to consider this. I am not like you. You were always a member of the 13th Legion, while I am a thoroughbred pirate. She said, I understand your concerns, but I assure you that once you pledge your allegiance, I will be responsible for your safety, Lin Xiao replied. However, time is of the essence, and we hope you can reach a decision swiftly. If you have any questions or require assistance, do not hesitate to contact me. Bai Fenghuang nodded and then turned to leave. Lin Xiao observed her retreating figure, hoping that the intelligent and decisive Bai Fenghuang would make the right choice. In the following days, Lin Xiao and his subordinates arranged additional meetings with several pirate leaders, including the infamous Blackbeard, who had been driven from the border star systems by Li Hao. Lin Xiao recognized Blackbeard's strength and influence. Persuading him to join their ranks would greatly aid in winning over other pirate factions. Thus, he resolved to negotiate directly with Blackbeard. Lin Xiao and Blackbeard met at an abandoned space station, once a bustling commercial hub, now reduced to ruins. They sat across from each other at a dilapidated table, which bore some food and beverages. Lin Xiao's subordinate stood watchfully behind him, eyeing Blackbeard and his crew. Blackbeard, it has been a while, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Hey Megue, what brings you to seek me? Blackbeard asked coldly. Did I wish to offer you and your pirate crew a chance to surrender and serve the Empire? Lin Xiao proposed. Surrender? Blackbeard erupted in laughter. You really think I would capitulate to my enemies? I know you would not easily align with us, but you are an astute individual and must recognize the current circumstances, Lin Xiao replied. The Empire has commenced a crackdown on pirate factions, and your space for survival is dwindling. If you continue to oppose the Empire, the only outcome will be annihilation. Humph, my Blackbeard pirates are not so easily extinguished. Last time was merely a surprise attack by that brat Li Hao. Blackbeard scoffed. I acknowledge your faction's strength, but you cannot overlook the formidable power of our 13th Legion at present, Lin Xiao countered. And what of it? We pirates are accustomed to freedom and have no desire to be bound. Blackbeard retorted. Lin Xiao continued, should you join our ranks, you will receive the Empire's support and protection, leading to an improved quality of life. Furthermore, should you choose not to integrate into the 13th Legion, you may still pursue your preferred lifestyle, provided you abide by the Empire's laws and regulations. Humph, I need time to consider this. My decision is not mine alone, Blackbeard stated. Lin Xiao understood that persuading Blackbeard would not be a simple task. Very well, I shall grant you time to contemplate. Blackbeard nodded and departed the space station with his crew. Days later, he requested a face-to-face meeting with Li Hao. Upon receiving the news, Lin Xiao was somewhat surprised but agreed to Blackbeard's request, speculating that Blackbeard likely sought to gauge Li Hao's stance or propose specific conditions. The meeting was once again set at the abandoned space station. Lin Xiao and Li Hao arrived early, accompanied by several subordinates, awaiting Blackbeard's arrival. Soon, Blackbeard and his crew appeared, all fully armed and displaying a vigilant demeanor. Blackbeard and Li Hao exchanged glances before Blackbeard spoke. Colonel Li Hao, it has been a while. Last time, you almost had me killed. It seems the roles have reversed today. Colonel Li Hao smiled faintly in response. Blackbeard, let bygones be bygones. We are here today to discuss cooperation. Blackbeard scoffed derisively. Cooperation? You drove me from the border star systems? And now you wish to offer me a truce? Li Hao, do you take me for a fool? Calmly, Colonel Li Hao replied. Blackbeard, You are a clever man and should be able to discern the current landscape. The Empire has begun to clamp down on pirate factions, and your space for survival is diminishing. Today is your day of reckoning, whether through foolishness or arrogance. Knowing we are adversaries, you still dare to come. Blackbeard boasted arrogantly, "Do you truly believe I am so foolish?" "Of course, I have come prepared," Lin Xiao interjected. At that moment, Bai Fenghuang entered with a contingent of her crew. "Blackbeard, surrender now. Your men are already subdued. And I will take your fleet as well. Those new warships you acquired are quite impressive." Upon hearing this, Blackbeard's expression darkened, having not anticipated Bai Fenghuang's sudden appearance and the presence of her crew. He had thought himself adequately prepared. "Bai Fenghuang, you traitor! You dare betray the pirate alliance," Blackbeard seethed. Bai Fenghuang's response was cold. "Blackbeard, you are far too naive. It seems after all these years as a pirate, you still fail to grasp the situation. We become pirates to survive. Now that I can live as an honorable person, why would I continue to scrape by in the shadows?" Blackbeard's face grew even darker. He had not expected Bai Fenghuang to voice such sentiments. Glaring at her, he warned, "Bai Fenghuang, do not forget that you have taken your share of lives as a pirate, no less than I. Li Hao will not spare you." Bai Fenghuang retorted coldly, "Blackbeard, after all these years of acquaintance, when have you seen me or Hey Megua dirty my hands? I have already purged the guilty from my pirate crew in recent days." Blackbeard erupted into hearty laughter. "Good, very good, Li Hao. You truly have played your cards well." As he spoke, Blackbeard suddenly struck, launching an attack towards the White Phoenix. Anticipating his move, the White Phoenix swiftly evaded his onslaught. Countering with a powerful blow aimed at Blackbeard in an instant, the two were locked in fierce combat, each displaying formidable prowess, rendering it difficult to determine a victor. Just then, Li Hao charged forward with a squad of soldiers. Surrounding Blackbeard, the latter's expression shifted dramatically. He realized he had no escape. Glaring at Li Hao, he spat, "Li Hao, you despicable scoundrel, how dare you conspire with the White Phoenix against me?" Li Hao responded with a slight smile. "Blackbeard, you are mistaken. I have given you a chance, but you sought your own demise. Today marks your end." Blackbeard retorted, "Li Hao, do you truly believe you can capture me? You are far too naive. I, Blackbeard, am not so easily vanquished." With that, Blackbeard suddenly retrieved a remote control and pressed a button. "This is bad. He has activated the self-destruct sequence. Ha ha ha, Li Hao, none of you will leave here alive." Li Hao rushed forward to subdue Blackbeard but saw that the remote had already been activated. "Everyone, retreat immediately," he commanded. The White Phoenix and the others hastily followed Li Hao as they fled the space station and boarded the Invincible. Li Hao immediately ordered the activation of the Star Shield and Energy Shield. At that very moment, as the Invincible engaged its defenses, the space station erupted into a violent explosion, transforming into a massive fireball. Blackbeard and his crew were obliterated alongside the station's destruction. Fortunately, the timely activation of the Star Shield spared the starship from significant damage. Li Hao reflected in the command room of the Invincible. At that moment, the White Phoenix entered, her complexion pale but her gaze resolute. "Congratulations, White Phoenix, you made the right choice. Welcome to the 13th Legion. Colonel Li Hao, thank you for granting the White Phoenix pirate crew this opportunity. No need for thanks. White Phoenix, your strength and bravery assure me that you will become a vital asset to the 13th Legion. Commander, I have contacted nearly all possible allies. It seems further action will have to be taken by force," reported Lin Xiao. "In that case, we shall return." "White Phoenix, are your fleets prepared?" The White Phoenix nodded, stating, "Everything is arranged. My fleet is on standby ahead." Li Hao expressed his satisfaction. "Excellent, then let us set forth." The White Phoenix accompanied Colonel Li Hao out of the command room and onto the bridge of the Invincible. The ship's first officer awaited them, ready for departure. "Aye, Commander," the first officer replied, then turned to the crew, issuing orders. "Engage engines, prepare for departure." The engines of the Invincible roared to life, gently lifting the vessel away from the shattered space station. Upon returning to the Dark Star Harbor, Li Hao immediately convened all officers to host a unique welcome ceremony for the newly integrated pirate crew. During this incorporation operation, Lin Xiao had made remarkable contributions, successfully persuading 6 pirate crews, including the White Phoenix, to surrender. Each of these crews possessed comparable strength, with the smallest commanding a standard fleet of 10 cruisers, while the largest, the White Phoenix, had acquired 4 standard fleets after absorbing Blackbeard's forces, comprising 2 heavy cruisers and 40 cruisers. However, these fleets primarily lacked flagships and main artillery. How integrated the remaining 5 pirate fleets into the Dawn Fleet, thoroughly mixing the newly incorporated pirates with the officers of the Dawn Fleet. This reorganization significantly bolstered the strength of the Dawn Fleet. Despite their piratical origins, they exhibited exceptional skills in maneuvering and operating warships. In the ensuing days, Li Hao orchestrated a series of drills and exercises aimed at further enhancing the fleet's combat capabilities. Only through continuous training and adaptation could this amalgamation of pirates and elite members of the 13th Legion truly evolve into a formidable force. Li Hao arranged the White Phoenix's fleet, much like the Black Rose's, as a distinct unit, naming it the Phoenix Fleet. He appointed the White Phoenix as the fleet commander and dispatched several seasoned officers to assist her in management and training. Once the fleet reorganization was complete, Li Hao decided to advance towards the Pirate Alliance based on in-depth intelligence analysis. He planned for the Dawn Fleet to launch a frontal assault, delivering a decisive blow to the Pirate Alliance. Meanwhile, the Starshine Fleet would flank on the left, and the Hero Fleet on the right, creating a pincer movement against the Pirate Alliance. The Black Rose and the White Phoenix's fleets would stealthily maneuver to the Industrial Star behind the Pirate Alliance to execute a surprise attack and sabotage. The primary aim of this strategy was to observe how the Pirate Alliance would respond in an open confrontation. If they engaged in direct combat, the Black Rose and White Phoenix would swiftly seize the Industrial Star and establish a defensive line. Should the Pirate Alliance attempt to provide assistance, Li Hao would advance on the front lines, instigating chaos within their ranks. The plan's core objective was to scrutinize the Pirate Alliance's performance in direct conflict. If the Pirate Alliance opted for a face-off with Li Hao's fleet, the Black Rose and the White Phoenix would rapidly capture the Industrial Star and fortify their position there. Consequently, the Pirate Alliance would find itself besieged from all sides. Conversely, if the Pirate Alliance chose to rescue the Industrial Star, Li Hao would push forward on the front lines while employing tactics to incite discord within the Pirate Alliance. Utilizing intelligence and psychological warfare, he aimed to create confusion and mistrust, fostering conflict and discord among the members of the Pirate Alliance. As the battle commenced, the Dawn Fleet launched its frontal assault against the Pirate Alliance as planned. True to Li Hao's expectations, the Pirate Alliance deployed a substantial number of fleets to engage. Intense combat erupted in space, with cannon fire booming and lights flashing. Meanwhile, the fleets led by the Black Rose and the White Phoenix stealthily advanced towards the Industrial Star. Employing advanced stealth technology and rapid maneuverability, they evaded the Pirate Alliance's reconnaissance and successfully reached the Industrial Star. Chapter 94. The Pirate Alliance's response upon discovering the attack on the Industrial Star. The Pirate Alliance found itself in a predicament. Continuing to engage the Dawn Fleet on the front lines would likely result in the Industrial Star being captured by the Black Rose and the White Phoenix. However, diverting forces to assist the Industrial Star would place immense pressure on the front line against Li Hao. The Pirate Alliance's leader summoned the high-ranking officials for a meeting at the Alliance Star to discuss the situation, which had dealt a severe blow to the Alliance's reputation and strength. During the meeting, the leader, wearing a grave expression, stated, "We must acknowledge that our clash with the 13th Legion has been a painful defeat. Not only have we faltered on the front lines, but Li Hao has also successfully swayed numerous members to his side, rapidly augmenting his strength to rival us." The atmosphere in the meeting room grew somber, with every face clouded in concern. This defeat was not merely a military setback. It represented a significant blow to the Alliance's reputation. The Pirate Alliance had long been the sovereign power of the Endless Sea Star domain, and now, facing such a catastrophic defeat against the 13th Legion, they were engulfed in anger and frustration. "This is all the work of that traitor, the Black Rose," one pirate leader exclaimed, rising abruptly. All those who defected were once associated with her. The room erupted into a chorus of discussions. Many pirate leaders wore expressions of fury, incensed by the Black Rose's betrayal. Yet, a few leaders voiced dissenting opinions, asserting their connections with the Black Rose. "The Black Rose has betrayed us," one leader stated, "but not everyone who had dealings with her is a traitor." Another leader countered, "It is an undeniable fact that she is now allied with the White Phoenix and Li Hao. Then I wish to know, who among us has never cooperated with the Black Rose or the White Phoenix?" A third leader interjected. "Are we all prepared to betray our own?" The atmosphere in the meeting room grew tense, as both sides held firmly to their positions, unwilling to yield. At that moment, The leader intervened. Everyone, let us remain calm. He surveyed the room, then continued. I understand that you are all furious over the Black Rose's betrayal. But we must not let emotions cloud our judgment. We need to analyze the situation rationally. I believe everyone here still stands with the Pirate Alliance. The traitors have already defected. The leader's words helped to restore some calm, and the attendees nodded in agreement. First, we must address how to confront our present predicament, the leader stated. Should we focus on repelling the Dawn Fleet on the front lines or rescuing the Industrial Star? A pirate leader with interests in the Industrial Star spoke up. We must prioritize the rescue of the Industrial Star. The 13th Legion has severed our ties with the Empire, and the Industrial Star is our lifeline. Another pirate leader countered. I propose we first drive back the Dawn Fleet on the front line. Even if the Black Rose and her forces capture the Industrial Star, they will be isolated. After carefully considering both suggestions, the leader remarked, I have observed the scale of both fleets. Whether in direct confrontation or in rescuing the Industrial Star, neither will be easy. There are at least 10 major fleets with flagships on the front lines, while the Black Rose and the White Phoenix command over 5 major fleets. A brief silence enveloped the conference room as each individual pondered over potential strategies. After a moment, one of the pirate leaders spoke. My lord, we could feign an ongoing standoff with the Dawn Fleet, finding an opportune moment to withdraw our main fleet to rescue the industrial planet. This course of action is fraught with peril. Should the enemy catch wind of our intentions, our frontline defense would crumble, and soon the 13th Legion would be upon the Alliance's star systems. Moreover, the fleets of the White Phoenix and Black Rose are not easily vanquished. Should we be ensnared by them, we would find ourselves in dire straits. After some contemplation, the leader of the pirates inquired, what of the Fire Cloud's pirate coalition? If they could sow discord in the rear against the 13th Legion, our predicament would be greatly alleviated. The intelligence chief of the Pirate Alliance replied, the Fire Cloud coalition was annihilated by the 13th Legion not long ago. Fire Cloud himself is dead. How can this be? Their strength, even in coalition, should not have been easily extinguished, came the incredulous response. The intelligence chief scoffed. Fire Cloud was outmaneuvered by Li Hao. The capital ships and flagship they procured were sourced from Mark, who was aligned with Li Hao. All the vessels sold to them were obsolete ships seized by Li Hao, refurbished and disguised as decommissioned military vessels. Most critically, these ships were embedded with backdoors. When activated at a crucial moment, they detonated catastrophically. The revelation sent shockwaves of disbelief and fury through the assembly. They had not anticipated Fire Cloud would fall victim to Li Hao's cunning machinations. Nor did they foresee such treachery from Li Hao himself. Li Hao is utterly despicable, someone exclaimed through gritted teeth. Yet, what shall we do now? A heavy silence befell the group, for their situation was exceedingly grim. If they could not swiftly devise a countermeasure, they would likely face an even greater crisis. Just then, a voice broke through the tension. We could seize this opportunity to strike back. The main ships of the 13th Legion are already deployed, and we might send a fleet to ambush the Dark Star. The Lord interjected, what makes you think a fleet of sufficient size could seize a starport fortified with a robust defense system? Furthermore, as I understand it, Li Hao has conscripted over 100 destroyers and frigates into planetary defense forces. In the short term, you would stand no chance of breaching the starport. Prolonging this endeavor would only invite the 13th Legion's reinforcements, and the attacking fleet would likely not return. Nothing seems feasible. How are we to fight this battle? A hot-tempered leader slammed his fist on the table. Indeed, we have exhausted every avenue, yet none yield results. The enemy's defenses are impenetrable. We cannot breach their lines, others lamented, each voice echoing their shared despair. At this moment, the leader of the Pirate Alliance rose, declaring, I have a proposal that merits consideration. Let us consolidate our efforts and launch a full frontal assault against the Dawn Fleet, disregarding the industrial planet for now. Once we have repelled the main force of the 13th Legion, we shall reclaim the industrial planet. His voice resonated within the conference room, resolute and unwavering. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Each individual understood the gravity of this confrontation. The Pirate Alliance stood at a precipice of survival. Failing to repel the Dawn Fleet and the 13th Legion's main force would result in their utter annihilation. Chapter 95. Confrontation with the Pirate Lord. The leader stood, surveying the assembled pirate chiefs, his voice low and powerful. Brothers, we are pirates. Our existence is fraught with peril and challenge. Yet, we are also warriors of freedom. and we shall not yield easily to any foe. Today, we face our greatest adversary. We must unite as one, exert our utmost, and fight for our survival and liberty." As his words echoed, the conference room erupted in fervent applause and cheers. Under the leader's direct command, the pirate chiefs mobilized their remaining fleets, preparing for battle. Ships lined up in formation, their cannons aimed squarely at the approaching Dawn fleet. The pirates busied themselves with preparations. Inspecting weaponry and adjusting tactical deployments, Li Hao, having gleaned intelligence through his network, recognized that the pirate alliance was poised for a desperate last stand. He could afford no delay and promptly instructed all fleets to prepare comprehensively. He understood that once the enemy commenced their assault, they must engage with full force, harboring no illusions of luck. "All ships, heed my command. Upon the enemy's attack, switch to super energy cores and activate all star shields and energy shields." Li Hao's command swiftly reverberated throughout the fleet. The scale of the enemy's mobilization was unprecedented, their numbers far surpassing his own. Without effective defensive measures, they would be susceptible to concentrated fire, incurring catastrophic losses. Under Li Hao's guidance, the fleet commenced urgent preparations. Soldiers hurried to replace energy cores, checking weapon systems and defense mechanisms to ensure optimal readiness. Simultaneously, Li Hao remained vigilant, closely monitoring the movements of the pirate alliance. Utilizing detectors and reconnaissance craft, he continuously acquired the latest intelligence. He observed the pirate fleet approaching with remarkable speed, clearly intent on annihilation. As the pirate fleet drew nearer, Li Hao's tension mounted. Combat could erupt at any moment, and he had to brace for the worst. "Report to the commander. The pirate fleet has entered our firing range," an officer informed. "Good. All hands, take your positions and prepare for battle," Li Hao commanded. Under his leadership, the fleet plunged into fierce combat. The starships engaged in a tumultuous exchange of fire, energy beams slicing through the void, illuminating the battlefield. With their formidable defense systems and super energy cores, Li Hao's fleet successfully withstood numerous assaults from the pirate alliance. Yet, the sheer number of pirate vessels rendered their attacks increasingly relentless. "Commander, our star shields have sustained severe damage. If this continues, we may not endure much longer," an officer reported anxiously. "Stay calm. Maintain defensive positions and wait for an opportunity to counterattack." Has the intelligence officer located the enemy's flagship? "The main cannon of the Invincible is charging," the intelligence officer's voice echoed in the command chamber. Tinged with urgency, Li Hao sat in the command chair, brow furrowed as he contemplated the next course of action. Lock onto a large enemy ship, though it may not necessarily be the flagship. The intelligence officer continued. Li Hao nodded. Every decision on the battlefield bore immense significance. He glanced at the main cannon operator and issued the command. "Disregard the flagship for now. Take down whatever you can. Fire the main cannon." The main cannon operator promptly executed the order, unleashing a blinding beam toward the designated target. Moments later, an enemy vessel erupted in a violent explosion. "Direct hit," the main cannon operator exclaimed with exhilaration. In the throes of battle, both fleets unleashed a torrent of fire, their ships exchanging blows amid a chaotic ballet of energy beams. The commander maintained a steady hand, continuously adjusting tactics in search of the enemy's vulnerabilities. The pirate lord, witnessing one of his heavy cruisers succumb to a catastrophic explosion, was engulfed by a surge of rage and despair. He watched helplessly as the once mighty vessel was reduced to nothing amidst the flames. "How is this possible? How could our heavy cruiser be so easily obliterated?" the lord murmured, disbelief and anguish saturating his voice. "Why, lord, what shall we do now?" a pirate asked, his voice trembling. Taking a deep breath, the lord endeavored to regain his composure. "Order all main cannons to concentrate fire on that flagship. It must be Li Hao's Invincible." At the lord's command, the pirate alliance's vessels adjusted their trajectories, aiming their main cannons at Li Hao's flagship. In an instant, a multitude of energy beams pierced the void, hurtling toward the Invincible. Li Hao stood in the command chamber of the Invincible, observing the enemy's assault on the screen. A cold smile gracing his lips. "Excellent. They've revealed the positions of all their main warships. Let us divide and conquer." The main cannons of the 13th Legion roared to life, unleashing a barrage of energy beams upon the pirate alliance's vessels. Amidst the fierce exchange, both sides suffered hits, explosions lighting up the vast expanse of space. Li Hao's Invincible, bolstered by its robust shields and firepower, remained steadfast against the onslaught, while the Pirate Alliance's ships suffered catastrophic losses, one after another being decimated. My lord, our ships have incurred grievous losses. In addition to the star shields, they possess an unknown layer of shielding we've never encountered. We cannot breach it, a staff officer exclaimed in a panic. The Lord's expression darkened. They were losing this battle. Retreat. Intelligence officer, why were we not informed of their new shield technology? The intelligence officer lowered his gaze, unable to meet the Lord's eyes. My lord, our intelligence network failed to detect any information regarding their new shield. It may be a recent development or technology acquired from another faction. The Lord's countenance grew grim. He understood that this defeat would be a heavy blow to the Pirate Alliance. They had not only lost numerous ships and warriors, but also their grip on this star system. Order a full retreat. The Lord grit his teeth. Withdraw to the Alliance star systems and regroup. The fleet of the Pirate Alliance began to retreat slowly, their morale plummeting, with expressions of despondency and disappointment etched upon every face. Once the sovereigns of this galaxy, they now fled in disarray. Lihouse stood within the command cabin of the Invincible, watching as the Pirate Alliance fleet gradually receded from view. Commander, should we pursue them? An officer inquired. Lihouse shook his head and replied, there is no need for pursuit. We shall advance steadily. The main spectacle lies ahead. Chapter 96. The collapse of the Pirate Alliance. The leader of the Pirate Alliance returned to the Alliance's star systems with the retreating fleet, selecting a planet situated along a crucial trade route as a defensive frontline. On this planet, the leader arranged for the defense of the starport and prepared to return to the Alliance's central star with his trusted confidants. En route, he received alarming news from the intelligence department. Reports indicated that Liho's fleet had not pursued them but was instead regrouping and resupplying near the defensive line, which brought a sigh of relief to the leader. However, as he was on the verge of returning to the Alliance's starport, he sensed something was amiss. The once bustling starport was now enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of its customary clamor and activity. Stirring within him a foreboding sense of dread. Peering through a telescope at the starport, he observed that most of its defensive installations had been obliterated, with signs of battle evident everywhere. He attempted to contact the starport via communicator, but received no response. As he pondered the unusual circumstances surrounding the starport, a starship suddenly emerged from it. He promptly established communication. What has happened? The fleeing pirate exclaimed. Leader, flee. The remaining chiefs and the Black Rose have colluded and seized control of the starport. They are now purging our people within the planet. Upon hearing this, a jolt of shock coursed through him. The remaining chiefs had betrayed the Alliance. How could this be possible? We must leave at once. If they have turned against us, then our fleet must also be compromised. Quickly, inform our fleet to rendezvous with us. The leader commanded anxiously. A pirate radio operator immediately attempted to reach the fleet, but repeated efforts yielded no response. A trusted pirate beside the leader remarked urgently, Leader, it seems our fleet has already fallen under their control. We should consider where to retreat next. How could this happen? The leader felt a wave of despair wash over him. His fleet was his foundation. If it was lost, he would be left with nothing. We can first seek a safe location and then contact other pirate factions for assistance, the trusted pirate suggested. After a moment of contemplation, the leader nodded. Very well, we have no other choice. Thus, he and his subordinates boarded their starship and departed the starport, venturing deeper into the cosmos. Liho's fleet approached the defensive planet of the Alliance. A warship approached and sent a communication signal to the Invincible. Upon connecting, a pirate chief reported, Commander Lee, all the warships of the Pirate Alliance have been captured here, save for the leader's ship which has fled to the Alliance's star. How fierce was the resistance? What were the losses? Lihow inquired. Only the leader's men offered any resistance, but they were all eliminated. Our warships sustained no losses. The others surrendered upon realizing the situation was dire. And we have successfully taken control, the pirate chief relayed. Very well, I will arrange for personnel to take over. You have all worked hard. I shall proceed to the Alliance's star first. Upon the Invincible's arrival at the Alliance's star, the battle there was nearing its conclusion. Lin Shao, accompanied by the White Phoenix and several high-ranking leaders of the Pirate Alliance, awaited at the starport. Lihow disembarked from the warship and saw Lin Shao and the others. A surge of emotion welled within him. After years of effort and anticipation, this moment had finally arrived. Lin Shao stepped forward to embrace Lihow tightly. Their eyes met, filled with joy and relief. "We have finally returned." They released each other and turned toward the White Phoenix and the other high-ranking leaders of the Pirate Alliance. Li Hao shook hands with each one, expressing his respect and gratitude. "Thank you for your support and assistance. From this moment on, the era of the Pirate Alliance has come to an end." His voice resonated through the starry sky. The White Phoenix and the other leaders gazed at Li Hao in silence, their hearts heavy with reflection. They recognized that this marked the conclusion of one era and the dawn of another. Under the guidance of the leaders of the Pirate Alliance, Li Hao entered the conference room of the Alliance starport. The primary objective of this confrontation with the Pirate Alliance had been to draw out the leader, allowing the Black Rose and the White Phoenix to redirect their fleet from attacking the Industrial Star to launching an assault on the Alliance Star instead. Furthermore, prior to this, the Black Rose and the White Phoenix had discreetly forged alliances with several high-ranking members of the Pirate Alliance. They promised to restore the imperial citizenship of those who dismantled the Pirate Alliance and assured their personal safety. Those willing to join the 13th Legion would be welcomed, while those who preferred to avoid the battlefield would receive a share of the resource planets in the Endless Sea star domain, allowing them to live peacefully. Li Hao addressed the assembly, stating, "It is regrettable that we did not capture the leader. This may pose future complications. We must swiftly eliminate the scattered pirates in the surrounding star systems to prevent them from regrouping." His gaze swept across the room as he contemplated the next steps in their strategy. While this operation had successfully dismantled the Pirate Alliance, the leader's escape left him with a tinge of concern. As long as the leader remained alive, there was a possibility of rekindling the pirate forces and posing a threat to them. "We could dispatch multiple fleets to various star systems for purging," the White Phoenix proposed. "Simultaneously, we could utilize our intelligence network to gather information on the pirates' movements and activities, enhancing our strikes." "That is an excellent idea," Li Hao nodded. "We must ensure that those pirates understand we will grant them no respite. However, we must also be cautious not to overly disperse our forces," the Black Rose cautioned. "If our fleets are too spread out, it may provide the enemy with an opportunity." "Indeed, you make a valid point." Li Hao mused that we can first concentrate our forces to clear the more significant star systems, then gradually expand our reach. The assembly members voiced their opinions and suggestions, and after thorough discussion, they finalized the next steps for the purging operation. Li Hao stood, surveying the group, and declared, "Very well, everyone, return and prepare. We must act swiftly. We cannot afford to give those pirates any chance in the ensuing period." Li Hao organized the purging of various pirate bases within the Endless Sea star domain, utilizing intelligence provided by the high-ranking members of the Pirate Alliance for precise strikes. Under Li Hao's command, the purging operations progressed smoothly. The fleets executed the plan with precision, swiftly dismantling one pirate base after another. The pirates, facing the overwhelming assault of the fleets, were left with no means of resistance and fled in all directions. Yet, Li Hao was not content with this success. He understood that the pirates would not yield easily. They would undoubtedly seek opportunities for retaliation. Therefore, he mandated that each fleet, while dismantling the pirate bases, also enhance their patrols and defenses in the surrounding star systems to thwart any potential pirate ambushes. On a remote planet within the Endless Sea, the leader of the Pirate Alliance, accompanied by his personal guard, sought refuge. They established a temporary base on this desolate planet, attempting to regroup and stage a comeback. He picked up a communication device and dialed a contact. Upon connection, the voice on the other end responded, "Master, our plan has failed. We lost the battle, and the Alliance Star is now under the control of the 13th Legion." Chapter 97. The Battleship Blueprint. "You worthless fool. After spending so many star coins and providing you with such a fleet, you squander it all in a single battle, and even our stronghold has been taken from us." The voice on the other end thundered. "What face do you have left to live? Master, please grant me another opportunity. I swear I can completely annihilate Li Hao and the 13th Legion. Another opportunity? Do you not feel you've already wasted enough star coins?" The voice retorted angrily. "What use is there in keeping you around? Master, I can pledge my life to ensure success next time." "Your life? What is your life worth?" The voice scoffed. "You are now a lost dog. How dare you bargain with me?" The leader of the Pirate Alliance fell silent for a moment before responding, "Master, I recognize my mistakes, but I possess some intelligence that may be of use to you." "What intelligence?" "During the recent battle, we concentrated fire on Li Hao's flagship, but aside from the star shield, it was protected by an additional energy shield that our main cannon could not penetrate. I have learned through previous contacts that this energy shield is extraordinarily strong due to the energy blocks used in their warships, which differ from the common types we encountered. What makes it different? The voice inquired eagerly. The energy blocks we commonly use are zero-point energy blocks, while they utilize vacuum zero-point energy blocks, which possess energy densities several times greater than ours. This is why their shields are so formidable. Where do these energy blocks originate? I have yet to ascertain the exact location. Li Hao maintains strict control over these energy blocks, and they are always managed by the 13th Legion's Guard Brigade whenever they are deployed. The leader of the Pirate Alliance replied, "Excellent. The intelligence you provided this time is invaluable." The counterpart remarked, "I will arrange for someone to investigate this energy block. If we can uncover the technology behind its production, we could forge far more powerful weapons and eliminate the 13th Legion in one fell swoop. My lord. What about me? Stay there for now and await my message." The counterpart replied, "If necessary, I will reach out to you again." "Understood, my lord." After ending the communication, the leader of the Pirate Alliance exhaled a sigh of relief, knowing he had narrowly escaped this time. Meanwhile, Li Hao in the command chamber of the starport of the Alliance inquired, "Have all the pirate bases in the Endless Sea been eradicated?" "Report, Commander. All pirate bases near the main trade route of the Endless Sea have been completely cleared, and we are currently concluding the final cleanup operations." An officer responded, "Excellent. This operation has been remarkably successful. Continue to eliminate all remaining bases in the remote star systems," Li Hao instructed. "However, we must not let our guard down. We need to enhance our patrols along the main trade route of the Endless Sea to prevent a resurgence of piracy. By the way, do we have any updates from the leader of the Pirate Alliance?" Zhang Yu stood up to report, "Commander, based on our intelligence, we can confirm he has fled to a remote star system. But the exact location remains undetermined. This leader of the Pirate Alliance is a menace and must be eliminated swiftly to prevent future troubles." Zhang Yu nodded, stating, "Commander, we are diligently searching for his whereabouts. Once located, we will initiate a siege immediately. Wang Lei, what is the status of the captured warships? How about the spoils from various pirate bases?" Wang Lei presented a document to Li Hao regarding the warships. "We have mainly acquired 17 standard warships. The remaining destroyers and frigates have been allocated to various planets and transportation hubs for patrolling and defense. The spoils from the pirate bases are still being tallied due to their sheer volume." Li Hao reviewed the document carefully and said, "Very well, you have done excellently. These warships and resources are of paramount importance to us, and we must utilize them wisely." Wang Lei nodded, adding, "Commander, I have one more matter to report." "What is it?" "We have located their shipyards for constructing warships on the industrial star. These shipyards indeed possess the capability to build warships, and we have already found the design blueprints for heavy cruisers and cruisers in the core storage of the shipyard." Wang Lei reported. Li Hao nodded, saying, "Good, these blueprints are crucial for us. With them, we can construct our own warships and bolster our military strength." Wang Lei continued, "However, we have also discovered some issues within the shipyards. The construction technology is quite outdated, and the production efficiency is very low. If we wish to mass-produce warships, we will need to upgrade and renovate these facilities. Find a way to upgrade and renovate. We must enhance the production efficiency of the shipyards." After the meeting concluded, everyone returned to their respective duties. Wang Lei called Li Hao into a private room, where he retrieved the star brain and opened it. Upon seeing the blueprints, Li Hao immediately understood. "These are the blueprints for the Invincible." "Where did you obtain them?" Wang Lei replied, "I found them in a secret chamber of a pirate base." This document was stored separately on a very well-protected storage disk. The cleanup soldiers deemed it an important file and brought it to me. Upon opening it, I discovered it was the design blueprint for a warship, so I brought it back to you. "Does this mean that with this blueprint, we can produce battleships?" Li Hao asked excitedly. Wang Lei nodded, saying, "Theoretically, yes, but the actual situation may be more complex. You see here? The material for the ship's hull has not been available for over 100 years, according to the engineers at the shipyard. This is a major reason why the Empire has been unable to produce battleships. So, if we lack this material, we can only construct a larger warship based on the blueprints, which won't achieve battleship performance, correct?" Wang Lei nodded. "Yes, and this material is critical for battleships. Without it, both the defensive capabilities and firepower of the battleship would be significantly compromised. This is why only the Invincible can mount a planet-destroying cannon, as it can withstand the recoil. Is it possible for us to find a substitute material?" Wang Lei shook his head, saying, "This material is a very special alloy. I checked with the Empire's records, and many scientists have researched it for a long time without finding a suitable substitute. They all say it lacks a particularly hard mineral. After their discussion, realizing the impossibility of producing battleships at present, they had no choice but to store the documents away. Both Li Hao and Wang Lei felt somewhat disheartened. Well, at least we possess one battleship now. Do we not? The universe is vast. We will surely find a solution in time. Wang Lei smiled, saying, now that the pirate issue in the Endless Sea has been resolved, should we inform the military? Indeed, we should notify the military to keep them apprised of the situation. However, before that, we need to make some preparations, Li Hao replied. Wang Lei looked at Li Hao in confusion and asked, what preparations are necessary? We need to expedite the reorganization of the fleet. With the addition of these 17 fleets, we must redistribute them, ensuring that key positions are filled with trusted individuals. I worry that those in the Empire will not easily allow us to seize this opportunity. We cannot conceal this news for long. The military and the Emperor must have already received word. Wang Lei expressed his concern. Li Hao pondered for a moment before saying, let's first arrange the fleet reorganization. Once everything is in place, we will report to the military and the Emperor. Until then, we must maintain strict confidentiality. Additionally, assign the Star Radiance fleet to defend the Dark Star and prevent any Imperial ships from approaching. Understood. I will make the necessary arrangements for the fleet. Lin Xiao entered just as Li Hao was issuing orders, asking, now that we have dealt with the pirates in the Endless Sea, why do we still need to block the routes leading to the Dark Star? Li Hao turned to Lin Xiao, smiling slightly as he explained, currently, the Endless Sea is viewed as a cake by those in the Empire. They will not allow us to have it all to ourselves. They will want it shared. We must block these routes to ensure our interests in the Endless Sea. Lin Xiao frowned, saying, but won't this provoke the Empire's discontent? The Endless Sea was won through the sacrifices of our 13th Legion. How can we simply allow them to share in the fruits of our victory? At present, the 13th Legion had absorbed the majority of the Pirate Alliance's fleets, with over 500,000 personnel in total. Li Hao needed to plan for future military expenditures. He understood that maintaining such a massive army would impose a significant financial burden. Li Hao convened the senior officers of the Legion to discuss military funding. During the meeting, everyone expressed their opinions and proposed various solutions. We could generate income by developing the resources of the Endless Sea, Wang Lei suggested. Lin Xiao proposed, we could establish checkpoints on Gold Sandstar and impose taxes for entry into the Endless Sea. After thorough discussion, they ultimately reached a consensus. On one hand, to request policies from the Empire allowing the 13th Legion to collect taxes from the Endless Sea. On the other hand, to actively develop the resources of the Endless Sea while strengthening trade relations with other factions to increase revenue. After the meeting, Li Hao, along with Lin Xiao and Wang Lei, set off to report to the military headquarters in the imperial capital about the successful eradication of pirates in the Endless Sea. After several days of travel, they finally arrived at the imperial capital. The three of them promptly headed to the military headquarters, where they tidied their attire and knocked on the office door of Huang Pu Hao. Come in! A robust voice echoed from within. The three entered to find Huang Pu Hao seated at his desk, engrossed in documents. His hair was meticulously styled, and he wore a pristine military uniform, with the stars on his shoulders gleaming, exuding an air of authority. Report, General. Li Hao, Lin Xiao, and Wang Lei of the 13th Legion are here to deliver a report, they stated in unison, standing at attention. Huang Pu Hao lifted his gaze, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, isn't this the great leader, Li? I didn't expect to see you here. The trio was momentarily taken aback, and Li Hao felt a wave of confusion. When had he become a leader? Old sir, are you jesting? I am no leader. Huang Pu Hao chuckled, replying, oh, spare me the act. I am well aware of your exploits in the Endless Sea. After repelling the Pirate Alliance, you sealed off all the routes leading to the Dark Star. Now the entire Endless Sea is under your control. If you are not the leader, then who is? Li Hao was taken aback. He had not anticipated Huang Pu Hao would be so well informed about his actions in the Endless Sea. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, old sir, I did this to safeguard the security of the Endless Sea. The threat posed by the remaining pirates is significant. Without decisive measures, the entire region could descend into chaos. All right, I won't tease you any longer. A few days ago, news reached the capital regarding your blockade of the shipping routes. Today, during the Grand Court Assembly, several prominent families in the capital jointly impeached you, accusing you of concealing military intelligence and amassing troops for your own gain. Now, with the blockade of the shipping routes. It appears you intend to crown yourself. Huang Pu Hao furrowed his brow and remarked, "Humph, these people truly do not know the meaning of danger. While we are out here battling the pirate alliance, they stab me in the back." Li Hao snorted coldly, a glint of frost flashing in his eyes. Li Hao, do not act recklessly. The interests of the endless sea star domain are too significant. You are currently riding a wave of fortune, and even a minor misstep could plunge you and the 13th Legion into the abyss. Huang Pu Hao admonished, visibly displeased. Li Hao cast a glance at Huang Pu Hao. Inhaling deeply to suppress the fury simmering within him, he recognized the truth in Huang Pu Hao's words. At this juncture, neither he nor the 13th Legion could afford any blunders. Xiao Hao, refrain from impulsiveness. We must complete our tasks at the military department and return swiftly, distancing ourselves from this contentious place, Lin Xiao suggested. Huang Pu Hao pondered for a moment. Since we have returned, we must enter the palace to report to His Majesty and discern his intentions. The three followed Huang Pu Hao into the palace to meet the emperor. Inside the imperial palace, resplendent with gold and jade, guards stood at attention, exemplifying the majesty of imperial authority. They traversed through numerous palace gates until they finally arrived before the emperor's study. Huang Pu Hao instructed the others to wait outside while he entered alone. Moments later, he emerged, signaling for the others to enter. Upon entering the study, they beheld the emperor seated at his desk, perusing memorials. The emperor appeared to be in his 40s, with a resolute countenance and profound eyes, exuding an aura of commanding authority. "Your Majesty," the three exclaimed in unison, bowing deeply. The emperor set down the memorial, casting his gaze over the trio before settling on Li Hao. "Our esteemed contributor has chosen to return. I was beginning to think I would need to summon you." The emperor's voice resonated, deep and powerful. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Li Hao and the others felt a chill run down their spines and hurriedly knelt, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, please temper your anger. I am at fault." The emperor regarded the three of them with a grim expression. Slowly rising to stand before Li Hao, coolly stating, "Li Hao, do you understand your transgression?" Li Hao lowered his head, unable to meet the emperor's gaze, acutely aware that his return was indeed somewhat belated. Though he harbored his own grievances, "Your Majesty, I accept my punishment, yet I am unaware of my offense." The emperor, suppressing a laugh, remarked, "Ha! I simply could not hold it in any longer. Huang Pu, I told you this lad would respond in such a manner." Huang Pu Hao chuckled, "Very well, Your Majesty. I shall bring you some wine shortly." Chapter 99. The Major General of the Legion Li Hao gazed at the emperor and Huang Pu Hao, a flicker of confusion igniting within him. Unable to fathom the source of their amusement, Li Hao, your reclamation of the endless sea star domain has greatly contributed to the empire, and I shall reward you handsomely. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your gracious favor. This achievement belongs to all the soldiers of the 13th Legion. I have merely fulfilled my duty and dare not covet rewards," Li Hao replied humbly. The emperor waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You need not be so modest. I have witnessed your accomplishments firsthand. You three shall attend tomorrow's morning court together. Li Hao, share with me your thoughts on the subsequent plans for the endless sea star domain." "Your Majesty, with the endless sea reclaimed and now part of the Empire's territory, the future development plan must await your command." "Very well. You may take your leave and rest. I understand that I cannot glean your thoughts today," the emperor acknowledged, recognizing the limitations of their current discussion. After exiting the palace, Lin Xiao wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "What a close call! Had you expressed your true thoughts earlier, we would surely be in trouble. I am well aware. The emperor was testing me. I shall first consult with General Huang Pu to gauge the situation. Xiao Hao, we should hasten back to the endless sea. I can't shake the feeling that we've returned not as victors, but as survivors." Lin Xiao remarked. The trio returned to the Lin residence, only to discover that Old Master Lin was not at home. Under the butler's arrangements, they settled in at the Lin household. The following morning, Li Hao and his companions arose early. After freshening up and donning clean military uniforms, they prepared to attend the court assembly. The assembly was convened in the grand hall of the palace. As Li Hao and his companions approached the entrance, they were met by 2 rows of imposing guards. Upon entering the hall, they found it already filled with dignitaries and ministers of the empire. The emperor sat upon the dragon throne, and upon noticing Li Hao and his companions, a smile graced his face. After they completed their salutation, The emperor spoke. Li Aiqing, you have achieved great merit in the endless sea. I wish to reward you generously. Hearing the emperor's words, the three felt a surge of joy. Their performance during the operations in the endless sea had been commendable, and the emperor's reward was undoubtedly the highest form of affirmation. Li Hao quickly knelt, saying, "Thank you, your majesty, for your great favor. We shall strive to alleviate your burdens, Li Aiqing. Your performance in the endless sea has been exceptional. I have decided to elevate you to the position of commander of the 13th Legion, granting you the rank of Major General, along with the title of Marquis and a residence in the capital." As the emperor's decree was proclaimed, the ministers below began to murmur amongst themselves. At that moment, one minister stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty, the empire has not conferred noble titles in a century. Now, merely for extinguishing a pirate alliance, to bestow a marquisate seems rather excessive." Another minister chimed in, "Your Majesty, we are not in a time of crisis for the empire. This is merely the eradication of pirates. Elevating Li Hao to Major General is already sufficient. He is but 20 years old, the youngest general in the empire." The emperor furrowed his brow slightly, casting a glance at Li Hao, hesitation flickering in his eyes. Observing this, Li Hao stepped forward, respectfully stating, "Your Majesty, I am still young and inexperienced. Being appointed as Major General is already a great honor. I cannot accept the title of Marquis." Upon hearing Li Hao's response, the emperor silently approved, reflecting, "Li Hao, your awareness is commendable. However, your success in defeating the pirate alliance is no small feat. I remain resolute in granting you the title of Marquis." Li Hao wished to decline further, but the emperor raised his hand, saying, "Enough. This matter is settled, Li Hao. You must exert even greater effort in your service to the empire." With no choice but to kneel in gratitude, Li Hao accepted the emperor's decision. After the awarding ceremony concluded, he returned to the Lin residence, now firmly established as the supreme commander of the 13th Legion. Simultaneously, Lin Xiao, Zhang Yu, and Wang Lei were all promoted to the rank of Colonel. At the Lin household, Lin Zhentian learned of the 13th Legion's triumph over the Pirate Alliance and Li Hao's promotion to commander. "Xiao Hao, congratulations on finally becoming the commander of the 13th Legion. Old Master Lin, I must also thank you for your support. Without the Lin family's backing in our main artillery weapons, our subsequent warships would not have been able to reach the battlefield. You have now ascended to a high position within the military. There are matters I must discuss with you," Lin Xiaotian said, a hint of concern flashing in his eyes. The major families of the empire currently wield significant influence over the court and military. Though the royal family is the strongest, caution is still warranted. As you witnessed in the court assembly, many opposed your ennoblement. Do you know why? Li Hao shook his head. He was well aware of the existence of these families, but he was largely indifferent. He understood that his own strength was paramount. As long as he possessed sufficient power, he would not fear any challenges. These families had been entrenched for centuries, with deep roots and influence across the empire's various domains. Lin Zhentian continued, "Their opposition to your ennoblement stems from their fear that your rise may threaten their positions and interests. What then shall we do? We cannot confront them head-on. We must exploit their internal conflicts. Defeating them one by one," Lin Xiaotian advised. "We need to unite all possible allies, including other families and military leaders, to form a new coalition of interests that will allow you to establish your standing in the empire's upper echelons." The two conversed about the empire's current situation deep into the night. To secure a foothold in the upper echelons, relying solely on one's strength was insufficient. One must unite all available forces. Lin Zhentian's counsel illuminated a glimmer of hope for Li Hao. The following day, a female official escorted Li Hao to the residence bestowed upon him by the emperor. This residence, located in a bustling area of the imperial city, was expansive and grandly constructed. Upon entering, Li Hao was greeted by a courtyard adorned with verdant trees and fragrant flowers. A crystal-clear stream meandered through, whispering its gentle song. The architectural style of the residence was elegant and imposing, with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, showcasing the royal grandeur. The female official led Li Hao to the main hall before respectfully withdrawing. Li Hao made his way to the inner courtyard. He found the emperor standing by the lakeside pavilion. Dressed in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, the emperor stood tall and dignified, his gaze sharp and penetrating, as if he could perceive everything. A surge of reverence stirred within Li Hao, prompting him to step forward and salute. "Li Hao, pay my respects to your majesty." His voice was deep and resonant. The Emperor smiled gently and waved his hand. There is no need for formalities here. The Emperor slowly approached the edge of the pavilion, gazing at the shimmering surface of the lake, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. Li Hao, do you know why I wish to meet you here today? Chapter 100. Murong Shui's warning. Li Hao was momentarily taken aback before respectfully replying, Your Majesty, I am dull-witted and unaware of the reason for your summons. The Emperor turned to face Li Hao. His gaze fixed intently upon him. Li Hao, you have achieved remarkable military feats at the frontier, reclaiming the endless sea star domain and resolving a significant dilemma for me. I am exceedingly pleased with your performance. And as a token of my appreciation, I bestow upon you this residence to commend your accomplishments. Li Hao felt a surge of joy within his heart and promptly knelt once more to express his gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your gracious favor. I shall do my utmost to alleviate your burdens and meet your expectations. Li Hao, are you aware of the origins of this estate? Li Hao shook his head and replied, Your Majesty, I do not know. This residence was originally constructed for your father. Now, I grant it to you, hoping you will cherish it and ensure its legacy. Constructed for my father? Your memory must have returned. For it was I who arranged for your departure to the Royal Academy. It is unfortunate that you lost your memories due to the trauma, and to better protect you, I concealed all traces of your existence. Your Majesty, my memories have indeed returned, but I was quite young then, and many details remain hazy, Li Hao respectfully replied. You are of the Li family. This you should know. Your father, Li Changsheng, was the commander of the 13th Legion and also the head of the Li family. Li Hong is your second uncle. After your parents sacrificed themselves, he assumed leadership of the Li family. Upon learning that your memories had returned, I anticipated you would return to the Li family. Yet I was surprised to find you had no intention of doing so, and even clashed with Li Tang. The Emperor gazed sharply at Li Hao. Li Hao fell silent for a moment. Your Majesty? Although I am a member of the Li family, I harbor little affection for them. Since my parents' passing, I have been at the Royal Academy. My understanding of the Li family is superficial, and I hold no interest in their inheritance. Hence, I do not plan to return. I can comprehend your sentiments. The death of your parents was, after all, a devastating blow to the Li family. Following Li Hong's assumption of the family headship, he declared a withdrawal from the military to focus entirely on commerce. Their affairs no longer concern me, the Emperor remarked, casting a deep glance at Li Hao. You may believe they are unrelated to you. Yet the Li family is, after all, your lineage. Your roots lie there. Furthermore, Li Hong, as the family head, represents the family's stance. Your Majesty, I grasp your meaning. However, I currently wish to serve the Empire, and I do not wish to become entangled in matters beyond that. I understand your position, yet you must recognize that the Li family's status within the Empire is of paramount importance. Their every action could sway the entire imperial landscape. Your Majesty, I will strive to avoid conflict with the Li family. The Emperor nodded. Well, I hope you will prioritize the Empire's interests and manage your relationship with the Li family judiciously. After their discussion concluded, the Emperor departed from Li Hao's residence, leaving Li Hao to ponder alone by the lakeside. Contemplating his future interactions with the Li family, a few days later, Lin Xiao and Wang Lei arrived at Li Hao's new abode, where Li Hao warmly guided them on a tour. Upon entering the gates, they were greeted by a spacious courtyard, at the center of which stood a fountain, with a statue holding a long sword aloft, pointing towards the heavens, exuding an air of majesty. The courtyard was adorned with a variety of flowers, trees, and greenery, offering a refreshing shade and a fragrant ambience. Li Hao showed Lin Xiao and Wang Lei around the various rooms of the residence, including the bedroom, study, kitchen, and garden. Each room was exquisitely furnished, reflecting Li Hao's refined taste and appreciation for life. After the tour, Li Hao invited Lin Xiao and Wang Lei to enjoy tea and conversation in the garden. Seated in the pavilion amidst the garden, they savored fragrant tea while engaging in light-hearted chatter. Li Hao, your new home is truly splendid, Lin Xiao exclaimed in admiration. Wang Lei concurred. Indeed, the environment here is delightful and perfect for residence. Thank you for your kind words. The setting of this estate is indeed pleasant, yet I fear our time here may be short-lived. Why so? Lin Xiao and Wang Lei asked in unison. Although the pirate alliance has been dismantled, the leader remains at large, and the pirates in the remote star systems have yet to be entirely eradicated. We must return promptly, Li Hao replied, his brow furrowed with concern. When shall we depart? Tomorrow at dawn. Lin Jia and I will return, while Lei Zi, you shall remain here to address the commercial connections with the capital. The shipyard on Industrial Star has been renovated. Procure the materials necessary for constructing warships, but do so discreetly. I will manage it. Wang Lei nodded. Leave the procurement of warship materials to me. You may rest assured. The following morning, as Li Hao and Lin Xiao prepared to depart from the capital star aboard the Invincible, Li Hao's star brain emitted a notification. It was a message from Morong Shui. Li Hao, are you planning to return to the Endless Sea today? Remember not to use the Stargate. Upon reading this message, Li Hao felt puzzled. How did Morong Shui know of his travel plans, and why did she advise him against using the Stargate? A sense of foreboding enveloped him as he furrowed his brow in contemplation. Unsure of how Morong Shui had learned of his itinerary or why she urged him to avoid the Stargate, he decided to call her, but there was no answer. Sensing something amiss, he ultimately resolved to heed Morong Shui's counsel and refrain from using the Stargate. Lin Xiao, we must alter our course. We shall not use the Stargate. Why not? Is it not swifter? Morong Shui sent a message advising against the Stargate. I believe she would not say so without reason. Very well, we shall bypass the Stargate and traverse through the inner territories of the Empire. Li Hao and Lin Xiao adjusted their route, circumventing the Stargate and heading towards the Endless Sea. Throughout the journey, Li Hao pondered Morong Shui's message, convinced that the situation was far from simple. Meanwhile, at the Stargate, the second prince and the commander of the Third Legion awaited, their expressions grim and their eyes ablaze with fury. This Li Hao, how dare he not utilize the Stargate? The second prince gritted his teeth in anger. It seems news has leaked, prompting him to alter his course. The commander of the Third Legion remarked after a moment of thought. Humph, does he think he can escape? I have already informed the garrison along the route to keep a close watch on Li Hao's movements. Should he be spotted, report to me immediately. Second prince, are you certain about this confrontation with Li Hao? He is now the commander of the 13th Legion, his strength not inferior to that of the other legions, and I have learned he possesses a new shield technology that even laser cannons cannot breach instantaneously. Offending him may not be a wise decision. Chapter 101. The second prince's conspiracy. He has become a stumbling block in my path to ascendancy. While he has not explicitly declared his allegiance, the emperor's affection for him surpasses that of us princes. Now that he has been granted a noble title, I cannot circumvent him in my quest for power. After several days of swift travel, Li Hao and Lin Xiao circumvented the Stargate and entered the domain of the Endless Sea. They remained unaware that they were being targeted by the second prince and the commander of the Third Legion. Li Hao, we have now entered the star domain of the Endless Sea. What shall we do next? We will first head to Alliance Star and then find a way to contact Morong Shui. Upon returning to Alliance Star's starport, Li Hao continued his attempts to reach Morong Shui, yet the star network remained inaccessible, causing him considerable concern for her safety. He pondered whether something unfortunate had befallen her. Unable to connect with Morong Shui, he recalled that Lin Wanner was in Capital Star and decided to reach out to her for information. He activated his star brain, inputting Lin Wanner's contact number, and awaited her response. Moments later, Lin Wanner's image appeared on the star brain screen. Noticing the worry etched on Li Hao's face, she inquired, Li Hao, what troubles you? You appear quite concerned. Li Hao took a deep breath and replied, Wanner, I cannot reach Morong Shui. She may be in danger. Lin Wanner's expression turned serious, understanding the significance of Morong Shui to Li Hao and their relationship. She reassured him, Li Hao, do not panic. Perhaps Morong Shui's communication device is malfunctioning, or she is preoccupied with something and cannot take calls at the moment. No, I have a terrible premonition. Something may have truly happened to Morong Shui. Wanner, could you assist me in contacting her? Lin Wanner began dialing Morong Shui's number, but also found it unreachable. Furrowing her brow, she said, Li Hao, I too cannot reach Morong Shui. How about this? I will go to her residence and see if I can find her. Lin Wanner severed the communication and promptly departed her dwelling, heading towards Morong Shui's abode. Upon arrival, the butler of the Morong family informed her that Morong Shui had gone out on a mission and had not returned for several days. Lin Wanner relayed this information to Li Hao, who, upon hearing it, sensed that something must have happened to Morong Shui. He cautioned Lin Wanner to be vigilant in Capital Star and to find a way to come to the Endless Sea if anything were amiss. Though Lin Wanner did not understand Li Hao's reasoning, she agreed to his request. In the days that followed, Lin Wanner awaited news of Morong Shui, visiting her residence daily in hopes of her return. However, Morong Shui remained absent. Upon learning of Morong Shui's disappearance, Li Hao felt an impending sense of crisis. He went to the command center to consult with Zhang Yu, Lin Xiao, and others. Zhang Yu, have all the fleets we absorbed been restructured? How are the repairs and renovations of the warships proceeding? Zhang Yu responded, Commander, all the incorporated fleets have been fully reorganized, and the repairs and modifications to the warships have also been completed. Currently, the 17 fleets have been evenly distributed among the various subfleets. Thus, you and the Dawn Fleet, along with the Hero Fleet, should immediately head to the Border Star region for deployment. However, do not let the Imperial Military Headquarters know. First, find a place to hide, and be sure to keep a vigilant eye on the situation from the Empire. Yes, Commander. Zhang Yu saluted before turning to leave the command room. Are you not worried that this will raise the Emperor's suspicions? Lin Xiao inquired, perplexed. Li Hao smiled faintly, looking at Lin Xiao as he replied, There should be no issues, as long as we avoid approaching the border stars. This serves as an additional precaution. Lin Xiao nodded. Understanding Li Hao's concerns, for the border stars were indeed a sensitive area where any minor disturbance could lead to unnecessary complications. While they deliberated over the defenses of the Endless Sea, a communication arrived from an officer stationed at Golden Sandstar. Commander, during our patrol, we rescued a starship. She claims to be your friend, named Morong Shui. Upon receiving the communication, Li Hao's heart tightened. Morong Shui had been missing for several days. How could she be here and in need of rescue? Immediately send her to Alliance Star, Li Hao commanded without hesitation. After the officer received the orders, he promptly arranged for a warship to transport Morong Shui to Alliance Star. Li Hao and Lin Xiao anxiously awaited her arrival. The warship finally arrived at Alliance Star. Li Hao and the others rushed forward. And there stood Morong Shui, pale-faced and weary, yet seemingly unharmed. Morong Shui, what on earth happened? Li Hao asked with concern. Seeing that you are safe, I assume you received my message and chose to take the internal route through the Empire. After I sent you the message, I intended to go to the starport to find you, but by the time I arrived, you had already departed, Morong Shui continued. However, my message was intercepted by the second prince and his associates. You mean the second prince? Why would they investigate you? While returning from my patrol mission, I happened to see the second prince and the 3rd Legion's warships at the Stargate. I paid close attention and discovered their plan was to intercept you at the Stargate and attempt to forcibly detain you. So I alerted you. Afterward, when they found out you had not used the Stargate, they began to investigate who leaked the information and eventually traced it back to me. I just heard from the officer that they rescued you. What is the story behind that? After they found out about me, they intended to use me as leverage against you. So I had no choice but to flee through the internal route of the Empire. I didn't expect to be intercepted along the way, and I only managed to escape to the Border Star, where I was rescued by your 13th Legion, prompting them to cease their pursuit. Upon hearing Morong Shui's account, a surge of anger welled up within Li Hao. He had not anticipated the second prince would resort to such unscrupulous means, even using Morong Shui as a threat to achieve his objectives. Rest assured, now that you have reached the Endless Sea, they can no longer use you to threaten me, Li Hao said firmly, gripping Morong Shui's hand. From this moment on, you will remain at Alliance Star, and I will ensure your safety. Morong Shui released Li Hao's hand, blushing as she asked, Has your memory returned? Do you remember me? Li Hao paused slightly, uncertain how to respond to Morong Shui's question. His memories had not fully returned. Only scattered fragments remained, but he recalled Morong Shui and the experiences they had shared. I remember you, Li Hao hesitantly replied. Morong Shui's face brightened with a joyful smile. Then do you remember that when we were young, you promised to protect me and marry me? I waited for you so many years, searched for you for so long. What do you have to say about that now? Chapter 102. Wang Lei returns to the Endless Sea. Li Hao felt a flush of embarrassment at Morong Shui's words. He was unsure how to answer, given that his memories were still fragmented. I do not recall. Disappointment spread across Morong Shui's face as she turned away, refusing to look at Li Hao. Morong Shui? I did not mean to, Li Hao said. My memory has not fully returned. I only vaguely remember some things from my childhood. However, I can assure you that I will strive to regain my memories, and I will honor my childhood promise. Enough, Xiao Hao, I can vouch that you made such a promise, Lin Xiao interjected to support Li Hao. Swear, rest assured, your Lin Jia is on your side. Lin Xiao defended him. At that moment, Morong Shui looked closely at Lin Xiao and recognized her. Lin Jia, it really is you. I thought you. You thought what? That I was no longer around. Morong Shui blushed slightly. Yes, I heard that the battle back then was catastrophic, and I was told you, Lin Xiao waved her hand dismissively. I am quite fortunate. I am not so easily perished. Nevertheless, the events of that time were indeed perilous. Now, let me take you to eat and rest. The three returned to the lounge at Alliance Star's starport. After settling Morong Shui, Li Hao pondered why the second prince had chosen to sever ties with him. He knew that the rift between himself and the second prince was irreconcilable. Yet he could not fathom why the second prince would choose this moment to act. Sitting on the sofa in the lounge, he fell into deep thought, reminiscing about his past encounters with the second prince. Attempting to uncover some clues, he recalled the words the second prince had once said to him, along with the way he looked at him, and slowly, an idea began to form in his mind. Could it be that he sensed I posed a threat to him? Li Hao murmured to himself. He recognized that his reputation in the military was steadily rising, and his strength was continually improving. The second prince might be apprehensive that Li Hao would become an obstacle in his quest for the throne, which could explain his desperate attempts to eliminate him. The more he contemplated, the more sense it made, prompting him to seek Lin Zhao's counsel. He approached Lin Zhao's room and knocked on the door. Come in, Lin Zhao's voice called from within. Li Hao opened the door and stepped inside. Lin Xiao was sitting on the bed and smiled slightly upon seeing him. What brings you to my room so late? Are you not worried that Shuer might see? Li Hao's face flushed slightly. Feeling a bit awkward as he responded, I have some matters to discuss with you. Lin Xiao observed Li Hao's demeanor, finding it amusing, knowing he was a man of integrity who would not engage in any inappropriate behavior. What is it? Li Hao shared his suspicions about the second prince with Lin Xiao, to which she nodded thoughtfully. Your analysis holds merit, Lin Xiao remarked. The second prince has always coveted the throne and would not tolerate any threats to his position. Given your rising strength and reputation, he must certainly feel uneasy. What should we do? Li Hao asked, and no need to rush. Let's observe how things unfold, Lin Xiao advised. We have returned to the Endless Sea, and their influence cannot reach us yet. However, we must also strengthen our own capabilities and prepare for any eventualities. Li Hao nodded, understood. I will ensure everything is arranged. Lin Xiao gazed at Li Hao. Feeling a sense of pride, he was no longer the impulsive youth he once was. He had matured into a responsible man. The next morning, Li Hao was jolted awake by a sharp scream. He immediately jumped out of bed to find Morong Shui, wrapped in blankets, pointing at him and exclaiming, Li Hao, you are being inappropriate. Li Hao quickly realized the situation and began to explain. Shuer, it was not intentional. I was exhausted last night and fell asleep as soon as I returned. I did not do anything. Morong Shui blushed and retorted, You say you did nothing, yet you ended up in my bed. I truly did not know. I swear, if I had done it on purpose, may lightning strike me. Morong Shui looked at Li Hao with sincerity, stifling a laugh, yet still feeling shy as she added. So, does this mean you will take responsibility for me from now on? Just as Li Hao was about to agree, he glanced around the room and realized, wait, this is my room. How did you end up in my bed? Upon hearing Li Hao's words, Morong Shui's face flushed even deeper, and she lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze as she quietly confessed. I had a nightmare last night and couldn't sleep, so I wanted to come find you, but I was afraid to knock and disturb you, so I sneaked in. When I saw you sleeping so soundly, I didn't want to wake you, and I thought I would just lie beside you for a moment. I didn't expect to fall asleep. That moment, Lin Zhao's voice called from outside. Aren't you two done yet? Hurry up and get up, sis. How did you know we were in here? Li Hao asked. When I came to call you this morning, I saw Shuer in your room and didn't dare interrupt your good deed, Lin Xiao teased. Both Li Hao and Morong Shui felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. Li Hao quickly clarified, sis, don't misunderstand. We did nothing. Morong Shui blushed and added, yes, Lin Xiao Jia. Please don't think otherwise. Lin Xiao chuckled, I know, I was just joking. Now hurry up and get ready for breakfast. It's all prepared. Li Hao and Morong Shui promptly got out of bed, and after freshening up, they made their way to the living room. Lin Xiao had already laid out a sumptuous breakfast, complete with bread, milk, eggs, and fruit. Li Hao gazed at the delightful spread, feeling warmth in his heart as he expressed, sis, thank you. You've worked hard. Li Hao finished his breakfast and awaited Wang Lei's return with Lin Xiao at Xingang. After concluding his business affairs at the imperial capital Star, Wang Lei personally escorted the procured supplies back, which were destined for the shipyard on Industrial Star, where they would be utilized in the production of warships. In the vastness of space, a colossal transport vessel glided smoothly toward the starport. Li Hao and Lin Xiao stood anxiously in the command tower, eagerly anticipating the arrival of this crucial shipment. Vital for their independent warship construction, at last, the transport ship docked steadily at the port. Wang Lei disembarked, his face weary yet his eyes radiating joy. "Wang Lei, you have worked hard," Li Hao exclaimed, stepping forward to grasp Wang Lei's hand firmly. "It's nothing. This is my duty," Wang Lei replied with a smile. "The supplies are all ready and can be transported to the shipyard at any time. We have meticulously selected these materials, and their quality is absolutely reliable." He continued, "With these supplies, our shipyard can produce even more warships." Suddenly, Wang Lei recalled something of utmost importance. On his way back, he had observed the assembly of a Legion fleet at Border Star. A sense of unease had lingered in his mind throughout the journey, as he pondered the implications of this fleet's mobilization. "Li Hao, Lin Xiao, we must quickly devise a strategy." Wang Lei's expression turned serious. "The Legion fleet at Border Star may be heading our way." Chapter 103. The standoff between the Starry Fleet and the Royal Mixed Fleet. Wang Lei's recollection of the Legion fleet's assembly at Border Star intensified the tension in the command room. The appearance of the Royal Fleet's flagship at Border Star was a foreboding sign that everyone understood well. "Order the Starry Fleet to advance to the vicinity of the Border Star shipping lane, while the Hero Fleet remains concealed, ready to support the Starry Fleet. Should the enemy enter the Infinite Sea, we will intercept them," Li Hao commanded decisively. His orders were swiftly relayed, and Zhang Yu immediately set the Starry Fleet and Hero Fleet into motion. Under Zhang Yu's command, the Starry Fleet steadily approached the Border Star shipping lane, while the Hero Fleet maintained its hidden position, poised for action. As the Starry Fleet progressed, Li Hao also led the Dawn Fleet from Alliance Star towards the Border Star system to provide support. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Border Star shipping lane, the Imperial Mixed Fleet was sailing towards the Infinite Sea. Both fleets appeared on the sensors, each poised for confrontation, the atmosphere thick with tension. "Commander Zhang, the enemy's royal flagship has sent a communication request," the communications officer reported. "Put it through." The large screen displayed the figure of the Royal Fleet's commander, a smirk of disdain etched on his face. "I am the fleet commander of the Imperial Royal Third Legion. We have been ordered to patrol the Infinite Sea Star domain. Why are you obstructing our passage?" His tone dripped with arrogance and contempt, as though addressing mere insignificant insects. However, Zhang Yu remained unfazed by his demeanor and calmly replied, "We are the Imperial 13th Legion's Royal Starry Fleet. The Infinite Sea Star domain is our station, and we have not received your patrol mission brief. Please turn back." Upon hearing Zhang Yu's words, the smile vanished from the Royal Fleet commander's face, replaced by a grim scowl. He coldly regarded Zhang Yu, stating, "You, 13th Legion? A mere local legion dares to block our Royal Fleet's path. I am here on orders to patrol. What right do you have to demand my retreat?" Zhang Yu responded firmly, "While we may not be a Grand Legion, the Infinite Sea Star domain is under our protection. If you lack a legitimate reason to enter this domain, we have the right to stop you." He added, "As I mentioned, we are the 13th Legion's Royal Starry Fleet. As if you are the only Royal Fleet here." The Royal Fleet commander's expression darkened further. He had not anticipated Zhang Yu's unwavering stance, leaving him no room to maneuver. He scoffed, "We are here on orders to patrol the Infinite Sea Star domain. You must stand aside. On whose orders?" "Present the mission brief," Zhang Yu replied with a hint of amusement. The Royal Fleet commander fell silent for a moment before stating, "We act on the orders of the 3rd Legion commander. This is the 13th Legion's defense zone, and the 3rd Legion commander's orders hold no weight here. Please present the military task brief." Zhang Yu's voice was resolute and authoritative. The Royal Fleet commander frowned. Taken aback by Zhang Yu's insistence, he scrutinized Zhang Yu and replied, "The military task brief is classified and cannot be disclosed." Zhang Yu chuckled, "If it is classified, then you should not be executing your mission here. I request that you immediately vacate the Infinite Sea Star domain, or we shall take necessary measures." At that moment, the adjutant urgently reported, "Commander Zhang, an enemy warship has activated its fire control system." Zhang Yu's expression shifted to one of seriousness. He understood the implications. Combat preparations were underway. "Activate the ship's defense systems. Prepare for battle," Zhang Yu commanded decisively. The crew swiftly sprang into action, initiating the defense systems of the warship, ready for any potential assault. Just then, a voice crackled through the communication channel. "What do you mean? Are you preparing to incite a civil war? It is you who seeks to provoke conflict. You have activated your fire control systems against us?" "Which is a blatant provocation," Zhang Yu asserted. "Now, Please present the military task brief, or we will be compelled to take action. At this juncture, a young man appeared on the royal fleet screen. Zhang Yu? I am the second prince. I will investigate the matter regarding the fire control system activation. For now, we shall retreat to Border Star. Your Highness, since it is your fleet, please lead them back to Border Star. Additionally, please explain to the military why your fleet activated fire control against the Royal Starry Fleet. The second prince nodded, saying, understood. I will provide an explanation to the military. The second prince ordered the mixed fleet to retreat to Border Star. Scolding the fleet commander, are you foolish? The opposing fleet is also a royal fleet, and you dared to activate fire control? The fleet commander lowered his head, refraining from retorting. He was acutely aware of the grave mistake he had nearly made. One that could have sparked a civil war. He also recognized the second prince's temperament and dared not provoke him further. You do realize the chaos and crisis you nearly caused? The second prince continued. I only sent you to gauge the 13th Legion's stance. Your Highness, I acknowledge my error and humbly request your forgiveness. The fleet commander pleaded. Go to the military court yourself, if you cannot resolve this matter. Prepare to face the consequences, the second prince replied coldly. After the second prince's fleet retreated, Li Hao arrived at the Border Star system with the Dawn Fleet and joined forces with the Starlight Fleet. Zhang Yu updated Li Hao on the standoff. It appears the second prince came with the fleet, and their withdrawal suggests they aimed to test Li Hao sat in the command chair, gently tapping the armrest as he pondered. Indeed, Legion Commander, I believe he was probing our reaction, assessing whether we possessed the strength and resolve to oppose him. It was only after someone activated the fire control system that the second prince revealed himself. Zhang Yu reported, interesting. It seems someone seeks to provoke a civil war by exploiting the rift between us and the second prince. Chapter 104. The Emperor's critical illness. Thus, you are to immediately report to the military. From now on, impose a complete blockade on all channels between the Empire and the Infinite Sea Star domain, claiming we are conducting a purge of pirates. No vessels are permitted to enter or exit. Yes, Legion Commander, Zhang Yu replied, taking his leave. Li Hao gazed at the star map, lost in thought. He sensed a grand conspiracy at play, undoubtedly driven by a formidable force. What could their objective be? To overthrow the Empire's rule? Or for some other ulterior motive? After reporting to the military, Zhang Yu returned to the command room to brief Li Hao. Legion Commander, the military has responded. They have notified all starports along the border. However, are we not being overly aggressive in our actions? Li Hao turned to face Zhang Yu, stating, we must proceed as such. It is for the safety of the 13th Legion. Our current strength is insufficient, and sealing the borders sends a clear signal that we will not involve ourselves in the conflicts among the princes. Zhang Yu reflected, but, Legion Commander, if we block all channels, it will impact our economy in the Infinite Sea. That is unavoidable, yet we must weigh the pros and cons. The blockade merely represents our stance. In a few days, things will settle down. After Li Hao sealed the borders, he did not embark on a campaign to eradicate the pirates in the remote star systems. Instead, he dispatched the majority of the main fleet to the border star systems, retaining only the warships necessary for garrison duties in each star system. Suddenly, news spread throughout the Empire that the Emperor was gravely ill. This announcement fell like a colossal stone into a tranquil lake, stirring tumultuous waves. In an instant, anxiety gripped both the court and the populace, with various factions stirring with ambition. Li Hao, stationed in the border star systems, also learned of this development and promptly summoned his officers to deliberate on a course of action. I've been saying that the second prince has been coveting the military power of our 13th Legion. It seems he has been biding his time for this opportunity. Commander, should we return to the imperial capital at once? Zhang Yu inquired eagerly. Li Hao pondered for a moment before shaking his head. It is not yet the right time. Returning now would be perilous. But Commander, if the Emperor passes away, the Empire may descend into chaos, Lin Shao remarked, visibly troubled. Has the fleet assembled at the border star systems? How is their concealment? No one is aware of our movements, correct? Reporting to the commander, the fleet has fully gathered at the border star systems and has been concealed as per your instructions. Currently, the border star systems remain in a state of blockade, and our whereabouts are unknown. Excellent. Order the fleet to maintain vigilance and be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Li Hao felt a heavy weight in his heart. He understood the implications of the Emperor's critical illness. Should the Emperor pass away, the Empire would plunge into chaos, with various factions vying for the throne. As a general of the empire, he must be ready to confront all eventualities. In the imperial capital, tension hung thick in the air within the palace. The emperor's condition deteriorated, leaving the court physicians at a loss. The empress and the crown prince kept vigil by the emperor's bedside, their hearts in turmoil. "Your Majesty, you must hold on," the empress cried, tears streaming down her face. Meanwhile, several princes outside were at odds, each eager to claim the throne, preparing through their respective familial influences. The second prince and the third prince hailed from military families, while the fourth and fifth princes were connected to the empire's two major feudal lords. The crown prince, born of the empress, was aligned with the influential ministers in the court. High-ranking officials in the military gathered in the conference room, with the empire's marshal seated at the head of the table, flanked by Huang Paheo and several other legion commanders. Their expressions were grave, and the atmosphere was stifling. "Gentlemen," the empire's marshal broke the silence. His voice deep and commanding. "Under the current circumstances, I will be direct. Irrespective of the situation in the imperial capital, the border legions must remain inactive. We cannot afford to give the Zerg any opportunity. That is our principle." Huang Paheo nodded, understanding the marshal's concerns. The Zerg had always posed a threat to humanity. If the border legions were diverted, they could potentially exploit the situation for an attack, resulting in catastrophe. The commander of the 11th Legion sneered. "So according to the marshal, the Royal Legion should also refrain from returning. Might I inquire why a fleet from the 3rd Legion is rushing from the border star systems to the imperial capital? Shouldn't you clarify this, Lord of Zhenshi? What do you mean?" "Our 3rd Legion's fleets are all engaged on the northern Zerg battlefield," explained the 3rd Legion commander, Shangguan Yun. The marshal, displeased, responded, "Huang Pu, investigate this matter. If it is confirmed that a fleet is en route, order them to return to their posts immediately." Upon receiving the command, Huang Paheo set about his investigation. Soon, he received intelligence indicating that a contingent of the 3rd Legion was advancing towards the imperial capital under the orders of the second prince. Huang Paheo's brow furrowed. He understood the gravity of the situation. The second prince's unilateral mobilization of a fleet towards the imperial capital. What was his intention? To seize the throne, or was there a more insidious plot at play? He dared not delay and promptly reported the matter to the marshal. Upon hearing this, the marshal's expression darkened. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Shangguan Yun. "Shangguan Yun, immediately notify your fleet to halt their advance." Following the command, Shangguan Yun promptly contacted his fleet via communication devices, relaying the marshal's orders to stand down and remain on standby. "Now that we are all gathered here, let us await the outcome before proceeding." "Is that agreeable to everyone?" the marshal declared. Within the palace, the second prince and the fourth prince conferred in a corner. "Brother, how confident are you?" the fourth prince asked, worry etched on his face. "Do not fret. Fourth, if this endeavor succeeds, neither of us will suffer loss," the second prince replied, brimming with confidence. "However, I have heard that elder brother and third brother are also scheming in the shadows," the fourth prince cautioned. "Humph, although elder brother is the crown prince, he lacks military strength and is not a concerned. It is the third brother. His maternal grandfather is the marshal, which complicates matters. Have you conferred with the Lord of Zhenshi?" The second prince scoffed. "Rest assured, my uncle has already pledged his support," the fourth prince assured him. Just then, a eunuch hurried in, announcing, "Your Highnesses, the Emperor summons you." The second prince and the fourth prince exchanged glances, each speculating on their father's intent. "Let us go, fourth. We must meet father," the second prince said. Upon entering the emperor's study, the princes found him seated at his desk, his expression stern as he regarded them. "My sons, rise, that I am aware of your intentions. Do you understand why I appointed your elder brother as crown prince? It is not merely due to his status as the eldest legitimate son." The emperor began slowly, observing the kneeling princes. The princes exchanged bewildered looks, uncertain of the emperor's reasoning. They understood that according to ancestral customs, the eldest legitimate son was the most qualified to inherit the throne. Yet the emperor's sudden assertion left them perplexed. "You are all my sons, and I treat you equally, without distinction between legitimate and illegitimate. The reason I appointed your elder brother as crown prince is that he possesses a compassionate heart. He cares for the people suffering and has the ability to govern this nation well. Father, I must protest. While elder brother is indeed commendable, his character is too soft to lead the empire towards greater strength." The second prince stepped forward, clasping his hands. Impudence. You claim your brother is soft? What do you mean by that? The emperor bellowed, slamming his palm on the table, his eyes wide with fury. Father, please calm your anger. I merely believe that elder brother's overly gentle disposition is unsuitable for a ruler, the second prince replied. Gentle? Do you even comprehend what gentleness entails? Your elder brother is magnanimous and kind-hearted, qualities essential for a sovereign. Yet, father, what the empire requires now is a ruler with resolve, one capable of expanding its territories and asserting dominance over the world. You rebellious child, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? The emperor retorted, pointing at the second prince. I do. Father, I simply wish to prevent the empire from declining under elder brother's leadership. Your elder brother has been personally chosen by me as crown prince, and his capabilities and virtues have been tested by me. What gives you the right to question him? I do not dare to question elder brother's abilities or qualities. I merely contend that he is unfit to be a ruler. Enough. Cease your foolishness. Your elder brother is the future emperor, an unchangeable fact. After the second and fourth princes exited the emperor's study, they immediately informed their supporting factions. Following the departure of the princes, the emperor turned to the crown prince, saying, From this day forth, you shall govern in my stead. The royal legion is under the marshal's command, while the military families are overseen by Wong. The commercial realm is managed by the Li and Morong families. You may act freely. Your second brother is merely reckless and poses no significant threat. In the future, do not burden yourself with him, allowing him to live comfortably as a prince. Father, you may rest assured I understand how to proceed, the crown prince replied respectfully. The emperor instructed a lady-in-waiting to deliver the edict. After receiving her orders, the lady-in-waiting carefully held the edict and stepped lightly out of the palace. She traversed the lengthy corridor and arrived at the plaza outside, where a multitude of officials and citizens had gathered, eagerly awaiting the emperor's decree. Standing in the center of the plaza, the lady-in-waiting cleared her throat and proclaimed loudly, By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. Since my ascension, I have been plagued by worries, fearing I may fail to fulfill my responsibilities, thus dishonoring the late emperor's legacy. Now, with the crown prince, wise and benevolent, fit for great responsibilities, henceforth he shall govern the empire in my stead. I implore you all to assist him diligently, ensuring the stability of our state. So proclaimed. Upon the conclusion of the proclamation, the plaza erupted in a chorus of cheers. Officials and citizens alike knelt in reverence. After the lady-in-waiting delivered the edict, she handed it to the crown prince. The crown prince received the decree with solemnity, stating, I shall not betray my father's expectations, dedicating myself to assist him in governing the nation. He then turned to face the officials and declared, From this day forth, I shall work alongside you all to strive for the prosperity and strength of our nation. Just then, the second prince and fourth prince, accompanied by members of the Chen and Shangguan families, as well as the lord of Zhenshi's retainers, stormed into the plaza. Their entrance caused a commotion, sending the crowd into a frenzy as people fled in terror, creating chaos. What do you intend to do? The crown prince, startled by the sudden appearance of the second and fourth princes, managed to maintain his composure. What do we intend? We are here to seize your throne. The second prince sneered. You are committing treason. Treason? Huh? Do you think that now you are the crown prince, you can rest easy? Let me tell you, as long as we are here, you shall never sit comfortably in this position. My dear brother, do not dwell on it any longer. I have already ordered the 3rd Legion fleet back to the imperial capital Star. I am in the military conference room. The starport commander burst in, reporting urgently, Marshal, the probe has just reported that a fleet from the 3rd Legion is approaching the imperial capital Star, and the Zhenshi fleet of the 11th Legion is also advancing towards it. The atmosphere in the military conference room turned tense and grave. The starport commander's report tightened the hearts of the generals present, all too aware of the implications. The marshal furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before asking, Shangguan Yuan, Zhenshi Wong, should you not provide us with an explanation? Shangguan Yuan rose to his feet. At this juncture, I must speak plainly. I believe the second prince is more suited for this position. Zhenshi Wong also stood, stating, Marshal, our aim is to strengthen the empire. We harbor no ulterior motives. The marshal regarded them coldly. Do you truly believe that such a fleet can control the imperial capital Star? No, no, no. We are fully aware that with our mere fleet, we cannot seize the capital. Thus, The Chen family has also allied with us. Huang Paheo glared fiercely at the commander of the Chen family. Is your Chen family also planning a rebellion? Commander Chen Yuxuan scoffed. Rebellion? We merely wish to prevent the empire from descending into chaos under your incompetent leadership. Marshal, you are advanced in years and frail. It is time for you to step aside. Zhenshi Wang laughed heartily. Marshal, cease your struggles. The imperial capital is already within our grasp. The situation is settled, unless you are prepared to abandon the Zerg front and withdraw your troops. At that moment, the conference room door was abruptly pushed open, and a young general strode in, clad in military attire. He exuded confidence. What a lively gathering, such significant matters, and yet no one informed us at the Zhendong Wang Fu. The arrival of the Zhendong Wang's heir heightened the tension in the room. His gaze swept over everyone present, finally landing on Zhenshi Wang and Commander Chen. Uncle Wang, Commander Chen, what is the meaning of this? The Zhendong Wang's heir asked with a cold smile. Zhenshi Wang replied with a sneer. Ah, nephew, you have arrived at an opportune moment. We are deliberating on selecting a more capable royal heir to lead the empire. The Zhendong Wang's heir frowned. Uncle Wang, who do you believe is the most suitable candidate for this role? Zhenshi Wang asserted. Nephew, we believe the second prince is the most fitting choice. The Zhendong Wang's heir shook his head. I too have a candidate in mind. I propose the fifth prince is more appropriate. What say you? As the Zhendong Wang's heir finished speaking, the conference room door burst open once more, and a flustered aide from Starport Defense rushed in, reporting in a panic. Just now, a large fleet from the Zhendong army appeared near the imperial capital Star and has intercepted both the 3rd Legion and Jinshi army fleets. The room fell into stunned silence, with Zhenshi Wang and Commander Chen paling in shock. They had never anticipated the Zhendong Wang's heir would mobilize forces at such a critical moment. What is the meaning of this? Zhendong Wang's heir? Zhenshi Wang glared at him, demanding an explanation. Chapter 106. Li Hao arrives at the imperial capital Star. The Zhendong Wang's heir smiled faintly, replying, Uncle Wang, I act solely for the stability of the empire. Your intentions, alongside Commander Chen, are clear to all. You speak nonsense. When did we conspire against the throne? The Zhendong Wang's heir coldly retorted. Uncle Wang, do not attempt to wriggle out of this. Your actions are evident to all. If you now align with the fifth prince, I may consider sparing your lives. Zhenshi Wang and Commander Chen exchanged knowing glances, understanding that they had no path of retreat left. Gritting their teeth, they prepared for a desperate struggle. What do you intend to do? Are we all to disregard the stability of the empire? Shall I summon the Royal Legion back? The marshal thundered, slamming his hand on the table. The Zhendong Wang's heir smiled. Marshal, do not attempt to intimidate me. At this moment, I believe your Royal Legion is beyond recall. As I understand it, the situation at the Zerg front is far from stable. Just then, several princes arrived at the military conference room, sensing the tense atmosphere between the Zhendong Wang's heir and the marshal. The crown prince cleared his throat. Zhendong Wang's heir, what is the meaning of this? Are you threatening the marshal? The Zhendong Wang's heir glanced at the crown prince and replied with a smile. Your Highness, do not misunderstand. I merely state the facts. The situation has reached a critical juncture. It is time for you to relinquish your position. The crown prince's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that his brothers would act against him at such a moment. He surveyed the room and said, Are you all so heedless of the empire's safety? The Zhendong Wang's heir shook his head. Your Highness, we act for the future of the empire. The emperor is gravely ill and cannot manage the affairs of state, and you lack the capability to govern effectively. Hence our actions. Just as tensions flared in the military, Li Hao, upon hearing of the fleets heading towards the imperial capital Star, led the 13th Legion into the empire's domain, traversing the subspace passage towards the imperial capital Star. Sitting in the commander's cabin of the flagship, Li Hao's expression was solemn. This operation would determine the empire's future and his own fate. As the fleet emerged from the subspace passage, the probes detected several opposing fleets in confrontation outside the imperial capital Star. Li Hao ordered the fleet to enter battle readiness. This time, Li Hao brought the full might of the 13th Legion, comprising dozens of heavy cruisers and hundreds of light cruisers. He commanded the Xingyao fleet to hasten towards Starport while directing the other fleets to cut directly between the enemy fleets and the imperial capital Star. When Li Hao's 13th Legion appeared on the battlefield, both commanding officers were bewildered by the sudden emergence of such a formidable fleet. The enemy fleet's commander immediately ordered a scan and identification of Li Hao's fleet. Send a communication to all their ships, commanding them to withdraw from the vicinity of the Imperial capital star at once, or we, the 13th Legion, shall treat them as rebels, Li Hao instructed the communications officer. The officer promptly executed Li Hao's command, relaying the message to the enemy fleet. Moments later, all the fleet commanders present received the communication. Li Hao appeared in the projection. I am Li Hao, commander of the 13th Legion. I have been ordered to protect the Imperial capital star. I now command all ships to withdraw from the vicinity of the Imperial capital star. Failure to comply will result in your treatment as rebels. General Li Hao, we too are here under orders to protect the Imperial capital star. The commander of the Zhendong fleet replied. Li Hao scoffed. Under orders? Whose orders? Do not think I am unaware of the situation around the Imperial capital star. Your actions have constituted rebellion. I hereby order you to withdraw immediately or face annihilation. As both sides assessed their combat capabilities, the Zhendong fleet's commander queried the operational advisor. What is the assessment? What would happen if we launched a direct assault? Commander, this appears to be the main fleet of the 13th Legion, composed entirely of flagship and cruiser vessels, and they are numerous. Even if we all attack together, we may not prevail, the operational advisor analyzed. Meanwhile, commanders from the various fleets engaged in urgent discussions with their respective legion leaders. My lord, we are in trouble. The 13th Legion has suddenly appeared at the Imperial capital star and blocked our path. The Zhendong fleet commander reported anxiously. At this moment, everyone in the military received word that the 13th Legion's main force had arrived at the Imperial capital star. The second prince fumed. How could he arrive? Was he not purging pirates? The fifth prince remarked to the Zhendong Wong's heir. The endless sea star domain is vast. His fleet must have assembled swiftly. Seems Li Hao was well prepared. I wonder on whose side he stands. The heir pondered for a moment. Fifth prince, do you wish to communicate with Li Hao? If he could lend his support, it would be futile. I have observed this individual. He is unlikely to support anyone easily. It seems we have underestimated him this time. At this juncture, the marshal interjected. Everyone should withdraw their fleets. The 13th Legion has arrived, and even if you both combine forces, you may not be able to overpower them. It would be prudent to retreat for now. We can discuss the matter of the heir in a more civil manner. Huang Paheo also urged. After careful consideration, the Legion commanders recognized the gravity of the situation and notified their fleets to retreat. Everyone expected Li Hao to promptly arrive at the military conference to participate in the discussion regarding the heir. As it concerned the future of the entire empire, however, Li Hao did not appear, leaving everyone somewhat bewildered. In the Imperial Palace on the Imperial capital star, the Emperor sat anxiously with several high-ranking officials, awaiting the outcome of the prince's contest. What news? Has the final result been announced? The Emperor inquired impatiently. A minister responsible for intelligence quickly stepped forward. Your Majesty, there is still no result. However, the fleets outside the Imperial capital star have begun to withdraw. What is happening? The 3rd Legion and Jinshi army have been defeated so swiftly? The Emperor's brow furrowed deeply, concern etched on his face. The Zhendong army fleet has also retreated. I have just received intelligence indicating that Li Hao, leading the 13th Legion, has directly repelled the fleets from both sides, compelling all parties to return to the negotiating table. The minister reported the situation in detail. What did General Li say? Whom does he support? The Emperor inquired further. General Li did not participate in the negotiations. He is currently at the starport with the fleet, the minister replied candidly. After pondering for a moment, the Emperor remarked, this lad remains as astute as ever. Let us proceed to the starport and pay a visit to our Commander Li. Chapter 107. The Emperor's decision upon the Emperor's arrival at the starport. Li Hao had been waiting there for quite some time. Seeing His Majesty approach, he immediately stepped forward to greet him. Your Majesty, what brings you here? Li Hao asked respectfully. I came to see you, and to gain a better understanding of the situation. The Emperor replied. Your Majesty, the situation has stabilized significantly. The fleets from all sides have withdrawn. I have ordered the 13th Legion to remain on standby at the starport, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Li Hao reported. Well done. The Emperor nodded in satisfaction. After a brief silence, the Emperor asked, Li Hao, do you know why I have chosen this course of action? Li Hao shook his head, genuinely perplexed by the Emperor's intentions. In his view, the competition for the throne was entirely unnecessary and would only incite internal strife within the empire. The Emperor sighed and continued, Li Hao, I am growing old, and my health is deteriorating. I am aware that my time is limited. It is better for them to contend now than to do so when the empire is vulnerable. The emperor elaborated, I have 5 sons, all of whom are exceptional. However, their personalities and abilities differ significantly, as do the families supporting them. Now that everyone has made their positions clear, it will be easier to manage. Li Hao nodded, understanding the emperor's intent. Come, return with me. The emperor commanded, turning toward the palace. Upon their return to the palace, the civil and military ministers and several princes had gathered. The emperor looked at the princes and simply shook his head, saying, I am aware of the events that transpired earlier. How did your discussions go? The crown prince spoke up hastily, Father, my brothers were incited and acted rashly. I implore you to be lenient in your judgment. The emperor furrowed his brow and replied, You each have your own thoughts, which is commendable. However, as princes, to mobilize troops without authorization, disregarding the safety of the defenses for personal gain, is unacceptable. 2nd, 4th, and 5th princes. From today onwards, you are to remain confined within your residences and reflect on your actions. You are not permitted to leave the capital, and your personal guard will be withdrawn. As the emperor's words fell, the 2nd, 4th, and 5th princes turned pale, realizing that this punishment meant they had lost their chance to vie for the throne. Father. The 2nd prince attempted to defend himself, but the emperor raised a hand. Interrupting him, there is no need for further discussion. My decision is final. The emperor's tone left no room for doubt. The 3 princes resigned, bowed, and exited the great hall. At this moment, the marshal stepped forward and inquired, Your Majesty, how shall we deal with the others? The Shangguan family is to be removed from the Royal Legion, and all officers from the Shangguan family shall be dismissed, while the Chun family will be expelled from the capital. As soon as the emperor finished speaking, a wave of murmurs swept through the court. The Shangguan and Chen families were both distinguished noble houses within the empire, their influence deeply entrenched in the court. Removing them entirely would not be an easy task. Your Majesty, will this not incite turmoil within the court? A minister voiced his concerns. My mind is made up. There is no further need for debate. The emperor's tone was resolute. The presence of the Shangguan and Chun families in the military has posed a significant threat to the empire's safety. I can no longer turn a blind eye. Your Majesty, the members of the Shangguan and Chun families hold considerable influence within the military. If they are all removed, it may result in instability among the troops. Another minister cautioned. I have considered this matter. The emperor replied, I will dispatch trusted ministers to take command of the Royal 3rd Legion, and I will also make adjustments among the military leaders to ensure stability among the troops. The emperor turned to the marshal and said, Marshal, I entrust this matter to you. Yes, Your Majesty, the marshal responded respectfully. Lord of Jinshi and young master, how do you believe the king should handle your situation? At that moment, a servant approached to announce, Your Majesty, the Lord of Zhendong requests an audience outside the hall. The emperor frowned slightly and said, The Lord of Zhendong? Bring him in. The servant complied, and shortly after, the Lord of Zhendong entered, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, I have heard that the Lord of Jinshi and the young master have erred, and I have come to plead on their behalf. The emperor scoffed. Replying, Plead? Lord of Zhendong, your timing is quite fortuitous. Do you know what crimes the Lord of Jinshi and the young master have committed? The Lord of Zhendong responded, Your Majesty, I am already aware. The Lord of Jinshi and the young master have indeed erred. I beseech you to spare them, considering the contributions our 2 houses have made to the court over the years. The emperor stared coldly at the Lord of Zhendong, saying, Do you think I will forgive them simply because of your plea? The crimes they have committed cannot be easily absolved. Your Majesty, please grant the Lord of Jinshi and the young master an opportunity to redeem themselves. We are willing to lead the Jinshi and Zhendong armies to the battlefield against the insect race. If they can achieve merit in battle, Your Majesty could pardon their transgressions. Upon hearing this, the emperor nodded slightly and replied, That is a commendable idea. Lord of Jinshi and young master, what say you? The Lord of Jinshi and the young master quickly responded, Your Majesty is wise. We are willing to lead the Jinshi army to the battlefield against the insect race to redeem ourselves. The emperor stated, Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. You must perform admirably and not disappoint me. The Lord of Jinshi and the young master expressed their gratitude and exited the great hall. Li Hao watched as the 2 princes departed, finally understanding the emperor's intentions. With the situation at the insect race battlefield becoming increasingly dire, The 11th and 12th legions led by the two princes had remained entrenched in their territories. This opportunity for them to redeem themselves would not only serve as punishment, but also allow them to contribute to the empire, effectively achieving two objectives with one action. After addressing these matters, the emperor turned to Li Hao, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Li Hao, your efforts in safeguarding the capital have been commendable, preventing a civil war within the empire. I wish to reward you handsomely. Speak freely of your desires. Li Hao hastily knelt, saying, Your Majesty, I dare not request any reward. I only ask that you do not hold my unauthorized troop movements against me. The emperor chuckled, saying, Li Hao, I have taken note of your contributions. Speak your desires, and I shall be sure to fulfill them. After a moment's contemplation, Li Hao replied, Your Majesty, I wish to go to the insect race battlefield. I implore you to grant me permission. The emperor's expression shifted slightly as he frowned, saying, The insect race battlefield is fraught with danger. Perhaps you should reconsider.